Chapter 1. Return to Swallow Harbor. In the spring of 2035, within the intensive care unit of the overseas Chinese hospital in Shenzhen, Shun Hailang lay quietly on his hospital bed, awaiting the inevitable, his gaze fixed upon the tender new leaves outside the window. "I truly hope this is the last spring I shall witness," murmured the frail old man, his eyes devoid of light, longing only for a peaceful departure from this world. Beside him, the cardiac monitor emitted a steady yet erratic beeping sound, a constant reminder of his deteriorating state. "Chairman, it is time for your medication and rest," prompted his secretary, old Wang, who had appeared quietly behind him, holding out the pills and a glass of warm water. "I am weary of this. I do not wish to eat anymore." Shun Hailang closed his eyes and shook his head in refusal, a simple gesture that now required immense effort. His mind wandered not to the illustrious past, but to the year that irrevocably altered the course of his life 3 decades ago. "I must head south, to that city where gold lies scattered upon the ground. If only, if only." Alas, life offers no if-onlys. "Old Wang, what do you believe is truly of utmost importance in a lifetime?" Before old Wang could respond, the alarm from the heart monitor began to sound. This venerable man, who had journeyed from a humble fishing village in the 1980s to become a prosperous tycoon, trembled as he reached out toward the ephemeral visions before him. "Xiao Qiao." With the frail whisper of his beloved's name, the monitor erupted into a sustained, piercing alarm. In a flash of blue light, Shun Hailang's life slipped away, vanishing from the ward. Momentarily disoriented, he was enveloped by the salty sea breeze unique to Swallow Harbor, which prompted him to sneeze. Standing amidst the bustling market of Swallow Harbor, he rubbed his nose and then gazed at his hands, surprised to find his skin taut and devoid of wrinkles. "Where am I? The hometown market of Swallow Harbor? Could it be that after death, one's spirit returns to their roots? Or perhaps the heavens, seeing Shun Hailang's lonely plight in his twilight years, have granted him a chance to revisit 1989 to amend past regrets? If this were all an illusion, how could the briny sin of the sea and the surrounding sounds of vendors be so palpably real? Just as he pondered the absurdity of existence, a cacophony of shouts erupted in the distance. 3 ruffians clad in flamboyant shirts surrounded a chubby boy in a sailor-striped shirt, incessantly jostling him. "Hey, chubby boy, you must have some cash left, right? Dragon Brother is speaking to you. Stop playing dead and hand over the money so we can buy some game tokens." With a quavering voice, the chubby boy protested. "You're robbing me. I spent all my money on vinegar and soy sauce. I want to go home. Please let me go." "Oh, what the heck? This little fatso is actually crying." From a distance, Shun Hailang, hearing the boy's distress, turned his gaze in that direction. To his astonishment, his vision, once plagued by severe myopia, was now crystal clear. He could see the scene unfolding 50 meters away with perfect clarity. The boy being bullied by the gang of delinquents was none other than his dear friend and confidant. Shun Hailang glanced down at his sneakers, suddenly pushing off the ground with such swiftness that his body's reaction surpassed his thoughts. This vessel, bearing a 60-year-old soul, yet possessing the physique of a 20-year-old, filled him with exhilaration. As he approached the group, just 3 meters away, he leaped into the air, executing a flying kick. The kick landed squarely on the waist of the leader, a man with a center parting. The man struck, exclaimed, "Ouch," and was sent flying 2 meters away. The remaining 2 ruffians turned to the towering figure of Shun Hailang, pointing and cursing him. One shouted, "You little brat, you're finished. Do you even know who you just kicked?" The other, raising a thumb, added, "Isn't that our pure man, Brother Long from Yenziport?" He then bent down to help the fallen leader. "Brother Long, are you all right? That kid hit hard." The man known as Brother Long groaned on the ground, clutching his waist. "Don't move. Let me catch my breath. Who dares to ambush me?" With his back to the sunlight, Shun Hailang stood, while Brother Long shielded his eyes with his hand, squinting at his assailant. Damn, how could it be him? Wasn't he gone for 2 years? A sense of foreboding washed over Brother Long. Beside him, a curly-haired lackey glared at Shun Hailang with malice. "Brother Long, what do you say? How shall we deal with this punk?" "Deal with him? Help me get up first." Brother Long grimaced in pain as he was assisted to his feet by his lackey. Shun Hailang crossed his arms and tilted his head, gazing at the sweating Dragon Yu. "Ah, is that you, Dragon Yu? I thought it was someone else. It seems you've been doing well lately, bullying my little brother." Dragon Yu's eyes darted, shifting to a sycophantic grin. Hey, Brother Hailang, it was an honest mistake. I had no idea this chubby kid was your brother. Seeing Shun Hailang remain silent, Dragon Yu continued to explain, if I had known he was your brother, even 100 of my bravest hearts wouldn't dare. Enough with the explanations. I believe what I see, Shun Hailang remarked with a forced smile. Should I ask you to leave, or will you do so on your own? No need to trouble yourself, Brother Hailang. I have things to attend to, Dragon Yu said, dragging his two lackeys away, limping. Once they had distanced themselves, Dragon Yu's lackey looked puzzled at his boss. Brother Long, are we just letting this go? Dragon Yu, seething with anger, slapped the speaking lackey on the head. Do you even know who he is? Don't provoke that guy unless you want to die. He's the most famous student at Yinzi Port High School. Brother Long, is that the legendary student who defeated 20 opponents single-handedly? The slapped lackey's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Dragon Yu. Dragon Yu nodded emphatically. After dispersing the troublemakers, Shun Hailang first pinched the chubby face of Xiao Fei. Then, disregarding Xiao Fei's protests, he unleashed a flurry of punches onto his beer belly, feeling the accumulated fat. Brother Hailang, stop it, that tickles. Xiao Fei shifted his hefty frame and asked, Brother Hailang, I heard you became a gym teacher in the city? Shun Hailang felt a sudden heaviness in his heart according to the timeline. He should be peacefully slumbering in the staff dormitory of the county town, not wandering the marketplace of Swallow Harbor. He accepted the soy sauce bottle from Xiao Fei. The production date inscribed on the bottom read, March 5th, 1989. Shun Hailang fixated on the date, lost in contemplation. Indeed, I was merely 21 that year. It was also the year when his mind was consumed by the alluring call that gold lay scattered everywhere, prompting him to resign from his position as a physical education teacher in the county town and venture into the depths of Shenzhen. Whoever wishes to go to Shenzhen may do so, since I have the chance to relive my life. Let it be, Shun Hailang said, pulling Xiao Fei into an embrace, once again savoring the familiar scent of sweat after 3 decades. My dear brother, I truly wish to hunt the sea with you once more. Xiao Fei appeared somewhat bewildered, unsure of the sudden shift in demeanor from his elder brother. Brother Hailang, isn't hunting the sea what we do? Tonight, I will accompany you for some fun if you find it lacking. I shall sleep by the seaside, inhaling the aroma of seafood. But Brother Hailang, during this April, seafood isn't worth much anymore. I see hardly anyone scavenging at the shore. Chapter 2. Let's hunt the sea together. Xiao Fei pointed to Aunt Wong at the corner, who sat with a furrowed brow, eagerly awaiting customers. Shun Hailang approached her, observing the fresh dried shrimps spread across the plastic sheet. Aunt Wong, how are you selling these dried shrimps? Do the passers-by not recognize their value? It's the boy from the Shun family returned, Aunt Wong replied, sifting through a handful of shrimps the size of her fingers. Such fine dried shrimp, and no one is willing to buy them for 2 yuan a pound if they remain unsold. We will have to consume them ourselves. If this continues, living by the sea may not be better than farming, Aunt Wong lamented, shaking her head. Shun Hailang pulled Xiao Fei aside, whispering, the reason they aren't selling is due to issues in Swallow Harbor. If we were to take Aunt Wong's dried shrimp to the county town, we could easily sell them for 5 yuan a pound, without worrying about demand. Xiao Fei, with a loud voice, responded, Brother Hailang, are you exaggerating? With a whole basket of these shrimps, according to your logic, wouldn't they be worth hundreds? Shun Hailang began to enlighten Xiao Fei. Oh, I can't explain it all now. I can only show you when the opportunity arises. Xiao Fei, do you realize that the city is not lacking in wealthy individuals? They relish peculiar seafood, and the stranger it appears, the more it sells. If you don't believe me, find me a 2-kilogram large yellow croaker, and I shall pay you 20 yuan on the spot. The sea breeze swept through, causing Xiao Fei's tousled hair to dance in the wind. He tilted his head, gazing skeptically at Shun Hailang. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? If yellow croakers were so valuable, would the village chief be willing to slaughter one for a meal? Let's go home first. Once you catch something unusual, you will understand. Shun Hailang joyfully tugged at Xiao Fei's arm as they ran along the path homeward. Little Fei, panting heavily as he followed behind, left a trail of footprints in the muddy ground with his yellow rubber shoes. In this era, there were no cement roads in the rural towns across the country. As they approached the village entrance, Shun Hailang leaped onto a rusty iron boat, his childhood secret base. He cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, "Swallow Harbor! I, Shun Hailang, have returned." Swallow Harbor, in the early 20th century, had been sold to unscrupulous businessmen who constructed a chemical plant there. It was from that moment onward that the villagers gradually relocated, lured by cheap compensation, to settle in the small county town. The person he longed for had also been forced to leap into the sea that very year due to the demolition. In the days that followed, all connections with neighbors slowly faded away. Standing on a rusting boat, Shun Hailang vowed, "To hell with your chemical plant, to hell with your unscrupulous merchants. Since I have returned, I must strive to earn money and seize Swallow Harbor before the Black Heart merchants arrive, transforming it into Asia's premier tourist destination." Recalling the way home, Shun Hailang, like a child, hopped ahead. "Little Fei, once we climb over this wall, we'll reach my home." He stood atop the wall, reaching down to pull little Fei up. Though he had amassed considerable wealth, he thought he would feel no pangs of nostalgia upon seeing his dilapidated childhood home. Yet, upon witnessing the long-neglected abode, it truly echoed the saying that even a dog would shake its head at such a sight. The house, in disrepair for years, had missing tiles and relied on buckets to catch rainwater from the roof. In simple terms, it was destitution personified. Even the god of wealth pasted on the doorframe was from the previous year, and their poverty at Swallow Harbor had become notorious. He leapt down from the wall, startling the chickens, who clucked in protest. Little Fei adjusted his position and jumped down, saying, "Brother Hailang, I heard from the family that you plan to venture south this year." Shun Hailang shook his head and remained silent. What does it matter to be a millionaire? What does it matter to possess vast wealth? He questioned himself from a past life. Was it happiness? Was it joy? The answer was a resounding no. He had died alone in a hospital room. In the decades that followed, during which he amassed fortune, he not only lost the one he yearned to see most, but also a sentiment known as happiness. Shun Hailang turned around, his eyes filled with light, and faced the sea, extending his arms to welcome the ocean breeze. "This time, I shall not leave. I will not go anywhere. I will spend my life here in Swallow Harbor, enjoying my retirement. Little Fei, you go home first and return the seasonings. I will also visit my mother to assure her of my safety. We can go sea foraging in the afternoon after a nap. He'll come to your house to find you, and we can gather some seafood." Little Fei cheerfully nodded in agreement. "All right, Brother Hailang, I will wait for your news at home this afternoon." After Little Fei departed, Shun Hailang sat in his yard, meticulously fabricating benevolent lies. In the eyes of someone from the 1980s, the teachers in the county town were undoubtedly guaranteed jobs for life. His becoming a teacher had long been the talk of the village. Now, however, he was no longer a teacher, nor did he plan to venture south. "Alas, I need to earn 1,000 yuan first, otherwise my parents will resort to crying, fussing, and even threatening to hang themselves." In this age, securing a stable job is a matter of pride for the villagers, akin to honoring ancestors and bringing glory to one's family. The methods of earning money are abundant. It is primarily a matter of time. Taking a deep breath, he stood up and walked to the door, knocking gently. "Mother, please open the door. It's me, Hailang." As soon as the words left his lips, he felt a pang of emotion. As the creaky wooden door swung open, his mother, Su Xinyan, clad in simple garments and holding a needle and thread, gazed at her second son standing at the threshold, momentarily taken aback. "Second son, aren't you teaching in the city? Why have you returned at this hour?" Hailang remained silent, merely reaching out to grasp his mother's hand, relishing the warmth of her palm. "Mother, I missed you. Besides, it's the Qingming festival, and the school is on break. I was eating poorly and sleeping badly in the dormitory, so I thought I'd come home to see you. I've been longing for your seafood porridge." Su Xinyan observed her second son's demeanor. Sensing something amiss, he typically enjoyed bantering with her. "Hailang, it seems that city life has made you more obedient and well-behaved. By chance, we still have some sandworms at home. Don't you love sandworms chopped and cooked in porridge? I'll make you a steaming bowl right away. And there are some leftover pot stickers from lunch. Would you like some?" "Absolutely. You'll eat as many as you have." With a smile on his face, Hailang followed his mother into the house. The calendar on the wall still marked April 5th, 1989, the day of Qingming. His mother busied herself with kindling the fire for cooking when a thought struck her. "Second son, did you forget to bring any luggage home?" I forgot. I could just wear some old clothes from home." His mother inquired. "How long do you plan to stay?" Hailang stretched lazily on the wooden stool. We'll see how it goes, I'll return once I've had my fill of fun. By the way, where's father? Su Xinyan hesitated. He's been having a falling out with your uncle lately. It's quite serious. Hailang recalled a similar incident from years past, when his father and uncle had quarreled over the ownership of his grandfather's fishing boat, leading to a fierce confrontation that even landed them in the town hospital. His father, not particularly articulate, could become quite agitated, and one could never predict his actions in such a state yet. His uncle's family was not without fault either. Ultimately, the grandfather's fishing boat ended up with the village head, Zhu, for a mere price of 120 yuan. Chapter 3. Binding the ocean system, the seafood porridge, rich with sandworms and fragrant rice, was enhanced by a handful of green vegetables. Su Xinyan lifted a hefty iron ladle and served the entire pot of seafood porridge onto the table. Shun Hailang, unable to resist the heat, hastily scooped a spoonful into his mouth. This was the flavor he had long yearned for over decades. Emotions surged within him as he began to consume the dish heartily, while simultaneously devouring the pot stickers in his hands. His mother gazed at him with tenderness, urging, "Do take your time. Do city dwellers not eat until they are satisfied?" Shun Hailang chuckled at his mother, then continued to munch on the pot stickers with delight. In no time, the table was cleared of both pot stickers and seafood porridge. Feeling a slight ache in his stomach from overindulgence, he remarked, "Mom, I think I ate too much," as he clutched his belly and swayed toward his wooden bed. "I'll take a nap." Lying on his side, he stared at the cracked wall. What if I truly returned to the past decades? If I and T ventured south in search of gold, what would I have done? There were no computers, no Bitcoin, no stocks or real estate. As he pondered how to amass wealth in Swallow Harbor and marry his cherished dream, a translucent dialogue box suddenly materialized before him, reminiscent of a holographic image. "The ocean system has arrived. Host Shun Hailang, do you wish to bind?" "What is this?" Shun Hailang, suppressing his stomach pain, propped himself up and rubbed his eyes, confirming repeatedly that this holographic image was indeed real. Tentatively, he reached out to touch it, his fingers passing through the image, creating ripples. "This cannot be an illusion, can it?" he whispered to himself, then pinched his thigh hard to validate his suspicion, nearly crying out in pain. "It hurts, this is real. If rebirth can occur, then the emergence of a system seems rather unsurprising, does it not? After all, living an additional life is still a gain. I shall bind this system." Gazing at the dialogue box, he noticed that the only options available were yes and no, accompanied by a line of minuscule text. "Child of the ocean, capable of mastering the sea. Goodness, how astonishing. To command the ocean? Is this for real?" Without hesitation, he pressed his finger on the yes interface. In an instant, the small house was illuminated with a blue glow, and Shun Hailang felt a chilling sensation enveloping him. Outside, the wind whispered through the window, and he sensed the sea calling to him. At that moment, he was indeed the child of the ocean. Binding successful. Host Shun Hailang. Ocean level 1. Daily luck value 6 points. Today's risk index 1 point. Initial prompt. Luck value can be accumulated. Please enjoy the blessings of the sea, host. Haha. ISNT this akin to the cheat codes in games from the 90s? Let me, as a reborn individual, see how prosperous I can become in this golden era. This lifetime, there will be no resting on my laurels. He extended his finger and clicked on Ocean Level Explanation. As affinity increases, the host will gain knowledge of the ocean and enhanced affinity with water, along with improved rapport with marine creatures. Affinity with marine life? Could it be that I can summon the creatures of the sea? He then clicked on the luck value explanation, which stated that it influences the course of daily random events for the host, with each point of luck equivalent to 1,000-fold fortune of an average person. Astonished, he mused that opening an oyster could yield a pearl, and digging in the sand might uncover a crab. Wasn't this the essence of a fateful child? As for the risk index, the explanation was rather straightforward. A rating of 1 signifies minimal risk, while a rating of 10 denotes an inevitable demise, such as perishing at sea. Thus, according to the guidance, the risk index for his outing to the shore today was at its lowest, presenting no danger whatsoever. He attempted to navigate to the next page, but his finger movements elicited no response. It seemed he needed to enhance his affinity with the ocean to unlock further content. System, I wish to inquire how to elevate my ocean affinity. Instantly, a segment of text appeared before him. The host can increase affinity through daily activities, including unlocking marine creatures. At that moment, Shun Hailang was akin to a discoverer of new lands, persistently exploring various functionalities. Eventually, he activated the voice mode, only to be met with silence. After closing the ocean system, Shun Hailang sat cross-legged on his wooden bed, realizing he had lost his appetite, yet felt invigorated. He pushed open the window to behold the sunset, reflecting on the beauty of 1989. It seemed destiny itself had decreed he remain in Swallow Harbor to flourish. And as the golden rays enveloped him, he succumbed to drowsiness. The spring sea breeze rendered him sleepy. Indeed, he had not enjoyed a good night's sleep for nearly 3 decades. He patted the wooden bed beneath him, whispering that only it could grant him peace for slumber. The bed creaked in apparent agreement. Lying there, Shun Hailang wore a smile, drifting in and out of dreams throughout the afternoon. With a prolonged hum, he sat up, stretched, and rubbed his sleepy eyes, glancing at the digital clock. To his surprise, it was already 5:30, and he had indeed enjoyed a restful nap. Observing the fiery clouds outside, he recognized them as a unique temporal symbol of the harbor, unchanged for decades. Shun Hailang flipped over, quickly slipped his feet into the sneakers he had purchased for half a month's wages, and made his way to the main room. There, he found his mother still mending fishing nets, her needle weaving tirelessly through the fabric. "Ah, you've awakened, my second son," she said, noticing his fragrant slumber. "I didn't want to disturb your rest, so I kept dinner warm in the pot." Shun Hailang clanked his bowl against the grass pot, then sat beside his mother to eat. "Mother, how much can those of us at Shunhai Bay earn from gathering at the shore these days?" His mother, Su Xinyan, paused her sewing to ponder briefly. "Nowadays, what money can be made from gathering at the shore? Those fortunate enough might earn 20 yuan in a day, and that's the utmost. I've never heard of anyone making a fortune from it. Fresh clams sell for only 8 jiao per pound, and the sea snails are too crushed to feed even the chickens. Perhaps they simply didn't find anything of value?" Shun Hailang countered. "I've heard from city folk that a large yellow croaker can sell for over 100 yuan. He swiftly finished his dinner. His mother shook her head. "Silly child. Money is not so easily earned. In these times, are large yellow croakers so readily encountered? That's an exception." Shun Hailang brushed off the remnants of flour from his hands. "Mom, since it's the holiday, I'm going to the seaside with Xiao Fei to gather some seafood. You child, during the holidays, you should rest at home. I recall you always clamoring to head south to seek fortune, adamantly refusing to scavenge the shores for a living." Just for fun. Shun Hailang began rummaging through the house, unearthing a red plastic bucket caked with mud, and even a rusty iron shovel saw the light of day once more. "Just wear that white shirt and don't catch a cold. I can't help but worry about you, especially with the chill of the evening sea breeze lingering after Qingming." "Rest assured, I'm quite sturdy," he replied, "but where is Dad's military coat?" In days gone by, Shun Hailang would have chosen style over comfort, but having lived another life, he now sought the coat for warmth, as his mother observed. He donned the military coat his mother had found and said, "Mom, take your time with your handiwork. It strains your eyes. I'll just go out and play for a bit." Su Xinyan watched her son's hasty retreat with a shake of her head. Still so playful, even at this age. "Hello, dear brothers and sisters. I hope to gain your continued support for my work in its early stages. Thank you." Chapter for the first gathering at Sea. Shun Hailang and Xiao Fei lived merely 200 meters apart. Hailang cheerfully sang as he walked along the village path. Upon arriving at Xiao Fei's doorstep, he spotted Aunt Li, Xiao Fei's mother, chopping seaweed and mixing it with conch to feed the chickens and ducks. With her keen eyes, Aunt Li exclaimed, "Oh, isn't that our village's top scholar returned? Hailang, have you had your meal? We still have some rice porridge at home." "Hello, Aunt Li." I wondered why Xiao Fei looked so robust. Even the chickens and ducks at his home seemed better cared for than others. Shun Hailang bent down to pick up a duck egg from the ground, inspecting it closely. "Aunt Li, how much do these duck eggs fetch?" With a smile, Aunt Li replied, "The vendors buy them for 20 cents each, and chicken eggs are even cheaper at 10 cents. You must know these are the eggs from chickens and ducks that feast on seafood." "What? Only 10 or 20 cents each. I buy them for 50 cents in the city. Hailang shook his head in disbelief. Aunt Li, I've arranged to go beachcombing with Xiao Fei. Is he home? Just then, Xiao Fei emerged from the main room, wearing slippers. Hailang, I thought you were joking about beachcombing. Shun Hailang waved the red bucket in front of him. I've brought the bucket. Is there any doubt? He then revealed a battered iron shovel, saying, Look at this treasure from years ago. Did you lose your old steel shovel? Not lost. I just need to take it out for a stroll to see the light of day again. Seeing that Hailang was serious, Xiao Fei perked up. Wait for me, Hailang. I'll fetch my unbeatable steel shovel right away. With that, he wiggled off to the side room, where clanging sounds soon echoed. Aunt Li smiled. Hailang, you're such a good boy. I heard some rascals tried to rob Xiao Fei in the street during the day, but you scare them off? Oh, Aunt Li, they were just a bunch of mischievous kids, accustomed to running rampant at Swallow Harbor. Hailang casually tossed 2 pieces of seaweed into the chicken flock. When Xiao Fei returned from the side room, he was fully armed, holding a white plastic bucket larger than Hailang's, containing 2 pairs of water boots. Hailang, try on whichever pair fits. Yours are probably the Warrior brand, right? Don't get them dirty. Hailang tried on the water boots and found them quite fitting. He then pulled out a pack of the Qianmin cigarettes from his pocket and handed them to Aunt Li. Aunt, I didn't bring much back from the county, but this new brand from the city, the Qianmin, is for Uncle Daju and a try. Without waiting for Aunt Li to decline, Shun Hailang grabbed Xiao Fei and dashed out of the courtyard with the plastic bucket. As the sun set, the two walked to the dike, observing the ebb and flow of the tides. Xiao Fei pointed towards the rocky shore ahead. Hailang, we used to catch little crabs there. Shall we give it a try? Hailang recalled a time when he had pulled a sea snake from a crevice and dropped it on Xiao Fei's pant leg, causing him to faint in fright. And he chuckled heartily. Then let us go see. The two wielded their iron shovels and began to search around. Hailang focused on the transparent bubbles on the beach and dug down with his shovel, unearthing 3 plump razor clams. Xiao Fei, what is the current price of the clam? Haolong said, clearly enjoying his good fortune today. Why not take a few more digs to test your luck? Xiao Fei, filled with envy, remarked. Shun Haolong, undeterred, believed that when luck strikes, one must seize the moment. He plunged his spade into the sand several more times, unearthing a few more clams. Observing this, Xiao Fei began to busy himself as well, yet after several attempts, he was left perplexed. Haolong, how can it be that we're digging in the same spot? Yet you find clams while I only unearth air? Is your chosen spot akin to a cat or dog marking its territory, seeking the auspicious ground? Xiao Fei expressed his disappointment. With a smile, Shun Haolong marked the spot with his spade. Xiao Fei, why not give this spot a try? Skeptically, Xiao Fei grasped the spade and dug a 30-centimeter pit at the marked location, yet discovered nothing. Unwilling to concede defeat, Shun Haolong took a turn, and as he dug, a transparent frame appeared indicating a deduction of 1 point from his luck value. He pondered, does the system's indication of reduced luck imply that the fortune for clams has been exhausted? He weighed a half bucket of clams in his hand, estimating its weight to be around 10 pounds. Xiao Fei, do you know the current market rate for clams? The look of envy was evident on Xiao Fei's face. The current purchase price is $2 per pound. Haolong, you're in for a windfall. This haul could fetch $20. I have a feeling our luck is particularly good today. Shall we try another spot? Shun Haolong suggested with a cheerful demeanor. Having once despised seafood in his youth, he found himself craving it after spending time in the city. The two friends continued walking along the tidal flats when a wave receded, revealing a multitude of bubbles emerging from the sand. Without hesitation, they began to work again, and this time their spade struck something hard. To their astonishment, a palm-sized green crab clamped onto the spade with its pincers, its beady eyes spinning wildly before it released its grip and attempted to flee sideways. Shun Haolong pounced, pinning the crab down on the tidal flat. What a hefty green crab, weighing at least 7 or 8 ounces. Xiao Fei, discarding his spade, took hold of the sizable crab in awe. Haolong, this must be the king of crabs. A creature of this size can easily sell for $20 without needing to be weighed. Before they could fully appreciate their find, a crackling sound emanated from a nearby pile of rocks. They turned to see another crab of similar size standing defiantly on the rocks, gesturing with its pincers. Let go of my husband, or I'll pinch you to death. Shun Haolong, bemused, dug his pinky into his ear, gazing at the female crab. Xiao Fei, did you hear the crab speak? How long? How could a crab possibly talk? Xiao Fei's gaze was fixed on the rebellious female crab. Shun Haolong mused internally. How peculiar. I distinctly heard the female crab speak. He then cautiously approached the crab, reaching out to grasp its shell. You, little female crab, do not shy away. It appears you have a romantic interest. Xiao Fei, amused, joined in, playfully patting his round belly as he teased Shun Haolong. The crab in the bucket is the old flame of this one. Now that you've captured its partner, it has come seeking revenge. Little Fei brought the sand shovel close to the mother blue crab, which immediately clamped down fiercely with its claws, producing a relentless clicking sound. Shunhai, with a resigned shake of his head, remarked that since the creature was so loyal, he would send it to meet its old companion. He placed the stubborn mother crab atop a red bucket, only for it to unexpectedly release its grip and choose to plummet freely. The two blue crabs thudded against each other in the bucket. Observing the dwindling luck value in the transparent frame before him, he wondered what marine creatures would comprise the remaining 5 points. The tide surged and receded once more, and with a wide-eyed gaze, Little Fei pointed excitedly at the tidal flats, exclaiming, "Look, the beach!" Chapter 5. The prawn gathering on the once desolate tidal flats. Countless diminutive black dots sprang into existence. Hundreds, if not thousands, of mantis shrimp began to leap across the shallow waters. Some audacious ones even hopped onto the tops of the two men's water boots, flicking their tails with a resounding splash. Shun Haolong rubbed his eyes in disbelief, muttering, "I have never witnessed such a grand assembly of shrimp in my entire life." Beside him, Xiao Fei was so exhilarated that he could hardly articulate his thoughts, exclaiming, "This is our fortune, blessed by Mazu." His oversized plastic bucket remained empty, prompting him to turn it upside down and capture several errant mantis shrimp within it. The bucket echoed with a cacophony of clattering sounds. Shun Haolong regained his focus and planted his red bucket into the tidal flats. "Xiao Fei, we must hasten our efforts. If others join in, we shall have to share our bounty." Almost as soon as he spoke, two mantis shrimp curiously thrust their bodies and leapt directly into his red bucket. The incredibility of this moment was something only he could comprehend. Blinking in astonishment, he mused, "Is this the ocean's benevolence? It seems the marine creatures are naturally drawn to me since acquiring the system." As the tide surged once more, each wave left behind new little black dots scampering about on the beach. Shun Haolong bent down to continue his collection, once again hearing the voices of marine creatures whispering. "We cannot escape this time." Were the mantis shrimp conversing? He glanced at a larger shrimp, its black bean-like eyes locking with his, its antennae quivering, as if to say, "What are you staring at? Do you think your eyes are superior to mine?" Meanwhile, Xiao Fei was in a frenzy, swiftly wielding his sand shovel to block those attempting to burrow into the sand to flee. "Don't just stand there, Shun Haolong. Such a rare encounter with a mantis shrimp gathering is a stroke of luck." With another scoop, the mantis shrimp he was locking eyes with suddenly bent down and splashed him with its tail. "What the?" Shun Haolong exclaimed, wiping the water from his face before tossing the shrimp into his red bucket. To save time, the two men discarded their shovels and resorted to picking them up by hand. The startled shrimp darted in all directions, but the brothers were relentless, refusing to grant them an opportunity to escape. System notification: Ocean Affinity 1. As their affinity increased, a mantis shrimp leaped a meter into the air, signaling with its tail. Following this cue, a cascade of mantis shrimp, as if obeying a command, began to vault into Shun Haolong's bucket, swiftly filling it to the brim. When the tide rolled in once more, the countless mantis shrimp had vanished without a trace, with only a few visible retreating into the sand to find solace. The transparent frame displayed, luck value reset to 0. Exhausted yet beaming with joy, the two men panted heavily. Shun Haolong patted the plastic bucket. "Tomorrow, we shall sell our catch and exchange it for a large net. Dragging it along will be much easier." Clearly, their fortune had been entirely expended for the day. Remaining any longer would yield no further catch. Thus they decided to return home. Shun Haolong murmured, "Is this it? I haven't had my fill yet. What has finished?" Xiao Fei removed his waterproof trousers and laid them over the top of the bucket, fearful that the mantis shrimp might escape. The two of them, beaming with joy, weighed the buckets, which together must weigh at least 50 pounds. Hailang, is it true what you said earlier about staying in Swallow Harbor and not leaving? Xiao Fei couldn't help but inquire. Of course not. Are you staying here to catch sea creatures? Shun Hailang observed the disappointment in Xiao Fei's eyes. Haha, I was just teasing you. Of course, it's true. I wouldn't lie to you. Xiao Fei's heart soared with joy, and he suddenly squinted and playfully nudged Shun Hailang's chest with his elbow. Hailang, I remember that in middle school. You had a crush on old Xiao's second daughter from the collection station, right? You can't tell me it's... Xiao Fei even mimicked a woman. Gesturing as if tying her hair in braids, she works at the salt field, you know. You got a good memory, better than mine. If only you had been this clever in school, you'd have graduated from university by now. Shun Hailang gently pushed Xiao Fei. As a result, Xiao Fei exclaimed and fell onto the ground. I'm going to marry Xiao Mei. Shun Hailang shifted the conversation back to Xiao Fei. I heard you failed at matchmaking 8 times this year. Xiao Fei sighed. The girls think I'm too fat. Then why not stick with me? Next year, I'll build you a Western-style house, and when a matchmaker comes knocking, what do you say? Shun Hailang looked at Xiao Fei earnestly. Is that for real? Building a house costs tens of thousands. Xiao Fei looked at Shun Hailang skeptically. What has tens of thousands? This year, join me to become a 10,000 yuan household. And next year, we'll be millionaires. Young people should be bold in their dreams and actions, Shun Hailang said as he walked ahead with the buckets. The two of them walked along the sea embankment, looking at the distant Swallow Harbor, where some families were already cooking. Xiao Fei, gritting his teeth, followed behind, complaining about the weight, already drenched in sweat from his excessive bulk. My fingers are about to break. Had I known we would have such a catch, we should have brought a cart. A pungent aroma of tobacco wafted from the dock, where several old fishermen sat, indulging in smoke and contemplating life. The eldest among them, old Zhang, squinted at the two boys. What do you have there, lads from Shunbei? Shun Hailang initially intended to ignore them, but in small towns, social etiquette is crucial. If you ignore them today, the whole village will call you rude tomorrow. Oh, it's old Zhang. We're just home for Qingming Festival to pay respects to our ancestors. We came to the seaside to find some sea snails and kelp to chop up for the chickens and ducks. Just as he finished speaking, a mischievous mantis shrimp leaped out of the bucket. Old John took a deep puff from his pipe and exhaled. Ha, lucky you. Your sea snails look like mantis shrimp. Xiao Fei hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Old John, how was your catch today? Same as usual, not as lucky as you young folks. Just picking up a few bits is enough for us old guys to cover a day at sea, Old John replied. Where did you find this mantis shrimp? Shun's boy. Xiao Fei raised his head, beginning to boast about a certain stretch of mudflat to the west. Shun Hailang discreetly nudged him, saying, Zhang Laobo, it's getting dark. We should take our leave. You all should head home early as well. Without waiting for this group of elderly men to respond, Shun Hailang pulled Xiao Fei away from the dock. Behind them, faint discussions could be heard. Could it be that these two have stumbled upon a school of mantis shrimp? As they walked a little farther, the sea breeze gently swept by, leaving the drenched duo shivering uncontrollably. Noticing Shun Hailang's silence, Xiao Fei hesitantly asked, Brother Hailang, should I have kept the location to myself? Shun Hailang playfully punched him, saying, don't dwell on it. However, I assure you that by tomorrow, the entire village will come here to gather marine treasures, believe it or not. We must hurry in the morning to handle the mantis shrimp. These old men have sharp tongues. Remember to keep matters of fortune to ourselves in the future. With his head bowed, Xiao Fei followed closely behind Shun Hailang, both carrying buckets as they walked along the narrow path of Shunhai Bay Village. Chapter 6. The early market at the entrance of Xiao Fei's home. Father Shun Dajuan reclined in a wicker chair, extending one leg to savor the rich aroma of a de Qianmen cigarette, a delight to smoke with a powerful aftertaste. With his eyes closed, he continued to exhale clouds of smoke, reflecting on the nostalgia evoked by the ocean waves. I must treat this child, Hailang, with greater kindness in the future. Under the moonlight, two indistinct figures approached the courtyard. Shun Dajuan squinted and called out, Is that you, Xiao Fei? And Hailang has come too. What do you have in that bucket? With a resounding thud, Xiao Fei dropped a plastic bucket brimming with mantis shrimp onto the ground. Exclaiming, "I am exhausted." Guess what's inside? With a hint of skepticism, Shun Dajuan rose to inspect the bucket, lifting the cover to reveal several mantis shrimp that sprang out and danced on the ground. Goodness, these palm-sized creatures haven't been caught in years. Shun Dajuan's gaze shifted to another red bucket, questioning, could that one also contain? Indeed, all mantis shrimp. Impressive, isn't it? Xiao Fei boasted, puffing out his beer belly. Inhaling the smoky air, Shun Hailang inquired, Uncle Dajuan, is that cigarette still good? If you enjoy it, I have a few more packs I can bring you. Absolutely not. Shun Dajuan waved his hand in refusal. An uncle cannot take advantage of you. These cigarettes are exceedingly expensive. I will pay you. As he spoke, Shun Dajuan reached for his pocket. The two engaged in a playful tussle over the matter. But upon realizing Uncle Dajuan's sincerity, Shun Hailang quickly shifted the subject. Uncle Dajuan, is your water tank still empty? We must ensure the mantis shrimp have enough water. Right. Xiao Fei hurried off to scrub the water tank and add some salt. Shun Hailang assisted in pouring the mantis shrimp into the tank, where complaints echoed in his ears. It's too cramped. Add more salt water. There's insufficient oxygen. Shun Dajuan, gazing at the half-full tank of mantis shrimp, rubbed his hands together with delight. These mantis shrimp bring joy. We shall head to the early market tomorrow to sell them while they are fresh for a good price. After finalizing their plans, Shun Dajuan retrieved his old Phoenix-style bicycle and instructed the two to ride it in the morning. As Shun Hailang bid farewell to Uncle Dajuan's family and walked along the dimly lit path, he contemplated his future. When he marries, he intends to build a 3-story villa, envisioning the grandeur of bringing Qiao Xiaomei home. It seems there is a plot of land by the seaside that could serve as a foundation. He fantasized about opening the window each day to gaze at the ocean. He resolved to ask his mother about the land when he got home, for in those rural times, constructing a house did not require numerous formalities. In just a few minutes, he traversed the 200 meters to his home, where the kerosene lamp his mother had left for him still flickered. Upon opening the door, he found her diligently mending fishing nets. A wave of tenderness washed over Shun Hailang. Mother, why aren't you resting? Didn't I tell you not to wait for me? His mother, momentarily dozing off with the net in her hands, replied, I didn't want to waste the kerosene while the lamp was lit. Plus, I can finish some handiwork to lessen my daytime burden. Did you bring back any seafood today? Shun Hailang nodded. Yes, quite a bit, and I plan to sell it fresh at the morning market. Su Xinyan looked at her son and asked, and the seafood? It's at Xiao Fei's place. They have a large water tank to keep it alive. Su Xinyan rose from his seat, preparing to retire for the night. Shun Hailang suddenly recalled the matter of the land. Mother, do we have a plot of land by the seaside? Can we build a house there? It cannot be built, Su Xinyan sighed. Your uncle's family is currently at odds with your father. Shun Hailang nodded, understanding the situation. Then you should rest early. There's no need to leave the light on for me next time. Stripping off his clothes, which reeked of the sea, he stepped into the courtyard clad only in his shorts. He fetched a bucket of well water and began to wash himself, the cold water sending shivers through his body. The seaside would not truly warm up until May. After his bath, Shun Hailang returned to the house, lying on the wooden bed with the window open. The sea breeze gently caressing him as he drifted off to sleep. The night's rest enveloped him in a profound comfort. At precisely 4:30 a.m., the electronic clock beside his pillow emitted a beeping sound. Stretching lazily, he let out a soft hum. To avoid disturbing his mother's slumber, he quietly donned his sneakers and a white shirt before heading outside to brush his teeth. Outside, the sound of chains clinking caught his attention, and soon after, Xiao Fei poked his round face into the courtyard. Brother Hailang, am I late? Where's Aunt Sue? She's still asleep. Let us be quiet as we leave. Shun Hailang replied, tiptoeing to close the courtyard gate. At that moment, Uncle Dajuan's pedal-powered tricycle was fully loaded. 2 large blue crabs were tied to the handlebars with grass rope, and on either side of the back seat were 2 plastic buckets, inside which the mantis shrimp thumped against the walls. Wow, how can we ride a bike like this? Shun Hailang assessed the situation. Xiao Fei chuckled, I've thought it through. Since I'm a bit heavier, I'll ride, and you can squat on the back. Shun Hailang was left speechless and soon found himself squatting like a monkey on the back seat. Xiao Fei began to push off, gaining momentum. After a few attempts, he managed to sit down, causing the springs of the tricycle to protest. At that moment, Shun Hailang squatted awkwardly on the back, embracing Xiao Fei's ample belly. Xiao Fei, steer left. The right side is a ditch. Stop directing me. The more you direct, the more anxious I become. How about I ride and you squat in the back? No way. The wheels can't support my weight. Under Xiao Fei's control, the tricycle swayed side to side, while Shun Hailang clung to Xiao Fei's belly in resignation. The bumpy ride left his legs numb by the time they reached the morning market, and upon dismounting, he fell flat on the ground. At 5:20 a.m., the morning market was already bustling with activity, with 5 or 6 motorcycles parked along the roadside, their owners being second-hand traders from the county, their bags bulging with goods. As Xiao Fei prepared to inquire about prices from these traders, Shun Hailang swiftly pulled him back. Silly brother, these traders will take advantage of us villagers. Watch how I sell the seafood. Shun Hailang gestured for Xiao Fei to untie the ropes. He then found an empty spot by the roadside, placing the 2 large blue crabs prominently in front, while the mantis shrimp and razor clams were stored in the buckets, leaving the top of the shrimp bucket exposed. The male blue crab addressed the female crab. My dear, it seems we are to be sold. Of course, only Shun Hailang could hear the discourse of these creatures. As long as the product is of sufficient quality, there will always be eager buyers. Oh my, this blue crab is indeed impressive, remarked a fishmonger in rubber shoes, approaching with familiarity. Young man, where did you catch this? Shun Hailang intentionally showcased the largest male crab amidst the crowd, saying ambiguously, oh, just picked it up from the dock, without uttering a falsehood. The onlookers gathered in increasing numbers. Among them, a man adorned with a thick gold chain crouched down to lift the crab and weigh it in his hands. What a substantial crab. The female weighs about 6 taels, and this male appears to weigh around 7 or 8 taels. The gold chain man looked up at Shun Hailang, inquiring, what is the price for this crab, my young friend? Just as Xiao Fei was about to quote a price, Shun Hailang interjected, brother, you are the expert here. We are new to this and unfamiliar with the market. Please, you decide. The casual address of brother made the gold chain man feel somewhat bashful. All right then, my young brother. I will offer 12 yuan for the male and 15 for the female. Does that work for you? Upon hearing the offer, Xiao Fei gasped, his eyes revealing his excitement as he looked at Shun Hailang. However, Shun Hailang could hear the blue crab murmuring, humans are truly foolish. They are overpaying. You are quite generous, my brother, Shun Hailang said as he lifted the 2 crabs and presented them to the gold chain man. Just give me 25 yuan to make it neat. I'm already losing on this, and anything you earn is yours. The gold chain man scrutinized Shun Hailang for a few seconds before suddenly breaking into a smile. You're an honest young man. Let us do it your way. It's a deal. He pulled out 25 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Shun Hailang. Chapter 7. Dividing the profit after completing their first transaction. The crowd of onlookers grew steadily. A young man from the county, dressed in a flamboyant shirt and resembling a lowly rogue, crouched before the 2 brothers, weighing a lively mantis shrimp in his hands. This shrimp was quite substantial, a hefty catch indeed. Did you just bring this up? Shun Hailang teased, poking at the wriggling creature with his finger, grinning, brother, you have a keen eye. We just caught this while riding the tide. As he began to elaborate, the young man, impatient, waved his hand dismissively and directly quoted a price. Before he could finish, the shrimp suddenly squirmed, splattering water all over his face. Brother, yesterday old Xiao at the purchasing station was buying them at 1.8 per pound, and they weren't even this size. How about 2 per pound? Suddenly struck by inspiration, Xiao Fei pointed to the golden stripes on the back of the shrimp, exclaiming, look at this fat line. It's definitely wild from the last season. The young man weighed the plastic bucket in his hands and proposed, give me the whole bucket for 150. Xiao Fei gasped, turning to Shun Hailang. This price was nearly 1.5 times what they had estimated on the way. Noticing their silence, the young man furrowed his brow. What's wrong? Is it too little? Brother, your offer is fair. Let us go with that. Shun Hailang quickly pushed the 2 plastic buckets forward. In truth, both brothers were somewhat taken aback by this price. The young man grinned, clearly pleased with their response. As he rummaged through the bucket of seafood, he remarked, "You young lads are quite straightforward, not trying to swindle. These shrimps are all this size and of such quality. I could easily make 100 or 80 at the county restaurants." Shun Xiao Fei, blushing, hid behind Shun Hailang, yet his eyes fixated on the bulging pocket of the young man. With a rustling sound, the young man produced a stack of 10 yuan bills from his jacket. Shun Xiao Fei's eyes widened in astonishment as the young man leisurely counted each bill, doing so 3 times. A total of 15 bills. "Did you two see it clearly?" he asked, slapping the cash into Shun Hailang's palm. He then tossed over a black and white business card, saying, "My name is Lu Jiming. I own the affordable seafood restaurant in the county. In the future, if you have goods, come directly to me. We can negotiate a fair price." The two brothers expressed their gratitude towards Lu. Shun Hailang beamed as he watched Lu Jiming secure the 2 plastic buckets onto the back of his motorcycle. The surrounding villagers whispered among themselves, remarking on the young man's fortune, with some even approaching to inquire where they could find such quality catches. Shun Hailang urged Shun Xiaofei to push their bicycle through the crowd. "Hailang, we earned nearly 200 yuan in just 1 hour?" Shun Xiaofei's voice trembled. His cheeks flushed, clearly still reeling from the shock of handling that stack of money. Understanding the conditions of Xiaofei's family, Shun Hailang did not hesitate to count out 7 bills, pressing the cash into Xiaofei's hand. Feeling the sweat from his palm had already begun to dampen the bottom bill. "Brother Hailang, I cannot accept this money," Shun Xiaofei hurriedly declined. "All those crabs and shrimp are merely a result of your good fortune. Without your guidance to the beach, I would not have earned this at all." Shun Hailang insisted, "Take it. Brothers settle accounts fairly. Do you think we can always earn so much?" His intention was to bring his brother along for a prosperous start, planning to distribute profits formally during future ventures at sea. If Xiao Fei was unwilling, he would have to seek others to accompany him. As Shun Xiao Fei anxiously wiped the sweat from his palms onto his trousers, a sudden rumble from his stomach shattered the brief silence. "Haha, are you hungry?" Shun Hailang chuckled. Shun Xiao Fei clutched his belly, his expression one of embarrassment. "Let's go." Shun Hailang patted his shoulder. "I'll treat you to some tofu pudding at old Zhou's stall." Shun Xiao Fei stomped his feet in frustration. "My mother forbids me from spending money recklessly, saying we need to save for a house and a bride." He incessantly mentioned his mother. Shun Hailang mimicked his tone. She also said that the earnings from the beach should be spent the same day. He then grabbed his good brother's hand and headed to the market, pushing the cart along to prevent anyone from stealing it. The morning market was bustling with voices, and the calls of vendors echoed everywhere. Under the blue and white canopy ahead, numerous diners were already enjoying their breakfast. Old Zhou was using a long ladle to serve marinated delicacies in front of a metal bucket. "Good morning, Uncle Zhou." Shun Hailang cheerfully nodded. 2 bowls of tofu pudding and 2 baskets of meat buns, please." Beside him, Shun Xiaofei stared hungrily at the pristine tofu pudding, his throat bobbing as he swallowed. "All right, you must be the lad from Shun Haibei. Take a seat. It'll be ready shortly," Old Zhou called out. Shun Xiaofei fumbled in his pocket, but Shun Hailang placed the 10 yuan he had prepared on the table. "You call me Brother Hailang, and think I'll let you pay? 2 bowls of tofu pudding and 2 baskets of meat buns are coming right up." Shun Xiaofei's eyes reddened, and he hid his choked voice behind the steaming tofu pudding. He had never had a whole basket of meat buns before. "Don't cry. Good days are still ahead." Shun Hailang patted his back. "When we sell the seafood, your share will be waiting. We'll feast together. Woof, woof, woof." Shun Hailang turned at the sound to see a sleek, shiny black dog tied up at the roadside, wagging its tail vigorously at him. The dog's round eyes sparkled with intelligence as it bowed repeatedly with its front paws. "Sir, is this dog for sale?" Shun Xiaofei tentatively asked an unkempt old man in a military coat nearby. The old man looked up. "If you want it, just give me 2 or 3 yuan. It's easy to care for. Just feed it some fish guts." As Shun Hailang squatted down and waved, the dog immediately rolled over, exposing its belly for him to pet, its tail thumping against the ground. He examined the dog's fur and teeth. It still had its baby teeth. 5 yuan. "I'll take this dog," Shun Hailang declared, pulling out the change from buying the tofu pudding. The scruffy old man gaped. "Did I hear you right? You truly want to give 5 yuan? That's enough to buy 3 jin of fatty meat." Shun Xiaofei, the miser, could no longer restrain himself and swiftly grasped Shun Hailang's hand, exclaiming, "Brother Hailang, must we really spend money on such a mere mutt?" Our old dog-ass next litter remains unwanted. The disheveled old man, noticing the disruption, glared in irritation. Nevertheless, Shun Hailang pressed the money into his hands. Fearing that the young man might change his mind, the old man hastily untied the leash, clutching the money as he scurried away. "You don't understand. This is a sea-hunting dog," Shun Hailang explained, prying open the dog-ass ear to showcase its features. "I've heard of this breed in the county town. Observe how its ear flaps can seal water. If released into the sea, it could swim faster than your boat. Once trained, it can even retrieve sea cucumbers to bring home. Is that truly the case?" "To me, it appears to be just an ordinary mutt," Shun Xiaofei remarked skeptically, scrutinizing the black dog. The canine seemed to sense his doubt, abruptly sitting upright and barking twice, showering Shun Xiaofei with saliva. It then turned towards the southeast, its nose twitching as it caught the salty scent of the sea breeze. "See, it has detected the scent of the ocean. Would you not say it is worth $5? Observing the dog's distinctiveness, Shun Xiaofei finally nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Or shall we take it to the sea for a trial?" Shun Hailang gazed at the translucent dialogue box before him. Today's risk index, 2 points, luck value, 17. This heralds a promising fortune. Elated, he turned to Shun Xiaofei and declared, "Let us ride back home with the dog, make some preparations, and then head to the sea." Chapter 8. Living by the sea, Shun Hailang placed his hand on Xiaofei's shoulder. "Brother Hailang, what are you doing?" Xiaofei felt uneasy under his gaze. "Have you ever heard the saying, rely on the mountains to eat from the mountains during your school days?" Shun Hailang looked at him earnestly. "Yes, I have. Why do you ask?" Xiaofei blinked nervously. Hailang smiled slightly. "We should also benefit from the blessings of Yinzi Port and thrive by the sea. If we are to do something, we must do it grandly, not haphazardly." Suddenly, the sea-hunting dog turned around and barked twice, holding a fish head in its mouth, wagging its tail as it trotted over to Hailang's feet and dropped the fish head. Hailang crouched down, gently stroking the dog's head. "Look how clever it is. Bringing it along to the shore today surely brings good fortune. From now on, I shall call you Haigu, just like me, with the character C in your name." His voice was tender. The Haigu seemed to comprehend, nodding its head, its wet tongue playfully lolling out. "Let's go to Old Xiao's house to check on the fishing gear. Those 2 plastic buckets have already been given to Lu Zhiming from the county." After speaking, Shun Hailang strode ahead with the Haigu. Xiaofei hurriedly pushed his jingling bicycle to catch up. "Brother Hailang, you aren't actually interested in Old Xiao's second daughter, are you?" "We're merely going to buy fishing gear." Hailang snapped his fingers playfully at Xiaofei's forehead. Rubbing his reddened brow, Xiaofei tentatively remarked, "Old Xiao has a discerning eye. I heard last time someone tried to matchmake. The suitor's family had 4 houses with a yard, but he still didn't agree. Not to speak of your family's 2 dilapidated houses." Before he could finish, he received another playful jab. The sun had already risen high, and the market was gradually bustling with people. Old Xiao's family owned 2 adjacent shops, one for purchasing seafood and the other for selling fishing gear, which was considered quite prosperous locally. Hailang paused in front of the shop, unconsciously standing on his toes to peer inside. The Haigu, however, was unreserved and dashed in swiftly. "Hey, where did this dog come from?" Old Xiao peered out from behind the door curtain, his murky eyes sizing up the 2 brothers, a polished bamboo shuttle in hand. "Uncle Xiao, good day." Upon seeing his future father-in-law, Hailang suddenly felt flustered, instinctively shoving his hands into his pockets. Old Xiao snorted dismissively. "Are you buying something, or just loitering about?" "Uncle Xiao, I would like 2 rakes, 10 fish traps, 2 pairs of gloves, and 2 bamboo tubes. Could you please calculate the total?" Hailang strained to keep his voice steady. Old Xiao's bony fingers waved in the air a few times. "That'll be 31 yuan in total. But I'll charge you 30. His tone carried evident skepticism regarding the contents of Hailang's pockets. The Haigu quietly sat by its owner's feet, suddenly nudging Old Xiao's knee with its wet nose. "Go away." Old Xiao pretended to kick, but Hailang nimbly pulled out the earnings he had made, extracting 3 bills to hand over. "Well, I didn't expect this young man to be quite wealthy," Old Xiao remarked, his eyes lighting up at the sight of money. He expertly examined the bills for authenticity as he accepted them. Xiaofei leaned closer to Hailang and whispered, "He probably thought we were here to buy on credit." Before he could finish his sentence, Hailang elbowed him back. Old Joe swiftly counted goods, securely bundling 10 fish traps with hemp rope, while fresh green leaves adorned the bamboo tubes. "If you two brothers happen to catch any loose fish, feel free to bring them to me," he said, lowering his voice and glancing towards the door. "I assure you, I will offer a fair price." "All right, Uncle Joe, we shall take our leave now," replied the brothers, as Joe waved them off casually. As they were about to exit with their bamboo baskets filled with fishing gear, a sea dog suddenly barked, scratching at the ground with its front paws. Xiaofei jumped in surprise, exclaiming, "Silly dog, what are you barking at? Hurry up and follow us." However, Hailang knelt down, gently stroking the dog's back. "Xiaofei, don't frighten it. It wishes to assist us." As if to validate its master's words, the sea dog lowered itself into a crouch. Hailang placed a rake near its mouth, and it promptly grasped it firmly, trotting ahead with a bobbing head. "Wow, this dog is truly remarkable." Xiaofei marveled at the good dog he had acquired for merely 5 yuan, reaching out to pet it. But the sea dog nimbly jumped aside. Their journey back to the village first took them past Hailang's home. "I woke up early today. I'll catch up on my sleep. Let us meet at your house at 3 this afternoon, and just leave the fishing gear by the door," Hailang stated with a yawn. The sea dog, however, appeared completely at ease, as if it recognized this as its new home. Sauntering over to a cool corner of the wall to lie down, its bright eyes always following its owner. Upon entering the wooden door, Hailang's mother, Su Xinyan, was seated on a creaking wooden stool, mending a fishing net. She looked up in confusion at the sight of her son's numerous fishing supplies. "Hailang, what is this? Just gather some seafood for fun. Why buy all this? And that little dog, I don't like it. It might steal the seafood." Without responding, Hailang pulled out the remaining 8 10-yuan bills from his pocket and directly placed them in his mother's hands. Su Xinyan dropped her needle and thread in shock, her voice trembling. "Is this the money from last night's seafood sale?" This is what was left after buying things." Hailang pointed to the fishing gear at the door. Su Xinyan's face was etched with disbelief. When did seafood become so valuable? "Your older brother earns only 120 as a laborer in a month. What about the rest of the money? Did you share it with Xiaofei?" "Of course. We always split things evenly," Hailang replied with a proud smile. "Mom, don't call me for dinner. I need to catch up on sleep." He lay down on the hard wooden bed and fell asleep immediately, awakening only when the sunlight outside turned a soft yellow. His shirt was soaked with sweat, clinging to his back. Glancing at the electronic clock, Hailang noted it was already past 3. He wondered if Xiaofei had woken up. Through the window, he saw his mother once again sitting in the yard, sewing, and he couldn't help but shake his head with a sigh. Once he earned enough money, he was determined to ensure his mother enjoyed a life of comfort. "Mom, how many times must I tell you not to take on handiwork? Earning 20 cents a day isn't worth it. You'll regret it when your eyesight dims." His mother lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with joy. "That's 6 yuan a month. I made you seafood porridge to enjoy." "I'm not hungry, Mom. Don't save me dinner. I'm taking the sea dog to Xiaofei's house." Hailang, parched and thirsty, stepped into the yard and took a couple of hearty gulps from the water ladle. Upon hearing the commotion, the sea dog sprang to its feet, eagerly wagging its tail at the door, its damp nose affectionately nudging against his trouser leg. Su Xinyan shook his head. Was he preparing to venture into the night sea again? His son must prioritize safety. Standing in the courtyard, Hailang gazed at his mother's retreating figure, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. The older generation truly possesses remarkable resilience. Little Fei's home was merely 200 meters away, and Hailang arrived in just 2 minutes. As he reached the doorstep, he spotted Aunt Lee craning her neck to peer outside. "Is Hailang here? Come in and keep me company for a while." Aunt Lee's voice was unusually warm. In the main room, Little Fei wore a pained expression, evidently having just received a lecture from Aunt Lee. Aunt Lee poured Hailang a glass of water from a porcelain cup adorned with blue flowers on a white background. "Hailang, you cannot take this 70 yuan from Little Fei." Noticing his reluctance to accept, she promptly stuffed the money into his pocket. Hailang calmly extracted the money and placed it firmly on the table. Aunt Lee, you have watched little Faye and me grow up together. We have always shared our blessings, even when enjoying a single popsicle as children. Seeing that Aunt Lee was about to protest further, he took a step back, feigning departure. If you insist on refusing, I shall play by myself, truly without him. Chapter 9. The early bird catches the worm. Shun Xiaofei stood obediently behind Shun Hailang, murmuring softly, Hailang truly cares for me, so I will stick with him. He promised to help me make a fortune and find a bride. Shun Hailang said, Aunt Lee, please keep this 70 yuan for Xiaofei. Your family has only this one precious seedling. Save it for his future wife. Aunt Lee replied, Oh, Hailang, what a thoughtful boy you are. What can I say? Xiaofei, just stay here and keep your Hailang company. With red-rimmed eyes, Aunt Lee rushed out to the yard to catch a chicken. Instantly, chaos erupted in the yard as the hen flapped its wings, clucking loudly. An hour later, the table in the main room was adorned with a shining bowl of braised chicken and a pot of steaming chicken soup. Aunt Lee poured soy sauce over the chicken meat with a metal ladle, saying, Hailang, come taste my cooking. This rooster has been raised for a year and a half. The meat is so tough that you can hardly chop it. Shun Hailang leaned in, taking a deep breath, and noticed a few red goji berries floating on the soup surface. Aunt Lee mentioned it was a new recipe she learned from her aunt in the city. Auntie, your cooking is exquisite. Xiaofei, what are you waiting for? Let's dig in. Hailing's stomach has been growling for ages. The two young men immediately began to feast. Outside, the hunting dog squatted on the threshold, cocking its head at the dining table, its tongue lolling and licking its lips. Shun Hailang smacked his forehead. I almost forgot about our canine companion. He tossed a piece of chicken breast onto the ground. As Xiaofei gnawed on a chicken leg, he exclaimed, This free-range chicken is truly delicious. My mother treats them like treasures and is reluctant to slaughter them, even for the new year. Seeing that Hailang was favoring the braised pieces, Aunt Lee pushed the bowl closer to him, saying, You two take your time eating. If Hailang enjoys it, I'll catch a few more chicks tomorrow to raise. Watching the two boys eat with such joy, Aunt Lee beamed with pride. The tide recedes today. Are you two still planning to go to the sea? At around 5:30. We'll finish just in time to grab the new fishing gear from my house and head straight to the seawall. Hailang, with his mouth full of chicken, exclaimed, Ouch. That's hot. Aunt Lee quickly got up, scooping some well water and handing it to him. A whole rooster was hardly enough for the two young men. They even licked the soup pot clean. Auntie's cooking is unmatched. The tide waits for no one. Xiaofei, let us go get the fishing gear. As Hailang pushed open the creaking courtyard door, the two of them dragged the fishing net and carried a bamboo basket, walking eastward beneath the setting sun. Listening to the crashing waves against the rocks, they headed towards the spot where they had found seafood the previous day, only to see several silhouettes rummaging through the area. Xiaofei remarked, Hailang, our spot has been taken. Shun Hailang shielded his eyes from the sun to take a look. 60 paces away on the tidal flat, old Zhang, the fisherman, was bent over, searching among the rocks, flanked by several other fishermen who were also busy. Let us move to another spot. We shouldn't go where there are others. Hailang picked up the fishing net and prepared to leave. Xiaofei, frustrated, stomped his feet, but that area has the strongest tide. We can find the most seafood there. Why should we give it up to them? You didn't listen when I warned you yesterday not to go out there. Hailang sighed. Who wouldn't feel envious when it comes to money? It was you who inadvertently revealed the secrets of this auspicious location. Before he could finish his sentence, the keen-eyed old man Zhang had already spotted them, bellowing, Shun's two lads. Come here. The waves compelled Xiaofei to set down the fish trap and pat the hunting dog, saying, Good dog, guard this spot. The two brothers trudged over to the tidal flats. Upon arrival, they glimpsed Zhang's bucket containing merely a handful of scallops, the largest no bigger than a fist, with a few small crabs nestled at the bottom. What you two little rascals trying to pull? Zhang scolded, pipe in mouth, directing his ire at the bucket. Is this truly the treasure trove where you caught the mantis shrimp yesterday? I've been wandering around for hours and haven't seen a single one. The youth of today have no integrity. Before the waves could interject, Xiaofei erupted, Grandpa Zhang, do you think hunting the tide is a game? This place was thoroughly scoured yesterday. What do you expect for the sea bounty to wait for you to catch it? Xiaofei's ears flushed red with indignation, vexed by the old-timers taking advantage and then feigning innocence. A few empty-handed fishermen nearby erupted in laughter. The old fisherman who, clad in leather pants, hoisted a piece of seaweed and remarked, "Grandpa Zhang, the young ones are clever. Would they ever divulge their secrets about a lucrative spot?" Zhang, now flustered, jabbed his pipe at Xiao Fei's belly. "It was you little chubby one, who claimed there were mantis shrimp here yesterday." In the distance, the hunting dog barked. Calmly, the wave said, "Grandpa Zhang, we truly were here yesterday. Since there are others present, my brother and I will seek our fortune elsewhere." Xiao Fei was forcibly pulled away by the waves. Once the old fisherman's chatter faded, the waves released their grip, saying, "Why argue with those seasoned veterans? Let us simply find another spot." However, feeling slighted, Xiao Fei wished to argue back, but was met with a finger poked at his forehead by the waves. "They've been around longer than both our ages combined. Do you know why they're still here, grumbling and gathering scallops in the shallow waters?" "Because the elderly are no longer useful," Xiao Fei muttered. "Wrong." The waves countered, raising their voice. "What do they possess besides their worn-out plastic buckets? After living to this age, they still can't bring themselves to purchase our 30 yuan fishing gear." Xiao Fei was taken aback by this revelation. The waves patted him on the shoulder. "While you were arguing, we gathered enough for 2 nets." The two returned to the hunting dog and retrieved the fish trap. Xiao Fei queried, "Where shall we go next for our catch?" Shun Hailang replied, "Let us head to Pigeon Island. It's a place rarely visited." "Are we really going to Pigeon Island? That desolate spot is teeming with seabirds." Xiao Fei scratched his head, perplexed. "Precisely because the seabirds frequent it, we must go there," Hailang declared, already striding ahead. Suddenly enlightened, Xiao Fei hurried to catch up. Could it be that the places the seabirds favor hold good fortune? The outline of Pigeon Island soon emerged before them. This mall was roughly an acre in size, a mere 30 paces from the tidal flats. The tide came and went swiftly, each time bringing with it a flurry of lively fish and shrimp. Shun Hailang kicked these small creatures back into the sea. Suddenly, a line of text flashed before him. His affinity with the ocean was rising, albeit by mere increments each time. With a danger index of 2 and a luck value of 17, sensing a hint of risk, he advised Xiao Fei, "Let us set the net in waters that do not exceed thigh depth. Venturing further could lead to entrapment." The waves had dislodged his rubber shoes, casting them upon the shore. The two of them shook out the net, ensuring every compartment was secured with live loops. To prevent the net from being swept away by the waves, Hailang placed several stones atop it and found some branches to anchor it in place. Just as they were about to commence their search, the sea hound on the shallows began barking fervently, its paws kicking up sand. Xiao Fei shouted towards the shore, "Silly dog, cease your barking." No sooner had the words left his lips than the sea hound came bounding back, proudly clutching a mud-soaked white clump in its mouth, tail wagging excitedly. Hailang accepted the gift from the dog's jaws, his eyes widening in astonishment. Snow clams? Upon prying open the shell, the flesh within was still quivering. Xiao Fei, resting his chin on his hand, gazed at the sea hound in disbelief. This silly dog is truly remarkable. Meanwhile, Hailang had already dashed towards the spot where the hound had been digging. With a swift thrust of the iron shovel, he unearthed the sand, revealing 5 or 6 snow clams thrashing about desperately, a spray of water erupting and splattering his face. Xiao Fei, stop dawdling. Each one of these is worth a fortune. The sea dog has located the clam nest. Chapter 10. Encountering the tiger-striped fish on the periphery of Pigeon Island, Xiao Fei exclaimed, "Oh no, the snow frog is escaping." He stamped his feet in a frenzy, thrusting his shovel haphazardly into the water. The two brothers, with their 4 hands, searched frantically through the murky seawater, anxious not to miss a single snow frog. The sea-hunting dog lay on the beach, its eyes wide with intensity, fixated on the fleeing snow frogs, poised to pounce at any moment. "Brother, you're pressing on my hand. You got a snow frog beneath you. Hurry and catch it." After approximately 20 minutes of diligent searching, the bamboo basket was filled to the brim. As Xiao Fei counted the 32nd frog, he joyously embraced the sea-hunting dog, showering it with affectionate kisses. "Lucky dog. Tomorrow, you shall have an extra chicken leg." Shun Hailang inquired, "Xiao Fei, what's the current price for the snow frogs?" "They sell for 5 yuan each," Xiao Fei replied. Wow, that is quite valuable. The city folk certainly know how to indulge. Shun Hailing nodded. Glancing at the invisible number only he could perceive, his fortune diminished to 13 points. He looked up at the sky, noting that the sun had only a sliver of light remaining. They needed to hurry. They had to leave before darkness enveloped them. In the midst of Xiao Fei's exuberance, he suddenly pointed behind Shun Hailang and shouted, "Shrimp! What a colossal shrimp!" Shun Hailang turned to see a palm-sized shrimp crawling into his bamboo basket. Quick as lightning, he grasped the shrimp by its back and tossed it in. "Hey, it even comes with home delivery. Xiao Fei, weigh this shrimp. How heavy do you think it is?" "I reckon it must be around 6 ounces." Xiao Fei held the shrimp in his hand for a moment before returning it to the basket, whereupon the shrimp's tail began to slap against the snow frogs. Just then, Shun Hailang felt a sudden chill at his neck. He turned to see a towering wave surging towards them from the horizon, crashing down with ferocity. "Watch out! A wave is coming." The 2-meter-high wave, frothing with white foam, rushed towards them. Startled, the brothers clung to one another, only to be hurled back onto the shore by the force of the wave, landing in a disoriented heap. The sea-hunting dog shook its wet ears, sending droplets flying in all directions. "Cough, cough. Are you all right, wave brother?" Xiao Fei sputtered as he retched seawater. "Brother, our bamboo basket." Shun Hailang wiped his face and shook the water from his hair. The danger index displayed a drop to 1. He checked the bamboo basket at his waist. The rope was intact, with the large shrimp desperately attempting to escape from crevice. "Is everything all right?" "The catch remains safe. Don't worry." The two collapsed onto the rocks, gasping for breath. Navigating the shoreline at dusk proved to be quite precarious. The water pooled in the rock crevices sloshed ominously, echoing against the stones. Shun Hailang reached into the puddle, feeling around until his hands clasped a slippery, brown-striped grouper. The fish thrashed violently, its tail slapping against him, as if to protest, "I'm tough and not worth the trouble." The sting from the fish's tail was sharp, but he clung tightly to its head. His fortune diminished from 12 to 11 points. Xiao Fei chuckled. "This fish must weigh at least half a pound. Tomorrow, we can feast on meat buns." Shun Hailang replied, "This is the essence of survival. From great peril, fortune shall surely follow." Xiao Fei, brimming with eagerness, was already rummaging in another puddle, muttering to himself, "Feel around. Let's clean them out." Shun Hailang tossed fish into the bamboo basket, startling the snow frogs inside into splashing water everywhere. The presence of more hands made the task easier. The sea-hunting dog imitated them, pawing at the water eagerly. "Ouch, that hurts." Xiao Fei had unknowingly caught a large blue crab, nearly the same size as the one from yesterday. This was his own stroke of luck, unrelated to any system. Shun Hailang stifled a laugh. "Serves you right for groping around." He poked the crab's eyes lightly, prompting it to release its grip. Upon turning it over, he exclaimed, "Oh, it's a female crab. Selling it to Lu Jiming will fetch us 30. As the tide receded further, more treasures hidden in the crevices of the rocks were revealed. The brothers saw nothing and continued to reach out blindly. Whatever they touched would suffice. And surprises came upon them intermittently. Shun Hailang unearthed a grouper. "Another one. This one must weigh over a pound. Oh dear, I've been pinched again. Brother Hailang, help me. This claw is thicker than my finger." The sea-hunting dog, unable to catch fish, paddled in the puddles left by the retreating tide, sniffing around. Suddenly, it began digging furiously at a small puddle. Woof woof. Shun Hailang dug through the sand, astonished to discover 3 snow frogs huddled together. "Good dog." By the time they had thoroughly searched the last rock, the brothers collapsed onto the beach, panting heavily. The bamboo basket was already half full. Xiao Fei set down the bamboo tube. "Brother, how many groupers did you catch?" 11, 3 of which are over a pound." Xiao Fei inhaled sharply. "Brother, have we just cleared out the grouper nest of Pigeon Island? Each one is worth at least $10. And those over a pound depend on luck." Shun Hailang chuckled, glancing at his fortunate number, which had reset to 0. "Let's head home and rest. We'll sell them at the morning market tomorrow." Xiao Fei, supporting his waist and carrying the heavy bamboo basket, muttered, "Crab roe, braised grouper, shrimp porridge. Brother, shall we keep some for ourselves?" "All right." Shun Hailang shook his head. If you're willing to spend money equivalent to 20 meat buns for a single meal, then let's pretend I never said anything. At this hour, Yinzi Port lacked the luxury of television. By 7:30, every household was already in darkness, sleeping. As they reached the village entrance, a few barks echoed. Shun Hailang remarked, "Better to leave your dog at home. Your tank is bigger. Tomorrow, I'll borrow your bicycle and set off at 4:30, better early than late." Outside Xiao Fei's home, Shun Dajuan was leisurely sitting by the kerosene lamp, smoking his pipe. "Dad, why are you sitting outside at this late hour?" Shun Dajuan stood up slowly, carrying the lamp as he approached. "Just waiting for you, little rascal. How was your luck today? Did you find any mantis shrimp?" Xiao Fei raised his head proudly and dropped the bamboo basket onto the ground. Instantly, the sounds of fish splashing, crab claws scraping, and snow frogs spraying filled the air. Shun Dajuan lifted the bamboo basket, peering at the kerosene lamp's light. 3 of the largest groupers were flailing about. Xiao Fei, with a sense of pride, poked at the fish. "See? Groupers. Don't touch." Shun Dajuan slapped Xiao Fei's hand away. "This treasure is indeed precious. Who told you this was a grouper?" "Is a tiger grouper." The eyes of the 2 brothers instantly sparkled. "Tiger grouper? The kind that costs $15 each?" "Indeed. Where did you procure this?" "Just this head." In the presence of someone who recognizes its value, could fetch between 100 and 200. Shun Dajuan's voice trembled with excitement. Suddenly, the curtain of the main room was lifted, and Aunt Lee hurriedly emerged. "Old man, what are you shouting about in the middle of the night?" She joined him by the kerosene lamp to inspect the bamboo basket. "How much can this be sold for?" The waves swirled around the bamboo basket. 8 grouper, 3 tiger groupers, 2 blue crabs, and 35 snow frogs. Our dog caught 3 of them. "What are you dawdling for, Kid's father?" Aunt Lee slapped Shun Dajuan on the back, causing him to stumble. "Quickly go wash out the big tank we used for the mantis shrimp yesterday, and replace it with well water." After saying that, she rushed off to the kitchen to find sea salt. Shun Dajuan's hands trembled slightly as he scrubbed the tank, inquiring, "Where did you 2 find this?" "Xiao Fei. Just at that unfrequented pigeon island." "Dad, please don't let this slip. We also set 10 traps there." "Uncle Dajuan, go on. Do you think your father is as foolish as you? Why didn't you go to that Seaside dam from yesterday? Was it occupied by Zhang Laota's people?" Old Ginger is still the spiciest. Seeing his son remain silent, Shun Dajuan immediately grasped the situation quite well. Chapter 11. Setting up a stall as the darkness deepened. The clock approached 8 o'clock. The village of Shunhai Bay gradually fell into a hushed stillness. Only a few windows glimmered with light, illuminating the late-night card games of the youth and the lively chatter emanating from Uncle Dejun's home. "Haifeng, I will need to trouble you to ride to the morning market tomorrow," Uncle Dejun said. "This boy, Xiao Fei, is quite straightforward, and I would appreciate your guidance in these matters." With great care, Uncle Dejun placed a striped base into a water tank, where it began to gasp as soon as it touched the water. "Rest assured, Uncle Dejun, as long as I am around, those fishmongers will not take advantage of us," Shun Hailang replied as he rinsed his hands with a ladle of water. Suddenly, Uncle Dejun recalled something and hurried into the inner room. Moments later, he emerged with a metal flashlight in hand. With a click, a bright beam lit up the night. "Use this to light your way back. Be careful not to trip," he said, still chattering about the flashlight's battery consumption, which he usually hesitated to use. Shun Hailang could not help but chuckle. Given the circumstances, it seemed trivial to concern himself with battery life. "I will only need it for a short distance," he reassured. His loyal hunting dog, impatiently barking by his side, seemed to urge him to hurry home and rest. After bidding farewell to Xiao Fei's family, 1 person and 1 dog made their way through the night. Within the beam of the flashlight, the dog led the way with ease. Watching his agile companion navigate the familiar path, Shun Hailang smiled. "Your nose is truly remarkable. You've recognized the route after just 1 day." Though times were hard for every household, finding joy appeared simpler than it would in the future. Turning past the final earthen wall, his modest courtyard came into view. A kerosene lamp glowed quietly, left on purpose by his mother for him. The dog nimbly slipped under the wooden door and began lapping up the cool water from the well. On the wooden table in the main room lay 5 neatly arranged pot stickers and a plate of dried fish. Shun Hailang eagerly grabbed one, still warm from the stove, likely due to the heat of the day. Seeing his dog wagging its tail outside the door, he couldn't resist tearing off a couple of pot stickers to share, despite knowing his mother would disapprove of wasting food. After finishing his meal, he tiptoed to the door of the side room. Peering through the crack, he saw his mother peacefully asleep under a thin blanket. Not wanting to disturb her, he quietly retreated to the courtyard. Gazing at the low, two-room house, he sighed. His eyes swept over the solitary well and wooden barrel in the yard, and he shook his head, resolutely deciding that if he were to make a living by the sea, he must build a proper house. The current dwelling was so shabby that even the dog would shake its head in disapproval. He contemplated visiting his uncle's house when he had the chance, but quickly suppressed the thought. The previous year, his father and uncle had quarreled fiercely over their grandfather's decrepit boat, resulting in a rift that had left them at odds for decades. Ultimately, it was poverty that had sown discord among them. Muttering to himself, he approached the well and began hauling up buckets of water for a bath. Once he earned some money, he would treat himself to fine tobacco and liquor for a visit, regardless of who is right or wrong, in order to build on that piece of coastal land. One must first resolve the conflict with Uncle's family. After the Qingming festival, the weather has become less damp and chilly, with the evening breeze blowing pleasantly. After bathing, Shun Hailang casually wrung out his clothes and hung them on the drying line before retreating indoors to sleep. That night, he found it particularly difficult to rest. Tossing and turning on his wooden plank bed, he occasionally drifted between dreams and wakefulness, instinctively reaching for the bamboo basket, fearing the seafood might escape. It was not until the electronic clock beeped insistently that he rubbed his sleepy eyes and sat up abruptly, causing the wooden bed to creak noisily. Is it already 4:30? How could I have lost track of time? He massaged his throbbing temples and gazed out the window. The dawn by the sea broke half an hour earlier than in the county town. At this hour, it would still be dark there. The hunting dog in the yard seemed to sense the commotion, barking a couple of times. Come on, let's go to Xiaofei's house. Shun Hailang intended to leave the dog behind, but it stubbornly blocked the door, whimpering, so he had no choice but to take it along. 5 minutes later, in Xiaofei's courtyard, Shun Dajuan was busy inflating the tires and inspecting the seafood. Upon seeing Shun Hailang, he muttered, "This grouper is quite delicate. We need to sell it quickly at the market if the price is right. If it flips over, the price will be halved." "Dad, stop nagging so early in the morning," Xiaofei pouted as he packed the seafood into the bamboo basket. Shun Dajuan rubbed his hands together, somewhat sheepishly suggesting, "How about I come along with you?" Before he could finish, Aunt Lee rushed out and grabbed his ear, saying, "Why are you so chatty this morning? Let the younger folks handle their own affairs. With Hailang around, I have no worries." Thus, Xiaofei steadied the bike on the road, while Shun Hailang carried a bamboo basket on his back and cradled another in his arms, sliding onto the rear seat. He pedaled a couple of times, and the bicycle wobbled forward. From the bamboo basket came the gasping cries of the grouper, struggling for oxygen. "Pedal faster, the sun's out, and the fish will suffocate," Shun Hailang urged, anxious about whether they could fetch a good price for the three groupers. "Hailang, I'm giving it my all," Xiaofei exclaimed, nearly standing up to pedal, the chain rattling beneath him. The morning market was as lively as ever. Several motorcycles from the county town were parked along the roadside. Spotting Old Joe's breakfast stall, their stomachs growled in unison. "Hailang, should we just sell directly to Old Xiao?" Xiaofei worried about the fish's condition. "No, let us return to yesterday's stall. If we don't sell within 10 minutes, we can turn it over to Old Xiao and let him profit from the difference." The two arrived at the same spot as the previous day. "Hailang, shall we start calling out?" "Not yet. Watch how I do this. It will be useful for you in the future." Shun Hailang placed 2 large crabs, tied with grass ropes, on the ground, alongside a palm-sized snow frog. "This is a sample. In the future, when selling goods, one must understand how to showcase highlights. You can't just sit and wait for people to inquire." "Oh, I understand now. We display one of each as a sign," Xiaofei realized with newfound clarity. Shun Hailang nodded with satisfaction. This young lad possesses considerable insight. In the blink of an eye, their stall became the center of attention once more. Within less than a minute of setting up, Lu Jiming, clad in a floral shirt and hailing from the county town, keenly spotted them. He jogged over and crouched down to scrutinize the seafood. It seemed that Lu Jiming was in high spirits, having made a substantial profit from the mantis shrimp the previous day. "Hey, have you two caught some large crabs again?" he exclaimed, lifting one to gauge its weight. Indeed, this one is hefty. He then noticed the sizable shrimp, with strands of seaweed still clinging to their antennae. Lu Jiming regarded the two with a hint of suspicion, asking, "Where did you procure such large specimens? Others are only half this size." Xiao Fei, considering Lu Jiming a comrade, was about to respond when Shun Hailing discreetly nudged his thigh with his knee. "Just fortunate to stumble upon them," he replied. Meanwhile, the sea-hunting dog stood alert, baring its teeth. "Do you still have any mantis shrimp left from yesterday?" Lu Jiming inquired, patting his trousers and setting down the large crab. "The children in the leadership's family have a penchant for them." Shun Hailang shook his head, pushing the bamboo basket forward, devoid of the pop of tails. Yesterday, not a single mantis shrimp was found. He noticed a flicker of disappointment cross Lu Jiming's face. "What a pity," Lu Jiming lamented. "So, what other treasures do you have?" Chapter 12. "This fish is quite expensive." Shun Hailang twisted open a bottle of mineral water, tilting it to pour the prepared saline solution into the bamboo basket. The grouper within the basket instantly came to life, its tail thrashing against the confines of the bamboo. "Lu Ge, I have a tiger grouper here, weighing over a pound. You're not trying to fool me, are you?" Lu Jiming flicked his fingers, sending the cigarette, but flying. He swiftly closed the distance to the bamboo basket, craning his neck as if to dive into it for a closer inspection. "My goodness, so many groupers? You two are about to strike it rich," Lu Jiming suddenly shouted, drawing the attention of passers-by. "What? Tiger grouper? Rare catch, is it true?" The excitement in his voice attracted a crowd, surrounding the stall in layers. The sea dog cowered back, whimpering in fear. Lu Jiming's expression shifted dramatically. He quickly covered his mouth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Young brother, may I ask your esteemed surname?" "Lu Ge, I am Shun Hailing." He discreetly nudged Xiao Fei, and the two, as if in silent agreement, positioned themselves to shield the bamboo basket tightly. "This is my brother, Xiao Fei." The crowd began to stir, some unable to resist the urge to lift the bamboo basket for a better look. Xiao Fei, with his round belly, stepped forward protectively, anxious that the clumsy hands might damage the fish. Lu Jiming rubbed his hands together nervously, sweat trickling down his cheeks. "Hailang, given your demeanor, you must be the one in charge, right?" He leaned closer to Shun Hailang, lowering his voice. "I assure you, Lu Ge will not shortchange you for this tiger grouper." Shun Hailang remained silent. This tiger grouper was his prized possession for the day, and he could not afford to be too yielding. "Hailang, just give me a straightforward answer." "How much?" Lu Jiming pressed on. Shun Hailang placed his hand gently on the bamboo basket, his gaze steady as he addressed him. "Liu Ye, I am not well versed in the market price for tiger grouper today." His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for those around to hear. "There are 3 tiger groupers, each over a pound, and 8 large groupers weighing around 7 tails." With that, he quickly lifted the bamboo basket's cover and closed it again, allowing a fleeting glimpse of the groupers inside. "Brother, make me an offer. If it's reasonable, I'll sell you the lot." Lu Jiming's eyes darted around, his lower lip nearly bitten through with anticipation. He mentally calculated. Those executives dining would pay 100 per pound without a second thought. After all, they could hardly distinguish between a tiger grouper and an ordinary one. Imagining the sight of the 3 tiger groupers swimming in the tank while the executives beamed with delight, he felt a rush of excitement. "Hailang, I'll give you a flat rate of 31 per pound." He feigned a pained expression, emphasizing that this was a package deal, as they were acquaintances. Shun Hailang maintained his composure, though his heart raced with unease. Uncle Dajuan's price was utterly absurd. It was double what he had anticipated, and there were still those 35 snow frogs yet to be sold. Just as the two harbored their own intentions, a sudden laugh pierced the air. A balding man clad in a white tank top pointed at Lu Jiming, accusing him, "You are quite unscrupulous, bullying the children of Yanzigang who lack experience, aren't you? Young man, sell me 51 pounds. Lu Jiming's face turned a deep shade of purple with anger. "Fine, take 51 pounds. I guarantee no one will snatch them from you." He rapidly began counting on his fingers, spitting out words as he calculated. "I need to account for insurance, pay the chef's wages. Earning $20 on each is hardly unscrupulous. The crowd erupted in excitement. Earning 20? Who wouldn't covet such a deal? The buyers from the county town frantically pulled out calculators, their buttons clicking furiously. 36. 37. Let the young man earn a bit more. I'll buy at 38 to eat at home. Can you afford it? Does it concern you? I have the means to do as I please. The bidding crescendoed, ultimately settling at 38. Xiao Fei nervously tugged at Shun Hailang's sleeve. 40. Lu Jiming, completely caught up in the moment, pulled out a thick stack of cash, at least 50 bills. 41 pounds. Who else dares to bid? Without waiting for Shun Hailang's agreement, he shoved the money into Xiao Fei's arms, adjusting for any shortage. The onlookers were taken aback. The previously bidding balding man shook his head and walked away. A middle-aged man adorned with a gold chain scoffed, I won't go beyond 38. You might still profit at 41, but if they perish on the way, you'll incur losses. This reality was well understood by those trading in seafood. Haha, Lu Gu is straightforward. Shun Hailang smirked, signaling to Xiao Fei to fetch the scale and weigh the catch accurately for Lu Gu. Lu Jiming beamed as he gazed at the 11 lively fish, their size impressive and their condition pristine. The old wooden scale swayed in Xiao Fei's hands as he meticulously adjusted the balance. Lu Jiming, the type who became increasingly frugal with wealth, fixated on the weight, which ultimately settled at 11 pounds and 2 ounces. Shun Hailang returned the fish to the bamboo basket. Let us calculate it as a full 11 pounds, shall we? The basket is yours as well. 404. Upon hearing this figure, Xiao Fei's legs nearly gave way, only to be steadied by Shun Hailang. Even Lu Jiming, who had been prepared, trembled slightly. Yet, realizing these fish could fetch over 700 upon resale, he felt reassured. 404, he announced, counting the bills with a flourish. You two check it carefully. Don't miscount. As the thick stack of cash slipped into Shun Hailang's hands, the warmth of Lu Jiming's perspiration lingered. Lu Gu is generous. Shun Hailang accepted the money, beckoning Xiao Fei to lend a hand securing the bamboo basket. Xiao Fei swiftly grabbed the rope from the motorcycle, wrapping it tightly around the back seat several times. Finally pushing it with determination, all set. Just then Lu Jiming paused. You two have goods in the back. Prioritize selling to Lu Gu. Xiao Fei eagerly replied. Absolutely. Lu Jiming laughed heartily. I assure you, I will not shortchange you. I must hurry home to keep these fish alive. If they die, their value will decrease. Shun Hailang dipped a ladle into the seawater, splashing it over the fish. Let the little ones hold on a bit longer. Very clever. Lu Jiming gave a thumbs up. In his view, only someone like Shun Hailang, who understands the nuances of handling seafood, could nurture fish to such vitality. Lu Gu, if it's convenient, could you bring me a waterproof digital watch? Lu Jiming nodded in agreement. Sure, I'll buy one and place it in the trunk next time. With that, he twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle sped away, vanishing into the bustling market. Brother, don't you already have a digital watch? Why do you need to buy another? Xiao Fei was perplexed. Shun Hailang rolled his eyes, carefully stashing away the money. I'm getting it for you. It's inconvenient to rise early and toil late without a way to check the time. Xiao Fei plunged into Shun Hailang's embrace. Hailang, you are truly wonderful to me. Suddenly, not far off, the sea dog began barking urgently. The brothers then recalled that there were still seafood items unsold, and they hurried back. Among the crowd of onlookers, a suspicious figure was attempting to stealthily make off with a large blue crab. The sea dog, baring its teeth, circled warily. The crouching man glared at the sea dog. You're quite clever, keeping an eye on your master's stall. Shun Hailang and Xiao Fei exchanged glances, realizing that the man had been nearby, selecting kelp just moments ago, and now he was quietly returning. Noticing the brothers' vigilant gaze, the man awkwardly stood up, chuckling nervously. Young brother, this snow frog is quite nice. How much do you sell it for? Chapter 13. 650 yuan in hand. Xiao Fei wore a grim expression as he fixed his gaze upon the man with a shaved head before him. With a brusque tone, he declared, do not touch indiscriminately. If you wish to buy, then buy. If not, kindly put it down. I am selling these sizable snow frogs at 8 yuan each. Are you interested? Do you dare to sell this worthless item for 8 yuan? Would you consider 3 yuan each? The bald man retorted. The monthly wage for salt field workers is only 120 yuan. The bald man relinquished the snow frog and began to haggle. 3 yuan? Why don't you just go rob a bank? Xiao Fei was convinced that this man was merely seeking trouble. If he can find one this size, I'll gladly buy them all at 350 each. Shun Hailang stood with his arms crossed, relishing the spectacle. The crowd continued to swell, including the rotund man adorned with a gold chain who had previously purchased the tiger-striped fish. My young friend, 8 yuan for your snow frogs is indeed excessive. I'll take them at 5 yuan each, the gold chain man interjected. Unfazed, Shun Hailang unveiled another bamboo basket. Look here, brother, these are all fresh goods, each the size of a palm. To procure this batch of snow frogs, my brother and I nearly got swept away by the waves. How about 7 yuan each? The gold chain man swallowed hard as he eyed the snow frogs, yet he insisted 7 is still too dear, state-run stores would. Please, do not compare my fresh catch to the offerings of state-run stores. Xiao Fei interrupted impatiently. Do they possess the freshness and size of mine? Furrowing his brow, the gold chain man mimicked the earlier Lu Jiming, producing a large note. Then how about 550 each and I'll take them all? Shun Hailang pushed aside his outstretched hand. Brother, be reasonable. At 6 yuan each, I am genuinely at a loss. As he spoke, he split open a snow frog, revealing its succulent flesh and rich juices. Uncle Zhou, who sold tofu pudding nearby, could no longer contain himself. Zhu Jiang, you're the nephew of the Bey's secretary. These two youngsters braved the elements last night to catch these. It was no easy feat. All right, you have a point, old Zhou. I shall purchase at the young fellow's price. Zhu Jiang conceded after grappling with his thoughts, and began counting out 21 bills. Count them. Shun Hailang accepted the money without a glance and stowed it away. Xiao Fei promptly handed the basket to Zhu Feilong. Both parties were satisfied. Zhu Feilong noted that Shun Hailang had not counted the money, so he too refrained from tallying the number of snow frogs. With the snow frogs sold, only the blue crabs and large shrimp remained. Shun Hailang let out a sigh of relief that the seafood from the previous night had survived the lack of oxygen and fetched a good price. Xiao Fei, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, 440 plus 201, that's 650. That's equivalent to my father's wages for a year and a half. Brother, is catching seafood this lucrative? Otherwise, why would I forsake my meager monthly salary of 130 yuan as a teacher to return to Yinzi port for trade? Shun Hailang chuckled. Let's not forget, we still have 6 small eyes yet to sell. There was no rush for the crabs and shrimp. Uncle Zhou had just advocated for them, so they decided to visit him for a meal first. Hailang, my stomach is already growling, Xiao Fei remarked, inhaling the delightful aroma wafting from the breakfast stall, his stomach rumbling in agreement. Shun Hailang leaned his bicycle against the roadside, while Xiao Fei trailed behind, carrying a large blue crab. Uncle Zhou, there's only half a pack left. Please don't turn your nose up at it. Shun Hailang retrieved half a pack of De Qianmin cigarettes from his pocket and tossed it onto the table. Uncle Zhou picked up the cigarette box, taking a whiff. This tobacco isn't the damp kind you boys dried out by the sea, is it? What do you feel like eating? Let's switch it up today. A bowl of soy milk and 2 sticks of youtiao. Shun Hailang settled down in the plastic shed. I want tofu pudding extra spicy, and add 2 baskets of meat buns. Xiao Fei grinned, resting his hands on the plastic sheet. Are you really going to eat 2 baskets by yourself? Were you? A pig? Uncle Zhou asked, eyes wide. I'm just growing, you know. Xiao Fei patted his belly, adding, besides, my mom's cooking can't compare to Uncle Zhou's breakfast. Your pork buns are absolutely mouth-watering. Hey, look who's chatty. Just wait, it'll be ready soon. Uncle Zhou served Shun Hailang a bowl of soy milk, with a good amount of soybean residue, and handed the top 2 baskets of meat buns to Xiao Fei. This time, Xiao Fei was generous, tossing 2 meat buns onto a clean spot on the ground for Hai Guzi. What about the 2 blue crabs and the big shrimp? Are we taking them back to eat? No way. I can't bear to spend that much money on them. Hurry up and finish your breakfast, then sell them to old Xiao. When it came time to pay, Uncle Zhou slipped them a bag of youtiao. Can Uncle take advantage of a child? Take this home. The 2 boys carried the large blue crabs to the second shop at the market owned by old Xiao. From afar, they spotted old Xiao sitting at the entrance, sipping tea. Uncle Xiao, I brought you some fine goods. Shun Hailang felt a flutter of anxiety upon seeing Old Xiao. Old Xiao's eyes brightened at the sight of the large blue crabs. He picked up some grass rope, weighing it in his hand. You two are quite lucky. Where did you catch these? Shun Hailang nodded. Both are over a pound. Found in a place no one else would dare go. And they're female crabs. They must be full of roe. Old Xiao picked up the large shrimp to inspect them. 40 for the 2 blue crabs, 10 for the shrimp. How does 50 sound? At that moment, the shrimp seemed to bristle with indignation. Am I only worth $10? This old man is trying to cheat us. Don't sell to him. Haiguzi appeared to sense Old Xiao's intentions, barking to startle him. Shun Hailang stifled a laugh. Uncle Xiao, people in the county pay 31 for these female blue crabs. 31? Why don't you fly to the moon? I want to keep them in a tank. They're delicate and need my care. Old Xiao feigned annoyance, turning away. 21 blue crabs. Once you miss this chance, there won't be another. All right, 50 it is. Shun Hailang thought to himself that he had already made a good profit, but the bamboo basket from last night had become flimsy. He hoped Uncle Xiao would throw in too. Old Xiao turned back, releasing the crabs and shrimp into the water tank, looking resigned. You little rascal from the Shun family, you really are quite the clever one. I'm paying 50 for your goods and still have to throw in 2 bamboo baskets. But do make sure to bring me good stuff next time. Shun Hailang nudged Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei understood, rushing into the shop to search for bamboo baskets. Old Xiao shook his head, retrieving keys from his waistband to unlock a drawer, counting out 5 large bills. Shun Hailang caught a glimpse of a photo of Qiao Xiaomei in the drawer and casually inquired, Isn't this Qiao Xiaomei? I was her classmate. What's she up to now? Old Xiao immediately glared at him as if guarding against a thief. Don't pry into my daughter's affairs. In a casual exchange among classmates, one might wonder what inquiries could be made, especially since the two are evidently not of the same ilk. Old Joe, in a fit of indignation, seized a broom as if to strike. My daughter, a diligent worker at the salt fields, embodies the virtues of a model youth. As for your dilapidated shanties, best not to harbor any aspirations towards them. Shun Hailang awkwardly turned away, saying, Uncle Joe, are you not being rather unkind to the impoverished youth? After all, I am a respectable teacher. Rising to his feet, Old Joe retorted, A teacher, you say? And yet you inquire about my daughter? Is such behavior befitting of an educator? The 2 brothers, burdened with their bamboo baskets, hastily fled, while Haigo followed suit, wagging his tail. Old Joe called after them. Should you dare to set your sights on my daughter again, the next bamboo basket will cost you thrice the usual price. Chapter 14. The old classmate from the supply and marketing cooperative, the 2 brothers ran briskly for quite a distance before finally coming to a halt. The shouts of Old Xiao long fading into the background. Xiao Fei bent over, resting his hands on his knees, gasping for breath. Oh hot dough, Hailang, what have you done to provoke Old Xiao? Is he in a foul mood today? Shun Hailang leaned his bicycle against the roadside, wiping the sweat from his brow. I merely mentioned that I was classmates with Xiao's daughter, and he reacted as if a rat had lost its tail, fearing I might elope with his daughter. I sold him for 50 yuan, which means we lost at least 20. That's 2 large female crabs. Once Xiao Fei regained his composure, he began lamenting the loss of money. Once sold, crabs can reproduce by the dozen. They will be plentiful in the sea next year. Shun Hailang remarked as he pushed his bicycle forward. Old Xiao must be going through a midlife crisis. Pursuing Xiao's daughter requires careful consideration. Xiao Fei scratched his head in confusion. Midlife crisis? Do men even have those? Perhaps it's more of an old age crisis. Right, let us just call it that. Sun Hailang zet ponde kasu. By the way, Xiao Fei, I need you to inquire about something at home. What is it? Xiao Fei asked. Shun Hailang mounted his bicycle, patting the rear seat for Xiao Fei to hop on. It's about my father and my uncle's family. You and T know, but the Shun family has been struggling this year. He placed Haiguzi into the bamboo basket for Xiao Fei to carry. Xiao Fei's eyes widened. Is it that serious? Why? Isn't it all due to poverty? The fishing boat left by Grandpa has been contested back and forth, ultimately selling for a mere 120 yuan. I wanted to build a house by the sea, but my uncle's family vehemently opposes it. It seems that dream may never come to fruition. Isn't your dad, Shun Dajuan, known as the peacemaker in the village? Perhaps he could mediate the situation? Shun Hailang suggested. Xiao Fei scratched his head again. My dad is indeed eloquent, but I need to ask him first. All right then, let us head to the supply cooperative to buy some things. Having been out for 3 hours, the sun was now positioned at 10 o'clock. They parked their bicycles at the entrance of the cooperative, and Shun Hailang pulled out a stack of money, counting out 30 bills. Here, this is yours. Xiao Fei quickly waved his hands. Hailang, you caught the tiger-striped fish, and you also caught the 8-grouper last night. I cannot accept this money. We agreed to split everything evenly. You must take it, Shun Hailang insisted firmly. After much back and forth, Xiao Fei reluctantly accepted 25 bills, folding the money twice and carefully tucking it into his chest pocket. Don't worry, Hailang, this money is safe with me. Even if pirates come, I choose money over my life. Ugh, don't speak such ominous words so early in the morning. A wooden sign hung at the entrance of the cooperative, proclaiming serving the people. Shun Hailang instructed Hai Guzi, stay by the bicycle and don't wander off. As they entered, a girl with a ponytail was sorting goods. Her back turned to them. Hearing the commotion, she turned her head slightly, asking without looking, what do you want to buy? For bottles of white liquor, 2 large front doors, 3 gin of pork, and 10 gin of flour, Shun Hailang replied casually. Suddenly, the salesgirl halted, her hand suspended in midair. She slowly turned around, and upon seeing Shun Hailang, she was visibly taken aback. You are Shun Hailang? Shun Hailang was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing the round-faced young woman before him. Zheng Daya? He offered an awkward smile, inquiring, how long have you been working here? Despite the passage of 5 years, the memory of Zheng Daya having penned a love letter to him caused her to blush instantly. During their school days, she had harbored a secret admiration for Shun Hailang, and he appeared even more handsome in her eyes now. Flustered, Zheng Daya hurriedly arranged her hair, yet her gaze remained fixed on Shun Hailang. Are you buying these things for a wedding? Xiao Fei, standing nearby, glanced around and deliberately whistled. No, they're for my elders, Shun Hailang quickly clarified. Xiao Fei interjected. His father had a quarrel with his uncle and is looking for my dad to mediate. Zheng Daya visibly relaxed. Oh, as long as it's not for a wedding. Her face still flushed. She asked, what kind of liquor do you want? Baiju or Erguo too? Just take whatever is suitable for our relatives, Daya, Shun Hailang replied. Zheng Daya turned to fetch the liquor, her ponytail swaying as she moved. Xiao Fei leaned closer to Shun Hailang and whispered, does she still have feelings for you? Old matters, keep quiet, Shun Hailang retorted. Zheng Daya placed the items on the counter, fiddling with the abacus. This liquor has a strong kick and is reasonably priced. The beads of the abacus clicked rhythmically, totaling 72 yuan. She lowered her head to write the invoice, casually asking, I heard you went to the city? What have you been up to all these years? I spent 2 years in the city. Now I'm back to fishing, Shun Hailang replied vaguely, occasionally gathering some seafood. Xiao Fei chimed in with a mischievous grin. My brother Hailang is impressive, earning 650 yuan in a single day. Zheng Daya's eyes sparkled, and her gaze made Shun Hailang's heart race. He hastily completed the transaction and tugged Xiao Fei towards the exit. Daya, we have urgent matters to attend to. Xiao Fei, nearly stumbling from being pulled along, called out, next time, I'll treat you to some oysters. Shun Hailang secured the goods to his vehicle. Xiao Fei continued to chatter. Honestly, Zheng Daya is quite good, with her round face and sturdy build. Why are you fixated on the little sister of old Xiao? You're so talkative. Shun Hailang snapped as he yanked the rope. At that moment, a translucent frame suddenly appeared before him. See God System today's risk index. 1. Calm waters, luck value. 9. Fortune abounds, Shun Hailang mused. I'll hold on to the luck value for now, using it when I accumulate more tomorrow. The two rode their bicycles homeward. Upon reaching the village entrance, they heard a commotion in the distance. Shun Hailang quickened his pace. Arriving in front of the courtyard, he signaled for Xiao Fei to remain silent. Through the courtyard wall, his mother, Su Xinyan's voice, tinged with tears, could be heard. Tianyang, go apologize to your elder brother. Can't we just forget about the 60 yuan for the boat fare? Shun Tianyang retorted, nonsense. Is this merely about 60 yuan? Shun Tianyang, have acted with dignity. What is Shun Tianqin to me? Should I apologize to him? Not a chance. At that moment, his father was inside the house, starting to lose his temper. The family dog cowered in fear, silent. Shun Hailang, maintaining a composed demeanor, retrieved a large fish from the bamboo basket and handed it to Xiao Fei. Take the dog to your home for a while. There's a pound of pork in the basket meant for Aunt Li. Then, am I truly taking the sea dog to seek refuge? Xiao Fei hesitantly inquired. Hurry up. Remember to provide this foolish dog with water and food. It must have run at least 10 miles today. As Xiao Fei rode off with the sea dog, Shun Hailang straightened his clothes and entered, deliberately clearing his throat twice. The quarrel in the courtyard immediately ceased. His mother stood by the table with reddened eyes, while his father's hand, which held a fan, hovered in midair. Dad, Mom, Shun Hailang greeted calmly, taking a seat and pushing the front door toward his father. With a resounding clap, Shun Hailang slammed his palm on the table, causing the already cracked surface to widen. Su Xinyan, startled, quickly positioned himself behind his son. Shun Tianyang instinctively recoiled. He was notorious for his temper in Shunhai Bay, yet he was uniquely intimidated by this second son. Shun Tianyang, try raising your voice at my mother again. With a disposition like yours, who would ever consider marrying you? You are destined to remain a lonely old bachelor. Shun Hailang pointed at Aunt Wang, who was eavesdropping from the adjacent wall. At 50 years of age, do you truly need to shout so that the entire village can hear? Do you want to give them something to gossip about? Shun Tianyang, thoroughly chastised by his second son, lowered his head in silence. Chapter 15. A visit. Shun Hailang was profoundly aware of his father's irritable temperament. He knew that overly harsh words would merely lead to his father's internal struggles. Having witnessed his father stubbornly refusing to eat for 3 days on end, he remained composed, merely gesturing towards the large front door on the table. He had not returned with any extravagant gifts, but he did bring some cigarettes as a token of respect, albeit advising moderation in their consumption. In the future, consult me when issues arise. Refrain from incessantly complaining at home, he remarked, directing his attention towards the eavesdropping Wang Posey across the way. Surely, you wouldn't want others gossiping behind your back, would you? His mother, Su Xinyan, discreetly wiped away a tear, placing her hand on her son's shoulder from behind. In a time when women had grown accustomed to the scolding of their husbands, she felt a flicker of hope reignite as she looked at her son. I shall resolve the matter with Uncle's family, Shun Hailang declared, extracting a wad of cash from his pocket and slapping 6 bills onto the table. It's merely 60 yuan, after all. Shun Tianyang immediately bristled. Who said you should compensate his family? Do you believe it is my fault? No one has claimed it to be your fault, Shun Hailang interjected, fully aware of his uncle's character. He initially intended to point out the cracked wall of their dilapidated home, but held his tongue out of concern for his father's pride. Instead, reframing his words, can others regard our family with respect? Su Xinyan recalled her son's earlier inquiries about land use rights and began to grasp the situation's nuances. Shun Hailang placed the remaining 300 yuan from the cooperative on the table. Father, I am determined to build this house. Not just any house, but a 3-story structure, 1,000 square meters. His eyes sparkled with ambition, envisioning a residence that would showcase to the people of Shunhai Wan the meaning of a fine home, allowing his father to hold his head high. Initially, Shun Tianyang felt a surge of joy, but it quickly turned to skepticism. With just a few hundred yuan, do you think you can construct 3 stories? Are you dreaming? We couldn't scrape together 1,000 even if we sold all our possessions. Father, Shun Hailang replied, meeting his gaze, do you remember what you told me when the village head, Zhu Dalan, raised the beam of his house? You said if I could live in a 2-story building in my lifetime, you would enjoy your later years with a smile. Shun Tianyang fell silent, his fingers trembling as he tore open the cigarette box. Su Xinyan turned away, wiping her tears. Over the years in Shunhai Wan, their family had been classified as exceptionally impoverished, and the rift with their uncle's family stemmed from the latter's persistent disdain. Noticing that his parents were moved, Shun Hailang sensed the moment was ripe. He grasped his mother's hand. Leave the matter with Uncle to me. Once I finalize the land rights, you two can simply prepare meals for the workers during construction. Su Xinyan expressed her concerns. Your uncle's temperament is difficult to negotiate. Mother, his ire is directed at father. I am his own nephew, and besides, we have enlisted Uncle Dajuan as a mediator. Shun Hailang pressed the money into his mother's hands. Take this. Is the remainder from last night's seafood sales. Su Xinyan counted carefully. Combined with last night's total, they had 510 yuan. Your son will make money work for him, and soon you will be counting wealth until your hands grow weary, Shun Hailang declared with a smile. Shun Tianyong leisurely puffed on a cigarette, a look of indulgence on his face before dousing the mood with a splash of cold water. You're merely lucky. Wait until you return empty-handed, then you'll have cause to lament. Dad, why do you always speak such pessimistic words? This is a habit you need to change. Shun Hailang frowned, for he detested hearing his family utter such gloomy sentiments. Then you can stay home and watch as I reap the rewards over the next couple of days. As Shun Tianyong was about to regale his son with tales of his youthful exploits, Shun Hailang stood up to leave. I'm heading to Xiaofei's. Hegu is still over there. With a creak, the courtyard gate closed behind him, leaving Shun Tianyong staring blankly at the smoldering cigarette butt. After a moment, he muttered, if we truly embark on building a house, just the first floor would cost around 1,000. Su Xinyan was busily concealing money within the crevices of the wall. Child's father, do you truly agree to build a house? 3 stories? Dream on. Shun Tianyong took a deep drag from his cigarette. A single floor will suffice. Let the remaining funds be reserved for his future wife. Do you truly believe I am unaware of his interest in the daughter of old Xiao? I recall it being Zheng Daya, his middle school classmate, Su Xinyan whispered. Meanwhile, at Xiaofei's home, Aunt Li beamed as she held 250 yuan in her hands, unable to contain her joy. 250, a full 250. Xiaofei, Hailang truly has talent. What he earned in one night nearly equals a week's takings at the supply and marketing cooperative. In her elation, Aunt Li generously tossed an entire piece of pork to Hegu. The dog wagged its tail joyfully, only to suddenly bolt outside upon hearing familiar footsteps, letting out a bark. Shun Hailang was sprinting down the village path. The early summer breeze felt delightful against his skin. Hegu stood on its hind legs, its front paws incessantly pawing at him. All right. Shun Hailang chuckled as he petted the dog, noticing Xiaofei and his father seated beneath a tree, engaged in conversation. Xiaofei animatedly gestured. Hailang Go mentioned his uncle's situation. Old man, will you lend a hand? Shun Dajuan tossed a grape into his mouth, responding leisurely. It's a tricky matter. His family's murky waters are not for just anyone to tread. Just say whether you can help or not. Xiaofei, exasperated, snatched the grape back, adding, you shouldn't eat the grapes we paid for. Hailang is here. Come sit. Listening to the cheerful melody emanating from the kitchen and seeing his son's eager eyes, Shun Dajuan sighed. I will put my pride on the line for this. After all, our Xiaofei grew up alongside you. In that case, I must express my gratitude to Uncle Dajuan. Shun Hailang turned to Xiaofei. Did you manage to bring the items I bought at the supply and marketing cooperative for Aunt Li? He retrieved a pound of pork and 2 pounds of premium flour from goods. This is fresh meat I just bought this morning. Aunt Li, this is for you. Aunt Li emerged from the kitchen holding braised sardines, momentarily taken aback upon seeing the flour and pork. Hailang, what is this? Aunt, this is specially for you and Uncle Dajuan. Aunt Li, delighted, thrust the sardines into Shun Hailang's hands. If only Xiaofei were a girl. I would like you even more. Mom, why not suggest having a sister to marry Hailang Ge? Xiaofei interjected. As Shun Hailang savored the sardines, he looked at Xiaofei's family, all of whom were plump, nearly choking on a fishbone. Hegu squatted beside them, tilting its head in confusion at the excited humans. Once we finish eating, let us be on our way. Shun Dajuan held the wine with utmost care, fearing it might shatter. Shun Hailang trailed behind, clutching a cigarette, while Xiaofei transported pork and flour in a cart. Ha! Everything is in order, Xiaofei jested. Your uncle's family might mistakenly think someone is coming to propose. He glanced at the items in the cart, and indeed, the arrangement seemed fitting for an engagement. The pork hung from the cart's handle, swaying gently. Shun Hailang inquired, Uncle Dajuan, should we prepare a speech? There's nothing to prepare, Shun Dajuan replied, pausing in his tracks. Unless your uncle intends to sever ties for life. He then asked, but why didn't your father come? Is it because he feels too shy to visit? Shun Hailang pondered for a moment before saying, well, I am now an adult and employed. I will take charge of matters at home from now on. Xiao Fei interjected, what if your uncle brings up that 60 yuan? Will you give it or not? We shall see how the situation unfolds. Shun Dajuan squinted. Surely our gifts amount to more than 60 yuan? You better be discerning. Shun Hailing halted, gazing towards the first household in the western part of the village. 4 elegant houses with blue tiles and red bricks, accompanied by 2 modest single-story homes, exuded an air of grandeur. Turning back to his own 2 dilapidated rooms with peeling walls, he couldn't help but feel the stark contrast of their humble state. Chapter 16. Reconciliation. Even though Xiao Fei is usually a carefree individual, he could not help but express his astonishment at this moment. Hailang, it is no wonder your uncle often walks with his nose in the air. His house truly surpasses yours by leaps and bounds. Shun Dajuan shot a stern glance at his plump son, then his facial expression shifted to a smile. The 3 of them adjusted their attire and formed a line in front of the door. With a firm knock on the imposing iron gate, Shun Dajuan called out. Who is knocking at the door? Rang Shun Tianqin's booming voice from within the courtyard. Clearing his throat, Shun Dajuan replied, It is I, Daqin Dajuan. With a creak, the iron gate swung open, revealing a typical middle-aged man with an M-shaped bald head, his features well-defined and glistening with a sheen. Shun Tianqin's gaze flitted over the hands of the 3, finally resting on Xiao Fei, who was pushing a bicycle. What brings you here? We are not yet familiar enough to exchange gifts, are we? The elder brother's words implied that Hailang had also arrived. Shun Dajuan exchanged a knowing glance with Shun Hailang. Where is your father? Shun Tianqin scrutinized Shun Hailang. Have you not been brothers after a fight? He stepped aside, allowing them to enter. Fortunately, Shun Tianqin was reasonable and did not scorn the younger generation. Had he put on a stern face, Shun Hailang would surely have turned and left, for he was not there to endure indignities. Shun Tianqin fetched a few old wooden stools. Please have a seat. He then called out to the kitchen. We have guests. Brew some tea. Wang Yume peeked out from the kitchen, squinting as she scrutinized the 3 visitors. Her gaze lingered on the pork and flour for a considerable time before she finally ambled off to prepare the tea. Hailang, it has been over 3 years since we last met, has it not? Shun Tianqin remarked as he pulled out a matchbox. I heard you have become a teacher in the city. Shun Hailang offered a cigarette. Indeed, uncle, I am back for a few days during the Qingming festival. As Shun Tianqin took a drag from the cigarette offered by his nephew, a sudden chuckle escaped him. Did your father send you here? After shaking his head, he added, No, I suspect this visit is entirely your own initiative. In the kitchen, Wang Yume was eavesdropping by the doorframe, completely forgetting to set down the teapot in her hand. Uncle, you jest, Shun Hailang replied, rubbing his hands together. My father may be somewhat inarticulate, but he often tells my brother and me that blood is thicker than water. The matter of grandfather's small fishing boat weighs heavily on his heart. One can only wonder if there is any truth to that sentiment. Shun Tianqin's expression shifted dramatically. For a mere boat, you would come to blows with your own brother. Hey, brother, calm down. Shun Dajuan quickly patted Shun Tianqin's thigh and gestured to Xiao Fei. The quick-witted Xiao Fei set the wine bottle down on the ground, producing a clinking sound. Wang Yume seized the opportunity to emerge with the tea tray. Tea is served, she announced, though her eyes remained fixated on the bag of premium flour. Brother, if I may say. Shun Dajuan refilled Shun Tianqin's cigarette. The old man left in haste without clarifying anything. Now that the boat is sold and the money divided, let us turn the page on the grievances of the previous generation. Wang Yume scoffed lightly. The boat was indeed halved. But what about the ruckus caused by the second uncle? How does that reflect on us in the bay? Cough, cough. Shun Tianqin cast a sharp glance at his wife, Wang Yume, who promptly fell silent. You all continue your conversation. I have my own matters to attend to. Shun Hailang held a teacup, observing the couple's interplay with amusement. It appeared that all the harsh words were spoken by Auntie, while the good deeds were attributed solely to the uncle. Auntie, wait a moment, Shun Hailang suddenly interjected, startling Wang Yume. The flour is specially supplied, and the pork is prime hind leg meat, all of which I went to the supply and marketing cooperative to procure early in the morning. Wang Yume exchanged glances with Shun Tianqin, their expressions softening slightly. Hailang, just for your calling me Auntie, I shall not make things difficult for you, she sighed. You are more capable than your father. Shun Tianqin glanced at his wife, unwilling to trouble his nephew further. Hailang, stay for dinner. Let your auntie make pork dumplings. Xiao Fei quickly chimed in. Uncle, Hailang brought you cigarettes as well. I know. Shun Tianqin waved his hand dismissively, his gaze sweeping over the cigarettes and liquor. Finally, he clapped Shun Hailang on the shoulder. You are sharper than your father. Your uncle has high hopes for you. The meal stretched from noon to 3 in the afternoon. They consumed 3.5 bottles of liquor, and the table became a mountain of fish bones and crab shells. Drink. Keep drinking. Shun Tianqin slurred, his tongue thickening as he murmured, Hailang, you are better than your father. Wang Yumei made numerous attempts to seize the liquor bottle. Still drinking? You're practically swimming in the wine vat. Seeing the moment ripe, Shun Dajuan suddenly hooked his arm around Shun Tianqin's neck. Old brother, with such a sensible child like Hailang, what will he do if he can't find a wife? Nonsense. Shun Tianqin slammed his palm on the table. Is it possible for the Shun family's lineage to remain single? With reddened eyes, he glared at Shun Xiaofei, the implication of remaining single being unmistakable. But his family's 2 dilapidated houses, Shun Dajuan belched. Which girl would be foolish enough to marry him? Build a house. Shun Tianqin suddenly stood up, his body swaying. Your uncle will build you a house to marry a wife. Wang Yumei, flustered, stamped her foot and kicked her husband under the table. Are you out of your mind? Our 2 sons don't even have houses in the city. What do women know? Shun Tianqin waved his hand dismissively. One nephew is worth a half. He drunkenly pointed at Shun Hailang. As long as you ask, your uncle will build you a small house. Shun Hailang quickly shook his head. I'll find a way to buy a piece of land myself. No need to trouble my uncle. What are you talking about? Shun Tianqin spat out. Isn't that piece by the seaside ready-made? Aren't you afraid of bad luck buying a piece of land with a bad reputation? Accumulating virtue is for one's own family. In truth, Shun Hailang had not been truly drunk. He shook his head. Uncle, isn't this against the rules? I'll pay you market price. What market price are we discussing with your uncle? Shun Tianqin wrapped his arms around his nephew. Who would want that dilapidated place? It's freezing there with a sea breeze. It's a gift to you. Wang Yumei, who had not been drinking, quickly reminded, last year, old Lu's family couldn't sell it for 500 yuan. She rubbed her fingers together. Hailang, if you really feel bad about this, don't worry. Nephew 1T, let Uncle S family suffer a loss. 500. How about I give Annie 500? Shun Hailang set down his bowl and chopsticks. Xiao Fei, unexpectedly producing paper and pen from somewhere, had been waiting by the side. Wang Yumei's lips twitched. Should this land be sold, it would have to be split in half. Now, with her uncle's family directly offering 500, she slapped her thigh. Done. After all, it is the cultured folk who are straightforward. That piece of land belongs to your family. As she spoke, she kicked her husband. Daqin, did you hear? Hailang is giving us 500 for the land. The only response was the sound of Shun Tianqin snoring. Seizing the opportunity, Shun Dajuan raised his wine glass. A toast to my sister-in-law. Once the contract was signed, Wang Yumei eagerly pressed her thumbprint. I'm the head of the household. I shall sign. By the time they returned, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Xiao Fei pedaled his bicycle, with the utterly inebriated Shun Dajuan leaning heavily on Shun Hailang for support. After escorting Uncle Dajuan home, a mildly tipsy Shun Hailang walked alone along the village path. Su Xinyan, having noticed her son did not return for lunch and that the fishing gear remained untouched, had been anxiously peering out the door. Upon seeing her son's figure, she hastened to meet him. How much have you drunk? Your father couldn't nap peacefully this afternoon. Shun Hailang retrieved the contract with the thumbprint from his pocket. Not much, just putting on a show, Mom. Look what this is. Su Xinyan took the plain white paper with black ink, where the name Wang Yumei was scrawled in an uneven hand, alongside the description of the Seaside plot. From within the house came the deliberate sound of Shun Tianyang clearing his throat. Shun Hailang instantly understood that the person inside could hardly wait any longer. Thus, he raised his voice deliberately and called out to the courtyard. That Seaside plot, both uncle and aunt have agreed. It's a signed contract in black and white. Chapter 17. The catch having indulged in alcohol, Shun Hailang returned home and reclined on his wooden plank bed to catch up on lost sleep. In a single roll, he found himself sprawled on the bed, not even bothering to remove his sneakers, and he succumbed to slumber almost instantly. Within a mere 2 minutes, the rhythmic sound of his snoring filled the room. In the courtyard, Shun Tianyong held the large front gate his son had purchased, yet he hesitated to bring it to his lips. He gazed at the white paper with black characters in excitement, pondering to himself, "This boy surpasses his father. Even his snoring exudes such vigor." At last, he has grown into a man. Su Xinyan, keenly aware of her husband's pride, understood that he would rather endure hardship than admit that their son outshone him. Compliments about their son were acceptable in private conversation, but for him to acknowledge his son's superiority in person would be more agonizing than death itself. Su Xinyan deftly shifted the topic. "Boys as old as our era in the village are starting families. Shouldn't we consider a match for him?" Shun Tianyong immediately perked up. "Indeed, it's time to arrange a marriage for our heir. I recall when he was in school, he would dream of calling out Xiaomei's name. However, old Xiao demands a standalone house as a betrothal gift. So what? Aren't we also planning to construct a small building?" Su Xinyan retorted, playfully poking her husband's forehead. "Let's follow what Error suggested and build a small house on that plot by the sea. One day, you can visit old Xiao's family to gauge their intentions. If that fails, there's Zhang Daya. Hasn't she always had a soft spot for our heir?" As the sound of Shun Hailang's steady snoring echoed in the room, the couple exchanged a knowing smile. He slumbered for a full 12 hours. In the dead of night, he tossed and turned, evidently well-rested, unable to resist. He activated the luminous function of his electronic clock. Squinting, he discerned the display reading 3:50, muttering to himself about how it was still only 4 o'clock. Just as he was about to close his eyes again, a sudden realization struck him. He had yet to check today's luck. According to the Sea God system, today's risk index stood at 3, advising caution at sea. The probability of triggering marine affinity had doubled, and his luck value was recorded at an astonishing 132, the highest to date. Sleepiness vanished in an instant. Shun Hailang rubbed his eyes vigorously, confirming that remarkable figure of 132 once more. He leapt upright, his heart racing. Based on previous calculations of luck, it could translate to 500? No, 5,000. His eyes widened as he swallowed hard. Just the day before, that luck value of 17 had netted him nearly 700 yuan, and with today's double marine affinity effect, he had to set sail. He fervently declared in his mind that today was a day worth risking everything. At this hour, every household in Yinzi Port's Shun Haiwan village remained asleep, with even the sun yet to rise. Shun Hailang quietly slipped into his sneakers, grabbed the old flashlight lent to him by Uncle June, and stealthily exited his home. Walking alone along the village path. To earn money, he rose earlier than the crowing rooster. The roosters had yet to begin their morning calls. Having consumed liquor the previous day, he had entrusted his sea dog to Xiao Fei's care. Even from several hundred meters away, he could hear the excited barks of a sea dog. Shun Hailang couldn't help but chuckle. That clever creature had caught wind of his presence. Keep barking, and I might just stew you for dinner." Little Fei shuffled in his slippers, grumbling as he slapped the ground with the sole of his shoe. "Damn it, the roosters haven't even crowed yet, and you're already hollering." Shun Hailang, hiding behind the courtyard wall, stifled a laugh and suddenly illuminated his face with a flashlight from below, poking his head out. "The dog thief is here. Brother Hailang, you're going to give me a heart attack." Little Fei exclaimed, startled, and fell onto the ground, brandishing a broom in the air. "Thieving dog, I'm coming for you." The sea dog wagged its tail and scurried to its owner's side, whimpering pitifully. Stop, stop, stop." Shun Hailang quickly raised his hands in surrender. "You can't still be half asleep, can you?" Seeing Little Fei's sleepy eyes made him chuckle. "What are you sleeping for? Get up and get excited. I'm taking you out to sea today for a big haul." This pinch completely roused Little Fei. Rubbing his eyes, he looked up at the sky. "Brother Hailang, aren't we supposed to be going at night to catch fish? Why is it during the day now?" Suddenly, he raised his voice. "You mean out to sea? Just the two of us? How are we going without a boat?" "Shoo!" Shun Hailang gave him a light punch and pointed towards the house with his chin. "Keep your voice down. No one can know about our trip to sea today. I have my plans." "Little Fei, Go tell Aunt Lee that you won't be back for lunch. Don't mention anything else. Seeing little Fei nod, Shun Hailang squatted down to speak to the sea dog. I'll bring you a chicken leg when we return. You behave at Aunt Lee's and don't run around. The understanding sea dog drooped its ears, looking forlorn, and slowly made its way back to the corner to lie down. Not taking the sea dog, just the two of us? Little Fei looked confused. What do we need it for? It can't swim alongside us at sea. Shun Hailang urged him. Just go tell Aunt Lee that we're going to collect traps and sell goods at the market. After selling, we'll eat and have fun in town. Is this really so hard to understand? By the time little Fei finished his conversation with Aunt Lee, Shun Hailang had already wheeled the bicycle to the door. He balanced on one foot and gestured for little Fei to hop on. Brother Hailang, can you even drive a boat? Little Fei questioned skeptically from the back seat. Should be able to, Shun Hailang replied. That thing is simpler than driving a tractor. In truth, he felt uncertain, aside from basic steering. He was not well versed in the more complex maneuvers. Then where are we going to get a boat? Little Fei began to doubt Shun Hailang's plan. Shun Hailang turned his head and winked. First, we'll head to Pigeon Island to collect the traps, and then use the seafood inside to rent a fishing boat from Old Xiao. As the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon, the silhouette of Pigeon Island emerged before them. The bicycle had barely come to a stop when Shun Hailang dashed towards the spot where he had set the traps. The morning sea was biting cold, yet he felt invigorated. There it is, Shun Hailang exclaimed, clearing away a clump of seaweed to retrieve the marked branch. Taking a deep breath, he began to pull up the trap ropes with determination. When the first trap broke the surface, even little Fei couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Inside the trap glimmered several plump, lively bass, along with half a basket of clams that clinked against each other, producing a delightful sound. How about that? This trap was worth the investment, wasn't it? Shun Hailang lifted the largest bass, its tail flicking and splashing water onto his face. This fish weighed no less than 1.5 pounds. The second trap felt exceptionally heavy. Shun Hailang exerted all his strength, pulling and retreating, while Xiao Fei quickly stepped in to lend a hand. As they worked together to haul it up, a large blue crab was fiercely snipping at the nylon rope with its powerful pincers. Ouch, that hurts! Xiao Fei suddenly yelped. His index finger caught tightly in the crab's grip, causing him to hop in pain. Hailang, help! Shun Hailang was nearly amused by Xiao Fei's predicament and almost lost his grip, but managed to stifle a laugh as he fished a lighter from his pocket. Don't move. He ignited the flame and brought it close to the crab's rear. The creature, feeling the heat, immediately released its hold. Let me see if it's injured. Shun Hailang grasped Xiao Fei's wrist for a careful examination. Fortunately, there are only 2 swollen red marks, no broken skin. Xiao Fei blew on his finger, finally taking a moment to survey their catch in the trap. Wow, what a bountiful harvest! His eyes widened as he noticed the presence of green mussels and white shrimp, with several eels wriggling within the trap. Shun Hailang decided not to inspect each item individually. Xiao Fei, let us simply dump everything from the trap into the bamboo basket. Regardless of what we VE caught, we'll take it to Old Joe's place. It should be enough to cover the boat rental. Xiao Fei, flustered, steadied the bamboo basket, only to be unexpectedly splashed in the face by a mantis shrimp. Hailang, what grand venture are you planning? Shun Hailang emptied the last trap and patted the back of the bicycle. No need to rush. Haste makes waste. Chapter 18. Chartering a boat. As Shun Hailang rowed halfway, he suddenly braced his legs against the ground and raised a hand to wipe the sweat from his brow. Xiao Fei, it's your turn to ride. His voice was labored. What? We've only ridden halfway. Xiao Fei, who had been clinging to Shun Hailang's waist and nearly dozing off amidst the bumps, immediately snapped to attention upon hearing this. The net weighs at least 30 pounds, not to mention your 150 pounds, Shun Hailang remarked, playfully pinching the layer of soft flesh on Xiao Fei's belly. The two clumsily switched positions, causing the bicycle to sway precariously. When Xiao Fei plopped down onto the seat, the rusted frame creaked ominously, as if on the verge of collapse. Shun Hailang hastily steadied the bike with his legs and gave it a few pushes. Take it easy. Don't crush the seat, he joked lightly. They were nearing the market, which was bustling with activity at 6 in the morning. The aroma of fried dough mingled with various breakfast scents wafted through the air. Xiaofei's stomach immediately growled loudly. Shun Hailing rolled his eyes in exasperation. Are you hungry as soon as we reach the market? Are you a pig? He glanced at his watch, determined to sell the seafood first. In the distance, he spotted an old acquaintance, Lu Jiming, surveying the surroundings while perched on his motorcycle. Shun Hailing swiftly grabbed 2 crabs from the bamboo basket, dismounted, and approached. Lu Ge, there's not much good stuff today. Take these 2 crabs back for a drink. Lu Jiming, wary of being pinched, quickly tossed them into a bag labeled urea. Fishing is all about luck. Perhaps tomorrow will yield better finds. Suddenly remembering the electronic watch, he said, wait a moment. He hastily dismounted and retrieved a paper box from the motorcycle's trunk. Here's the electronic watch you wanted. Shun Hailing felt a bit embarrassed. Liu Yi, I haven't sold anything yet, and I don't have any money on me. Oh, it's just $20. Are you afraid I won't trust you? Lu Jiming waved dismissively. Just use it for now. Pay me back next time. Xiaofei, who had been eyeing the electronic watch with great enthusiasm, eagerly took it and adorned his wrist without hesitation, captivated by its features, momentarily forgetting the tension of heading out to sea. Without further ado, Shun Hailing pulled out a sea eel weighing over a pound from the bamboo basket and stuffed it into Lu Jiming's urea bag. No need for words, Lu Ge. This fish is a gift for me. We must be off to sell our sundries. Hey, you're a good lad. Lu Jiming responded, offering Shun Hailing a cigarette. The 3 exchanged a few words before each returned to their respective tasks. On the way, Xiaofei busily fiddled with the electronic watch, exploring its various functionalities. Thanks, Hailing Ge. I finally have my own electronic watch. Just as they arrived at the seafood section, before they could even steady the bike, the booming voice of Old Xiao reached them. Shun's boy, what good stuff have you brought today? Old Xiao, with his keen eyes, recognized the duo from afar, knowing they had come to bring him business once more. Lucky day, what do you have for me? He welcomed them with a smile. Shun Hailing dismounted and carefully placed the bamboo basket on the ground, lifting the lid to show Old Xiao. Uncle Xiao, all fresh catches from the net. Look, they still have seawater on them. Old Joe squatted down, skillfully sifting through the goods. He weighed a clam in his hand and glanced at a base, a spark of inspiration igniting in his eyes. How about this? I'll take a little loss and price it at $2 a pound for the whole basket. What do you say? Xiaofei was engrossed in examining his electronic watch, completely oblivious to their conversation. It wasn't until Shun Hailing pinched him hard at the waist that he snapped back to reality. He immediately cleared his throat theatrically, saying, Uncle Joe, my mother often says you're the fairest in business. He picked up a crab, knowing its market price was at least $3, and the base would surely be no less than $5. $5? Do you think this basket is made of gold? Old Joe huffed, glaring as he picked up the skinniest eel. At this quality, if someone buys it for $3, they'd be laughing behind your back. The 2 of them haggled, drawing a crowd of onlookers. The owner of the nearby G&S purchasing station, clad in waterproof pants, strolled over and jested, Old Joe, why do these boys keep bringing goods to you? They wouldn't be sweet on your daughter, would they? Ha ha. Upon hearing this, Old Joe's expression immediately changed, and he fixed a stare at Shun Hailing. You're the boss. Give me a fair price. All this merchandise is yours today. Shun Hailing smiled and pushed the basket forward. Given for free? Is it raining pies from the sky? Old Joe retreated a step, wary. If you want to marry my daughter, first buy a large boat, then build a small house, and you must be a man of wealth. Otherwise, it's off the table. Shun Hailing half-jokingly inquired, is that true? Old Joe's disdainful glance immediately silenced his jest. All right, if you truly are a man of wealth, I might consider it. Shun Hailing rubbed his nose and said, Uncle Joe, I'm really giving these to you. The bystanders began to cheer. Old Joe, this kid is genuine. He is hard-working and robust. Shun Hailing gently nudged the basket with his toe. Uncle Joe, these goods could be exchanged for a day's use of your diesel boat, not the hand-rowed kind. Amidst the laughter, Old Joe waved the crowd away. He squatted down again, his rough fingers rummaging through the seafood, squinting as he calculated. With a turn of this basket contents, he could earn at least a couple hundred. All right then, he finally relented. I'll give you a 5-meter by 2-meter diesel boat. But there are 3 conditions. You say it, Uncle Joe. Shun Hailing immediately perked up. First, Old Joe held up his fingers. The catch from this trip must be sold to me first. Shun Hailing smirked. That has to be at market price, weighed accordingly. Second, old Joe continued, you two will cover the diesel expenses for the boat. Naturally, Shun Hailang assured. Who would use a boat without paying for fuel? Just as old Joe was about to state the third condition, Xiao Fei's stomach growled loudly. Forget it. I'll save the third one for later. Old Joe waved his hand. You wait here. I'll make a phone call. He began searching for a number in his little notebook, and after dialing, his loud voice echoed throughout the shop. Hello, is this Zheng Chaofu? It's old Joe. The two outside don't even need to go in to hear every word. Is your diesel boat free today? Indeed. Two young individuals are set to seek your counsel directly. After hanging up the phone, accompanied by the sound of tearing paper, old Joe emerged, handing a note to Shun Hailang while firmly clutching a bamboo basket in his other hand. This is mine now. Shun Hailang accepted the note and bowed slightly, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Joe. I will certainly expedite the matter regarding the wealthy individual. With that, he leaped onto his bicycle and pedaled away vigorously. Impudent brat. Old Joe feigned a chase, shaking his head helplessly at the sight of the two spirited youths. The proprietor of the adjacent Gene Gold purchase station leaned against the doorframe. Chuckling, Old Joe, it appears that lad is indeed pursuing your daughter. The bicycle halted at Uncle Joe's roadside stall. Uncle Joe, I forgot my money today. Could you extend me credit? Shun Hailang beamed at the steaming tofu pudding. Uncle Joe looked up and laughed. I thought who it could be. It's the Shun lad. Take it. Consider it a treat from Uncle Joe. Why didn't you bring the dog today? Xiao Fei took a large bite of the chive box and replied, the dog is guarding the house. Shun Hailang lifted the plastic bag, saying, I left in haste this morning. Thank you, Uncle Joe. I will settle the bill next time. The bicycle resumed its journey. On the back seat, Shun Hailang scrutinized the address on the note, pondering, isn't Zheng Chaofu's family the one that raised a fierce dog during our school days? In Yinzi Port, very few families own boats. The bicycle twisted and turned before finally arriving at the doorstep of the indicated residence. Shun Hailang called out, is Uncle Zheng at home? Chapter 19. The maiden voyage. Zheng Chaofu rose slowly, donning his yellow rubber shoes to open the door. As he swung the door ajar, he was greeted by two young men, one tall and lean, the other short and stout. The taller one was robust, while the stocky one had a round face and a protruding belly, clutching a fried dough stick in his hand, his eyes darting around curiously at the interior of the house. You must be the charterers mentioned by old Xiao. Zheng Chaofu scrutinized the duo with a hint of skepticism. Can either of you operate a boat? Shun Hailang chuckled. Hello, Uncle Zheng. I can indeed pilot the vessel. He then produced a sealed pack of De Qianmin cigarettes from his pocket and extended it towards Zheng Chaofu. Momentarily taken aback, Zheng was prepared to voice his thoughts, but held back. He accepted the pack of cigarettes, confirming it was indeed unopened. Ah, the lad has some thoughtfulness. However, there are established rules regarding the usage of diesel boats in this locality, Zheng noted. Shun Hailang replied, Uncle Zheng, I understand the regulations. Regardless of our catch today, I promise to reserve the first fish for you. This declaration brought a smile to Zheng Chaofu's face as he reflected on the young man's maturity, realizing there was no need for prior admonitions. Which family do you hail from? You certainly know how to navigate these waters, he remarked, handing over the keys to the diesel boat. The vessel with the red flag at the stern is ours. Do remember to wear life vests. They can be crucial in dire situations. Rest assured, Uncle Zheng, our lives are precious, Shun Hailang assured, but as Xiao Fei began to voice his fears of drowning, a piercing glance from Shun silenced him. Taking the keys, Shun Hailang playfully patted Xiao Fei's rotund belly. You head back and relax. No need to see us off. My brother and I will inspect the boat first. After bidding farewell to Zheng Chaofu, the two young men mounted their bicycles and pedaled toward the east port. On the way, Xiao Fei eyed the plastic bag containing the fried dough sticks, tempted to reach for them. Thinking of snacking? That's our lunch, Shun Hailang chided. If you eat now, how will you muster the strength to haul the nets? Save it for later. Come on, just a nibble. These dough sticks are delicious. Xiao Fei seized the moment, taking a quick bite, while Shun Hailang was distracted. Wow, you just devoured half of it. Shun Hailang rolled his eyes in exasperation. Upon their arrival at Eastport, they found a lineup of fishing boats, varying in size. Zheng's vessel was easily recognizable, while others bore red flags atop their masts. His flag fluttered proudly from astern. "What about our bicycle?" Xiao Fei queried. "If we leave it here all day, it might get stolen." "Foolish boy, let us lift it together onto the boat," Shun Hailang responded. The two hoisted the bicycle aboard, and Shun Hailang promptly inspected the oil drum as instructed by Old Zheng. After tapping the lid, he confirmed it was indeed half full, sufficient for their journey of over 100 kilometers. Xiao Fei, standing nearby, looked troubled as he nudged the oil drum. "What if we run out of fuel midway? Will we have to swim back in our life jackets?" Shun Hailang chuckled. "With your weight, 150 pounds, you might float like a feather. Do not fret. I'll ensure we limit our journey to within 70 kilometers today, testing the waters in the shallows without venturing far." As the boat had yet to set sail, Xiao Fei's complexion turned pale, a wave of panic washing over him. This was his maiden voyage. Shun Hailang, hands on his hips, reassured him, "What's there to panic about? Making money at sea is just like this. In this day and age, hard work can lead to prosperity. In 10 years, even diligence, 1T guarantee wealth." With that, he tossed a life jacket to Xiao Fei, urging him to put on immediately as they were about to depart. Xiao Fei hurriedly donned the life jacket, struggling to fasten it due to his size. Shun Hailang took a rope and fashioned it into multiple loops, tying a secure knot. "Stop fussing. I'll burn the rope with a lighter when we return." As the anchor was lifted, Shun Hailang made his way to the cockpit, marveling at the vessel, which, though small, was fully equipped. After scrutinizing the dashboard for half a minute, he decisively pressed the green button and pushed the throttle. The diesel engine roared to life, causing the boat to tremble and emit plumes of black smoke. Shun Hailang chuckled. This was also his first time operating such a craft, and the adventure was about to commence. The moment the boat started, both men felt a sudden loss of weight, causing Xiao Fei to stumble backward and sit on the deck, bracing himself with his hands. The thunderous sound of the diesel engine vibrated through their bodies. Shun Hailang carefully maneuvered the boat, glancing at the digital clock, which read 11:21, with the sun positioned at noon. "We shall head west. Fish tend to choose their habitats based on sunlight," he declared, sharply turning the helm to alter their course. "Xiao Fei, we're heading to the Western Sea. After a winter has passed, I have a feeling we might encounter something rare. Are you sure this boat is reliable?" Xiao Fei asked, his stomach churning and his complexion deteriorating. Suddenly, he shifted the boat into automatic mode, and the fishing vessel surged forward once more. "Oh no!" Xiao Fei squatted on the deck, clutching his stomach as beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. "Hailang, I think I might be in trouble." Shun Hailang raised an eyebrow. "You've consumed half-cooked food without issues before. Why are you so restless today? Is it your first time at sea that's making you anxious?" Xiao Fei was too preoccupied to respond, desperately seeking a quiet spot, pacing frantically across the deck. "You see, this boat is just 5 meters long. Where do you think you'll find a secluded place?" "Head to the stern and use the cover of the diesel smoke," Shun Hailang suggested. He surveyed the cockpit, eventually settling his gaze on a newspaper adorned with images of the harbor star. He crumpled it into a ball and tossed it to Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei picked up the discarded newspaper, grunting as he made his way to the stern, clutching the handrail and starting to make noise. Shun Hailang gazed out at the vast sea, when suddenly, a transparent blue frame appeared before him. Host Shun Hailang triggers the sea god's blessing as it is his first time at sea. A school of mackerel appears. Sea god affinity doubles. Recommended to stop at coordinates 15 to 43 north. "Ah, this range is rather expansive. It seems I'll need to cast my nets multiple times to find a new location," he thought, yanking the throttle back, bringing the diesel engine to a halt, causing the diesel barrels behind to shift by 10 centimeters. Just then, a splash echoed from the water outside. The resounding splash of water caught Shun Hailang's attention, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Could it be that the school of fish had arrived so swiftly? He quickly shifted gears, glancing left and right, and seized a bundle of fishing net, dashing towards the side of the boat. However, what he encountered was not a lively school of fish, but rather a plump young man clad in a life jacket, floundering helplessly upon the waves. "Help! Brother Sea in waves!" Xiao Fei cried out, thrashing about, momentarily paralyzed by panic and forgetting how to swim. And you dare to call yourself the little white dragon of the river? Why don't you just come up on your own? Despite his sarcastic retort, Shun Hailang leaned over the boat, gripping the iron frame of the engine with one hand while extending the other to prevent himself from being pulled into the ocean. How on earth did you manage to fall in while squatting? With a firm tug, he hoisted Xiao Fei back aboard, who collapsed onto the deck, coughing violently. My legs have gone numb, Xiao Fei lamented, casting a disgruntled glance at his drenched form. If you hadn't suddenly stopped the boat, I would have been sent tumbling overboard by the momentum. Shun Hailang rummaged through the cabin for a tattered towel and tossed it onto him. According to this digital watch, you've been squatting for a full 10 minutes. I thought you were out there enjoying the view. Luckily, I had the foresight to tie you up with this contraption. Otherwise, I would have had to jump in to rescue you. Hurry and take it off. No one can see you out here on the vast sea. With the wind blowing, you'll be dry in 10 minutes. Chapter 20. The peculiar fish Xiao Fei stood upon the deck, shivering as the passing sea breeze chilled him to the bone, causing his teeth to chatter and his skin to erupt in goosebumps. Drenched and clad only in his undergarments, he exclaimed, "Oh, dear brother, the ocean waves. This marks my inaugural voyage, and I can boast for a lifetime about falling into the sea." Shun Hailang could not help but chuckle at his younger sibling's predicament. Enough of that. Do not catch a chill. Quickly, retreat to the control room. Your clothes will dry on the deck shortly. Suddenly recalling his brother's clumsiness, he added, "And don't touch any buttons inside. This is my first time piloting the boat, and I can only decipher the basics. If you mess it up, we might need a rescue at sea." With wide eyes, Xiao Fei tiptoed back into the control room, wary of inadvertently pressing any incorrect buttons. Early May marked the season for mackerel migration, and after a winter of recuperation, this year's mackerel were particularly plump. Shun Hailang had originally hoped for a modest catch of ordinary seafood, but fortune smiled upon him as he stumbled upon a school of mackerel on his maiden voyage. Leaning over the side of the boat, he gazed into the shimmering depths below. What he beheld was astonishing. A multitude of mackerel, some measuring 20 to 30 centimeters, accompanied by smaller fry. Goodness gracious, there must be thousands of them. Even the usually composed Shun Hailang was taken aback by the spectacle beneath the waves. Fumbling for the fishing net behind him, he took a deep breath, emulating the seasoned fisherman, and spun in place before casting the net. As the net unfurled perfectly into a circle, the moment it touched the water, he felt an unexpected force tugging downward, nearly causing him to stumble. Phew, that was close. Almost took a plunge like Xiao Fei. He exerted himself to pull the net, but his brow furrowed in frustration. By my mother, it won't budge. Xiao Fei, come on me haul it up. I believe I've caught a school of mackerel. We cannot let them escape. Amidst his excitement and trepidation, Shun Hailang secured the nylon rope to the deck and called out to the control room. Inside, Xiao Fei, curled up and shivering, sprang out at the sound of his brother's urgent plea, neglecting to tidy his undergarments. Upon seeing the net thrashing on the surface, filled with struggling fish, a proud expression spread across his chubby face. "This is it. We're going to strike it rich. I'm no longer dizzy, and my stomach doesn't hurt." Excited words could wait. Shun Hailang's forehead was now lined with veins from the effort. "Hurry and help me pull it up. This is just the beginning. We might just fill the boat today." The two brothers, fueled by determination, flushed with exertion, coordinated their efforts, and finally managed to haul the heavy net aboard. Sitting on the deck, they exchanged glances, marveling at the lively mackerel wriggling within the net, before bursting into joyous laughter. "What a thrill! This is exhilarating. Brother Hailang, you are truly remarkable," Xiao Fei exclaimed, gleefully slapping his round belly. "Mackerel for $3 a pound. This haul must be worth at least 1,000. The haste was palpable. They were utilizing another's vessel. Shun Hailang observed the translucent blue frame before him, noting that his luck had dwindled to a mere 32 points, with only 100 remaining, leaving him feeling overwhelmed. The profits were gratifying, yet they were exhausting themselves in the process. The two of them worked in concert to transfer the fish into the holds, with Shun Hailang already drenched in sweat. Seizing the opportunity while the schools of fish lingered, he hurriedly cast more nets. Xiao Fei, resembling a powerful figure, boasted with a confidence befitting his beer belly, "Brother Hailang, grab a plastic bucket and scoop some seawater." A mere few hundred pounds of small fish, I can manage it all by myself. With that, he took the fishing net and approached the ship's deck. It seemed this fellow had some experience. With a single round cast, he indeed netted over 100 pounds of fish. Seeing his enthusiasm, Shun Hailang joined in, using the plastic bucket to splash water into the hold. Their synergy grew as one took charge of safety while the other cast nets, swapping roles whenever fatigue set in. At that moment, the chill was forgotten. Shun Hailang, drenched in sweat, stripped off his shirt and continued working bare-chested. Xiao Fei, prone to perspiration, found his damp shorts clinging to him. Eventually, the school of mackerel vanished from the waters. Shun Hailang noted that his luck had risen to 42 points, and his affinity with the sea god had increased to 5 points. The hold brimmed with mackerel, reaching an impressive 600 pounds, casting a luminous glow throughout the compartment. Xiao Fei, do you understand now why I chose not to teach in the city? Shun Hailang wheezed, taking a swig from his water jug. Working in the city is trivial. Look at how much we've earned in just one day. It rivals what those directors make in years. Xiao Fei seized the jug and gulped down several mouthfuls. Ah, Brother Hailang, from now on, I will believe whatever you say. Those bricklayers toil endlessly for a mere $5 a day. But have we been a bit too fortunate? As he wiped his brow, worry creased his brow. Brother Hailang, if old Jung finds out we've caught so many fish using his boat, he might get jealous and cause a scene. Shun Hailang, finishing the last piece of fried dough, was unfazed by the thought. No worries. We intended to share some with him for good luck on our first outing. We'll save the largest fish for him. We want to go back on our word. Having consumed 4 pieces of fried dough for lunch, they glanced at the electronic clock, which had frozen at 1:20 p.m. The afternoon sun blazed down fiercely. Shun Hailang entered the control room, pouring the remaining half bucket of diesel into the fuel tank. Thanks to old Zheng's boat today, borrowing and returning is not a problem, he remarked as he turned the steering wheel to begin their return journey. With the East Harbor docking area just a kilometer away, the silhouettes of fishing boats appeared as tiny ants on the horizon. Xiao Fei, when have we ever returned home so early after going out to sea? Let us cast a few more nets, he suggested, pointing to the 8 o'clock direction, sensing an opportunity. Xiao Fei, go ahead and cast a net, give it a try. Xiao Fei dragged the fishing net, gazing at the calm sea at 8 o'clock, muttering, could there really be fish here? Yet, with a resolute cast, the net plunged into the water with a dull thud. Both held little hope for a catch. With disappointment, Xiao Fei dragged the fishing net back. It seems our luck has run out today, he said, as a peculiar fish with a blue back and pointed beak lay motionless at the bottom of the net. What bad luck, it's just a dead fish, Xiao Fei remarked disdainfully, pouting. Unlucky indeed. Let me just kick it back. Shun Hailang's pupils began to constrict as he focused on the strange fish, abruptly pulling Xiao Fei back. Do you dare to call this creature a dead fish? His voice took on a sharp tone. Xiao Fei, my dear, is this your first encounter with such a fish? Xiao Fei leaned in closer to inspect the fish, which was entirely blue with long, pointed fins. Haha, I've truly never seen anything so ugly. I hope this blue body isn't poisonous. One bite could land me in the hospital. Shun Hailang cautiously tapped the fish with his finger, and suddenly, the seemingly lifeless creature began to thrash, attempting to leap back into the sea, its tail splashing water onto Xiao Fei's face. Damn, it was just playing dead. Xiao Fei, unable to contain his frustration, retaliated with a swift slap to the fish's face. Chapter 21. The hefty bluefin tuna. Host, Shun Hailang, current ocean affinity, 32 points. Unlocks premium bluefin tuna 1. Upon hearing the system's response, Shun Hailang hurriedly inquired if the system could assist in preserving the tuna. The system replied, it could be temporarily stored in a vacuum, keeping the tuna alive for 6 hours. Shun Hailang's heart swelled with joy. Thank you, system. I adore you. However, in the next moment, a crisp sound echoed as Xiao Fei delivered a resounding slap, sending the bluefin tuna tumbling on the ground. Shun Hailang exclaimed, what the heck? You actually hit it? He watched in dismay as the stunned bluefin tuna flopped about. Do you realize that one slap could cost this tuna at least 500 yuan? He noticed the scale had been knocked off the fish's gills, revealing its vibrant blue hue under the sunlight. Xiao Fei could hardly believe that his slap had somehow resulted in a loss. Brother Hailang, are you kidding? What kind of fish is worth that much? Do you think it's made of gold? Shun Hailang replied, this is a bluefin tuna, and it is indeed a rare gem. In 20 years, this fish could auction for over $1 million. Do you believe me? After speaking, he noticed the transparent prompt indicating that his luck had dropped to 0, while his ocean affinity increased to 7 points. He gazed anxiously at the prized tuna. This creature belonged to the deep sea, and being brought to the surface could cause internal pressure issues. He pondered how this foolish fish had made its way to Swallow Harbor. Xiao Fei, pouting, lamented, oh, my precious fish, did brother hurt you just now? Look at you, so ugly yet so precious. Shun Hailang found it amusing to see Xiao Fei squatting on the ground, cradling the bluefin tuna with a pained expression. Now you understand the concept of scarcity? It's a principle of value. Strangely enough, he recalled reading that these fish primarily inhabit the Pacific. Had it lost its way and wandered across the Atlantic to visit Swallow Harbor? Unable to resist, Shun Hailang playfully slapped Xiao Fei's belly. Is this fish your first love? Enough of your affection. We need to dock the boat. You must conceal this tuna well. We won't sell it to anyone. Once we're ashore, I'll ride my bicycle to gather the crew from Old Joe. He knew that the marine bounty aboard was worth around 6,000 to 7,000 yuan, and he wouldn't let anyone aboard. If someone insisted on coming aboard, they would encounter the iron shovels in the cargo hold, and a good knock to the head would suffice. As Shun Hailang returned to the helm, he pushed the control lever, and the diesel engine roared back to life, belching black smoke. Meanwhile, Xiao Fei searched the cabin for a hiding spot, finally satisfied as he placed the tuna in a plastic barrel, covering it with cloth. Shun Hailang merely glanced at Xiao Fei's conspicuous hiding place. Xiao Fei, why don't you find an old box and stack some oxygen-deprived mackerel on top to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from discovering it? While Shun Hailang was skilled at operating the boat while moving away, he lacked the expertise to dock it. He carefully navigated the helm, anxious about colliding with the harbor. The diesel boat swayed left and right, persistently struggling to reach the shore. Xiao Fei could not help but express his dissatisfaction. Hailang, your skills are lacking. Shun Hailang retorted, what are you complaining about? If you think you could do better, then step up. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead as he added, let me enlighten you. This is the first time I've navigated a boat like this, and I'm a rare genius captain. Ultimately, when he found himself unable to operate the vessel any further, Shun Hailang had no choice but to anchor the boat just 2 meters from the dock. To him, this distance was just right. It prevented others from boarding and thus from stealing his catch. Shun Hailang called out to Xiao Fei, let us lend a hand and toss your family heirloom, the Phoenix platform, onto the shore. On the dock, the two brothers combined their strength to lift the heavy bicycle, weighing 80 pounds. Chanting a slogan, 1, 2, 1, throw, the bicycle crashed onto the dock with a loud clang, startling the seagulls nearby into a flurry of cries. Shun Hailang stepped back a few paces, then propelled himself onto the dock 2 meters away, turning to inform Xiao Fei, remember, no one is allowed on the boat. If someone tries to board, don't forget to use the shovel on them. In this era, jealousy ran rampant, and outright theft was not uncommon. Xiao Fei chuckled, sitting beside the shovel at the bow of the boat. Rest assured, as long as I'm here, the fish are safe. Shun Hailang steadied the bicycle and pedaled furiously without looking back. At the market, old Xiao sat at the entrance of his purchasing station, sipping tea. Suddenly, a dark shadow swept through the wind and halted at his doorstep, the gust so fierce it ruffled his beard. Shun Hailang slammed on the brakes, nearly knocking old Xiao over. Uncle Xiao, time is money. Quickly send someone to the east dock to unload the cargo. Old Xiao, quick to react, stepped back, exclaiming, you little rascal, is it you again? Are you in such a hurry because the stocks are overflowing? Come, have a cup of tea. Tea my foot. Sun Hailang, anxious, snatched the cup and gulped it down. You call it overflowing when there are over 1,000 pounds of mackerel? Oh, it's just over 1,000 pounds of mackerel? Old Xiao stammered, bewildered. His voice rose to such a pitch that it shook the roof, and he snatched the cup back from Shun Hailang. Old Xiao quickly stood, heading inside, followed by a cacophony of phone buttons being pressed. Achong, bring a Mao along, gather more people, and we need 2 tractors at the east dock, quickly. After hanging up, Old Xiao hurriedly grabbed a calculator and ledger from the table, yanking down the rolling shutter to display closed for business. Shun, use your utmost strength to pedal the old Phoenix bike for me. Hurry. Shun Hailang pressed down hard, realizing that despite old Xiao's lean appearance, he weighed nearly as much as Xiao Fei. Gritting his teeth, he pedaled furiously. Faster, faster. Is this all you young folks can manage? Old Xiao incessantly urged, patting Shun Hailang's back. Uncle Xiao, I'm pedaling as fast as I can. This is my maximum speed. Their commotion drew the attention of passers-by in the marketplace. At the port, Shun Hailang leaned against the bicycle, hands on his thighs, gasping for breath. Throughout the journey, he accompanied Old Zhou, feeling as though his legs had been rendered useless, while Old Zhou was brimming with vitality. Which vessel belongs to Shun? Shun Hailang pointed towards the dock, indicating the boat distinguished by a red flag emblazoned upon its stern. At that moment, Old Zhou cast an incredulous glance at Shun Hailang, his steps light and buoyant as he approached the dock. Just as he was about to board, he abruptly halted. Why is the ship anchored so far from a port? Old Zhou attempted to jump aboard several times, yet hesitated. He turned to the panting Shun Hailang and remarked, "You mischievous rascal. Did you moor the ship so far to thwart thieves? This truly reflects your character." Meanwhile, the young lad aboard, Xiao Fei, wore an awkward smile, clutching a shovel in hand. Old Zhou, puzzled, inquired, "Is this ship piloted by your brother? Why have you not docked? Don't tell me it's genuinely to deter thieves." Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. Wait, are you two incapable of navigating a boat? At that moment, the trio responsible for unloading the tractor arrived. The leader, a man named Mao, bore an uncanny resemblance to a monkey in his agility. Without a word, he leapt onto the diesel boat, heading to the control room to align the vessel with the dock. Now, this is what I call professionalism, Xiao Fei thought, recalling his brother's lackluster skills with a shudder. Just as Mao was about to feign humility, he turned to Xiao Fei, unveiling a plastic sheet, only to be left dumbfounded. "It's only April. Where did you procure these Spanish mackerels?" "A Chong, a Dong, come over here." The three gathered around the fish hold, gazing in awe at the silvery mackerels reflecting the sunlight, their jaws nearly dropping onto the deck. A Chong looked at his two brothers in disbelief. "Is it truly such fortuitous luck on your maiden voyage? Surely, we have received the favor of Mazu, the goddess of the sea." Chapter 22, A Bountiful Harvest. The essence of wealth in response to a Dong's bewilderment, Shun Hailang merely offered a simple, hearty smile. "It is merely the good fortune of novices. After all, we two brothers have also benefited from it." As the boat gently docked, Old Xiao leaped aboard with alacrity, hastening to inspect the catch. "My goodness, what splendid mackerel!" The Shun brothers, embarking on their maiden voyage, seemed to have extraordinary luck. Old Xiao's eyes sparkled with delight, envisioning the wealth at hand. Shun Hailang approached Old Xiao's side, inquiring, "Uncle Xiao, do you think the lad is still honest? He promised to sell to you first, and he has not reneged on his word, has he? You wouldn't want to disappoint the lad now, would you?" Old Xiao replied, "Well, he seems decent enough. How about this? I shall take the lead and offer you this amount." Old Xiao extended 3 fingers, then clenched his fist, revealing 5 fingers. 3 yuan 50 per jean. Today, that price is quite favorable. Come next month, during the peak season for mackerel, it might only fetch 2 yuan per jean. Shun Hailang turned away, pursing his lips. "Uncle Xiao, I consider you family. You cannot treat me as a simpleton. Just add another yuan, if you will." Upon hearing this, Old Xiao could not help but feel a surge of irritation. "Young man, your asking price is truly exorbitant. For yuan 50 per jean is unheard of in this world. I still need to contact my suppliers and pay the wages of the 3 men. After all, tractors do not come free, you know? 4 yuan 50 is utterly impossible. I shall make a concession for good fortune and offer you 3 yuan 80. 888. Fortune comes in waves." In truth, Shun Hailang was also calculating in his mind. 4 yuan 50 per jean was merely a figure he threw out. The highest price he was willing to accept was 4 yuan. Now that Old Xiao was prepared to offer 3 yuan 80, he was disinclined to haggle further. "Ah, do not take it to heart, old man. It is my first time at sea, a young man seeking a bit of luck. 3 yuan 80, it shall be. Old Xiao grunted in agreement, his brow unfurling. A Chong, a Mao, a Dong, get to work. The unloading trio was already poised for action. A Dong was tasked with transporting the cargo from the tractor, while Mao busily maneuvered a small cart back and forth. And a Chong took charge of catching and packing the fish. The three were evidently longtime partners, moving with practiced ease. The crowd at the dock began to swell, drawn by the spectacle. Ah, this must be the first diesel vessel returning today. It appears the harvest is quite impressive. Someone pointed towards the mackerel in a Mao's cart. Aren't these typically seen only during the migrations in May? Xiao Fei assisted a Chong in packing the fish, while Shun Hailing busily helped a Dong with the loading. His old acquaintance, Uncle Zhang, approached with a familiar demeanor. Ah, the Shun brothers meet again. Have you forsaken the shore for the sea this time? In which direction did you find this school of mackerel? Shun Hailang smiled and shook his head, thinking to himself that this old fellow was certainly not to be trusted. Last time, it was Xiao Fei's inadvertent slip that jeopardized our efforts. And now he seeks to extract information again? Seeing Shun remain silent, Uncle Zhang merely chuckled awkwardly. Old Xiao's calculator had long since reset. The first basket weighed 125 jin, and a Dong began to call out the numbers. As the calculator continued to tally, one could not help but admire the efficiency of the unloading trio. With Shun Hailing's assistance, they completed the loading in just 1 hour. Old Joe continually added up the figures in his notebook. 436 pounds of mackerel and 89 pounds of miscellaneous fish. The lad from the Shun family had caught 456 pieces of mackerel. Considering it was your first outing at sea, I shall gift you a red envelope, rounding it off to a neat 500 yuan. As for the miscellaneous fish, they fetch 0.8 yuan per pound, totaling 70 yuan. The fisherman gathered around gasped in astonishment. Good heavens, 500 yuan? How many millionaires are there in our village? The earnings from this venture could sustain someone working in the city for a decade. Tomorrow, I shall have the layabout at home set sail early. Why wait for the weather to warm up in May? Shun Hailing picked out a 3-pound super mackerel from the pile. Uncle Joe, it's a deal. I shall gift this fish to the boat owner, Old Zhang. Old Joe waved his hand dismissively. Take it. Now come with me to the shop to collect your payment. A Dong, you and your crew are responsible for delivering the fish to the county tonight. I appreciate your efforts today, and the transportation fee will be settled by tomorrow morning. Xiao Fei stood beside them, beaming with glee, his hands rubbing together incessantly. We're in for a windfall, and there's still a precious fish to consider. A swift kick from Shun Hailang promptly subdued Xiao Fei. The two tractors sputtered to life, emitting black smoke as Old Joe climbed into the cargo area and patted the empty seat beside him. Shun, come join me. Shun Hailang nudged Xiao Fei. You go with Uncle Joe. I prefer riding my bicycle. Xiao Fei whispered. What about that strange fish? Shun Hailang reassured him. No worries. It can still swim. We'll come back for it tonight. With the tractor leading and the bicycle following, the duo faced a bumpy ride. Their bicycle wheels slightly deformed from an earlier tumble onto the shore. At the entrance of the market's purchasing station, the previously closed rolling shutter had been raised. Old Joe hurriedly disembarked from the tractor and rushed upstairs to the small vault. He glanced at his daughter, who was managing the shop on the first floor, then turned to Shun Hailang. Shun, I'll be upstairs. You stay down here and behave yourself. Don't entertain any notions about my daughter. Shun Hailang rubbed his nose. Uncle Joe, we wouldn't go that far. As Old Joe's footsteps echoed down the stairs, Shun Hailang swiftly approached the counter. An opportunity had arisen after years of separation. Xiao Xiaoxue was engrossed in the account book, her ponytail still as captivating as ever. Hey Xiao, do you remember me? Shun Hailang lowered his voice. It's me, Shun Hailang. Xiao Xiaoxue looked up, her eyes sparkling with mischief. I would have recognized you if you hadn't mentioned your name. You pesky boy who always pull my braid. How have you changed? I remember you were quite short, thin, and dark back in school. Have I changed that much? Perhaps it's true that boys mature significantly by 18. I used to have a crush on you. Back then, I just didn't know how to express it, so I pulled your braid to get your attention. Xiao Xiaoxue scoffed playfully. You shameless flirt. Shun Hailang grinned, pulling out all his charm, employing the bold tactics typical of the 1980s to win her over. Yet you haven't changed at all. You're still just as delightful. Xiao Xiaoshui's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her gaze towards the ledger. Spare me your antics. Have you struck it rich today? Shun Hailang replied, It's been fair, I suppose. It was my first time at sea, blessed by the ocean, and I was fortunate enough to encounter a school of mackerel. He then attempted to broach a more personal topic. Why does old Xiao always fret about boys being around you? Suddenly, a loud cough resonated from upstairs. Old Xiao, with a dark expression, stood at the stairway, clutching a black plastic bag, his eyes darting between the two, attempting to discern something amiss. Shun Hailang straightened himself, feigning interest in the store's fishing gear price list. I need to purchase some trawl nets. Let me check the prices. Old Xiao snorted coldly as he approached, slamming the black plastic bag onto the table. A total of 5,500. Count it carefully. If you leave without settling, I shall not acknowledge the debt. Shun Hailang nudged the dazed Xiao Fei beside him, who appeared utterly entranced by the prospect of money. Uncle Xiao, if I may, I trust this sum is correct. So I want to count it. Surely, you wouldn't deceive us young folks, would you? Xiao Fei clutched the money, exclaiming, This is the scent of wealth. ISNT it? I absolutely adore it. Hey, save your admiration for when we get home. Shun Hailang chuckled, playfully nudging Xiao Fei's beer belly. Turning back to Xiao Xiaoxue, he winked. I'm off now. I shall visit you another day. Old Xiao seized a nearby rake and stormed out after him. You think this is a game, don't you? You dare to return? Just one swing of this rake and I'll show you. Chapter 23. Finding a buyer for the mysterious fish, the two brothers toiled tirelessly for a grueling 11 hours, and now it was well past 3 in the afternoon. The waves of Shun Hailing propelled the ancient Phoenix brand vehicle, a relic from 2 decades ago, around corners as if it were a mere wicker basket. Brother Hai, are you certain this car can still carry passengers? Xiao Fei inquired doubtfully, clutching the money as he scrutinized their old warhorse. Come on, give it a ride. Even if it's slow, it's certainly better than walking, Shun Hailing encouraged, patting the back seat. Hop in, and I'll take you for a spin. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Fei, with his beer belly, jumped onto the back seat with a thud. In an instant, there was a loud crash, and the entire old Phoenix bicycle crumbled, its frame splintering into pieces. The most conspicuous sight was the wicker-like wheels wobbling away along the street. Onlookers at the market burst into laughter upon witnessing the spectacle. Hey, look what I just saw. That chubby fellow broke the bike with his weight. An elderly man chuckled, clutching his belly in laughter. I reckon he must weigh at least 200 pounds. I envy the meals he gets at home. At that moment, Xiao Fei found himself face down in the dirt, staring at the sky in a state of despair. Clenching a plastic bag and accompanied by a hefty mackerel hanging from the bike's handle, he appeared utterly crestfallen. Shun Hailing's face turned crimson as he hurried over to help Xiao Fei up. This is quite the embarrassment. Get up quickly, he urged. Rubbing his backside, Xiao Fei lamented. Brother Hai, how will I explain this home? I'm certainly in for a beating today. Pointing at the plastic bag in Xiao Fei's hands, Shun Hailing retorted. What is there to explain? The money we have could buy several of Lu Jimin's motorcycles. If we actually bought a motorcycle to keep at home, Uncle Dajuan would surely be delighted. Looking at the scattered bicycle parts on the ground, Shun Hailing shrugged and called out to the curious onlooker, Uncle Xiao. Here, this bike is yours now. If you need it, feel free to repair it. If not, you can sell it for scrap. Without waiting for Uncle Xiao's protests, Shun Hailing seized Xiao Fei and the mackerel, turning to leave. Hey, that scoundrel took my money and left me with a broken bike, Uncle Xiao muttered under his breath. Ever since Shun Hailing suggested the idea of a motorcycle, Xiao Fei had been incessantly urging, Brother Hai, let us buy one. It would be so cool, and it would lend me some prestige when visiting Sister Qiao. Prestige my foot. Look at that ruffian along. He rides a motorcycle. Does he have any prestige? Shun Hailing scoffed at Xiao Fei. Suddenly, an image of a long motorcycle flashed through Xiao Fei's mind. Well, that's true. Last time Along was kicked aside by you. He still called you Brother Hai. But I still want a motorcycle. All right. When I find the time, I'll take you to the county to have a look. If we find something suitable, we'll buy it and ride it back. As the two continued their conversation, they arrived near Zheng Chaofu's residence. Shun Hailing paused thoughtfully. Xiao Fei, find a place to hide. I'll go deliver this fish. Xiao Fei scanned the surroundings for a suitable hiding spot. "Ah, over there," he exclaimed, with keen interest. Shun Hailing observed as Xiao Fei embraced the plastic bag and leaped into a thicket half a meter high. The grass rustled momentarily before settling back into stillness. Upon closer inspection, one would hardly believe a living being was concealed within. "Oh my, from now on, I shall call you Flying Cow. For it seems you alone in the entire Swallow Port possess such ingenuity." Cuckoo. A chorus of cuckoo calls emanated from grass. "Very well, you may hide in there. Fat bird." Shun Hailing rolled his eyes at the thought of what nonsense his little brother's mind was filled with. Adjusting his attire, Shun Hailing hoisted a hefty mackerel in his left hand while clutching 15 banknotes in his right. "Uncle Zheng, are you home?" "It's me, Hailing." He nudged the door with his knee. "Oh, coming, coming." Zheng Chaofu's voice resonated from within. Upon the door's opening, Zheng Chaofu's gaze immediately fixed upon the large mackerel, followed by the neatly arranged banknotes, a broad smile spreading across his face. "Ah, it's you, this sensible lad." Zheng Chaofu grinned, revealing his teeth. "Where's that chubby one? I haven't seen him." Shun Hailing had already prepared his response. He has been suffering from a stomach upset, resting at home. "He felt a bit seasick from our outing today." Zheng Chaofu chuckled heartily. "Seasickness and an upset stomach are quite normal. I had the same when I first went out. It's simply a matter of nerves. What about the fish you have there?" "This is a gift for you, Uncle Zheng. We agreed this morning that I would borrow the boat. What borrowed should be returned. After all," Shun Hailing said as he offered the fish to Old Zheng. Old Zheng feigned reluctance. "Oh, I couldn't possibly accept this." Though his words suggested otherwise, his hands had already reached for the mackerel. His protest was merely a formality, for they were not related by blood. It was simply a matter of courtesy. Shun Hailing then lifted the banknotes in his hand. "Uncle Zheng, here are 15 large reunions." Zheng Chaofu counted them in front of him, his fingers swiftly rustling through the notes. "It's my first outing at sea, and fortune smiled upon me. I made a small profit. This is a token of appreciation for the use of your boat." Shun Hailing spoke plainly to ensure that Old Zheng would not be surprised later upon learning that the boat had earned several thousand. Such a generous token? Zheng Chaofu received the money with a hint of confusion. "How much did you manage to catch today?" Shun Hailing had anticipated this question and donned a sincere smile. "Not much, really. Just a stroke of luck seeing a school of fish and casting a net. You know, this was our first trip, and we returned to port by 1 in the afternoon." Zheng Chaofu was no fool. He scrutinized the young man as he took the money. Yet, the sincerity displayed on the young man's face made it difficult to discern any deceit. He mused, this lad, being so young, surely cannot harbor ulterior motives. "Huh, you truly know how to navigate these waters," Old Zheng remarked, pocketing the large reunions, signifying the matter was satisfactorily concluded. Shun Hailing extended his hand for a handshake. "Well then, Uncle Zheng, I shall let you get back to your business. I must return. Little Fei's stomach troubles are a concern. Off you go, sensible lad. Should you require the use of a boat in the future, do not hesitate to seek out Uncle Zheng." Zheng Chaofu waved him off, already contemplating a delicious braised mackerel for dinner. Shun Hailing feigned leaving, taking a few steps away before the door spring sound prompted him to turn back. "Fat cuckoo, you may come out now." From the thicket came the sound of Xiao Fei's movements, and in the next moment, he emerged, his face smudged with dirt, tightly clutching a plastic bag. "How is Hailing?" he inquired. "That old fellow hasn't grown suspicious, has he?" Xiao Fei brushed off the seeds clinging to his attire. Hailing replied, "It's all fine." Old Zheng accepted the money, which signifies that the past is behind us. One cannot bite the hand that feeds, and he has now accepted all that is provided. Yet, Hailang's mind lingered on the matter of the bluefin tuna. "Xiao Fei, let us not head to the market just yet. Let's find another place to make a phone call. Lu Jiming did give me a business card just in case. I took note of the number. Let's see if we can offload the tuna. Oh, and let us not forget that feigning giant treasure. I hope it isn't truly dead." Xiao Fei, clutching the money, completely neglected the peculiar fish. Chapter 24. Exhausted like a lapdog, Shun Hailing observed his good friend's furtive demeanor, reminiscent of a chicken thief, akin to a weasel. Xiao Fei clutched a plastic bag brimming with treasures, scanning the surroundings with a furtive glance, leaving passers-by bewildered. Shun Hailang feigned a playful gesture to pat Xiao Fei on the head, but merely brushed his hand lightly over it. Your intentions are far too transparent. Those who are in the know understand it's money, while those who are in team might think you've stumbled upon some ancient relic and fear it being stolen. Let us go. We need to find a general store to purchase a sack to stow the cash. The pair had seldom ventured to Zheng Chaofu's village before, where a modest sign advertising Zhu Tsonghua's shop caught their attention. Shun Hailang entered the store, which, despite its small fa-ade, offered a myriad of goods: cigarettes, candies, threads, and even farming tools. Hello, Aunt Zhu. I require a sack for some items. Is your landline available for use? Zhu Tsonghua replied. The phone is available. You're not from our village, are you? Local calls are 10 cents a minute, long distance 20. You can use it now if you wish. She rummaged through a cabinet and produced a coarse burlap sack, tossing it onto the table while scrutinizing the two young men. What treasures could the youth possibly be acquiring? Just some foolishness from my brother. He found a piece of wood and insists it's coral. Shun Hailang quipped, tossing the sack to Xiao Fei. Gulme, put your precious treasure inside. Those unaware might indeed mistake it for coral. Xiao Fei grimaced, reluctantly stuffing the plastic bag into the burlap sack, careful to angle his body to shield the contents from prying eyes. Shun Hailang shook his head, reflecting. This is what one might call 300 taels of silver hidden in this place. Brother Hailang, can that odd fish truly fetch a good price? Xiao Fei whispered, lowering his voice. Shun Hailang ignored him, picking up the landline and, relying on memory, began to rotate the dial repeatedly. The phone rang, its sound echoing through the general store. At the same moment, Lu Jiming was dozing at the front desk of his seafood restaurant when the ringing jolted him awake. Hello, who is this? You've reached Affordable Seafood. Lu Jiming's voice was lethargic. Shun Hailang cleared his throat. Is this Brother Lu? This is Shun Hailang, Xiao Fei's brother. Oh, it's you, young Hailang. What brings you to call today? Lu Jiming perked up instantly. Brother Lu, we took a boat out to sea today and caught something rather rare. I was wondering if you might have a market for it? Xiao Fei leaned closer to eavesdrop on the conversation. Lu Jiming's interest piqued. He straightened up. What rare find are you speaking of? I assure you, if you have it, I can sell it. Shun Hailang took a deep breath. Now, Brother Lu, listen carefully. It's a tuna, specifically of the bluefin variety. Can you sell that? The line fell silent, replaced by rapid breaths from Lu Jiming. What did you say? A tuna? A bluefin at that? Tell me, is it dead or alive? Shun Hailang felt as though his ears had been plunged into a vacuum, hastily pulling the phone away from his ear. The merchandise for Brother Lu must certainly be alive. Oh my goodness! Lu Jiming exclaimed, his voice laced with excitement. Provide me with the coordinates. I shall head over immediately. Shun Hailang found himself momentarily stunned, his thoughts not on Lu Jiming's impending arrival, but rather on the fact that he had no vehicle and the distance to the East Wharf was a staggering 13 kilometers. Brother Lu, why not wait until tomorrow? By the time you go and return, it will be dark. We are quite far from the county town. Enough of that. I am well aware of the round-trip distance. Is it the East Wharf or the West Wharf? Lu Jiming's tone was laced with urgency. Shun Hailang, still somewhat bewildered, replied, but the fish is at the East Wharf, and we need to run over. The East Wharf, is it? Then you shall crawl over. The sound of keys jingling could be heard on the other end of the line. 2 hours. No, 1.5 hours, and I shall arrive punctually. The call was abruptly disconnected with a click, leaving Shun Hailang staring at the receiver in disbelief, his eyes wide as he exchanged glances with Xiao Fei. Isn't it merely a strange fish? What do we do now? 13 kilometers. Shun Hailang fished out 2 yuan from his pocket and tossed it to Aunt Zhu. Aunt Zhu, being local, you needn't give me change. I'll take 2 bags of sweet water. Aunt Zhu, receiving the money, inquired with feigned casualness. Young man, have you struck it rich? Oh, it's nothing much. We, the impoverished youth, have merely sold a few small fish and shrimp. Shun Hailang had no intention of boasting and pulled Xiao Fei outside. Once out of the grocery store, Xiao Fei began to grumble. Brother Hailang, that round trip is at least 13 kilometers. How much can that strange fish sell for? But I recall you mentioning that you knocked off 500 bucks. Shun Hailang stroked his chin, calculating in his mind that in 1988, a common yellowfin tuna could fetch around 1,000 yuan in the city. Yet, this bluefin was a rarity. It should sell for at least 2 to 3,000, perhaps even more. 2 or 3,000 for that lifeless fish. Xiao Fei nearly shouted, his rotund belly suddenly feeling heavier. He tugged at Shun Hailang, urging, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's run straight there. It's only 13 kilometers." The two sped off under the sun, clutching their bags of sweet water, their legs moving in a rhythmic dance. Xiao Fei, slow down. Can you manage 13 kilometers? Shun Hailang called out from behind. I must run, regardless. That's 2 to 3,000 yuan. I could feast on meat buns for 2 to 3 years. Xiao Fei dashed ahead without looking back. Shun Hailang chuckled. Eat, eat, eat. Are meat buns truly more delectable than riding a motorcycle? Indeed, with a motorcycle, we would be the first household in Shunhai Bay. Xiao Fei's thoughts of purchasing a motorcycle propelled him forward with even greater fervor. After running approximately 2 kilometers along the muddy road, their pace began to noticeably slow. Soon, they shifted to a brisk walk. Shun Hailang realized that continuing to run like this was unsustainable. They might collapse from exhaustion before even reaching their prize. Brother Hailang, I can't go on. Xiao Fei plopped down onto the ground, clutching the sack in his hands. Xiao Fei, no more running. We shall walk. The route to the East Wharf goes past the Salt Factory Boulevard, and we can wait there for Lu Jiming. Brother Hailang, do you think that strange fish is still alive? Xiao Fei's concern was etched across his face, a trait inherited from Uncle Dajuan. Nonsense. The tuna possesses remarkable vitality. And besides, did you not add water for it? Shun Hailang found solace in the waves. If it weren't for the system granting a 6-hour immunity from death, it would have perished within a minute of capture. The two resumed their journey, limping along the road, particularly wretched with the burlap sack in hand, resembling two destitute scavengers. Under the scorching sun at 40 degrees, Shun Hailang and Xiao Fei sat by the roadside, resembling two desiccated fish. Xiao Fei's sea sole shirt was already drenched in sweat, and a mere twist of it produced a puddle. Panting, he exclaimed, Brother Hailang, I feel like I've lost 10 pounds, his eyes squinting, expressing a profound sense of despair. Shun Hailang was in no better condition. Swallowing was a struggle. He produced a nearly empty pouch of sweet water, taking a sip before offering the remainder to Xiao Fei. Drink up, it's all we have left. Once it's gone, there's no turning back. Xiao Fei took the pouch, tilted his head back, and hastily gulped, only to choke and spill it all over himself. Slow down. Don't let yourself choke to death before the fish even appear, Shun Hailang chuckled, playfully patting Xiao Fei's back. Just then, they heard the distant roar of an old engine. Shun Hailang's keen eye spotted it. Good heavens, it's Lu Jiming. He quickly seized Xiao Fei and dashed into the middle of the road, waving his arms frantically. Stop him. Xiao Fei raised the sack above his head, shaking it vigorously. Brother Lu Jiming, look this way. Lu Jiming, traveling at an average speed of 80 kilometers h, noticed the two refugees waving and slammed on the brakes, causing the motorcycle to spin in place. Chapter 25. Friends collaborate. Lu Jiming parked the vehicle by the roadside, removed his sunglasses, and began to scrutinize his two companions clad in disheveled attire. Goodness, have you both been fleeing from disaster? You look utterly wretched. He couldn't help but burst into laughter at the sight. Shun Hailang and Xiao Fei exchanged glances, their soiled garments enveloping their bodies. Faces smeared with grime. Was this not the very image of refugees? Xiao Fei, feeling aggrieved, lamented, "Isn't it your fault, Lugo? You said it would take only an hour and a half to cover 13 kilometers. You nearly exhausted me. My legs feel as though they might give way." Lu Jiming observed Xiao Fei's quaking legs and patted the back seat of his motorcycle. My dear brothers, I apologize. Come now, hop on. Let's head to the East Wharf to inspect the goods. Considering Xiao Fei's ample frame, Shun Hailang suggested that he sit in the middle, squeezing himself at the rear of the bike. As the motorcycle roared to life, the weight in the back caused the front to lift alarmingly, prompting a collective gasp from a trio. Lu Jiming twisted the throttle, unleashing a mournful growl from the engine. They jostled along the dirt road, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the motorcycle gained speed, the sea breeze caressed their faces, providing a welcome relief to the heat that had settled in their hearts. Xiao Fei, marveling at the sensation of the motorcycle gliding effortlessly, exclaimed, "This machine is magnificent. Hailang, we must procure one immediately. Then we won't have to rely on our legs anymore." Lu Jimin, his hair parted by the wind, chuckled, "Do you like it? The price of that bluefin tuna you caught could easily buy one." He inquired, "So, what is the plan for selling that tuna?" Shun Hailing pondered, reluctant to discuss prices on the road. "Lu Gu, we haven't even seen the goods yet. It would be premature to negotiate now." Lu Jimin glanced at him through the rearview mirror. "You are always so cautious. Very well, let us first inspect the catch." 10 minutes later, the east wharf came into view. A row of fishing boats docked along the shore. Shun Hailang pointed to a diesel boat adorned with a red flag. "That one, the one with the red flag at the stern." Lu Jimin parked the motorcycle on the gravel path, and the three made their way towards the port. "You are quite audacious, aren't you? Aren't you worried that such valuable fish might be stolen?" Xiao Fei retorted with a smug grin. "I'll hide it beneath some dead fish. Who could possibly find it?" The trio boarded the vessel, and as darkness enveloped the sky, only the distant lighthouse flickered with light. Shun Hailang entered the control room and lifted a basket of deceased fish, causing a bluefin tuna beneath to leap suddenly. "I'm parched. This fish is going to suffocate." The creature emitted a peculiar sound, audible only to Shun Hailang. He quickly grabbed a nearby ladle and poured a spoonful of water over it. Lu Jimin's eyes widened in disbelief. "Do you even understand what a bluefin is?" He crouched down, trembling fingers reaching to touch the fish's body, hesitant to cause it harm, ultimately halting his movements. "Where on earth did you acquire this?" Shun Hailing shrugged nonchalantly. "It was just a casual net cast by Xiao Fei." "Just a casual net cast?" Lu Jiming's voice had transformed. With a stroke of fortune, he had encountered a stroke of luck that was nothing short of miraculous. Such fish had not graced our Yinzi port for a decade. Xiao Fei squatted nearby, attempting to shield the gaping gill of the bluefin tuna with his portly frame. He stole a glance, his heart aching at the sight. Lu Jiming began to circle around the basket, seemingly deliberating on a decision, and finally, with a determined bite of his lip, proclaimed, 3,000. "I will offer 3,000 for this fish." 3,000? Xiao Fei's voice escalated, rising to his feet and nearly toppling the basket. Shun Hailing quickly pressed down on his shoulder, urging him to settle back down. "Brother Lu, I've heard that bluefin tuna start at 2,000. And, considering you mentioned this is a giant bluefin, shouldn't the price double?" Lu Jiming waved his hand dismissively. "You think too highly of it. Although it is a giant bluefin, you must factor in the cost of transportation and insurance for sending it out of town. This is still the price for a live fish. If it were to perish on the way, it wouldn't sell for even 1,000. He leaned closer to inspect the large bluefin, noticing something amiss with its gills. Xiao Fei's heart raced, fearing his misdeed had been uncovered. However, Shun Hailang remained unfazed, remarking, "Brother Lu has a discerning eye. The gills are merely missing a scale. But look at the vigor of this fish. Its freshness is beyond question. If you find it too pricey, I can inquire at the collection station." Wait, I was just inquiring," Lu Jiming interjected, waving his hands. "Let us do this. A 1T nitpick over defects. A firm price of 3,500. No more. This is a friendship price. If it exceeds 3,500, I will simply walk away." Lu Jiming's words bore the weight of sincerity. Xiao Fei anxiously glanced at Shun Hailang, his hands incessantly fidgeting with his arm. Shun Hailang was filled with excitement, yet he maintained his composure, furrowing his brow and nodding tightly. "All right then, Brother Lu, let us not settle at 3,500. The numbers 5 and 4 sound unappealing. I will directly offer you 3,680. Here's to our enduring partnership and prosperity." Lu Jiming, who had devoted 2 decades to his family restaurant, had never encountered such a magnanimous friend. He promptly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Brother, let us not say anything further. Based on our enduring partnership and shared prosperity, I will round it up to 3,680. Shun Hailing could no longer contain his smile, while Xiao Fei, clutching the sack, trembled with excitement. "No problem, let us proceed with that. Thank you, Brother Lu." What was Xiao Fei waiting for? He grabbed the sack, ready to collect the money. At that moment, he was utterly elated, his eyes solely fixated on the bills. After finalizing the price, Lu Jiming swiftly retrieved his wallet and began counting the cash under the sunlight. Shun Hailang stood by with a bamboo basket containing the tuna, his eyes glued to the bills within Lu's wallet. Meanwhile, Xiao Fei leaned in closer, captivated by the sight of the cash. Pay attention now. The total is 3,680, Lu Jiming said, licking his fingers as he counted. 100, 200, 300. Xiao Fei's eyes were glued to the fluttering bills. 3,005, 3,006. Lu Jiming counted to the end, pulling out a few smaller bills to round it off neatly. He handed a thick stack of money to Shun Hailang with a nod. Shun Hailang accepted the money but did not acknowledge it, instead handing over the main catch to Lu Jiming. "Brother Lu, you take this fish," he said. To Xiao Fei, he instructed, "Go fetch the large Spanish mackerel and the blue crab we set aside." "What? Wasn't that meant for ourselves?" Xiao Fei replied, momentarily taken aback. Reluctantly, he returned to the cabin and dragged out a net from the corner. Inside were 5 sizable Spanish mackerels and a bubbling blue crab. Shun Hailang took the net and handed it to Lu Jiming, saying, "Brother Lu, take this back to enjoy. Consider it a little extra. We can't let you make such a long trip just to return with only one fish." Lu Jiming's eyes brightened as he accepted the net. "Hailang, you are truly generous. It's a pleasure to have a friend like you. Of course, it's business. What matters most is that everyone is happy," Shun Hailang replied, tossing a burlap sack to Xiao Fei. As Lu Jiming noticed the darkness settling in, he secured the fish onto his motorcycle. "I'll give you a ride back. I can't let my brothers walk home." Remembering the bicycle that had been damaged, Shun Hailang nodded. "That would be a great help, Brother Lu." The three squeezed onto the motorcycle once more, and Lu Jiming suddenly remarked, "Hailang, if this fish reaches the provincial capital, it could fetch at least 5,000. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fei immediately turned to Shun Hailang, his eyes revealing their regret at having sold it for less. Chapter 26. The bag is filled with money. Shun Hailang merely replied to Xiao Fei's peculiar expression with a penetrating gaze. "Lu Ge, can it really be compared? You have your connections. We are not in the same league and cannot afford such risks." Selling for 3,680 is already Lu Ge looking out for his brothers. Lu Jiming glanced at Shun Hailang through the rearview mirror. "You may be young, but you seem to have a keen understanding of the world." As a motorcycle traversed the saline alkaline land, nearing Shanhai Bay Village, Xiao Fei suddenly recalled the matter of the motorcycle. "Lu Ge, how much does this motorcycle cost? You truly want to buy it?" Lu Jiming's voice drowned out the engine's roar. "With the money you have, you can only afford a Honda, but our domestic happiness 300 can buy you 2. Upon hearing that their funds could procure 2 motorcycles, Xiao Fei nearly released his grip around Lu Jiming in excitement. Behind them, Shun Hailang leaned back, exclaiming, "Whoa, hold on tighter to Lu Ge, or we might end up in a heap." Upon arriving at Shanhai Bay Village, several elderly villagers were lounging at the entrance, eyeing the uncommon sight of the 3 individuals. "Aunt Mahua, the ones at the back must be Shun Hailang and Shun Xiao Fei. Old you. Indeed, they have thrived. Things are looking up." Guided by Shun Hailang, Lu Jiming approached a modest, dilapidated house. "This is my home. Thank you, Lu Ge." Shun Hailang was the first to leap off the motorcycle. Lu Jiming surveyed the house, muttering to himself, "Truly a prodigy from humble beginnings. I won't be coming in. I need to return this precious fish to keep it fresh." "Understood, Lu Ge. Please drive safely." Shun Hailang's home is indeed not suited for guests. As the motorcycle's sound faded away, Xiao Fei plopped down on the ground, exhaling a sigh of relief. "Finally home. How much money do we have now?" Shun Hailang fetched a bucket of water from the well, and the 2 of them gulped down a hearty drink. "Today we earned 8,005. Combined with what we had before, we should be worth 10,000. Shun Hailang wiped the well water from his mouth. 10,000. Xiao Fei's voice drifted off. "Are we truly the fabled 10,000 heirs?" Shun Hailang stared at his naive brother. "Xiao Fei, after working for over 10 hours without rest, you should head home and take a break. Should we keep this money at your place?" Xiao Fei tossed the bag to Shun Hailang. "I won't be responsible for holding this. If the mice at my home gnaw through the bag, that would be a significant loss." Shun Hailang playfully flicked his forehead. "Hurry home. Uncle Dajuan and Aunt Li must be worried." After bidding Xiao Fei farewell, Shun Hailang stood in his yard, gazing at the two shabby houses and the bag on the ground, resolutely deciding to urge his parents to begin construction on the Seaside property without delay. Inside, a cough resonated, prompting Shun Hailang to enter with the bag. "Mom, Dad, I'm back." He casually tossed the bag filled with money onto the table. His mother, Su Xinyan, gazed at him with concern. "Why did you come back so late?" She curiously nudged the bag. What is inside? Feigning mystery, Shun Hailang did not respond immediately, turning around to close the door. Beside him, his father, Shun Tianyang, noticed his son's furtive demeanor and inquired, "What are you being so mysterious about?" Shun Hailang chuckled lightly. "Just don't make a sound later." He tore open the burlap sack and with a swift motion, spilled its contents onto the wooden table. A cascade of banknotes scattered everywhere, accompanied by a few coins that fell to the ground. Su Xinyan gasped, covering his mouth with his hand, while Shun Tianyang leapt from his seat in astonishment. "What? Did you rob a bank, son?" Shun Hailang disregarded his father's incredulity, leaving him to grapple with his own thoughts. He nonchalantly grabbed a steamed bun from the table, taking a bite while sipping on corn congee. "Today, we rented a boat from Old Xiao and went out to sea with Xiao Fei, earning nearly 9,000 in a single day. The remainder is after deducting for diesel, rental, and the lucky red envelope." Shun Tianyang snatched the bowl from his son's hands in disbelief. "Nonsense. Earning 10,000 in a day. Others can barely make a few thousand in a year. Are you trying to deceive me?" Su Xinyan reclaimed the utensils, admonishing her husband. "What are you doing? Let the second one eat. He has always been clever. Will his own actions land him in trouble? Don't you know?" She continued. "Hailang, is this money truly from your venture at sea?" Shun Hailang calmly accepted the bowl back from his mother and resumed eating. "Yes, it is indeed from today's fishing. Pure luck, really. We encountered a school of mackerel weighing over 1,000 pounds, and I even caught a rare one, selling it to a city boss for 3,680. He took a few more bites of the congee. Did you hear the motorcycle at the door? That's the city boss bringing us back. How could it be fake?" Shun Tianyang bent down to gather the scattered coins. "What kind of fish sells for over 3,000? That's more precious than gold." Shun Hailang, now satiated, replied, "It's a tuna, father, specifically a bluefin. The boss mentioned he hadn't seen one in our waters for a decade. Rarity adds to its value." Su Xinyan meticulously counted the money and neatly stacked it back on the table. "And this money?" Shun Hailang casually handed her a portion, about 2,000. "Let us give Xiao Fei 2,000 tomorrow. The rest should go towards building a house. I must tell you, a 3-story house with 1,000 square feet is essential. Old Xiao promised that if I become a person of means, he would marry his daughter to me." Shun Tianyang's fingers trembled in disbelief. "So, are you truly planning a 3-story, 1,000-square-foot house?" Su Xinyan pushed her husband aside, questioning, "Does old Xiao truly consent to his daughter marrying you?" Hailang nodded affirmatively. "So you must hurry. Once the house is built, you will have face. And what about marrying without a house? Don't you realize how dire our situation is?" Shun Hailang nearly rolled his eyes. In the past, he would never have spoken so bluntly out of concern for his parents' pride, but now that the money was ready, he wished for them to take pride in their son's accomplishments. Su Xinyan's eyes glistened with tears. "My son has succeeded." Shun Tianyang stood in silence for a moment before rising and rummaging through the hall. Shortly after, he produced half a bottle of liquor and set it on the table, then retrieved 2 clean porcelain bowls from the cupboard. "Shall we drink a bit?" As they drank, Shun Hailang sensed his father's elevated spirits. He poured the strong liquor into a bowl and clinked it against his father's. Su Xinyan glanced at the father and son, but refrained from intervening, choosing instead to gather the money and retreat to the house. Shun Tianyang took a sip of the liquor and remarked, "Is that fish truly so valuable?" "Indeed," Shun Hailang responded with enthusiasm. The owner in the county jumped with joy upon seeing the fish. Initially, he offered 3,000, but I managed to negotiate it up to 3,680. "What? They offered 3,000, and you dare to haggle? Aren't you afraid it might fall through?" Shun Tianyang's eyes widened in disbelief. Shun Hailang continued, "It's business, after all. Besides, I also threw in 5 large mackerels and a blue crab as a bonus, meant for us and Xiao Fei's family." Su Xinyan chimed in. Our second son knows how to conduct himself. He takes after me. Shun Tianyang shook his head, attempting to pour wine for his son. But Shun Hailang took over, saying, "Let me handle it. You lad are better than your father." He called to his wife, "Bring out the dishes. Let's indulge without restraint." That night, the family of three joyfully conversed until 10 o'clock. Chapter 27. The brother at the back door. The following morning, Shun Hailang, having toiled the entire day and indulged in copious amounts of liquor, found himself still in a state of drowsiness. The sounds of footsteps echoed from his courtyard, and the remnants of last night's spirits left his head feeling swollen. It was clear that his father was once again restless in the early hours. Choosing to cocoon himself beneath his blanket, Shun Hailang opted to continue his slumber. Given their impoverished circumstances, with the door ajar, there was no fear of thieves. After all, the notorious temper of his father ensured that any would-be intruders would steer clear of their home. As the footsteps outside grew increasingly persistent, akin to a rooster strutting about, Shun Hailang found sleep to be elusive. He rolled over, lying flat on his wooden bed, gazing at the ceiling. Perhaps he should check his fortune for the day. Fortune, 23. Risk index. For a fortune of 23 accompanied by such a high risk index? Shun Hailang double-checked the reading. Previously, he had underestimated his fortune when renting a boat, resulting in Xiao Fei suffering from stomachache and falling overboard. The thought of an even greater potential danger this time made him reconsider. Never mind. He decided to let the fortune accumulate for the time being. Shun Hailang preferred a life of steadiness. Even a hint of risk would deter him from the sea, regardless of the fortune at stake. Just as he prepared to turn over and catch a few more moments of sleep, the footsteps outside came to a halt at his door. Then, he heard the lowered voice of his mother, Su Xinyan. "Hailang, are you still asleep?" With a sigh, Shun Hailang acknowledged the unwelcome disturbance. One parent paced like a rooster, while the other lingered at his door. It was evident they had something to discuss. "I'm awake, Mom. Have you gotten up yet? I need to talk to you." Su Xinyan's tone was tentative. Shun Hailang sat up, donned a shirt, and opened the door. "What is it? I've heard you pacing for quite a while." "Hailang." Su Xinyan hesitated, gesturing towards the outside. "Your elder brother has returned." A fleeting thought crossed Shun Hailang's mind. His brother's return rarely signified good news. "Oh, what does he come back for?" he inquired. Su Xinyan took Shun Hailang's hand and led him into the house. "Your father was thinking about you last night, considering your plans to build a house. He insists on not letting outsiders take advantage, and wants your brother to come back to earn some living expenses, especially since the construction job market in the city is not thriving. What do you think?" Observing his mother's cautious demeanor, Shun Hailang smiled. "I thought it was something grave. If he wants to earn some money, let him. After all, who is he earning it for?" "Mom, don't worry. Everything will be fine. I'll have a word with my brother." Shun Hailang reassured her with a gentle pat on her hand. Su Xinyan exhaled a sigh of relief, though concern still lingered. "Just don't let your father upset you. It's been hard to keep the family united." "I understand. With my father's stubbornness. If I were to hold grudges, I would have already run away like my brother." Stretching leisurely, Shun Hailang shook out his arms and headed toward the courtyard. "There!" His father, Shun Tianyang, boomed in a voice that seemed intentionally loud for the neighbors to hear. 3 stories, 1,000 square feet. Which family in Shun Haiwan can afford to build that? A low, skeptical voice responded with an MMHM, clearly doubting his younger brother's capabilities. "Elder brother has returned," announced Shun Hailang as he clapped his hands. The man turned around, revealing features that, while differing from Shun Haiyang, still bore resemblance. It was the second brother, who questioned, "Aren't you going to sleep a bit longer?" Shun Hailang, unconcerned, approached the well and took several hearty gulps of water. "Why should I sleep when elder brother is back? Is there something important today?" Shun Haiming chuckled awkwardly, though his gaze drifted towards their father. Father Shun Tianyang cleared his throat. "Your elder brother came because I mentioned your desire to build a larger house, and I asked him to assist." "Assist with what?" retorted Shun Hailang. "Isn't elder brother doing well at the construction site in the city? Would he even want to help his sister-in-law?" Shun Tianyang's temper began to flare. He had difficulty distinguishing right from wrong. After all, their eldest son had depleted the family's finances to marry a city woman, leaving them to sell their remaining fishing boat for a meager 120 yuan. "How can you speak like that, second brother?" Your elder brother returned with good intentions to help you build a house. Are you truly ungrateful? Su Xinyan had been eavesdropping behind the door, aware of the tension between the brothers. Sensing the situation escalating, he quickly stepped out to mediate, standing beside Shun Hailang and gently pulling at his arm. Elder brother rarely comes home. Shall I go buy some vegetables? You three can have a proper chat. Shun Haiming waved his hand dismissively. Mother, there's no need for you to fuss. I'm just here to take a look. If the second brother doesn't need my help, I'll eat and head back to the county. Shun Hailang recalled how last year, their elder brother had emotionally blackmailed their father, causing their mother to weep for a week. This turmoil stemmed from the woman in the county demanding a bride price of 2,000 yuan. At that time, the family had exhausted all possible loans. And after the marriage, the woman had never returned to visit her in-laws in Shun Haiwan village during festivals. His sister-in-law was a quintessential opportunist, disdainful of rural folk. To spare his parents any discomfort, Shun Hailang finally spoke up. If elder brother wishes to help, he may stay. Whatever the payment, it will be fair. Their father, Shun Tianyang, nodded in satisfaction at the second son's humility. Now, that's more like it. I've always taught you that when brothers unite, they can achieve great things. Shun Hailang muttered under his breath. Yet you still fought with uncle until your heads were bloodied. Shun Tianyang was left speechless. The second brother, Shun Haiming, leaned in to offer a cigarette. I heard you can earn nearly 10,000 a day. How do you manage that? Teach me, brother. Shun Hailang tossed the ladle into the bucket, amused by his elder brother's apparent naivety. It's just fishing. If luck is on my side, I might catch something valuable. Can fishing really earn that much? Are you pulling my leg? Shun Haiming was clearly skeptical, suspecting his younger brother was up to no good. Believe it or not, our roof is missing tiles. Do you think a benefactor would come to our aid? Shun Hailing replied calmly. Shun Haiming, not wanting to pursue the conversation too relentlessly. Reassured, second brother, rest assured about the house. I will help you build it well. Elder brother, I haven't had breakfast yet. Would you like to join me? Shun Hailang said before turning and walking into the main room. Their mother, swift and nimble, served her younger son a bowl of congee along with a salted duck egg. Shun Hailang savored a couple of spoonfuls of white porridge before turning to gaze at the father and son in the courtyard, engulfed in clouds of smoke. He then addressed his mother, Su Xinyan. Mother, I will be heading to Xiao Fei's house shortly to deliver the money, and afterward, I intend to inspect the parcel of land by the seaside. Would you care to accompany me? Su Xinyan was inclined to agree. Indeed, I would like to go. Your elder brother has mentioned that he would assist in the planning. Shun Hailang retorted, with his meager skills. I fear he might injure himself while handling the rebar. Mother, if I may say, he is only capable of designing an outdated square building. I aspire to construct a villa. Must you be so disparaging of your elder brother? Su Xinyan chided as she presented a peeled duck egg to Shun Hailang. Seizing the moment while he was having breakfast, she retreated inside to retrieve 2,000 yuan from beneath the bed. My dear second son, this sum of 2,000 yuan is prepared for you. I have counted it thrice. Mother, are you going to Aunt Lee's house? Shun Hailang inquired, eyeing the money on the table. Su Xinyan hestita, glancing once more at the father and son in the yard, before finally nodding. Very well, I shall change into some clean clothes. Watching his mother's retreating figure, Shun Hailang sighed, aware of the delicate position she found herself in. On one side stood the obstinate man, akin to a stubborn donkey. On the other, his elder brother, who had married a city woman and forgotten their parents. And then there was he himself, who had suddenly become affluent. Meanwhile, their father in the courtyard animatedly gestured with his hands, as elder brother Shun Haiming nodded in agreement. Chapter 28. 3 generations under one roof. The mother emerged from the main room, adorned in a blue cloth shirt and gray trousers, carrying a bamboo basket filled with a dozen or so eggs. Shun Hailang remarked, Mother, Aunt Lee's household has an abundance of eggs from their chickens and ducks. He was reluctant for her to take the eggs over. Su Xinyan replied, Aunt Lee has her own, but our gesture is from the heart. You did eat one of her fine roosters last time. It would be impolite not to reciprocate, wouldn't it? Su Xinyan draped the bamboo basket over her arm, saying, Hailing, let's be on our way. In the courtyard, Shun Tianyang spotted the mother and son with the bamboo basket. What are you two up to? We're just visiting Aunt Lee. We'll be back shortly. Su Xinyan interjected before Shun Hailang could respond. Shun Haiming, letting ash from his cigarette fall, chimed in, "Are you really going just like that? Shouldn't Ti accompany you?" Shun Hailang replied, "Brother, you've finally returned. Don't waste your time chatting with the old man. We'll be back soon." A forced smile appeared on Shun Haiming's face as he learned from their father that they were delivering money to Xiao Fei's family. He felt a surge of frustration. How inconsiderate of the second brother, not even thinking to have me earn some money for ourselves before giving it away to outsiders. Shun Hailang tugged at his mother's arm and stepped out of the house. Their father's booming voice echoed behind them. Return early to prepare dinner. Once outside, Susinian visibili zilaset, Shun Hailang, feigning ignorance, asked, "Mother, why do you feel like a thief sneaking out?" "ISNT it, because I fear you three men will quarrel at home." Susinian zipli, "By the way, will you give your brother his wages?" "Of course. Why wouldn't Ti? Whatever the amount is, it is." Shun Hailang kicked a stone by the roadside. "And how much should that be?" Susinian inquit, "A mere token of goodwill among brothers is sufficient. That's simply one Ti due. That sister-in-law of ours in the county will surely expect a grand display once the house is built. If brother returns with little to show, he might just linger in the new house indefinitely." A smile crept onto Su Xinyan's face. She is a city girl. How could she possibly benefit from our rural life? Shun Hailang merely chuckled in response. As the two continued their conversation, they unknowingly arrived at Xiao Fei's home. Aunt Li was, as usual, feeding her chickens and ducks at the entrance. Upon seeing Shun Hailang and his mother, she quickly removed her apron. "What a rare visitor. Su Jia, it has been ages since you last came to our home." Su Xinyan lifted the bamboo basket. "I brought some eggs for Xiao Fei. Hailang had a fine rooster from your place last time, and I felt remiss come in. Su Jia, we have always had a good relationship. There's no need for such formality." Aunt Li accepted the basket and called out to Xiao Fei, "Your brother Hailang is here." Barely finishing her sentence, Xiao Fei rushed out of the house, sporting a messy hairstyle and slippers. "Brother Hailang." "On Su." Su Xinyan affectionately ruffled Xiao Fei's hair. Meanwhile, Aunt Li enthusiastically pulled Su Xinyan inside, saying, "I just prepared breakfast. Let us enjoy a meal together." Xiao Fei wished to join them, but Shun Hailang firmly held him back. What business do you have in their conversation? No wonder you're 21 and still single. The two individuals entered Xiao Fei's room, which could only be described as a chaotic mess. Clothes were haphazardly hung, shoes scattered about, and a few comic books lay on the table, prompting Shun Hailang to shake his head in dismay. He retrieved a neatly bundled sum of 2,000 yuan from his pocket and tossed it carelessly. "Count it, not a penny less." Xiao Fei's eyes sparkled at the sight of the neatly arranged cash, and with trembling hands, he grasped the bundle. "Hailang, I adore you. Come here. Give me a kiss." As he leaned in for an embrace, he was met with a playful flick that sent him sprawling onto the bed. "I Shun Hailang. Keep my promises." "Xiao Fei, 2,000 yuan is not too little, is it? If it's insufficient, I can give you more." Xiao Fei rolled around on the bed, clutching the money. "Thank you, Hailang." Shun Hailang chuckled. "Shall we go check out that plot of land by the seaside today?" Xiao Fei regained his composure. "Hailang, are you really going to build a house? We haven't even bought a motorcycle yet." Shun Hailang shrugged. "First, we need to stake the land. Plus, my elder brother is back and insists on helping me with the construction." "Your brother? The one who married a woman from the county and became a stay-at-home husband?" Xiao Fei expressed disdain. In this era, being a stay-at-home husband was considered shameful, signifying a man's inability to find a wife or his family's poverty. Shun Hailang nudged Xiao Fei's arm. "Can you keep it down? What if my mother hears? It would be quite embarrassing." Xiao Fei, typically one to speak freely among friends, retorted, "If she hears, so be it. It might just make Aunt Su realize your brother is unreliable and prompt her to focus her attention on you." This was the first time Xiao Fei brushed Shun Hailang's hand away. "Who in the village doesn't know your family had to borrow from every household just to gather the bride price for him? The crucial point is, your brother didn't even make a fuss. There were no village celebrations for him. Isn't he the one who should feel ashamed?" Shun Hailang felt a surge of indignation at Xiao Fei's words. "That's why my mother finds herself in such a difficult position. Let us not dwell on this. Come with me to see the seaside plot, and I'll take you into town." "Into town? To buy a motorcycle?" Ever since Xiao Fei rode on Lu Jiming's motorcycle, the desire to own one had become a constant yearning. The two stepped out of the house to find Su Xinyan and Li Cuifeng engaged in an animated conversation. Shen Hailang called out, "Mom, Xiao Fei is coming with us to check out the Seaside plot." Su Xinyan quickly stood up, and Li Cuifeng chimed in, eager to join. Su Xinyan turned to Li Cuifeng. "What about Dajuan S. meal?" Li Cuifeng replied. "He can find something to fill his stomach. Does he expect me, Li Cuifeng, to serve him lavish meals every day? Not a chance." The early morning sun was not overly harsh as the two young men walked ahead, while the two women shook their heads at their children. However, Aunt Lee's eyes brimmed with pride. "Our children are finally making something of themselves. This year, I'll arrange a marriage for Xiao Fei. By the way, has your Hailang taken a liking to any young lady?" Su Xinyan contemplated the eccentric Zheng Daya, as well as the daughter of the old man Xiao. Unsure of how to respond, he could only suggest that she should choose for herself, as she was not the one in charge. Upon arriving at the western edge of the village by the sea, the expansive view bathed in sunlight, and the refreshing sea breeze uplifted their spirits. Shen Hailang stood on a patch of open land, savoring the caress of the ocean wind. "Mother, what is the extent of our residence and its surroundings?" Shen Hailang surveyed the area. His mother, Su Xinyan, was a meticulous person. She bent down to pick up a branch and began to delineate on the ground. "From here to there," she remarked as she walked and drew, marking out a substantial area of 600 square meters. Shen Hailang observed the boundaries traced by his mother, exclaiming, "Is that all? It doesn't seem very large. I wonder if the surrounding land is even usable." Aunt Li, overhearing Shen Hailang's comment, widened her eyes in disbelief. "Hailang, is this what you consider small? This is more than sufficient for 2 stories. Xiao Fei nudged Li Cuifeng with his elbow, saying, "Mom, are you belittling my brother Hailang? He plans to build a 3-story mansion of 1,000 square meters." Xiao Fei gestured with his hands, illustrating the grandeur of the project. "What? 3 stories? 1,000 square meters?" Aunt Li began to count on her fingers. "Hailang's mother, how much will this cost? It would take 3 generations to fully occupy it, wouldn't it?" Chapter 29. The Strawman's Spring Knife. Xiao Fei stood opposite Aunt Li, grinning mischievously. "Why can't we ever finish living here? I say, our brother Hailang's circumstances are such that, after marrying, he'll have 2 children in 3 years. Then in 5 more years, perhaps 3 or 4 more. In 20 years, 1,000 square meters won't suffice. We'll have to continue building." He nodded emphatically as he spoke, his words growing increasingly absurd. Aunt Li felt a pang of embarrassment for her son and seized Xiao Fei by the ear. "You little rascal, where did you learn such shameless nonsense? Isn't it embarrassing? Ouch, ouch. Mom, I was wrong. Please let go." Xiao Fei tilted his head, pleading for mercy. The antics of Xiao Fei and Aunt Li brought smiles to Su Xinyan and Shen Hailang, who stood nearby, barely containing their laughter. Shen Hailang stepped onto his family's land, surveying the surroundings. Gazing out at the ocean, he remarked, "This location is splendid. In the future, once we have the means, we can build a dock across the way for our own use." He turned to his mother and said, "Mom, let us plant fruit trees all around, so we can have 3 generations living together." His intention was clear. He wished to bring his parents to live with him. Su Xinyan looked at her son with immense pride. They had truly endured hardship in Shen Haiwan village over the years. Now, she could stand tall and say, "Once you marry, I'll come and help raise your children." Shen Hailang wrapped an arm around his mother's shoulders while gazing at the sea. "The master bedroom will be for you and Dad." Aunt Li looked enviously at the mother-son duo, and Xiao Fei chimed in, "Once our family has enough money, I'll build a big house for you to live in." At that moment, Su Xinyan's heart swelled with joy as she basked in the sunshine, reminded that 2 grown men awaited lunch at home. It was getting late. She needed to return and prepare a meal, especially since her eldest son was coming home for dinner. Shen Hailang wrinkled his nose. "Mom, I want to be going back today. I'm having lunch at Aunt Lee's." Seeing her mother's impending objection, Aunt Li interjected, "Let us treat Hailang like our own child, as if he were at home. Just tell his mother that he was so captivated by the land that he forgot to return." Su Xinyan knew her sons well and understood that her younger son wished to avoid hearing the grievances of the older ones. "All right then, just don't trouble Aunt Li too much." Li Suifeng responded, "Not at all, not at all." Aunt Li enthusiastically mentioned that they would have pork bought by Hailang for lunch, with some cabbage and vermicelli added in. At that moment, Shun Hailang finally grasped why Xiao Fei was so plump. Despite their financial struggles, all their money seemed to be spent on food. During lunch at Aunt Li's, Shun Hailang turned to Xiao Fei. "Today, we want TB going to the sea. Didn't T you say you wanted to buy a motorcycle? What do you think? Are we going to get that motorcycle now?" Xiao Fei's face lit up with joy. Shun Hailang thought that money spent could always be earned again, and since they were idling at home, there would be plenty of occasions to use a vehicle in the future. He was tired of pedaling a bike. The two quickly agreed to seize the opportunity and planned to head to the county town to buy a motorcycle in the afternoon. At the gate of Shun Hailang's home, Xiao Fei squatted beneath a large tree, counting the money with Shun Hailang, the crisp bills rustling between their fingers. "Brother Hailang, have you counted it well? Is this enough to buy the motorcycle?" Xiao Fei asked, his forehead glistening with sweat. "A total of 2,107 yuan. Shun Hailang counted it twice. This sum was a handful he had casually grabbed, and he was uncertain if it would suffice. However, it should be adequate, for Lu Jimin had mentioned that his happiness brand was worth merely 300, equivalent to half a large bluefin tuna, right? Xiao Fei, in a hurried manner, rose abruptly and pulled Shun Hailang along. "What are we waiting for? We must hurry to catch the bus. If the 1 o'clock bus departs, we will have to wait until tomorrow." The minibus from Yinzi Port to the county town only runs twice a day, one in the morning and another in the afternoon. Under the scorching midday sun, Shun Hailang and Xiao Fei stood beneath an old tree, awaiting the minibus. Xiao Fei, in his desperation, fashioned a fan from an old newspaper and began to wave it, yet the heat only seemed to intensify. "I'm dying of heat. Why hasn't the bus arrived yet?" Xiao Fei exclaimed, glancing around anxiously. "Could it be that the bus has already left?" Shun Hailang looked at his digital watch. It was merely 12:46. In the distance, the sound of a horn echoed, and a dilapidated white minibus bounced along the road, its roof laden with several bulging sacks. The fare collector inside opened the window and beckoned to the two. "Are you going to the county town?" "Yes, yes," Xiao Fei exclaimed, jostling his ample belly as he leapt onto the bus, quickly seeking a seat near a small fan. Shun Hailang paid for both their fares, 2 yuan each. The seats in the bus were worn and peeling, and a small electric fan at the front was attempting to circulate air, while Shun Hailang opened the window, only to be greeted by sweltering heat. After traveling a few hundred meters, the bus halted once more, evidently to pick up additional passengers bound for the county town. The front door opened, and 3 ruffian youths clad in floral shirts boarded. The leader, sporting a middle part and smoking a cigarette, was followed closely by his companions. Xiao Fei, with keen eyes, muttered, "Oh no, Hailang, it's Along and his crew." Shun Hailang squinted. "Why are you staring at him? Just ignore him. With me here, he wouldn't dare to lay a finger on you." Along and his entourage seemed oblivious to the presence of the two in the back, as Along purposefully sought out a demure young woman to sit beside him. "The oysters we had yesterday were delightful, weren't they? That little boss even expected me to pay. I simply rewarded him with a couple of hefty slaps. Look at him now, too cowardly to utter a word. Yet he dares to venture into business." A young man with yellow hair interjected, "Brother Long, your enjoyment of the oysters is a testament to your refined taste. How could he dare to charge you?" The two companions laughed obsequiously. "Where are we heading today?" "There's a newly opened arcade in town that seems promising." Though the other passengers on the bus found the trio's boasting irritating, they dared not turn their heads. This only fueled the three's arrogance, emboldening them to boast even more. Midway through the journey, the bus halted again, this time admitting 2 young female students clad in Hong Kong-style uniforms. Along's eyes gleamed as he whistled. "Sisters, why are you not focusing on your studies? Are you heading to the county town to find boyfriends?" His words elicited raucous laughter from his cohorts. The girls, heads bowed in embarrassment, hurried towards the vacant seats. Along, stretching his leg, blocked the aisle to the opposite seat, saying, "Don't leave, there's space beside me," patting the empty seat next to him. The young women, with heads lowered, found themselves in a dilemma, neither able to sit nor to leave. This treatment was undeniably excessive. Shun Hailang could no longer bear the scene and prepared to rise and admonish his junior, Along Xiao Fei, feeling anxious, tugged at him, urging Brother Hailang, "Let us avoid unnecessary trouble." At that moment, however, Along's lackey audaciously extended his hand to harass a female student. Such a tender little face. "Let me give you a kiss." With a resounding bang, Shun Hailang could no longer restrain himself, slamming his fist onto the armchair before him. Along had only been gone a few days. It seemed that Yinzi Harbor could no longer accommodate him. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Along's body stiffened. For to him, it signified impending doom. His expression fell into a state of shock as he struggled to close his eyes. It truly is a narrow road for foes. Along then turned around with a smile. Shun Hailang, you too have come to the county town." Shun Hailang pushed past the obstructing Xiao Fei, stepping forward. "Have you forgotten the pain after the wound is healed, or do we simply find ourselves at odds again? Now, at once, apologize to the young lady and exit the vehicle." "Who do you think you are, Shun Hailang? What gives you the right to act so brazenly in front of our dragon brother?" One of the lackeys, unfamiliar with Shun Hailang, spoke arrogantly. With a fist the size of a sandbag, the lackey swung at Shun Hailang. With a smile playing on his lips, Shun Hailang sidestepped, grasping the assailant's wrist. With a swift twist, the lackey let out a cry and fell to the ground. No, please, it hurts." As Shun Hailang increased the pressure, the lackey's face contorted in agony as he began to plead for mercy. For years, Long Yu had lived in fear of Shun Hailang. He motivated himself, thinking that no matter how impressive Shun Hailang had been, that was all in the past. He had grown as well. Who was to say who would fear whom? Resolutely, he pulled a spring knife from his pocket to bolster his confidence. The passengers in the minibus began to panic, especially the women. Some shielded their heads and crouched down, while others hurriedly rushed to the door, preparing to disembark. Passengers shouted, "He has a knife." Shun Hailang couldn't help but chuckle. A spring knife. And a brand name at that? Chapter 30. The Three Brothers. Aaron, in the sweltering heat of midday, the atmosphere within the minibus grew increasingly tense. The women huddled together, watching as Shun Hailang confronted the ruffian. "Shun Hailang, don't come any closer. My switchblade is very sharp," Long Yu exclaimed. Seeing Aaron brandish the knife, Shun Hailang was not intimidated. Instead, he chuckled and extended his hand. "Hand it over." Shaking his head, Shun Hailang observed Aaron, who was twirling the knife. "Aaron, it's been 2 years since we last met, and you've truly become quite ambitious. But you still lack the qualifications to be a true thug." Though his words were light-hearted, Shun Hailang kept a vigilant eye on Aaron. In the instant Aaron blinked, Shun Hailang struck with lightning speed, pinching Long Yu's pulse between his thumb and forefinger. Long Yu winced in pain, causing the switchblade to clatter to the floor. Shun Hailang swiftly kicked the fallen knife beneath the seat in front of him, then delivered a swift chop to Aaron's head. Aaron cried out in distress, cradling his head. Within half a minute, Long Yu found himself gripped by the throat, much like an eagle clutching its prey. The atmosphere in the minibus shifted once more. The passengers began to murmur among themselves. An elderly woman en route to visit her son in the county praised Shun Hailang, nodding in approval. "Young man, you are commendable. Our new society needs individuals like you. Have you practiced martial arts?" Those few moves were simply impressive. A young man gazed at him with admiration. Amidst the accolades, a figure in the back, Xiao Fei, rose and waddled his beer belly toward the front. "Indeed, this is Shun Hailang from Yinzi Port. He is a respected teacher." With his throat constricted, Long Yu's face turned crimson, and in defiance he spat, "You old fools. He is a hero, while I am a mere bear. Do you not know that he was the toughest around Yinzi Port 2 years ago? Just because he became a teacher in the city does not mean he is no longer a notorious ruffian." The passengers fell silent, some even casting scornful glances at Shun Hailang. Long Yu intentionally recounted Shun Hailang's past to the crowd, aiming to reveal that he too was once a troublemaker. At that moment, Shun Hailang released his grip on Long Yu's neck, allowing him to move freely. The female student, who had been teased by Long Yu and his friends, now had tears in her eyes. "Big brother, I believe you are a good person." With a sigh of relief, Shun Hailang addressed the driver. "You may continue driving. We are headed to the county. Aaron, you need not tarnish my reputation in this manner. You only witnessed me fighting that day. But do you understand why I took the lead in the brawl? He turned to face the bewildered passengers. The minibus erupted into chaos once more. Even the previously praising elderly woman widened her eyes in surprise. There's no need to be alarmed. At that time, I was a member of the high school sports team, and Aaron is my junior. I recall it was a Friday when school was out, and some local thugs surrounded us high school students. As a member of the sports team, I felt it was my duty to lead my teammates in driving those ruffians away. Shun Hailing cast a glance at Long Yu and remarked, "How long? I recall you being 2 grades my junior, back when you were as slender as a bamboo pole, often cornered in the restroom by others demanding money." Long Yu's face flushed with embarrassment, taken aback that Shun Hailing still remembered such undignified moments. Why bring this up now? Shun Hailing, recalling Long Yu's former honest demeanor with his crew cut, chuckled softly. Continuing down this path leads to no good. What awaits you are prisons, hospitals, or worse fates. Long Yu's expression wavered. You speak so lightly, Shun Hailing, but I can no longer survive in Yinzi Port. I've bullied those fruit vendors and barbecue sellers. And so what? Shun Hailing replied calmly, gazing at Long Yu. You must repay your debts and offer apologies where due. Whether you choose to do so is your decision. Whether others forgive you rests with them, but you must take the initiative. Within the vehicle, the only sound apart from Shun Hailing was the engine's hum. As everyone listened to the transformation of a misguided youth, Long Yu, increasingly perplexed, asked, "Is there still a way for me to turn back?" Suddenly, his face contorted in anguish, and he began to weep. You have no idea how my pocket money was regularly stolen back in school. They even wrote and drew on my clothes. And then there were Wang Lei and Zhou Quan, those scoundrels who smeared mud on my pants during a rainy day. Long Yu's cries grew louder. I swore I would become a bad person, someone like you, Shun Hailing, who wouldn't be bullied. His voice trailed off. Long Yu's 2 underlings also began to weep, realizing their leader bore such painful memories. Shun Hailing felt a wave of embarrassment as everyone in the vehicle turned to look at him. Hey, how long? Don't tarnish my name. What do you mean by not being bullied and becoming someone like me? He patted Long Yu's shoulder and suggested, how about this? I offer you a choice. Before he could finish, the minibus came to a sudden halt, and the driver turned to shout, We've arrived at the intersection of Yinzi Port and Zigu. Is anyone getting off? Shun Hailing continued, Join me in legitimate work. I am currently expanding my fishing business and have much to accomplish. If you're willing, refrain from playing arcade games in the county town and return to Yinzi Port. I'll seek you out when I return from my tasks in the county. Long Yu lifted his head, his eyes filled with complexity, as his 2 underlings approached. One, with bleached hair, inquired, Dragon Brother, shall we disembark? Let's get off. Long Yu decided, ready to turn his life around. As the door swung open, Long Yu led the way, with his 2 underlings exchanging glances before hastily following. A collective sigh of relief filled the vehicle. The female student who had been seated beside Shun Hailing asked, Big brother, do you really think a delinquent can change? Shun Hailing, watching the trio through the window, replied to her, Every individual possesses the power of choice. Good and evil depend on oneself. As the minibus departed from Zuigu, leaving a cloud of dust in its wake, the bleached-haired underling excitedly patted Long Yu on the shoulder, exclaiming, Along, you truly are a clever one. How did you come up with the idea of feigning a deception to escape the car? Why don't we take advantage of his inattention and give him a couple of blows? Silence. I no longer wish to engage in such actions. I aspire to experience what it is to be a normal person. Long Yu gazed calmly at his subordinate. What? I must have misheard. Along. Are you truly seeking redemption? What shall we do then? Another curly-haired subordinate looked at Long Yu in disbelief. Long Yu retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and placed it between his lips. Go wherever you please. I refuse to witness myself transform into the very bullies who tormented me in the past. The blonde-haired one grew agitated, but our reputation in Swallow Harbor is already as foul as rotten eggs. Then let us each offer our apologies. Long Yu lit his cigarette. Shun Hailing was correct. Prison, hospitals, that is the inevitable conclusion. He discarded half of the cigarette and chose to walk back to Swallow Harbor. The 2 subordinates exchanged glances. Along intends to reform. What shall we do? The curly-haired one pondered. We have sworn allegiance to Lord Guan. For a day we are leaders. For a lifetime we are leaders. Long Yu halted upon overhearing their conversation. Without turning around, he shouted, "We have pledged our allegiance. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and follow me." The two subordinates shared a glance and hastily pursued him. This time, the trio retraced their steps. An hour later, the dilapidated second-hand minibus finally arrived at the county town. The driver halted the vehicle on the gravel road before even entering the town. "It's time to disembark. If we enter without proper documentation, we will incur a fine." The villagers of Swallow Harbor were already accustomed to this routine, as every trip into the city concluded with a stop nearby, followed by a walk. On the gravel road at the edge of the county town, Shun Hailang, clad in a white shirt and retro sneakers, presented an impeccably clean appearance. "Brother Hailang, what shall we do next?" Xiao Fei surveyed the surroundings. "This county town is far more impressive than our Swallow Harbor." Just as Shun Hailang was about to respond, hurried footsteps approached from behind. The elegant girl who had remained silent during the journey caught up with them, with her long, straight black hair and delicate features. Her attire clearly indicated that she was not from an ordinary family. Shun Hailang, hello." The girl breathed heavily, summoning her courage as she extended her hand. "My name is Wang Xiaoli, and I wish to be friends with you." Wang Xiaoli's demeanor was nothing short of gracious and poised. Xiao Fei's eyes widened in disbelief as he instinctively touched his own plump face. Chapter 31. Buying a vehicle before entering the city, Shun Hailang found himself somewhat bewildered by Wang Xiaoli's sudden approach. Instinctively, he extended his hand to shake hers. "Shun Hailang, my dear, are you not afraid to befriend someone labeled as a notorious rogue?" He thought to himself that since they would likely never meet again, it would be unkind to outright reject her in front of her. Upon realizing that Shun Hailang did not refuse her, Wang Xiaoli's eyes sparkled with excitement. She followed closely behind the two and inquired, "What brings you to the county town?" "We're here to buy a motorcycle," Xiao Fei replied, his face beaming with pride. "My brother Hailang is quite wealthy now." "Really?" Wang Xiaoli feigned surprise, blinking her eyes. "I live right next to the Agricultural Machinery Bureau, and I know the motorcycle shop owner. Why don't I take you there? The shopkeepers wouldn't dare to cheat you." The more Shun Hailang listened, the more he felt something was amiss. He turned around and asked, "My dear, are you seeking friendship or something more?" Wang Xiaoli's face flushed, yet she stood tall, an indication of her outgoing and confident nature. "Then I'll be candid. I wish to pursue a relationship with you." "Do you have a girlfriend?" She fiddled with her fingers. "You are quite handsome, possess a strong sense of justice, and even have martial skills." Stop. Shun Hailang hastily waved his hands and pulled Xiao Fei aside. "I believe you are mistaken. My family is particularly poor, residing in a dilapidated two-room house with an older brother who has a disability." "I don't mind." Wang Xiaoli stepped closer. "My family is well off. I am drawn to someone like you." Xiao Fei, stifling a laugh, trembled with amusement, and Shun Hailang shot him a fierce glare. That little comrade Wang. Shun Hailang racked his brain for reasons to distance himself from her. "We have pressing matters to attend to, and we must catch the last bus home. Let us discuss this another time." With that, he grabbed Xiao Fei and hurried away. Wang Xiaoli did not pursue them, but called out, "Shun Hailang, how will I contact you in the future?" Shun Hailang dare not look back, pulling Xiao Fei to a halt at the street corner. Xiao Fei leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. "Brother Hailang, why did you run? That girl is beautiful, generous, and from the city. Her family is wealthy. Business comes first. Money shall never subjugate Shun Hailang," he declared, adjusting his white shirt. After a thorough search, the two finally located the motorcycle market near the Agricultural Machinery Bureau. A row of gleaming motorcycles was parked in the shade. Xiao Fei, enamored with the various models, eagerly touched a blue one, then a red one, clearly appreciating each option. Shun Hailang preferred the blue model, but ultimately yielded to Xiao Fei's desire for the red one. "How much for this red one?" Shun Hailang asked, pointing at the happy 300. Behind the counter sat a middle-aged man in slippers, trimming his nails. 2,600. "No bargaining," he replied with a tone laden with disdain. Shun Hailang inquired again, "May I take it for a test ride?" "What do you mean by test?" "The rural folk cannot afford it, even if they tried." "Do not dirty my car," scoffed the shopkeeper at the two. Xiao Fei's face flushed with anger. "You are looking down on us." The shopkeeper replied, "Indeed, I tend to look down on people, I sell it for 2,000 others. But for you country folks, it's 2,600. What is the matter? He thought to himself that these peasants wouldn't cause any trouble. Shunhailing pointed at the shopkeeper. You are not capable of thriving. The shopkeeper shrugged indifferently. Yes, I may not prosper, but you should hurry along. Don't disturb my rest. Shunhailing pulled Xiaofei out of the shop. Let South try another place. If the god of wealth comes knocking and you can't receive him, it's no one's fault. As they turned around, they heard the shopkeeper mockingly mutter, a pauper pretending to be the god of wealth. How laughable. Shunhailing shook his head, adding this shop to his blacklist, and led Xiaofei to a larger establishment. The proprietor here, much like Xiaofei, was a stout fellow. The two portly men greeted each other with joviality. The rotund owner warmly welcomed them. Come in, young brothers, have a look, whichever you fancy. I'll let you take it for a spin, pointing to the red high-end version of the Happiness 300 that Xiaofei admired. Shunhailing inquired, what is the price for this one? The stout owner, approving of Xiaofei's taste, exclaimed, this is the top model, equipped with electronic ignition and double hazard lights. Priced at 2,800. Shunhailing turned to Xiaofei. What do you think? If you like it, let us buy it. Xiaofei felt 2,800 was a bit steep and approached the stout owner. Hello, we have similar builds. How about a discount? If you sell this motorcycle for 2,500 to my little friend here, we'll definitely buy it. The stout owner chuckled at Xiaofei's words. If the little chubby guy has the money, you can take it for 2,500. Without hesitation, Shunhailing pulled out a bundle of cash. The stout owner, seeing their seriousness, adjusted his demeanor. So, you two are well off. 2,500 it is. Let us prepare the invoice. Shunhailing placed 2,500 on the table. The stout owner counted the money twice and even gifted them 2 helmets. 10 minutes later, after the motorcycle had been fine-tuned, under the watchful gaze of the disdainful shopkeeper next door, Shunhailing and Xiaofei pushed the high-end Red Happiness 300 out of the shop. Xiaofei deliberately spat on the ground in front of the snobbish owner. Brother Hailang, can I ride it to the evening gathering? Xiaofei was brimming with excitement for new experiences. Nonsense. Do you think it's as easy as riding a bicycle? You need at least a week of practice before hitting the road. Shunhailing dismissed his enthusiasm. City folk are delicate. If you crash into someone, you might incur losses. Once we return home, where the roads are clear, I'll teach you hands-on. In truth, it was Shunhailing's first experience riding such a vintage motorcycle, and he too felt uncertain. After Xiaofei mounted, he took a deep breath, ignited the electronic spark, and the motorcycle emitted a crackling sound. Turning the key, he pressed down on the starter lever with his right foot. Why isn't it moving? Shunhailing pressed down again, and the motorcycle began to roll forward. It turns out that this vintage motorcycle requires a double press of the starter lever to ignite. Shunhailing has truly gained knowledge. As he twisted the throttle, the front wheel of the motorcycle lifted 10 centimeters with a resounding roar, startling both individuals. The exhaust emitted a plume of black smoke, marking the inaugural activation of their high-end Hongqing 300. Ha ha ha! Hailang, your driving skills leave much to be desired. Xiaofei, momentarily alarmed, soon regained his carefree demeanor. Shunhailing's face flushed with embarrassment as he gradually acclimated to the ride, the motorcycle cruising smoothly. This contraption is even more perilous than piloting a diesel boat. Following the directions provided by the portly boss, the duo navigated the streets of the county town on their motorcycle until they arrived at Lu Jiming's affordable seafood restaurant. A large red banner outside proclaimed a special offer, braised mackerel for just 9 yuan. Lu Jiming was seated at the glass window, engrossed in a card game, and upon spotting his friends, he discarded his cards onto the table. Well, what a rare sight. Have you two truly taken the plunge with the high-end Hongqing 300? He exclaimed. Old Hu, let us have 3 dishes and a soup, something substantial. Lu Jiming called for his chef to prepare the meal. He warmly ushered the two into the restaurant, saying, so, what do you think of my brother's seafood establishment? Quite decent. Isn't it? At the dining table, Lu Jiming personally poured tea for them. Initially, Shunhailing intended to engage in pleasantries, but Lu Jiming insisted on extending the utmost hospitality. Since his friends had come to his establishment, he insisted on treating them to his finest offerings. They feasted on 2 braised native chickens, beef with cabbage, and braised spare ribs, while even the soup was made from old soft-shelled turtle. Lu Jiming then presented his treasured old baijiu, and the trio indulged in a hearty feast. Chapter 32, starting anew, the dining table was continuously replenished with dishes as old acquaintances indulged in their libations. Lu Jiming, with an air of mystery, lowered his voice and glanced around, ensuring even the kitchen staff remained oblivious to his forthcoming words. "Do you know where that bluefin tuna ended up?" Xiao Fei, with mouthfuls of braised pork ribs, mumbled, "Where did that strange fish go?" "To the provincial capital, at a state-owned grand hotel," exclaimed Lu Jiming, slapping his thigh. "Hey, I made enough to buy a high-spec Happiness 300 motorcycle just from that." With a splutter, Xiao Fei nearly choked on the turtle soup. 3,000? Lu Jiming clinked his glass in response. "Not that much, merely 2,600. Lu Gu, congratulations on your fortune." Shun Hailang raised his glass to Lu Jiming, his face adorned with genuine delight. "To turn a quick profit like that, you truly possess remarkable skills." Xiao Fei had previously been schooled by Shun Hailang not to envy others' success. How much one earns is a testament to their abilities. It was rare for the miserly one to express such congratulations. Flattered by the praise from his companions, Lu Jiming stood and served them both generous portions of pork ribs. "You brothers are quite generous. If others knew I made this kind of money, they would be envious enough to fall ill." Over the years, Lu Jiming had experienced his fair share of business partners turning against him. Shun Hailang set down his glass and waved his hand dismissively. "Lu Gu, you flatter me. If it weren't for you acquiring my bluefin, I would have found a market for even 350. He turned to Xiao Fei, giving him a swift kick under the table. Xiao Fei hastily placed the ribs back on his plate. Hailang said it right. In business, one must allow others to profit too. Without profit, who would want to engage with you? Ha ha. Lu Jiming laughed, pleased to see Xiao Fei enjoying his meal. He pushed the turtle soup towards him. Xiao Fei, your social savvy is commendable. Hence, the turtle soup is yours. Beaming, Xiao Fei claimed the soup, gulping it down eagerly. The three of them left the table in a state of disarray, and after indulging in their feast, Shun Hailang glanced at his watch. Liu Ye, we've had our fill. It's time for us to head home. The night roads are unsafe. Lu Jiming, understanding, did not insist they stay longer and escorted them to the door. I comprehend. Ride safely on your motorcycle. If you come across any peculiar treasures, remember to give me a call. Rest assured, I'll notify Lu Gu at the first opportunity of any good finds, Shun Hailang replied, mounting his motorcycle and grasping the keys. This time, the ignition was noticeably smoother than their arrival, with no sign of the front wheel lifting. Xiao Fei jumped onto the seat, causing the springs to bounce. Lu Gu, don't see us off. You treated me to turtle soup this time. Next time, I'll bring you some sea cucumbers to boost your vitality. As the motorcycle, under Shun Hailing's control, departed the county and turned onto the rural road, Xiao Fei squirmed with excitement. Hailing Gu, that meal was delightful. The minibus ride here was sweltering. Nothing beats the breeze on a motorcycle. Let me ride for a bit. Do not jolt me, Shun Hailang exclaimed, nearly losing both himself and the vehicle to the roadside. Let us wait until we reach a deserted area before you try again. After 20 minutes of driving, Shun Hailang could no longer endure Xiao Fei's incessant chatter and pulled the vehicle over beside a wheat field. Xiao Fei eagerly leapt from the car, rubbing his hands together in excitement. It's my turn. I've been envious of others' motorcycles for years. What's the rush? Shun Hailang shook his head. Let us agree that you can only use first gear, and I'll support the back of the bike. Don't twist the throttle. I know, Xiao Fei said, moving to the front seat, his short legs barely reaching the ground. Shun Hailang steadied the handlebars with one hand while pressing down on the fuel tank with the other, gradually easing the clutch for a smooth start. A motorcycle capable of reaching 100 km/h became as sluggish as a tractor in Xiao Fei's hands. Lurching with every attempt to accelerate, Xiao Fei, tense and sweating, exclaimed, I can't ride this. It keeps veering to the right. That's because your entire body is leaning right. Shun Hailang replied, also perspiring profusely. Can't you sit up straight? Thus, the two engaged in a real-time lesson, and after 10 minutes, Xiao Fei managed to ride steadily. They switched places again, and Shun Hailang finally enjoyed the wind in his hair. With the speed stabilized at 50 km/h, the salty sea breeze enveloped them. and their skin relaxed under its embrace. Xiaofei spread his arms wide on the back seat, exclaiming, "This motorcycle is fantastic. The money spent is worth it." When we return to the village, let us honk the horn a couple of times to show those folks at the village entrance. Shun Hailing chuckled. "Look at you, trying to show off. Have you forgotten about old Zhang, who will be waiting at the rocky shore on Yinzi Port Street?" The buzzing sound of clippers echoed from an old barber shop. "Master, go ahead, but please don't shake your hand and poke my scalp." Long Yu swallowed hard, watching his hair grow shorter in the mirror. The barber, at least 60 years old, replied, "Young man, who gets a buzz cut these days? In the summer, it's unbearable to be bitten by mosquitoes on a bare scalp. It's fine, just shave it all off. I want a fresh start," Long Yu decided, closing his eyes to avoid the sight of his own reflection. The two loyal companions beside him also took the plunge. "Master, just do it. We'll both get crew cuts. The shorter, the better." Half an hour later, 3 refreshed young men stood at the barbershop entrance with a sign read haircuts, 2 yuan. Long Yu rubbed the back of his head, feeling the coolness of his shaved scalp. The yellow-haired companion turned to him, saying along, "Does this count as turning over a new leaf? Hey, you 3 young men, you still haven't paid for your haircuts," called the old barber, chasing after them with clippers in hand. Long Yu touched his bald head and suddenly remembered, "Oh no, I'm so used to getting free meals that I forgot to pay." He glanced at his 2 companions. "What are you waiting for? Pay up." The trio fumbled through their pockets, finally gathering a total of 7 yuan in loose change. "Is this all?" Long Yu's eyes widened. "You think you can go to the county town and play arcade games with just 4 yuan? The fare for the round trip barely covers it." The young man with the blonde hair ruffled his freshly shaved crew cut and said, "Brother Long, what shall we do with such a meager amount?" Long Yu stuffed the collected change into the old man's hand, saying, "Uncle, let us put this on credit for now. Here, S3 yuan 70. You can keep it for the time being, and I'll settle the remaining 2 yuan 30 next time." The old man eyed the trio of flamboyantly dressed youths suspiciously. "You lads aren't planning to take advantage of an old man like me, are you?" "Of course not, uncle. We are determined to turn over a new leaf." The curly-haired youth vowed, thumping his chest. "Indeed," the blonde chimed in. "Look at our resolve. Starting anew, will we really try to escape on your 2 yuan 30? Are the 3 of us not worth at least 2 yuan? The old man couldn't help but chuckle at their antics. With a wave of his hand, he relented. "All right then, just remember to settle up the next time you come for a haircut." As he turned back into the shop, he muttered, "These youngsters today have pockets cleaner than their faces." The trio of reformed youths stood at the barbershop door, exchanging glances and erupting into laughter. "Brother Long, what's the plan now?" the blonde inquired. "What else can we do?" Long Yu replied, rubbing his bald head. "Let us find a shady spot along his usual path and wait for Shun Hailing." Chapter 33. As old Joe acknowledged it, the 3 young men clad in floral shirts, having just embarked on a new venture, were still troubled by the cost of 2 trifling items. The marketplace of Swallow Harbor reverberated with a cacophony of sounds. Xiaofei, perched on the back of the motorcycle, urged Brother Hailang, "Honk the horn." In this era, the concept of social death was yet to emerge. Hailang, indifferent to others' gazes, knew it was inevitable that his new vehicle would attract attention. He cheerfully pressed the horn, which blared beep beep through the air. With Hailang and Xiaofei riding their happiness 300, they instantly became the center of attention in Swallow Harbor. Fisherman exclaimed, "Look on the road. Those 2 fishmongers have bought a motorcycle." Merchants commented, "Indeed, it seems to be them. That vehicle doesn't appear inexpensive." Today's youth really have no sense of frugality. They earn money only to spend it. They simply don't know how to save. This motorcycle could buy half a year's worth of pork. The villagers of Swallow Harbor paused their tasks, gathering around to marvel at the metal contraption. Some were envious, others resentful, but most simply came to join the spectacle. Xiaofei, with a cheeky grin and a protruding belly, wore an expression of triumph. "Brother Hailang, keep honking the horn, go on," he exclaimed, nudging Hailang playfully. Reluctantly, Hailang pressed the horn a couple more times. "Xiaofei, let us tone it down a bit. Do you remember the first time we were intercepted by old Zhang?" Xiaofei's face fell as he recalled the incident when an excess of mantis shrimp had led to their misfortune the following day. Hailing skillfully maneuvered the motorcycle to park it deliberately in front of old Joe's shop. Old Joe, with keen ears, recognized the sound of the motorcycle stopping at his doorstep, and understood business was on the horizon. Upon stepping outside and recognizing the visitors, his expression darkened. "What brings you here again? Have you come to flaunt your new motorcycle after making a bit of money?" "Uncle Joe, may your business thrive," Highland greeted with a smile. Old Joe stood, circling the motorcycle for inspection, before shaking his head disapprovingly. "You, my boy, are quite the spendthrift." "How can that be? Isn't it natural to spend money after earning it?" Highland countered, removing the key from the ignition. "Besides, having a motorcycle makes it easier for Xiao Fei and me to pursue our seafood trade." "Well, don't just stand there. Come in quickly. What fishing gear do you intend to purchase this time?" Old Joe said, strolling back into the shop. The shelves inside boasted fishing rods of various lengths, 3 meters, 5 meters, and 10 meters. Highland followed him in, selecting his fishing rods. "Uncle Joe, I'll take 20 of those traps and 2 fishing rods to try out." Meanwhile, Xiao Fei, ever the cautious one, remained outside, guarding the motorcycle and fearing that passersby might inadvertently bump into it. "Hurry in, Xiao Fei, pick a fishing rod. We'll go fishing next time we set sail," Highlang urged. "Brother Highlang, I'll stay out here and keep an eye on the bike. Just grab one for me." Xiao Fei replied anxiously. "What if someone maliciously scratches our motorcycle with a stone? Who in Swallow Harbor would do such a thing?" Highlang pulled him inside. "Besides, who would dare to steal it and ride around with it? We're the only ones with this model in Swallow Harbor." Xiao Fei pondered for a moment and agreed. Given his brother's prowess, anyone daring to touch his vehicle would likely find themselves trampled into the ground, searching for their teeth. Old Joe, while procuring supplies for Shun Highlang, reminisced about his youth, recalling how he feared anyone discovering that he had purchased a radio. Youth is a splendid time. I remember when I was your age. I earned enough to buy the very first radio in the village to listen to while shucking corn." Old Joe retrieved a fishing rod from the shelf and held it up for comparison in front of Xiao Fei. "Little fatty, with your physique, you can hardly wield a long rod. I fear that one swing might send you tumbling into the sea." Xiao Fei retorted, "Pa, Old Joe, who do you look down upon? My lower body is quite stable." He insisted, "You don't believe me? I've sold fishing gear for 20 years. I've seen it all." Old Joe tossed him a 1.8-meter short rod. "This one suits you just fine. Any longer, and your little arms would struggle to manage it." Xiao Fei rolled up his sleeves. "Old Joe, are you implying my arms are short?" He detested being called short. Today, Shun Highling noticed that Old Joe seemed unusually chatty. Could this be what they referred to as a slow burn? He casually picked up a 3-meter rod and said, "Uncle Joe, I prefer using a 3-meter one." He then pointed to the fishing gear on the shelf. "Let us get 20 more round traps, 5 each of crab and shrimp traps, and a large landing net." 3 young men in flamboyant floral shirts approached the entrance of Old Joe's fishing gear store. "Along, do you think Shun Highlang will truly lead us towards a profitable path?" Huang Mao said nervously, rubbing his hands. "Now that we've shaved our heads, it would be a significant loss if he doesn't take us along." Long Yu rubbed his own bald head and reassured, "Keep your worries at bay. From what I know of him, I admired him from afar in high school. He is a man of his word." He glanced at his 2 companions. "Let us be diligent in our work. We can't be outdone by that whimpering little fatty." The younger brother, Huang Mao, chose to heed Along's words. "So, what should we do now?" Long Yu replied, "We'll just wait here and keep an eye on the motorcycle." The 3 of them squatted in the sun beside the motorcycle. Old Joe continued to manage his inventory while keeping accounts. He caught a glimpse of the 3 delinquents outside. "Those 3 little rascals are eyeing your motorcycle. Aren't you going to say something?" Shun Highlang turned to look outside, and indeed, the 3 floral shirt youths were Along and his group. Seeing Shun Highlang purchasing so much fishing gear, Old Joe remarked, "Aren't you a teacher? What else with the sudden venture into the sea for profit? Isn't being a teacher good enough?" Without a moment's hesitation, Shun Highlang replied, "Being a teacher is dreadfully dull. It's far more enjoyable to remain in Yinzi port, regardless of how much I earn." He was perceptive enough to guess the young man's intentions. If this lad could succeed, it was not unthinkable for his daughter to marry him. "Uncle Joe, I promise I will make good money," Shun Highlang confessed, feeling uneasy under Old Joe's probing gaze. Old Joe chose not to press further, leaving the conversation at that. Meanwhile, Xiao Fei, seizing the moment, stealthily slipped a pack of fish hooks into his pocket. At the checkout, old Joe generously waved off the lead, saying, 300 will suffice, and I shall throw in 2 packs of fishing line. This young lad frequents here. The foreword from old Joe suddenly ignited a glimmer of hope in Shun Hailang regarding his marriage prospects. However, he remained uncertain about old Joe's character. Was he merely a man swayed by money, or was he genuinely in search of a son-in-law? The 2 brothers emerged from the fishing tackle shop, laden with packages, and Shun Hailang exchanged glances with 3 young men in short-sleeved shirts. The trio stood upright like bodyguards, vigilantly guarding their motorcycle. Wow! Shun Hailang couldn't help but exclaim. Along, what happened to your hair? Long Yu straightened his back, wholly unfazed by Shun Hailang's gaze. Brother Hailang, you mentioned starting anew, he replied, nudging his 2 companions. The 3 of them promptly bowed in unison, proclaiming, Brother Hailang. This display attracted the attention of passers-by, and Xiao Fei muttered whether those who had their heads shaved had lost their wits. Shun Hailang had no desire to assume the role of a leader. Yet at that moment, he was mistakenly perceived as one by onlookers. Instead of laughing at them, he solemnly nodded, acknowledging one's mistakes and striving for improvement is indeed commendable. However, there's no need to take your hairstyle so seriously. Have you all had your meals? His inquiry prompted the 3 to shake their heads in unison, their stomachs audibly rumbling in agreement. Then let us go. I shall treat you to something to eat. We'll head over to Wang Laohu restaurant across the street, where we can dine and converse, Shun Hailang declared as he mounted his motorcycle, while Xiao Fei secured the fishing gear to the rear of the bike. Chapter 34. The Bald Trio joins in the Wang Laohu restaurant in Yinzi Port has been in operation for nearly 30 years. Despite being a modest establishment with only 4 or 5 tables, its business flourishes remarkably well. Today is no exception, as only 2 tables remain unoccupied. Shun Hailang parks his motorcycle in the shade and approaches the restaurant. 3 stout gentlemen stand awkwardly at the entrance, their faces flushed under the glaring sun. Hesitant to step inside. What are you 3 dawdling about? Kulmin, is the sun not scorching out here? Shun Hailang wipes the sweat from his brow. The trio of miscreants exchanges glances, and finally, the bald-headed Long Yu stammers, Brother Hailang, we don't have any money for a meal. Shun Hailang nearly bursts into laughter. 3 strapping young men, without a cent to their names, yet you managed to ride all the way to the county town? Let us go, we'll talk inside. This meal is a celebration of your return to the path of righteousness. Leading the way, Shun Hailang enters the Wang Laohu restaurant, where the enticing aroma of braised ribbon fish wafts through the air. The 5 of them settle at a table near the large ceiling fan. Upon seeing the brightly patterned shirt of the bald-headed Along, the old fisherman at the other 3 tables instinctively shift away. The proprietress, Zhen, is peeling garlic when she notices Shun Hailang and his companions. Little Hailang, it's been ages. Have you returned from the city? Zhen then glances at the 3 bald heads seated beside him, nearly dropping her garlic. Clearly, the notorious reputation of Along and his crew precedes them. Yes, madam, the city is not easy to navigate. So I've come back to Yinzi Port to make a living, Shun Hailang replies. The proprietress responds, all right, I'll prepare 100 yuan worth of dishes for you, and each of you will have 2 bowls of rice. Sounds good. We'll leave the menu to you. Shun Hailang nods while gesturing with his hand. Zhen promptly heads to the kitchen to consult her husband, Wang Laohu, about the meal, knowing that with Shun Hailang present, there will be no need to worry about unpaid bills. Shun Hailang points at the table. Xiao Fei, go to the fridge and bring 10 bottles of Prince beer for the brothers to cool down. Long Yu and his companions, seated across from Shun Hailang, now appear far from their former tough guy demeanor, more like 3 timid chicks. Zhen emerges from the kitchen, carrying 5 glass cups. Xiao Fei makes a couple of trips, bringing 10 bottles of ice-cold beer and casually placing them on the table, the caps popping off with a satisfying crack. Long Yu attempts to pour beer for Shun Hailang, but he declines. Let us eat. No need to be so formal. Help yourselves, Shun Hailang encourages. Lifting his glass, he declares, here, as to turning foes into friends. The 5 glasses clink together, and as the chilled beer flows down, Shun Hailang lets out a hearty burp. In this sweltering heat, nothing is more gratifying than a cold beer. With reddened eyes, Long Yu and his companions down their drinks in one go. The blonde-haired young man murmurs, "It's been ages since I've had chill beer with Brother Long," setting down his glass with a firm thud on the wooden table. Shun Hailang states, "Let us speak plainly. Since you have decided to start anew, you must promise not to bully the honest folk again. Can you manage that?" "Absolutely," they reply in unison. Long Yu rose from his seat, causing the chair to topple over. "I, Long Yu, swear to the heavens, should anyone dare to bully honest folk again, they shall face the consequences of 3 stabs to the thigh, as per the rules of the Jianghu." Indeed, 3 stabs to the thigh. His 2 companions also stood up, raised their cups, and downed their drinks in one go. The trio exuded a mixture of bravado and camaraderie. Shun Hailang, bemused, thought to himself how outdated such threats were in this day and age. "It's not that serious. Just sit down already. Let me tell you, real men at your age ought to focus on making a living," he remarked. At that moment, the first dish was brought to the table by Asian, a delectable braised ribbon fish, a specialty of Wang Laohu. The trio inhaled the aroma, their stomachs growling in anticipation. "Come, let us eat and chat," Shun Hailang urged, pushing the dish towards the others. "Long Yu and I are old acquaintances. May I ask how to address you, 2 young gentlemen?" The one with yellow hair hastily set down his chopsticks and swallowed the piece of fish in his mouth. "Brother Hailang, my name is Xia Mancheng, but you could just call me Xiao Xia." According to Xia, he too had a story, having grown up without a father who had strayed into the underworld. He was raised by his mother, ultimately leading him down a misguided path. Shun Hailang poured himself a drink, raised it in salute to Xia, and finished in one gulp. Next, it was the curly-haired Lu Jingang's turn to introduce himself. "I am Lu Jinggang, formerly a security guard at a textile factory." At this point, he appeared somewhat embarrassed. "Later, I was caught stealing several bales of cotton to sell and was dismissed." The diners at the neighboring tables dared not make a sound, their ears perked up to eavesdrop on the tales of these ruffians. Meanwhile, Xiao Fei nearly choked and quickly took a swig of beer. "Impressive. Your histories are quite remarkable." Shun Hailang blinked, feeling a sense of foreboding. He took a deep breath and said, "Let bygones be bygones. Starting today, you will work for me." "Are you capable of enduring hardship?" "Yes, we can endure hardship. I have even farmed before." Xia Mancheng pounded his chest in affirmation. The second dish, garlic scallops, was served, and Shun Hailang personally distributed one to each of them. As he handed a scallop to Lu Jinggang, he admonished, "Especially you, do not take things anymore. This bad habit must be corrected." Lu Jinggang blushed, perhaps from the alcohol. "I want tea steal again. I'll be an honest man from now on." With an insatiable appetite, Lu Jinggang eyed Shun Hailang's bowl of rice. "Are you going to eat that rice? If not, I'll take it." He was quite unabashed. In just 10 minutes since the dishes had arrived, the trio had devoured 6 bowls of rice, leaving the table nearly barren. Shun Hailang stared in disbelief. "How long has it been since you last had a proper meal?" Long Yu glanced at Shun Hailang's bowl of rice. "I only had 2 buns for lunch yesterday." He sheepishly added that he had intended to go to the county town today to enjoy some free sunflower seeds at the arcade. Finally, Xiao Fei couldn't contain himself any longer, interjecting, "Didn't you say in the car that you had a free meal last night?" "Heh, that was just boasting. If you really eat someone else's free meal, they won't let you off easily." Xia Mancheng revealed a secret. Xiao Fei, having dined to his heart's content in the city, nonchalantly pushed his rice towards the trio across the table, remarking, "Your culinary skills surpass mine." Shun Hailang regarded the unreliable trio with a quizzical expression and inquired, "So, where do you usually reside? Do you have a place to stay?" The 3 exchanged glances, and Long Yu bashfully replied, "Under the bridge on a fishing boat, wherever we happen to pass through." Upon hearing this, Shun Hailang made a decisive choice. "How about this? I possess a piece of land by the seaside, and today I shall arrange for the construction of a wooden cabin. Regardless of whether you go fishing or not, I will pay you 20 yuan a day. As for meals, with a motorcycle at my disposal, I can conveniently deliver food to you." 20 yuan? Long Yu stammered. "And there will still be food? Is 20 yuan acceptable?" "Absolutely. That's more than sufficient." The trio nodded vigorously in agreement. Having indulged excessively during his earlier meal in the county, Shun Hailang, in a generous gesture, pushed a bottle of beer towards them. The trio immediately poured the beer into their glasses. Now, do you know how to cook? Shun Hailing asked. The three bald heads shook in unison, a synchronized response. Oh dear, Shun Hailing sighed. From now on, I will procure the seasonings for you, along with 1 meat and 2 vegetable dishes. You must learn to prepare them yourselves. Should your cooking turn out poorly, you will have to swallow it down. It is indeed remarkable that you 3 have managed to navigate life in such a manner. Xie Mancheng chuckled awkwardly. Isn't this a fortunate encounter with a benefactor? My mother was right. Whenever one ventures out, they are bound to meet a noble person. At 3 in the afternoon, under the scorching sun, Shun Hailing rode his motorcycle with Xiaofei and Long Yu in tow. The handlebars were adorned with pots and pans, while a fish trap was secured at the rear. Long Yu and Xiaofei clutched a large piece of netting in their arms. Hold on tight, don't fall off. We still have 2 others waiting at the restaurant, Shun Hailing urged, revving the motorcycle as it raced towards the Seaside plot. Upon arrival, he unloaded the freshly purchased fishing gear, instructing the 2 to remain there. He then returned to fetch the other 2, making 2 arduous trips to gather everyone at the seaside. His shirt was thoroughly drenched by the end of it. Here, I sincerely thank the older siblings for following along. No gifts are necessary. Simply a warm gesture of bookmarking the read would suffice. Thank you. Chapter 35. The elder brother's failed attempt. The sweltering heat left Shun Hailing gasping for breath. Having worked tirelessly to the point where he could no longer sweat, he pointed to the nylon tarp and a few single blankets on the ground, instructing, "You all make do tonight. Tomorrow I'll bring someone to build a house. Let's first set up a temporary tent." With that, he dashed into the sea to cool off, followed closely by the other 4. By 4 p.m., the ocean had become refreshing, and the 5 of them frolicked in the water. Xiaofei, I truly apologize for everything that happened before. Please take care of me. Moving forward, Long Yu swam over to Xiaofei, expressing his remorse. Xiaofei was taken aback, not expecting an apology. My greatest virtue is my soft heart. Since you've apologized, I shall forgive you. Xie Mancheng and Lu Jinggang also approached in unison, saying, Xiaofei, we are sorry. Xiaofei beamed with delight, his round face radiating pride, feeling somewhat like a leader among his newfound companions, particularly those who had once bullied him. Once they had cooled off in the sea, Shun Hailing began instructing them on how to erect the tent. Find some wooden sticks and drive them into the ground firmly. Yes, hang the plastic tarp on the sticks and weigh it down with stones. We wouldn't want a strong gust of wind to blow it away. As the sun dipped low in the sky, a rudimentary tent appeared on the homestead. Let us call it day. Fortunately, there are no mosquitoes this month, Shun Hailing remarked, noticing the time. You all will have to make do with your sleep tonight. I'll bring someone tomorrow to construct a wooden house. Lying on the ground were about 30 fish traps. Shun Hailing beckoned. Come, let me teach you how to use these traps. He led the 3 novices to the beach, seeking a spot adorned with seaweed. Watch closely. This is how to tie this knot. He demonstrated slowly for them. The fisherman-esque knot. Pull it tight. Understood? Long Yu, with a serious demeanor, took the fish trap and observed intently, then attempted to replicate Shun Hailang's knot. Brother Hailang, can this trap catch crabs for money? Xiaofei chuckled, explaining, don't underestimate this. It can catch not only crabs but also octopuses and other seafood. Shun Hailing, leading the way with the trap, waded into the shallow waters, the sea lapping at his thighs. He continued to instruct them on how to secure the trap with stones and identify the optimal location for shrimp traps. Place some small fish inside, preferably dead ones. The smellier the better, as shrimp and crabs are quite fond of that scent. Long Yu, trailing behind, stumbled as a wave splashed against him. But Shun Hailing swiftly steadied him. Observing Shun Hailang's diligent figure, Xie Mancheng nudged Lu Jinggang, saying, Do you think we followed the right person? Xiaofei replied with a smile, Brother Hailing is genuinely kind and patient in teaching. As Long Yu watched the busy Shun Hailing, he began to grasp the essence of joy. It dawned on him that he had been pursuing the silhouette of this person since his school days. After placing the traps, the group returned to shore, where Shun Hailing retrieved a plastic lighter from his pocket and tossed it to Long Yu. This lighter is for you. If it gets cold tonight, the 3 of you can gather some firewood nearby. Just make sure not to lose this lighter. The seasonings, along with pots and pans, you shall learn to use on your own. If sleep eludes you at night, seize whatever you can find and roast it for sustenance. Shun Hailing mounted his motorcycle, and Xiaofei nimbly leaped onto the rear seat. Xiam Manchong, having scavenged some seaweed from who knows where, asked, "Brother Hailang, can this be roasted?" "Indeed," Hailang replied. "It can even be fashioned into a belt." The motorcycle roared to life, and Shun Hailang left a reminder. "Remember to collect the fish traps before the tide recedes at 6 in the morning." On the road back to the village, the engine of the motorcycle once again stirred the tranquility of Shunhaven village. The elderly folks lounging at the village entrance gazed at the brand-new red motorcycle. Aunt Mahua remarked, "Isn't that Shun Hailang and Xiaofei?" Old Yu inquired, "How much did this bike cost? Is this really a motorcycle? It looks impressive." Shun Tianyang's family is certainly improving their circumstances. Huahua's mother chimed in, "Do you have any single nieces? You should take the opportunity to matchmake while Shun Hailang is still unattached." As Shun Hailang arrived home, his motorcycle barely ceased its rumble when his mother, Su Xinyan, hurried over. Circling around her youngest son's newly acquired motorcycle, she exclaimed, "You really bought it." She touched the seat. "How much did this cost?" Xiaofei smiled and answered for Hailang, "Aunt Su, this bike cost a neat 500 yuan, and the owner threw in 2 helmets." Meanwhile, the eldest brother, Shun Haiming, squatted on the threshold, his tone dripping with envy. "The second child is indeed extravagant. Wouldn't it be better to save money to find a wife? Why waste it on this hunk of metal? Fuel costs money too." Their father, Shun Tianyang, was visibly displeased and surprisingly sided with Shun Hailing. "What nonsense are you spouting? Haiming, your brother has the means to earn. Why shouldn't he spend? Are you envious?" He cast a sidelong glance at his eldest, who went to the county town, now languish at home. "Father, brother, why are you arguing?" Shun Hailang interjected. "Do you not know why I didn't return for lunch? Day in and day out, you squabble over trivial matters. Tomorrow, accompany me to the homestead to build a wooden house." "Build a wooden house? What purpose does that serve?" Haiming questioned. "Oh, I've hired 3 new mates to join me in harvesting from the sea. I need to arrange accommodations for them," Hailang explained. "3 new mates?" His mother expressed concern. "Second child, you and Xiaofei barely have enough for yourselves, and now you wish to share with others?" Hailing washed his hands in the well water. "Mother, you misunderstand. I'm paying them wages, just as one would in a factory. 20 yuan a day is quite reasonable, don't you think? Your son can earn several hundred or even 1,000 in a single outing. Keep dreaming. If you earn that much in one go, 20 a day adds up to 600 a month," Haiming scoffed, kicking the door open. "How much do I earn working as a rebar worker in the county?" "That's because you're working for someone else." Their father shot a glare at his eldest son. "Your brother is his own boss. You cannot compare the two." Just as another quarrel was brewing, Su Xinyan hastily intervened. All right, let Hailang pay his own wages. We won't take any money." Lowering her voice, she confided in Hailang, "Don't take your brother's temper hard. Your sister-in-law has been causing a stir over a divorce." "What? They've only been married for 6 months." Hailang exclaimed in disbelief. The eldest brother's unconventional marriage had met with failure. In the 1980s, one could scarcely find a single instance of divorce in any village. Mother Su sighed. In this day and age, even a man relying on his wife is not an easy endeavor. I've heard it's because your brother earns too little to cover expenses. Will the eldest brother return to the county? Shun Hailang inquired. Who knows? Perhaps you could have a chat with him this evening? Mother Su shook her head. Shun Hailang nodded in agreement. All right, once I've seen Xiaofei home, I'll return and have a word with him. Father Shun Tianyang exited the courtyard, circling the newly acquired motorcycle incessantly, muttering about prodigal sons, while his hands couldn't resist caressing the machine. This bike can really reach 100 kilometers? Xiaofei, with his beer belly protruding, began to boast. Hey, Uncle Tianyang, let Brother Hailang take you for a spin tonight, and you'll see. When we rode back from the county, it was exhilarating. You wouldn't believe how those folks at Yin Zigong gaped at the motorcycle, seeing his father's delight. Shun Hailing stepped out of the courtyard and patted the seat. Shall I take you for a joyride? No. Shun Tianyang feigned these done. Yet the corners of his mouth betrayed a smile. Nearby, Xiaofei was winking. Uncle Tianyang, just hop on. Let everyone in the village know it's your family S-bike. Little too. If it's convenient, may I join you? Shun Tianyang could no longer resist. Of course, Shun Hailing replied, patting the back seat. You sit in the middle, and Xiao Fei can sit behind. Let us take a leisurely tour around the village. Deliberately revving the throttle to its loudest, the trio, one elder and two youths, set out to showcase the motorcycle through the village. Chapter 36. The father smiled. Shun Hailang gazed at his father's endearing visage and patted the middle seat of the motorcycle, urging Dad, come aboard. At that moment, his smile brimmed with mischievous delight. Shun Hailang rubbed his hands together in excitement, glancing around to ensure no onlookers were present before hesitantly mounting the bike. He placed his feet on the exhaust pipe, prompting Shun Hailang to inform him that the two metal plates were the actual footrests. Shun Tianyong shifted his rear. Is this seat made for the sea? It feels truly comfortable. Xiao Fei, stifling laughter, leaped onto the back seat, wrapping his arms around Shun Tianyong's waist. Uncle Tianyong, you must hold on tight to Brother Hailang. He drives like a maniac. Come on. Why would a grown man hold on to him? I want to do it, Shun Tianyong retorted, gripping the sides of the motorcycle, his demeanor appearing rather awkward. Through the rearview mirror, Shun Hailang caught a glimpse of his father's expression, a mix of tension and anticipation, causing his lips to curl upward. Make sure you're all secure. Twist the throttle with your right hand. Vroom, vroom, vroom. This time, Shun Hailang deliberately revved the engine, propelling the motorcycle forward with a burst, leaving a trail of black smoke behind. Hey, take it slow. You trying to scare your old man to death? Shun Tianyong leaned back, nearly toppling over with Xiao Fei. Alarmed, he seized his son's waist tightly. Xiao Fei erupted in laughter from behind. Uncle Tianyong, this is still the slowest gear on the motorcycle. Shun Hailang maintained a low gear, intentionally cruising at a turtle's pace down the village path, all to allow his beleaguered father, who had endured 30 years of hardship, to hold his head high in the village. Shun Tianyong adjusted to the motorcycle's rhythm, sitting up straight. Hey, this iron contraption can really move. Their destination was the cluster of gossiping elders at the village's entrance. From a distance, Aunt Maha, seeking shade, heard the motorcycle's roar. Her ears perked up. With that noise, it must be the Shun family's second son showing off. Indeed, young people often flaunted their newfound wealth. Old Yu shook his fan. Amidst the village chatter, Shun Tianyong's voice boomed from 20 meters away. Aunt Mahua, haven't you gone home to cook yet? Shun Hailang intentionally halted the motorcycle in front of the crowd, providing Shun Tianyong an opportunity to show off. Feigning composure, Shun Tianyong straightened his shirt. Old Yu, let us play a game of chess another day. Checkmate you. Aunt Mahua looked at Shun Tianyong with a hint of envy. Old Yang, you're quite fortunate, basking in your son's glory. Ah, Shun Tianyong wavid dismissively. His head held high. My second son insisted I give a try, claiming it would feel like riding the wind. Xiao Fei, perched on the back, winked. Uncle Tianyong seems to relish that sensation. He even said the sponge seat is quite comfortable. Shun Tianyong's display of pride lasted a couple of minutes, after which Shun Hailang nudged his father with his elbow, signaling it was time to move on. Shun Tianyong appeared reluctant to leave. Well then, you all take a break. I'm off home for dinner. The motorcycle roared back to life, and in the air lingered Shun Tianyong's words. Come visit my new house sometime. Once again, the village matriarchs were engaged in discussion about Shun Tianyong's plans to build a new house. Shun Hailang, accompanied by his father and Xiao Fei, rode around Shun Hai Bei village twice. As they passed an uninhabited area, Shun Hailang revved the throttle to its maximum. From the beginning, his father, Shun Tianyong, transitioned from anxiety to excitement, resembling a child captivated by the ever-changing scenery. The wind howled in front of them, startling the sparrows hidden in the grass. Faster, faster, Shun Tianyong exclaimed, his eyes squinting against the rush of air. Shun Hailang merely smiled, shifted into third gear, and before the sun dipped below the horizon, the three of them returned to their courtyard. Shun Tianyong, still savoring the ride, fondled the motorcycle's rear seat, the wrinkles on his face noticeably diminished. Wasn't that exhilarating? Just tell me, was it not? Shun Hailang teased his father, giving him a playful wink. Shun Tianyong rubbed his hands together, feeling a sense of fulfillment. It was all right. But don't forget, you're building a house tomorrow. Take me to the town for a stroll. Upon hearing the sound of the motorcycle, Su Xinyan awaited at the door, her husband's eyes shining with joy, And in that moment, she felt that the 2,000 yuan spent had been truly worthwhile. She wiped away a tear. I'll go make dinner for you all. Shun Hailang hesitated for a moment before saying, Dad, ask Mom to prepare some of her signature dishes. Tonight, the three of us will have a chat. He was already aware of the turmoil regarding his elder brother's impending divorce. Naturally, Shun Tianyang understood the reasons for his second son's estrangement from the eldest. Seeing his son willingly step forward to discuss the matter, he readily agreed. Sure, I'll have your mother use up all the supplies in the house and even slaughter chicken. The father sighed. Your brother is living quite a hard life in the city. Shun Hailing responded with an affirmative grunt and turned to Xiao Fei. Get on the bike. I'll take you home first. Once the engine roared to life, Shun Hailing added, we have family matters to attend to tonight. Otherwise, I would have taken you out for a meal. Xiao Fei waved his hand dismissively. I understand. I won't even mention the divorce to my parents when I get home. Hidden in the courtyard, Shun Tianyang watched his sensible second son, tears of pride streaming down his face. The motorcycle's roar echoed through the village, and Xiao Fei's father, Shun Dajuan, had already been waiting at the door, smoking. You really bought this bike for them? Uncle Dajuan flicked his cigarette away, inspecting the motorcycle. This iron beast is quite impressive. Aunt Lee emerged from the kitchen. Drawn by the noise, how much did this cost? It looks rather expensive. Xiao Fei jumped off the back seat. Mom and Dad, I can ride this iron beast too. Just ask Brother Hailang if you don't believe me. Look at you all excited. Uncle Dajuan playfully slapped Xiao Fei on the backside. Once you can ride without falling. We'll get you one too, and you can take me to the market every day. Aunt Lee approached Shun Hailang, speaking softly. Everyone in the village is saying your brother has been sent back by the city folks. Is that true? Shun Hailing's expression stiffened. Aunt Lee, who had you heard that from? How does news travel so quickly in this village? Shun Haiming had only returned that morning, yet by afternoon, the village was already abuzz with gossip. Uncle Dajuan, sensing Shun Hailing's discomfort, felt compelled to mediate as the village's unofficial peacemaker. When did you start prying into the affairs of others? Xiao Fei's mother. Turning to Shun Hailang, she smiled and said, Hailang, perhaps you could take some time to teach Xiao Fei, so he can assist you with errands. Shun Hailang readily engaged in the conversation. Indeed, when I find some spare time amidst my busy schedule, I shall teach him. It will be convenient for him to run errands for me. Uncle Dajuan and Aunt Lee. The sun is nearly set. Today, I will head home for dinner when my brother returns. Aunt Lee dashed back to the kitchen at a sprint and quickly returned, handing over a package. Here you go. This is the dough I prepared this morning, made into rice cakes for you and Xiao Fei to take home. Shun Hailing took the rice cakes and inhaled their fragrance. Thank you, Aunt Lee. These cakes smell delightful. Xiao Fei, be sure to sleep early tonight. We have tasks to attend to tomorrow. After Shun Hailing rode away, Uncle Dajuan inquired about Xiao Fei. How much did that iron lump cost? Xiao Fei informed his parents. They initially quoted 2,700, but I managed to settle for 2,500. Do you still wish to sell it to me? Upon hearing the price, Shun Dajuan chose to ignore it. As for Aunt Lee, she turned back to the kitchen, leaving Xiao Fei stunned, exclaiming in disbelief. Brothers, this chapter has been rewritten due to the loss of the original draft, resulting in increased workload and an additional chapter. Chapter 37. Calming the eldest brother with violence, Shun Hailang parked his motorcycle in the small courtyard of his home, where the family dog eagerly approached him. Drawn by the enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen, Shun Hailang ventured inside. His mother, Su Xinyan, was preparing a large pot of stew with freshly slaughtered country chicken bubbling away inside. Mom, I want a drumstick, Shun Hailang exclaimed, grabbing a pair of chopsticks. Ready to indulge. Not ready yet. I need to add more firewood before it's cooked, Su Xinyan admonished, swatting her son's hand away. With a mischievous grin, Shun Hailang replied, This is for the dog. It promised me a reward for watching the motorcycle. He deftly picked up a drumstick from a pot and, while walking to the courtyard, paused to cool it with a ladle. The dog squatted in front of him, wiggling its backside, fully aware that the drumstick was a treat from its master. It emitted a series of affectionate sounds. Shun Hailang said, From now on, you'll watch the motorcycle, pointing to the bike. If a stranger approaches, you bite them, understand? The dog seemed to grasp the command, nodding its head before scampering away with the drumstick to a corner of the courtyard. Standing at the entrance of the main room, Shun Hailing took several deep breaths before finally stepping inside. The room was thick with the stench of smoke, and his elder brother, Shun Haiming, sat on a wooden stool, surrounded by at least 7 or 8 cigarette butts at his feet. The cigarette in his fingers was burning dangerously low. "Just keep smoking until you're dead," Shun Hailing scoffed, tossing a pack of cigarettes at their father. With a flick of his finger, he sent the filter flying from his brother's grasp. Shun Hailing lifted his gaze to meet his brother's, his expression a reflection of deep disappointment. "You're not fit to lead, second brother. Look at you now. How can you be a role model for our parents?" With a swift kick, he sent the solitary stool flying. "You insisted on being the one to make sacrifices for others. Well, look at the result, discarded like rubbish." Su Xinyan, startled in the kitchen, accidentally spilled half a bottle of salt, knowing that her younger son's intervention would likely lead to chaos that evening. Yet, he always managed to resolve matters. Shun Haiming rose, kicking the stool away from beneath him. His eyes reddened. "Do you also look down on me? If I had money, fool. You think this is about money?" Shun Hailing seized his brother by the collar. "They don't even regard you as human. They treat you like a pawn for city residency. Do you think you're some ancient prince? They see you as nothing more than a beast of burden." Meanwhile, their father, Shun Tianyong, remained stoic, choosing to listen without interjecting, leaving the responsibility entirely to Shun Hailing. Unable to accept his brother's words, Shun Haiming forcefully shoved Shun Hailing away. He raised his hand, striking his own face repeatedly, the loud slaps startling the dog in the courtyard, causing it to abandon the chicken leg. "Are you out of your mind?" Shun Hailing quickly grabbed his brother's wrist to prevent further blows. Then, lowering his head, he collided with Shun Haiming's forehead. Both let out simultaneous cries of pain, one clutching his forehead while the other clutched his nose. Tears and snot streaming down their faces in unison. "Oh dear, the pain is unbearable. Your iron head technique remains as formidable as ever after all these years." Shun Haiming crouched on the ground, clutching his nose in agony. In response, Shun Hailing, gritting his teeth, retorted, "Regardless of whether my iron head technique has diminished, the fact that you still feel pain indicates you haven't been knocked senseless." He dragged over the wooden stool that had been kicked away and sat down heavily. "If you truly wish to meet your demise, you ought to aim for my motorcycle. Damaging it would genuinely distress me." In the kitchen, their mother intentionally created noise as she brought in a basin of braised chicken, using the rising steam to conceal her reddened eyes. "Dinner's ready," she exclaimed, slamming the basin onto the table, startling the 3 men waiting to eat. Shun Hailing retrieved the rice cake that Aunt Lee had given him from his pocket, breaking off a piece for his elder brother. "Give it a try. The rice flour from our village is no worse than that from the city." His words subtly contrasted the people around him with those from the in-laws' side. Having done enough, Shun Hailing began to eat the braised chicken, now merely needing to listen to his parents. The 3 men exchanged glances until their mother finally broke the silence. "Are you really considering divorce?" she asked, casting a glance at her eldest son, Su Xinyan. Shun Haiming replied with a reluctant hum. "They demand I pay 500 yuan each month, or else they'll divorce me. You know, I only make 500 a month working with Reborn." Shun Hailing fiddled with the chicken bones, forming A5 with his fingers. "Is it 500 each month? And the child must take the mother's surname too?" Their father, Shun Tianyong, angrily pounded the wooden table with his smoking pipe, leaving a dent in the surface. "You truly are a disappointment. You pushed me and your mother to borrow money for our wedding, and now we've squandered our entire life savings." The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he pointed his pipe threateningly at his eldest son. "Are you really going to let our family's name be tarnished by someone else's surname? Why don't you just go die? Did you even agree to this?" Shun Haiming shrank back under his parents' scolding, his tall frame of nearly 6 feet hunched over. Shun Hailing gave him a slap on the back. "Straighten up when you're being scolded. Don't slouch like that." Their father, Shun Tianyong, was filled with frustration. He turned to Shun Hailing, saying, "You must not emulate your brother's lack of resolve. Our family's children must bear the surname Shun." Shun Hailing looked at his elder brother, who was tall and handsome. Yet he couldn't help but question his brother's sanity. In the past, their family would have swallowed their pride, perhaps even sending eggs to the city to apologize, but now, thanks to their younger brother, their parents had grown bolder. Su Xinyan looked at Shun Hailing, her eyes silently asking for his opinion. Then Shun Hailang picked up a bottle and poured drinks for the three of them, the sharp scent of the liquor overpowering the aroma of the braised chicken. He clinked his glass against Shun Haiming's. "Brother, regarding your marriage, if there are no children, it would be wise to divorce sooner rather than later. Delaying is merely a matter of time. What nonsense are you spouting? If I divorce, my reputation will be ruined," Shun Haiming replied, his face a mask of embarrassment. Shun Hailang downed his drink. "In a few years, after the 90s hit, divorces will become so common that yours won't stand out." Aside from Shun Hailang, the other three were frozen in place, as if time itself had been suspended. "Nonsense." Shun Tianyong's beard trembled with indignation. "Are you suggesting the entire world has become a brothel?" Shun Hailang chuckled softly. "In a few years, you'll understand. It will be a society driven by wealth, where affluent men and beautiful women abound. Of course, there will also be the likes of you, who will be dubbed cuckold, wearing a green hat upon your head." Before the elder brother could retort, Shun Hailang addressed him. "I will give you 500 yuan, but it will not be a gift. Tomorrow you must accompany me to build a house." Upon hearing this, the seemingly defeated Shun Haiming felt a flicker of hope. "Are you truly giving me 500? Does that mean I can reconsider my marriage?" Shun Hailang gazed at his elder brother with a mixture of disappointment and resolve. It was futile to reason with someone so willfully oblivious. "Mother, how much savings do we have left in total?" The family finances had always been managed by Su Xinyan, who rose to retrieve the account statements. After deducting the 2,500 spent on a motorcycle, the younger brother had earned a remaining sum of 3,860 yuan. Chapter 38. High-Risk Index. Shun Hailang perused the household bills with a discerning eye. He lamented that his mother was born in the wrong era. Otherwise, she would have undoubtedly been a formidable woman. Any financial matters passing through her hands were guaranteed to be flawless. "Indeed, this money must be entrusted to you," he mused. "Tomorrow, provide 1,000 yuan to my elder brother to purchase materials for the demolition. Isn't there a tractor at the village chief's house? He knows how to operate it. Let him handle everything without assistance." Shun Haiming waved his hand in refusal. "I can't do that. While I am adept at tying rebar, asking me to procure materials for construction is tantamount to a death sentence." Shun Hailing tossed him a cigarette. "You must undertake this task. It's a trivial matter. Every endeavor has its first time. A worker who aspires not to be a contractor is not a good craftsman." A sudden realization struck Shun Haiming. "Yes, every endeavor has its first time. I should learn to be a contractor and earn substantial profits." Shun Hailing patted his rear and rose to leave, carrying leftover food to feed the sea dogs. Pausing at the entrance, he remarked, "Isn't this a solution? It's merely a minor issue. Our household encounters trivial matters daily, resulting in either quarrels or disturbances. So be it. After feeding the dogs, I shall retire for the night, as there are matters to attend to tomorrow." Their father chimed in, "Haiming, your brother speaks the truth. A person who does not aspire to be a contractor." Shun Haiming seized a wine glass from the table and downed its contents. "My brother is right. A craftsman who does not wish to be a contractor is not worthy." At 4 in the morning the next day, the sky remained shrouded in darkness. Since returning to the village, Shun Hailang had adopted an early-to-bed, early-to-rise routine. He retrieved his electronic watch from beneath his pillow and activated its luminous feature. Once again, I awaken at 4:10. The pressures of family life remained unspoken, concealed within his heart, resolved in his own manner. "Heavenly blessings," he murmured with his eyes closed, hands clasped in prayer. No, it was the ocean he implored for favor. "Grant me a modicum of luck today. Even if the risks are greater, I shall accept." Opening his right eye, he noticed a translucent dialogue box materializing before him, seemingly different from usual. To his astonishment, a flickering red screen appeared. His heart skipped a beat. Risk Index 5. Why had the danger level escalated rather than diminished? Could it be that, like luck, it accumulates over time? Shun Hailing rubbed his eyes. The last incident, when Xiao Fei fell into the sea, registered only a risk index of 3. Today, a perilous 5? Could he still venture forth? He shielded his left eye and gazed upward, focusing on the luck value. Current luck value, 305 points. The sight of 305 left Shun Hailing breathless. The previous day's 132 points had netted him nearly 8 yuan. Today's risk felt exceedingly steep. Should he go or not? He weighed the pros and cons internally. Venturing out could present dangers far greater than falling into the sea, yet it promised a reward between 17,000 and 20,000 yuan. Conversely, abstaining would yield nothing, with both luck and risk indices continuing to accumulate. Finally, he steeled himself. The greater the tempest, the more valuable the catch. He was all in. 17,000. As for his parents, they had long since grown accustomed to shun Hailang rising around 4 o'clock a.m. and paid no mind to the sounds emanating from the yard. As the roar of the motorcycle erupted, the once tranquil village descended into chaos, akin to a cacophony of clucking chickens and barking dogs. The sounds of animals resonated as if fireworks had been ignited. With the motorcycle's propulsion, Shun Hailang arrived at Xiao Fei's doorstep in a mere minute. Clearly, Xiao Fei was accustomed to rising at this hour, as he donned his slippers and pushed open the door. "Good morning, Hailang. Are we heading over to Along's to retrieve the traps?" Shun Hailang patted the rear seat of the motorcycle. "Have you informed Uncle Dejun that we're leaving? Today, we shall embark on something grand." The early morning sea breeze was refreshingly cool as Xiao Fei sat on the back of the motorcycle, clutching Shun Hailang's waist. "Hailang, do enlighten me about the grand adventure you have planned for today." His boisterous voice drowned out the engine's hum. "What's the rush? You will find out soon enough," Shun Hailang replied, his rearview mirror obscured, leaving him aware only of Xiao Fei's eagerness. 20 minutes later, the motorcycle veered into the familiar path of their homestead, arriving at the seashore, halting before a tent fashioned from a plastic sheet and a few branches. As Shun Hailang killed the engine, the sound of a belt buckle echoed from within the tent. 3 figures emerged, having braved the night's sea breeze, with Along's shiny bald head glistening. "Hailang, what are we up to today?" Trailing behind him were Xiaman Sheng and Lu Jinggang, both evidently just roused from slumber. Shun Hailang gazed at the sea, sensing a damp chill that made him ponder the possibility of an impending typhoon. "Today, we shall venture out to sea to earn a fortune." "Out to sea?" Along inquired, patting his bald head. "Do you possess a boat, Hailang?" Shun Hailang waved his index finger. "No. First, we shall retrieve the traps, and later, we will rent a boat using the catch from them." Under Shun Hailang's lead, the group rolled up their pant legs and walked towards the area where they had set the traps the previous day. Upon reaching the marked spot from yesterday, Shun Hailang began to demonstrate. "Along, pay attention. Lift it like this. As long as the catch is in, it cannot escape." The final section proved quite laborious, and Shun Hailang informed the others that there was indeed a catch. The first trap was pulled from the water, revealing several struggling blue crabs. "What do you think? Each weighing 20 to 30 grams. These few can fetch around $100. Along gasped in astonishment. "Is it really that simple to get rich from the sea? It's merely luck, if fortune is against us. We could end up with nothing but small fish and shrimp after a night of toil." "Along, untie the last buckle and transfer the crabs into the bucket." Long Yu promptly took the bucket to collect the blue crabs, but, due to a mishap, got pinched on the finger, yelping in pain. Xiao Fei chuckled and demonstrated to the others, "You must hold it by the back. Like this, it can't pinch you. Have you learned?" With 20 traps and 10 crab nets successfully collected by the 5, it was evident that teamwork expedited the process. In addition to the crabs, they also found some mantis shrimp and even a few small yellow croakers, collectively weighing approximately 50 pounds. Shun Hailang surveyed the bounty in the water bucket with satisfaction. Xiao Fei refrained from interjecting. "Let Along and the others guess how much we can sell this for." Along and his companions, unaccustomed to work and solely focused on meals, began to make wild guesses. 50? Doubling down, in a bold manner, Shun Hailang extended 2 fingers and then added a third. 300? Goodness, is beachcombing this lucrative? Manchang rubbed his hands in anticipation. Along, stroking his bald head, lamented, "Had I known beachcombing was this profitable, we wouldn't have bothered blending into society. Isn't this 100 times better than petty theft? Getting caught stealing only leads to being chased." Xiao Fei shook his head. "We're not anywhere near that yet. Today, Brother Hailang said he would take us out to sea. Then you will truly understand the riches of the ocean." "All right, Let us hurry and prepare. Shun Hailang instructed several individuals. This time, Along will accompany me to the morning market to sell seafood, while Xiao Fei and the others wait here and don't wander off. Xiao Fei, embracing his theatrical side, clutched his beer belly and retreated. Brother Hailang, are you forsaking me? Ultimately, it seems the new replaces the old, hence love fades, does it not? Shun Hailang rolled his eyes. Go on, keep performing. We've both learned quite a bit from each other. This time, I'll guide Along, so in the future, he can mentor the two brothers as well. Along, with his shiny bald head, hardly resembled a seasoned individual, as he playfully linked arms with Shun Hailang. Brother Hailang, I promise I will study diligently. Goodness, not a single serious person around. Shun Hailang withdrew his hand and started the motorcycle. Chapter 39. The typhoon approaches. Shun Hailang rode his motorcycle along the coastal path with Along, the fierce winds tousling his hair into a Mediterranean style. Squinting against the gusts, Shun Hailang inadvertently swallowed a mouthful of dust and sand. Phew, Along, don't you think this wind feels rather unusual today? Along, feeling the smoothness of his bald head while seated behind Shun Hailang, remained largely unaffected. He glanced up at Shun Hailang's Mediterranean hairstyle and teased, Brother Hailang, you weren't losing hair yesterday, so how did you end up with this hairstyle today? Shun Hailang lowered his body and used his left hand to pat down his hair. Along suddenly felt a chill on his neck and instinctively reached for the foreign object there. What the hell? Where did this worm come from? He grabbed the worm and casually tossed it back to the roadside. Shun Hailang braked sharply, bringing the motorcycle to a steady halt, the tires leaving marks on the gravel path. He supported himself on one leg and crouched down to observe a line of ants scurrying along. Just then, a small whirlwind swept through. In a nearby puddle, he spotted a few fish the size of fingers flopping about, and upon closer inspection, he noticed some small shrimp being swept along by the miniature tornado. Along, should we collect them? He asked, pointing at the little shrimp. Shun Hailang furrowed his brow and looked up at the overcast sky, where heavy, pale gray clouds were gathering in the distance. Brother Hailang, Along suddenly shared a nugget of knowledge. Back when I was in school, I loved watching nature documentaries. Animals often exhibit unusual behaviors during changes in weather or seismic activity. This isn't a good omen, is it? After speaking, he absent-mindedly rubbed his bald head. If nothing goes awry, it seems a typhoon is headed for Swallow Harbor. Should we seek shelter? Shun Hailang jested. Who would have thought our Along is quite the intellectual? If you had studied diligently back then, you might have been a member of some nature association in graduate school by now. Along surprisingly took Shun Hailang's words to heart. Actually, I've been interested in natural phenomena and aliens since I was a child. Realizing his earnestness, he flushed with embarrassment. All right, Brother Hailang, I see you're just teasing me. Shun Hailang laughed heartily and ignited the motorcycle once more. Hop on. The typhoon won't arrive that quickly. This is merely a precursor. I estimate it won't reach Swallow Harbor until the day after tomorrow. He winked at Along. Let us seize this opportunity, while others fear the typhoon. We shall profit from it and indulge ourselves. Along was indifferent, as he was already a homeless drifter, often looked down upon. Whatever you say, Brother Hailang, I'm just here to eat with you. The wind intensified and intermittent raindrops began to fall, causing the leaves along the roadside to rustle. By the time Shun Hailang and Along arrived at the market, it was nearly 6 o'clock. Without hesitation, he headed straight to Old Xiao's procurement station to sell the seafood. Old Xiao, evidently a seasoned local, had fortified the windows of his station with wooden planks. Shun Hailang parked the motorcycle and honked twice. Pushing open the roll-up door, he called out, Uncle Xiao, I brought you some fine goods. Behind him, Along clutched a bamboo basket, his floral shirt revealing a glimpse of his chest. At this moment, Old Joe sat at the counter, listening to the radio. Today, he donned a leather jacket, evidently feeling the chill of age. Has there been a change today? The chubby one didn't accompany you. And instead, we have a big bald fellow. Shun Hailang chuckled, nudging Alone, who held a bamboo basket. Uncle Joe, Alone has turned over a new leaf, you see. I brought him here today to familiarize himself with the surroundings, making it convenient for him to deliver goods to you in the future. He elbowed Alone gently. Go on. Greet Uncle Joe. At that moment, Alone appeared shy, resembling a bashful young lad. Hello, Uncle Joe. The big bald man in a floral shirt struck Old Joe as anything but trustworthy. With a dismissive snort, Old Joe acknowledged their acquaintance. "Now, let me see what fine goods you brought today." He led the way to the large scale outside the door, while Shun Hailang and alone assisted in lifting the bamboo basket. Old Joe began to rummage through its contents, his fingers deftly sifting through, even bringing some items closer to his nose to savor their freshness. Quite good, still fresh. This must be the assorted catch from the traps, right? 6 blue crabs, 3 pairs of large shrimp, excellent, and yellow croaker as well. A sudden gust of wind swept through, causing the 3 to shiver. Old Joe glanced at the sky and began to make an offer. "The mantis shrimp looks lively, and the crabs are intact. How about a bundle price of $8 a pound, Hailang?" Shun Hailang merely gazed up at the increasingly ominous sky as raindrops began to fall again. Alone nudged him. "All right, $8 it is, Uncle Joe. You can tally it up." Old Joe removed a weight from the scale, adjusting it with his fingers. "The total is 49 pounds and 4 ounces. Shun Hailang responded, "I am quite satisfied with this weight, Uncle Joe." With the price settled, Old Joe nodded and turned to head inside to count the money. Shun Hailang exchanged glances with Alone, and the two swiftly carried the bamboo basket to the water tank at the purchasing station. One of the large blue crabs, reluctant to accept its fate, attempted to escape. "Careful, it's trying to run." Shun Hailang reacted quickly, pinning the struggling crab down before tossing it into the tank. Alone, who had consumed plenty of seafood, was inexperienced when it came to catching crabs and narrowly avoided being pinched. "Ouch, that hurts," he exclaimed, shaking his hand vigorously. Old Joe had been observing Shun Hailang's temperament over the past few days. He noted that the young man was genuine and hardworking, instilling confidence in him regarding his daughter's budding interest in him. Having been through similar experiences, he understood his daughter harbored feelings for this lad. Had it not been for Old Joe's lofty standards over the years, his daughter might well have been a mother by now. "Hailang, come in to collect your payment." Shun Hailang wiped his hands on his pants to dry them and entered the room. Old Joe stated, "The total is $400. I want to bother calculating the extra few dollars. It's not easy to fish on a rainy day." Shun Hailang gazed at the 40 bills and extracted 10, pushing the remainder back. "Uncle Joe, I have one more favor to ask. Please arrange for a 10-meter medium-sized diesel boat for me today. I plan to head out to sea." Old Joe was clearly taken aback. "Are you choosing money over your life? While others are sheltering at home during the typhoon, you venture out to earn? I cannot agree." With that, he pushed the money back. Shun Hailang firmly grasped Old Joe's hand. "Uncle Joe, I ascend to my career just beginning. I have a group of brothers who need to eat. Besides, I know this typhoon, it won't arrive for a while. At least not until tomorrow or the day after at our Yinzi port." Seeing that Old Joe was still hesitant, Shun Hailang extended 5 fingers. "Just give me 5 hours. Before sunset, I will return. What do you say?" Old Joe remained silent, still in doubt. Shun Hailang, out of options, pulled the bald-headed along to his side. "Uncle Joe, look, the whole port knows I brought 3 reformed brothers yesterday." He patted Along's bald head. "Consider it a contribution to society, giving the youth a chance to embrace life." Chapter 40. Before the typhoon, setting sail, Along felt a sharp slap on the back of his head, the sound echoing like a drumbeat. Naturally, he was a clever fellow. The waves of the Shun Sea had caught him off guard, prompting a quick flicker of realization in his eyes. "Yes, Uncle Chiao, grant me a chance for redemption. Surely, as an old revolutionary, you must yearn for a wayward youth to find his path again." The Shun Sea waves, pleased by Along's eloquence, nodded in approval. Old Chiao observed both the Shun Sea waves and the bald-headed Along, ultimately releasing a deep sigh. "You youngsters, I scarcely know what to say." He shook his head, but relented at last. "Here, take 300 yuan for now, and we shall settle the account upon your return from the sea." The Shun Sea waves' eyes brightened, and a smile spread across his face. "Thank you, Uncle Chiao. Today, I shall bring back a tiger-striped fish for you to enjoy." "Oh, spare me your antics," Old Chiao replied, a hint of bashfulness creeping in. "Zheng Chaofu's little boat, 1 tea suffice for you all. I'll introduce you to Old He's family. He of the pork shop, known as Tong Pu, was informally dubbed Pork Pu. His father has retired and now makes a living by renting boats. Just mention my name when you approach him." As the two exited the purchasing station, a light rain transformed into delicate strands, with the occasional small fish or shrimp falling to the ground. Along, rubbing his bald head, complained Brother High. Those slaps left me dizzy. Pretending to go for another slap, the shunned sea waves sent Along darting away in the rain. And together, they ventured towards the pork stall in search of Thousandfold. Navigating through several stalls, they soon spotted Pork Poo, who was vigorously chopping meat with a cleaver. After handing over a portion of freshly minced pork to a customer, the shunned sea waves presented a pack of the Jinmin cigarettes. Pork Poo, we are here to rent a boat. Thousandfold wiped his hands on his apron and accepted the cigarettes, eyeing the duo with suspicion. Introduced by Old Xiao, huh? You're not planning to take my boat out to sell it, are you? The shunned sea waves quickly shook his head. We are not those kind of people. And besides, would Uncle Xiao recommend us if we were? Understanding that Old Xiao typically only rented boats to reliable individuals, Thousandfold accepted the cigarettes with a Navi grin. All right then, 200 a day, and you'll need to purchase your own diesel. Absolutely. Along with the rental fee, I'll bring you a large fish as a token of goodwill. The deal proceeded remarkably smoothly, and Thousandfold tossed the key to the shunned sea waves. The boat is at the east port, the one adorned with a seagull painting. As the shunned sea waves accepted the key, Along's stomach let out a loud growl. Brother High, I'm nearly starving by nightfall. I barely caught a few small fish and shrimp, and before I could even cook them with your lighter, I ended up with an upset stomach. The shunned sea waves could only laugh in exasperation as he dragged along to the familiar breakfast spot of Old Joe. Due to the minor rainstorm, Old Joe's breakfast business was also suffering. 30 pieces of youtiao lay untouched on the table. Uncle Joe, no credit today. Please pack up the leftover youtiao, soy milk, and pork buns for me, the shunned sea wave said, producing 50 yuan. Initially, Old Joe wore a frown, worried he might not sell out. But upon seeing the young man from the shunned family, his heart brightened. Hailang, you don't need to worry about business. Can you really eat all this? Shun Hailang remarked, I can finish it. Now, in addition to Xiao Fei, 3 friends have joined us. Please pack it up for me. Old Joe, brimming with joy, promptly packaged breakfast for Shun Hailang, refusing to accept even 50 yuan. In the end, Shun Hailang took only 10 yuan, leaving behind a bag of the Chinmen. Along received the neatly packed breakfast from Old Joe, his hunger compelling him to seize a fried dough stick and indulge. With a crisp crunch, he savored it and followed with a sip of soybean milk, letting out a satisfied sigh. Delicious. Uncle Joe truly deserves his reputation as a breakfast vendor for 20 years. As Shun Hailing borrowed a piece of plastic sheeting from Old Joe, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed at Along's voraciousness. Can't you eat a little slower? There's enough for you. No one is going to snatch it away. He secured the plastic sheet and cautioned Along, don't overeat. You don't end up like Xiao Fei on his first sea outing, either with his stomach upset or sprawled on the ground vomiting. That one tea happened to me. I want to have an upset stomach when I go out, Along confidently declared, swallowing another meat bun. Shun Hailing shook his head, exhaling in exasperation. Get on a motorcycle. Just be careful not to spill oil on me, and wipe your hands. Along, clutching a double-layer plastic bag in each hand, plopped onto the seat. As the motorcycle jostled, he began to burp, causing Shun Hailing to worry. Along, are you all right? Along struggled to quell the turbulence in his stomach. Brother Hailing, focus on driving. Don't remind me of the possibility of vomiting. I can hold it. After a momentous respite, Along, feeling more stable, inquired, Brother Hailing, why aren't you using that plastic sheet as a cover for your head? We're getting drenched. Shun Hailing replied without looking back. The plastic sheet is to protect our motorcycle. Seawater is highly corrosive. If it damages the bike, we want to find anyone at Yinzi Port who can repair it. Along contemplated this. So the plastic sheet is meant to shield the motorcycle from the rain. Do you intend to park it at the port? Before Shun Hailing could respond, Along's expression darkened. If anyone dares to steal our bike, I'll make sure they regret it. At that moment, a Mao, with his bald head and floral shirt, exuded a fierce demeanor, transforming once again into a tough character. Shun Hailing chuckled. Along, your awareness needs improvement. We agreed to start fresh. But don't think it's just you. I wouldn't let anyone off the hook for touching my bike either. However, we need to be good citizens. Who should we turn to in case of trouble? After a brief moment of contemplation, Along replied, of course, We should go to the police if anything happens. Exactly. Earning money and living well is the right path, Shun Hailang affirmed. At the east dock during the typhoon, not a single figure could be seen. The oil vessels that usually set sail were all anchored at the port. Counting carefully, there were at least 50 boats moored along the shore, swaying gently with the sea breeze. In this dreadful weather, only we dare to venture out, Along declared as he jumped off the motorcycle, splashing water beneath his feet. Shun Hailang parked the motorcycle in a concealed spot and covered it with the plastic sheet, saying, "Thus, we are destined for prosperity." He meticulously wrapped the plastic sheet around every corner of the motorcycle. "All right, now the rain should not reach it. Let's go find a boat." The two of them trudged through the rain at the dock, water cascading down their faces and dripping onto their necks, causing them to shiver in the cold. After 2 minutes of searching, I finally located the seagull, which had been described in such a whimsical manner. To call it the seagull is perhaps a stretch. It resembled more a child's drawing of a chick in white paint. Nevertheless, it would suffice. Shun Hailang wiped the rain from his face and turned to Along. "Can you operate a boat?" Along appeared momentarily taken aback. "Me? Operate a boat? I can't even drive a tractor." Shun Hailang encouraged Along to board the seagull first, and the two of them took shelter in the cabin to wring out their shirts. "If you learn, I promise to reward you with a little extra each month. Once we purchase a boat, I'll supplement your pay by 200 yuan, and no one will contest it." Before Along could revel in the prospect, Shun Hailang delivered a shocking revelation. "Actually, I can't operate one either." "What? You can't drive, and yet you took the helm? Don't capsize us and feed the fish." Along suddenly found the prospect of earning a bit of pocket money by setting traps on land rather appealing. Meanwhile, Shun Hailang had already inserted the key. "Don't panic. Just watch me. I have experience." With a turn of the key, the engine roared to life, causing the vessel to tremble with exhilaration. Having piloted a small boat before, he was now set to demonstrate on a medium-sized one. Shun Hailang bows, as his brothers urged for more updates. Expressing gratitude. Chapter 41. Profit sharing. It was not until this moment that Aaron realized he had truly boarded a pirate ship. Shun Hai had entrusted their voyage to someone utterly inexperienced in navigation. The mere thought of capsizing and the image of their group floundering in the sea sent a shiver down Aaron's spine. "Hey, Sea Wave, when you took Xiao Fei out last time, did anything happen mid-journey?" Shun Hai, intently manipulating the control stick, replied, "Don't speculate aimlessly. Just look at how well Xiao Fei and I got along. That trip earned us enough for a motorcycle. Though, Xiao Fei did have an unfortunate incident with his stomach and fell overboard, and we exerted ourselves tremendously trying to bring the diesel boat ashore." As Aaron let out a lament, the engine roared to life. Shun Hai, transforming into a seasoned captain, swiftly yanked the control stick, causing the seagull to retreat sharply. He then executed a full right turn, making the seagull carve an arc on the water surface. This maneuver was executed with such fluidity that it rivaled that of an experienced mariner. Aaron, utterly astonished, gazed at Shun Hai's deft handling. "Is this what you call not knowing how to sail?" Shun Hai raised an eyebrow. "So, are you impressed or not? Just watch closely." With another deft left turn and a push of the control stick, the seagull began to slice through the waves, heading toward the homestead on the west beach. The temporary shelter at Shun Hai's homestead was rattling under the relentless rain. A gust of wind lifted a corner of the tarp, prompting the three foodies to spring up and grasp the flapping plastic, their stomachs growling in protest. The sea and sky melded into one, the dark clouds above mingling with the churned waters below, creating a murky blend. The trio watched as the sky alternated between bright and dim, their anxiety mounting. "Xiao Fei, do you think Sea Wave will still go out today? What if plans change?" Sia Manching peered through the seams of the tarp, braving the persistent drizzle. "Logically, the plans shouldn't change. Our Sea Wave is resolute once he sets his mind to something," Xiao Fei asserted, taking on the mantle of leadership in the absence of Shun Hai and Aaron, adopting a serious demeanor. Lu Jingang, sprawled on the ground, observed the weather with a sense of lethargy from hunger. "It seems a typhoon is approaching." Xiao Fei, feigning sagacity, remarked, "Venturing out in typhoon weather is indeed unwise." He pressed his belly, which protested with a growl. "But since Sea Wave insists he can navigate, let's take a nap and wait and see." Lu Jingang, resting on the ground, peered out at the sea with one eye. Am I seeing things? Is it a black dot on the water, a boat? The three immediately began testing their eyesight through the plastic cover, spotting a vague silhouette of a vessel approaching the beach. I'm looking at a piece of wood. Xia, Mancheng squinted into the distance. Xiao Xia, are you out of your mind? Your wooden piece can't be that large. Lu Jingang retorted. After some deliberation, it was determined that Xiao Fei, who refrained from playing video games, had the sharpest vision. He stood up, his head brushing against the tarp. Indeed, it's a boat. It must be a large one. I told you Sea Wave is reliable. He actually brought it over, due to the boat's inability to navigate the shallow waters. Shanhai located a button marked with a horn and pressed it several times. The seagull vessel emitted a series of sharp whistles, its sound resonating across the waters. On the deck, a bald man enthusiastically waved his arms in greeting. It was Aaron. Xiao Fei, tugging at the plastic cover, felt raindrops sweep in with the wind, drenching the trio temporarily. Turning to his companions, Xiao Fei boasted, "What do you think? Brother Hailang truly delivered. He has indeed brought this grand ship. What are we waiting for, brothers? Let us brave the rain and charge out." Amidst the gentle drizzle, a plump figure, adorned in 2 floral shirts, joyfully dashed forward. His exuberance was palpable, running with glee. Who says chubby individuals cannot sprint? Xiao Fei raced ahead of the other 2. As he ran, he called out to Brother Hailang, "Aaron, we're on our way." Standing at the bow, with the anchor dropped, Shun Hailang beamed at the fervent trio in the rain, unable to contain his smile. "Look, Aaron, the brothers are all so delighted." With a prepared rope in hand, Shun Hailang tossed it down, asking, "Who will ascend first?" Meh, meh, meh. Xiao Fei bounced in the water, raising his hand, his belly jiggling. Gathering all his strength, he grasped the rope tightly, while Shun Hailang and Aaron pulled from above, and Lu Jingang assisted from below, giving Xiao Fei a gentle push from behind. Next came Xia Mancheng and Lu Jingang. One was too slender to grip the rope and nearly fell, while the other, despite his modest stature, possessed an astonishing weight. "Come on, you 3, either slim down or bulk up, can you?" Shun Hailang and Aaron gasped for breath. Once they managed to haul the 3 aboard, Xiao Fei exuberantly exclaimed, "Anyone who ventures out in this wretched weather must be out of their minds." The duo in floral shirts rolled down their pant legs, visibly excited. "Aaron, it's truly exhilarating to follow Brother Hailang." The first thing Xiao Fei did upon being pulled onto the ship was to sniff the air eagerly. Fried dough sticks, pork buns. Finally, the 5 gathered on the deck, with Xiao Fei clutching a bag of breakfast, gazing longingly at Shun Hailang. "Come on, there are only big men on this ship. Let us not pretend to be modest," Shun Hailang declared, promptly shedding his rain-soaked shirt, leaving only his shorts. Feeling a wave of freedom, he encouraged, "Take it off. It's not cold, and wearing damp clothes is far more uncomfortable." Aaron, the fervent admirer, quickly followed suit, discarding his attire until only his shorts remained. Noticing his intent to continue, Shun Hailang interjected, "Hold on, you really intend to undress? Leave a bit of mystery for everyone." 2 minutes later, the 5 young men, clad in their shorts, sat together enjoying their breakfast. Brotherly matters were addressed, as Shun Hailang regarded his companions. After 2 days of contemplation, he made a decisive resolution. Fishing was merely the initial objective. If Aaron and the others proved worthy of development, he would, when conditions allowed, have them each lead a fleet, nurturing their own squads. Today, I have a premonition of substantial profits, hence I wish to revise the profit-sharing scheme. For pairs of eyes fixated on him, intrigued. Here's the deal. From now on, when we venture out to sea, there will be a base salary of 20 yuan plus a 10% commission, Shun Hailang stated, observing the puzzled expressions of his companions. The sum of 20 yuan is the minimum remuneration that must be provided. Should fortune smile upon us today, yielding a profit of 1,000, each of you would receive 20 plus 100. After 2 days of contemplation, Shun Hailang arrived at a resolution. Fishing serves merely as an initial objective. Should Along and his companions prove worthy of cultivation, then when conditions permit, they shall each lead their own fleet, nurturing their respective divisions. Although the division of profits may seem excessive at first glance, It stands to reason that if one individual commands a fleet and earns a 10% commission, it is quite justifiable, provided they can persist. A long-as pork bun suddenly lost its appeal. If we make 10,000, we could each pocket 1,000? His words ignited a fervor within the hearts of the troublesome trio. Xia Mansheng and Lu Jinggang exchanged an excited glance and simultaneously embraced Shun Hailang. From now on, you shall be my dear father. Shun Hailang chuckled as he pushed them away. Go away. I am not yet married, and I certainly do not wish for such a large son. Shun Hailang was acutely aware of the need for caution while venturing out to sea amidst a typhoon. Had he not realized that his luck and risk factors would not diminish, he would have willingly sacrificed over 300 points of luck. This time, he approached the expedition with utmost prudence. Along, retrieve the life jackets from the ship. Each brother shall have one. And please, help Xiao Fei secure himself with some rope, as he is too portly to fit into one. Xiao Fei, observing the undulating waves of the sea, accompanied by flashes of lightning, intensified Shun Hailang's resolve to ensure absolute safety. Lu Jinggang went to inspect the inventory in the diesel barrels, while Xia Mansheng secured the swimming rings to the stern of the boat. Noticing the absence of others, Xiao Fei lowered his voice. Brother Hailang, why are you so cautious today? This is not like you. Shun Hailang did not respond immediately. After checking the fuel tank and connections aboard the vessel, he finally replied, a typhoon day is unlike any other. While a bit of recklessness may be permissible on ordinary days, today we must be steadfast. Chapter 42. The Uncharted Island. The trio, known for their questionable reputation, demonstrated remarkable efficiency and teamwork in their designated roles. After all, no one desires to falter in their inaugural position. Once they meticulously completed their checks, they reconvened in the cabin. A long glance from Along towards his companions prompted a mutual nod, signaling that all was well. Brother Hailang, we have executed everything as per your instructions. Along reported. Shun Hailang nodded in approval. Well done, Along. The three of you exhibit a commendable attitude when it comes to serious matters. Maintain this going forward. The trio, having received such praise, shared a grin, feeling liberated from their previous scorn, akin to street rats. This affirmation strengthened their conviction that reforming their ways was indeed the right path. Shun Hailang forcefully pushed the control lever. Brothers, today we shall head directly south, to an area 20 kilometers beyond the land. South? But didn't we catch mackerel in the west last time? Xiao Fei blinked in confusion. With the engine rumbling steadily, Shun Hailang articulated his reasoning for avoiding the western route. We have previously harvested those mackerel from their home waters. This time, our vessel can accommodate over 2,000 pounds of cargo. Furthermore, the impending typhoon will lower the atmospheric pressure, causing the oxygen levels in the water to diminish, prompting the fish to surface for air. With a deft maneuver to the right, we can reach 30 kilometers south. Should fortune favor us, some fish may leap out of the water, and we have nets on board to catch them. Unbeknownst to him, Along had begun jotting down Shun Hailang's words in a notebook. Brother Hailang, I believe you could pursue a career as a marine scholar. As the boat swayed gently upon the ocean's surface, the crew remained unperturbed, their faces radiating joy. Shun Hailang fixated on the compass and gazed through the glass window at the sky, pondering whether the typhoon had temporarily diverted elsewhere. It was unclear if the dark clouds had retreated from Swallow Harbor or if their vessel had escaped the typhoon's grip, but a ray of sunlight illuminated the Seagull, transforming the sea into a vibrant blue. This sun has finally decided to show itself. It was freezing, Xiao Fei exclaimed, peeking outside with bare feet. Shun Hailang cast a glance at the compass before stepping out of the cabin onto the deck. 5 middle-aged men, clad only in shorts, gazed into the distance. The sun breaking through on a typhoon day was a rarity to be cherished. Shun Hailang returned to the cabin. Brothers, take the fishing rods you bought earlier and try your luck for a while. After a brief rummage, Xiao Fei picked up a short rod paired with an old reel. Though this rod may be short, it surely conserves energy when reeling in. A twitch of Shun Hailang's lips betrayed his amusement at that moment. Xiao Fei, wielding the short rod, resembled a child with a toy. He turned to Along. Why not use my 3-meter rod to see if it works well? With the sun just emerging and the sea lacking oxygen, Perhaps we might truly catch something substantial. Along's spirits soared as he grasped the 3-meter rod, exclaiming joyfully, "I've loved fishing since childhood. They call me the fishing prince." "With that bald head of yours, prince seems a stretch. You look more like a little turtle," Xiao Fei mumbled, only to be met with a swift retaliatory flick from a long ouch. "That hurts." Xiao Fei groaned, clutching his head. Shun Hailang waved his hand, signaling them to go out and enjoy the sea while observing the surrounding waters. Xiao Fei rummaged through a corner of the cabin, procuring a pile of decayed fish and shrimp to use as bait. On the deck, Along expertly maneuvered a 3-meter-long rod with both hands, his stance impeccably poised. Meanwhile, Xiao Fei sat cross-legged on the deck, tugging at a short rod with a mix of eagerness and anticipation. "Along, let us make a wager. Whoever catches a fish first wins 10 yuan, Xiao Fei proposed. Along scoffed. "You think you can compete with me in fishing, Xiao Fei? That's akin to searching for something in a latrine." With a flick of his wrist, Along cast his line with finesse, the fishing line gracefully descending into the sea. "Allow me to show you what true angling prowess looks like, you little fishing prince." Sia Manching squatted beside Along, grinning as he watched the fishing escapade, the boat rocking gently in the sea breeze. Suddenly, his expression shifted. He burped, covering his mouth as he dashed towards the cabin. Once inside, he collapsed onto the deck, motionless, his face reflecting sheer discomfort. Shun Hailing hurried after him to check on his condition, only to find Sia Manching's brow furrowed, his face as pale as freshly painted white and beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Why didn't you speak up sooner?" "The sensation of seasickness is no trivial matter," Shun Hailing remarked, pouring a cup of water from a bucket and handing it to him. Sia Manchung accepted the water and took a sip, his complexion improving slightly. "I'm fine, really, Hailing. I don't want to hold everyone back, just lie still. If anything comes up, I'll call for you. You'll get used to the boat after a few trips," Shun Hailang reassured him, removing his life jacket to use as a pillow for Sia Manching's head. "If you feel nauseous, just find a bucket. Don't hold it in." Outside the cabin, cheers erupted. Along was preparing to reel in his line. "Xiao Fei, when are you going to give me that 10 yuan?" he called out. Xiao Fei rolled his eyes. "Let's see if you actually catch anything first." Seizing what he deemed an opportune moment, Along abruptly yanked the rod, and a silvery fish glimmered in the sunlight as it flopped onto the deck, with Lu Jinggang stepping forward to remove the hook. There lay a fish, neither completely white nor entirely yellow, thrashing about on the deck. Xiao Fei squinted. "Is that fish two-toned? It's not toxic, is it?" Along paid no heed to Xiao Fei's concerns. To him, it was simply a sizable catch. Thud! Thud! Xiao Fei's bobber began to stir as well. It feels quite heavy." Xiao Fei rose from his cross-legged position, his belly jiggling as he tugged at a short rod. With a whoosh, a large golden fish leaped from the water, shimmering in the air before landing on the deck. "Wow, it's a big yellow croaker," Lu Jinggang exclaimed. Inspecting the fish after removing the hook, it weighed a substantial 5 pounds. Xiao Fei tossed his child-sized fishing rod onto the deck. "Jiangzi, hold it steady. Don't let it jump back into the sea." A playful dispute ensued between Along and Xiao Fei, each claiming to have caught their fish first, with one asserting that the big yellow croaker was of great value. Meanwhile, Shun Hailing piloted the boat, singing sailor songs with great gusto, his heart brimming with joy. His intention in arranging this fishing trip was to foster camaraderie among his friends. Building a strong team was of utmost importance. The trio on the deck fell into an unexpected silence, and Xiao Fei suddenly bellowed, "Along, Jiangzi, what is that black dot over there?" Where? Along, following the direction pointed out by Xiao Fei, cast his gaze over. Shun Hailang, who was at the helm, was naturally attuned to the commotion outside. Through the window, he observed the 3 individuals clad in oversized shorts, with Xiao Fei's posterior notably the most ample. Alongside him, Along and Lu Jin scrutinized the southeast. "Xiao Fei, I believe that dark spot resembles a whale," Gongzi exclaimed in a deep voice. "Ridiculous. Do you think a whale would remain so immobile?" Along promptly countered. "Oh, come on. I have unwavering confidence in my eyesight. You two have spent too much time playing video games in the county, and your vision has surely deteriorated," Xiao Fei retorted. Turning towards the cabin, he called out loudly, "Shun Hailang, come out. There's a large, unidentified object to the southeast." Shun Hailang, raising his voice, replied, "Have you discovered an aircraft carrier or perhaps an alien spacecraft?" A feeble voice floated over from Siem Mansion. Am I still dreaming? Aliens and flying saucers, as Shun Hailang approached the bow of the ship and gazed in the direction indicated by Xiao Fei. He indeed spotted a dark silhouette at the horizon where the sea met the sky. Squinting for a moment, he announced, "Brothers, this is an island." Chapter 43. Capturing the eastern starfish, Xiao Fei's keen eyesight earned him the recognition of his companions, and he chuckled. "I told you it was an island." Shun Hailang, with a finger resting thoughtfully on his chin, inquired, "Does anyone know this island? Or perhaps has anyone seen it before?" The three of them shook their heads in unison. In a rare moment of mischief, Shun Hailang raised an eyebrow and winked at them. "Shall we take a stroll on this island?" Xiao Fei was the first to raise both hands in enthusiastic agreement. "Absolutely, we must go. With our treasures left from past battles. I even read in a storybook that there are no women." Gongzi chimed in, his innocent imagination running wild. Along, however, entered a gaming mode, recalling the figure of Captain Hook from the arcade machines in the county town. "Enough, everyone," Shun Hailang admonished, poking his right index finger against his left palm. "We must distinguish between games, stories, and reality. Let us prepare for our landing." He then added, "By the way, Xiao Xie is seasick, so we should bring him ashore to recuperate." Upon hearing about Xiao Xie's condition, Along remarked, "No wonder we haven't seen him for ages. It turns out he's seasick. He really should exercise more. Now look at him, all weak." With concern, Along approached the cabin to check on Xiao Xie. "Are you still feeling ill? Are you feeling any better?" Inside the cabin, Xiao Xie lay on a wooden plank with a life jacket rolled up under his neck. "Hey, Along, I'm feeling much better now." Along feigned a stern expression. "I told you to exercise regularly. Now look at you, feeling weak and miserable." Xiao Xie managed a pale smile. "I'm no longer seasick, thanks to our brother Hailang taking care of me." He pointed at the life jacket he had used as a pillow. Along's gaze fell upon the life jacket, which belonged to Shun Hailang. Since boarding, Shun Hailang had insisted that everyone wear their life jackets. Now, Along fell silent, his eyes reddening as he grasped Xiao Xie's hand. Shun Hailang treated every brother with kindness, and as a result of his haphazard maneuvers, the seagull reached the outskirts of the uninhabited island. Xiao Fei skillfully dropped anchor. "Brother Hailang, the anchor is down. We are ready to land." At that moment, Shun Hailang stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the island that lay just before them. "Xiao Xie, how are you feeling? We are planning to explore the island. Will you stay back to rest, or—" "I want to go too," Xiao Xie asserted, straightening his back to show he was fit for the journey. "I want to be with my brothers." Shun Hailang smiled and nodded. "Very well, we shall go together. However, the ship cannot dock at the shore, so we will have to swim to the island. Can you all manage that?" Along, his bald head gleaming, declared confidently, "Of course, a real man can handle it." He handed the life jacket back to Shun Hailang. "Brother, here as your pillow." Shun Hailang donned the life jacket and stood at the bow, peering at the unfamiliar island, which could easily be described as desolate, save for the scattered sea birds calling out. He was the first to leap into the water with a resounding splash, diving deep to explore. Surging back to the surface, he announced, "Come on down, brothers. It's about 3 meters deep and the water isn't cold." As soon as he finished speaking, Along and Xiao Fei plunged in, creating a cacophony of splashes. Until all 4 individuals plunged into the sea, Shun Hailang had a sudden inspiration. "Brothers, let's add a bit of excitement. The first to reach the island will be rewarded with 100 yuan, the second with 50, and the third." Before he could finish his sentence, Along and Xiao Fei darted through the water like swordfish, racing towards the island. Shun Hailang's intention was to enhance the camaraderie among his companions, ensuring they enjoyed their time together. The sea immediately erupted with energy. Leading the charge was the bald Along, employing the freestyle stroke, his arms whirling like windmills. Behind him, Xiao Fei, burdened by his weight, resorted to the dog paddle, lying flat on the water-esque surface and thrashing about. Lu Jinggang opted for the frog stroke, moving through the water with the grace of frog. Shun Hailang leisurely followed behind, observing Xiao Xie, who, despite his speed, maintained a steady pace, which eased Shun's mind. Ultimately, Along was the first to reach the island. While Gongzi sank beneath the waves, Shun Hailang promptly swam over to support him at the waist. Gongzi out of stamina? Gongzi, looking frustrated, exclaimed, I overexerted myself, and now I have a cramp in my thigh. Shun Hailang instructed, straighten your leg, yes, relax. The two had already reached the island, quickly turned back to assist. Gongzi's face flushed with embarrassment as he was surrounded by the four. I'm fine now. I just got a bit too excited. To prevent another cramp in Gongzi's thigh, the other four decided to take turns carrying him towards the island. Upon their arrival, the island's birds, startled by these unexpected guests, erupted into a flurry, flapping their wings and fleeing in all directions, leaving behind a scattering of white feathers. The group covered their ears, reveling in the avian cacophony that welcomed them, surveying the modest island, which measured only a few hundred meters in circumference. They observed scattered bird eggs dotting the landscape. Shun Hailang snapped his fingers. Brothers, disperse and search for targets. If anyone discovers anything of interest, shout out. The group fanned out, each exploring a different direction. As they searched, Along was the first to call out. In the rocky area to his right, he noticed 3 red fish, puffing their cheeks as they slept. Unsure of the peculiar fish species, he beckoned Shun Hailang over. Brother Hailang, come here. I found some red strange fish in the southwest rocks, and I don't recognize them. The mention of red piqued Shun Hailang's curiosity. Using sound to pinpoint the location, he found Along hiding behind the rocks. There, nestled among the stones, were 3 fish with red bodies and blue spots, dozing peacefully. These are East Star groupers. Shun Hailang placed a finger to his lips, signaling Along to be quiet. The largest of the groupers, sensing the marine aura that Shun Hailang emanated, opened its eyes and stared intently at him. Kid, don't even think about it. Stop looking. Along swallowed nervously. Shun Hailang extended his hands, forming a circle, and stealthily made his way around to the other side, signaling with his fingers 3, 2, 1. As the 2 individuals launched their endeavor simultaneously, splashes erupted in the shallow waters. A long dive by Along resulted in an empty grasp, startling 3 East Star groupers that thrashed their tails in a frenzy. Shun Hailang, with precision and determination, seized the largest of the groupers, refusing to release his grip despite its vehement protests. Having caught one, Shun Hailang casually tossed the East Star grouper onto the ground, declaring to Along that they should continue their pursuit of the remaining 2. 2 minutes later, the 3 East Star groupers lay on the ground, no longer struggling. Shun Hailang instructed Along to dig a pit and gather seawater with his hands to care for the trio. Without hesitation, Along began to excavate a basin-sized hole in the sand, while Shun Hailang repeatedly filled it with seawater. As he placed the East Star grouper inside, the largest one, in a fit of defiance, splashed vigorously with its tail, drenching both men in water. Quite temperamental, isn't it? This feels like retaliation, Along remarked. Brother Hailang, what is the origin of this East Star grouper? I had never seen one before. This is known as the East Star grouper, and it typically fetches about several dozen yuan per kilogram, Shun Hailang replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing the price, Along's composure faltered. Several dozen per kilogram? The largest one must weigh at least 4 to 5 kilograms. So today I, Along, have contributed several hundred yuan to our team. Chapter 44. This is quite bullying. In Shunhai Bay Village, the men, faced with a typhoon, opted to remain at home indulging in leisurely slumber. In one of the dilapidated tile-roofed houses, the eldest brother, Shun Haiming, reclined on his younger brother's wooden bed. At that moment, he found himself reminiscing about the trifles he had encountered during his 6 months of being a live-in son-in-law in the city. His wife's parents often berated him, treating him more like an outsider than a son-in-law, while they referred to it as a live-in arrangement. The reality felt akin to being a beast of burden from a bygone era. The more Shun Haiming pondered, the more his frustration grew, and as he extinguished his last cigarette, a certain resolve took shape within him. He longed to earn the respect of others, to become a successful individual that people spoke of with admiration. Although Shun Haiming had only spent 2 years working with Reborn, he had at least gleaned insights about construction, harnessing the resentment simmering within him as motivation. He sat up and rummaged through the table for paper and pen. Through diligent effort, he managed to sketch a model of a small building. After several revisions, he nodded in satisfaction, gathered the design plans, and sought out his mother, Su Xinyan. "Mother, I have something to show you." He placed the drawings on the table, keenly observing his mother's expressions from the corner of his eye, eager for her approval. Though Su Xinyan had not received much formal education, she was astute enough to examine the plans meticulously. "Haoming, did you design this yourself?" she asked, continuously nodding in acknowledgement. Shun Haiming nodded vigorously, feeling a swell of pride for the product of his 2 hours of labor. "Mother, this house is an idea of my own. Look, it's 3 stories with an additional half. We could adorn the top with 2 dragons playing with pearls or dragon and phoenix presenting auspiciousness for my brother. What do you think?" With a smile, Su Xinyan replied, "Perfect. I will speak to your brother. When will you go to the brigade to borrow a tractor?" Shun Hailang reached for the plans, saying, "Whether I go early or late, I must go, to ensure I build my brother's house as soon as possible. I think today is the day." The water scoop in the courtyard clinked under the typhoon's assault, and a look of worry crossed Su Xinyan's face. "I wonder if your brother will be safe going out in this weather." "Haoming, wait for the weather to improve before borrowing the tractor. We need not rush." Before Su Xinyan could finish her thought, Shun Haiming picked up a pen and began jotting down notes on the calendar hanging on the wall. Day 1. Borrow a tractor from the brigade, and by Rebar Shun Haiming was resolute in his actions. "Mother, a little wind and rain are nothing to worry about. My brother is out there earning money even in this typhoon. I'll be back shortly." Seeing her eldest son's determination, Su Xinyan couldn't help but lament the stubbornness of the 3 men in the family, all equally headstrong and unyielding. At that moment, Shun Haiming felt an overwhelming surge of enthusiasm as he placed a bag of urea atop his head and set off towards the brigade office. Along the way, he resolved to build the small house for his brother, ignited by the prospect of becoming a contractor, a notion that excited him. At the entrance of the brigade office, the village chief, Zhu Daling, held a porcelain cup, steeping goji berries. On the porcelain cup, there adorned a red 5-pointed star alongside the 4 characters. Shun Chuntao, the village women's federation director, jested with Zhu Daling. "Old Zhu, you truly look unwell. When you say you can't, you really can't, and yet you indulge in this beverage. Is Ma Ling complaining about you again tonight?" As Zhu Daling inhaled the sweet aroma of the goji berries, he exhaled softly. "Why don't you give it a try and see if I, Old Zhu, truly need to drink goji-infused water?" Just as the 2 engaged in playful banter, Shun Haiming arrived. He stood at the entrance of the village office, half-soaked. "Is anyone there? I need to borrow a tractor." Zhu Daling, momentarily distracted, felt his enthusiasm extinguished by the voice from outside. "Damn it! Even in a typhoon, someone dares to disturb my peace? Is there no respite from life's enjoyment?" With a disgruntled grumble, Zhu Daling set down his cup of goji tea and rose, his belly protruding. Upon opening the office door, the wind from the typhoon splashed rainwater onto his legs. Instinctively stepping back, he noticed the stranger, whose unfamiliarity suggested he was not one of wealth. With a scowl resembling that of a pig's liver, he retorted, "The typhoon hasn't blown you away yet. What do you want, kid?" Shun Haiming, a simple and timid individual, felt the ire of the village chief, Zhu Daling, and could only smile obsequiously. "Village chief Zhu, I am the eldest son of Shun Tianyang. I'll come to borrow a tractor. Is that convenient for you?" Years of servitude had eroded Shun Haiming's pride, teaching him the art of humility. Yet this time, his attempts to appease were misdirected. Zhu Daling was not one to be swayed. "Borrow a tractor? Why should I lend it to you? Can you afford to compensate for any damages to village property?" The meek Shun Haiming, confronting the humiliation from an outsider, was left speechless. That village chief, "My brother needs to build a house and marry. I've just returned from the county town, and, as the elder brother, it would bring me peace of mind to help him. Please consider." "Old Zhu, what are you doing out there? If there's nothing urgent, come inside." Shun Chuantao's head peeked out of the door, muttering, "Isn't he the one who moved in with us? Why is he at the village office in this storm?" Zhu Daling, drenched from the rain, felt his temper flare, pointing an accusing finger at Shun Haiming. "What do you think you're doing, asking for a loan as an outsider? You don't deserve to use village property. Go back." Shun Haiming, enraged, felt a surge of suppressed emotions boiling to the surface. His face flushed crimson as he pointed back at Zhu Dalin. You, an outsider, dare to label me as someone who moved in? Aren't you the one who intruded into our Shun Haiwan village? Zhu Dalin, his expression devoid of emotion, said nothing and turned to enter the office. He picked up the half-finished cup of hot water with goji berries and quickly ran back to the entrance. He splashed the hot tea across Shun Haiming's face. The goji berries, accompanied by steam, cascaded down Shun Haiming's face. Stunned, he stood frozen in place. A cup of hot water extinguished the fiery turmoil within him, reducing him once again to the humiliated figure he had been. In Shun Hailing's eyes, a vacant expression emerged as his dignity was trampled upon. He chose not to seek vengeance, but instead wandered despondently through the rain. Zhu Dalin spat in disdain. What a pathetic creature. How dare this little wretch speak insolently to me? Zhu Dalin, scalding you with hot water would be too lenient. Next time, I'll break your dog legs. Zhu Dalin, with hands on his hips, hurled a series of humiliations at Shun Hailing's retreating figure. Shun Chuntao, the director of the Women's Federation, tugged at Zhu Daling's arm. Is this really necessary? He is merely the child of honest folk, with generations having lived in Shun Haiwan village. Don't say I didn't warn you. His brother, Shun Hailing, is not one to be trifled with. Shun Chuantao's words tightened Zhu Daling's heart as he pulled her into the brigade's office. Tell me, does this family have any formidable connections? Is there someone shielding them? Shun Chuntao shot Zhu Daling a glance. Not really. If there is anyone, it would be an uncle who served in the military, but he has long since fallen out with the family. Then it's of no concern. Let us proceed. Zhu Daling, relieved to learn that this was a family without a powerful backing, felt reassured. Chapter 45. A sudden change of fortune at this moment. Shun Haiming resembled a solitary boat adrift in a tempestuous sea, allowing the rain to cascade down his face. He was determined, yet his pride weighed heavily upon him. As the elder brother, he had failed to fulfill his duty to assist his younger sibling. Upon returning home, Shun Haiming was drenched, his eyes devoid of their usual brilliance. His mother sensed that something was gravely amiss. Her eldest son, driven out by a daughter-in-law from the county town, had never before appeared so disheartened. My son, she implored, if we cannot borrow the tractor, let us seek an alternative place to obtain one, or even rent it if necessary. Do not frighten your mother. Su Xinyan, in her fright, cried out, Your father! Quick, summon your father! In a state of desperation, she leaped up, calling for Shun Tianyang. Unable to bear it any longer, Shun Haiming succumbed to silent tears, collapsing onto the ground in sobs. Meanwhile, Shun Tianyang had been contemplating a bright future, envisioning his son's success and prosperity, and the accompanying esteem it would bring to their family within the village. Upon hearing his wife's anguish cries, Shun Tianyang sat up, his brow furrowing, his unkempt beard a testament to his disheveled state. The rain had robbed him of a restful night, and as he entered the main room, disbelief washed over him at the sight of his eldest son on the floor. He hurried forward, grasping Shun Haiming's shoulder, urging him, Get up, speak to me. As Shun Tianyang raised his hand to strike his son, Su Xinyan clung to him, preventing his action. Without further inquiries, he turned and began rummaging through the house, retrieving his second son's fishing spear and iron fork. A father knows his sons well. Shun Tianyang understood their dispositions all too clearly. This must have been an incident involving bullying at the brigade office. The only person capable of tormenting his son in Shun Haiwan village was undoubtedly that pompous outsider, the glutton. In the next moment, the father's figure vanished into the downpour. His son was humiliated, his mother paralyzed with fear. Their promising days had barely begun when calamity struck. Su Xinyan sat silently on the ground, weeping, while Shun Haiming gradually regained his composure. He resolved that he could face death, but he could not allow his parents to suffer the same fate. He shook his mother gently, declaring, Mother, I am sorry, stay home and do not venture out. I will bring father back. Seizing his father's alternative weapon, the iron fork, Shun Haiming dashed out, heading directly for the brigade office. At the brigade office, Zhu Dalin's face, reminiscent of pig's liver, flushed with embarrassment. Why am I suddenly in such a predicament? He lamented. He attributed his misfortune solely to the impoverished Shun Hyaming. Next time I see him, I'll break his legs. Shun Tianyong, drenched and furious, charged through the rain, veins bulging on his forehead. He stood before the brigade office, raising his foot to kick the door. Each kick echoed loudly, "Zhu Dalin, you coward. Come out." With each demand, he continued to assault the door, cursing, "Come out, you scoundrel. I swear I'll skewer you." Inside, Zhu Dalin crouched by the door, too frightened to respond, merely straining to hear, pretending to be a turtle hiding from danger. Shun Chuntao, a member of the Women's Federation, clutched Zhu Dalin, cautioning, "We must not act impulsively. If that door opens, we may very well be killed. Who dares to humiliate the impoverished? Do you not understand that the poorer a person becomes, the less they have to fear?" Zhu Daling remained silent, filled with regret. Had he known he would have lent out the tractor, he would have refrained. Amidst the relentless tirades of the fervent Shun Tianyong, his eldest son arrived at the brigade headquarters, brandishing a steel fork. As the situation escalated, it was ultimately Su Xinyan who braved the rain to seek assistance from Xiao Fei's family. Just as the father and son burst through the door, the steel fork menacingly aimed at the chest of village chief Zhu Daling. A familiar voice called out urgently, "Elder brother, do not resort to violence. This trivial matter is not worth your wrath. If you harm him, you will only incur further consequences." It was none other than the peacemaker, Shun Dajuan. He embraced Shun Tianyong from behind, subtly indicating to those attempting to mediate to seize the fork from his grasp. Once the fork was wrested away, Shun Dajuan, with great effort, grasped Shun Tianyong's hand tightly. "Elder brother, you are being foolish." Feeling the tremor in Shun Tianyong's large hand, Shun Dajuan sighed. "Do not give this outsider the satisfaction. Save your strength for building our houses with the waves and bricks." He whispered these words into Shun Tianyong's ear. With a nod, Shun Tianyong pushed aside the crowd of mediators. "Zhu Daling, remember this well. Sooner or later, Shun Haiwan village will once again be led by someone of our surname." At this moment, village chief Zhu Daling, threatened and insulted by Shun Tianyong, found himself devoid of any retort, fearing that his adversary might once again wield the steel fork against him. Those with even a modicum of wealth and power tend to harbor the greatest fears. On the island, Shun Hailang, who had not paused for breath, suddenly heard Xiao Fei's booming voice reverberate in the air. "Brother Hailang, I've found bird eggs. So many, so many. Along, you're fortunate today. Try to find some E-star groupers." Shun Hailang replied before hastening to locate his chubby younger brother. There stood Xiao Fei in the middle of the grassy area on the island, waving at him with bird eggs in hand. "Did you gather those eggs yourself?" "I'm quite busy," Shun Hailang exclaimed as he dashed over to the thicket, nearly dropping his jaw at the sight. The underbrush was teeming with bird eggs, some piled together, while others lay scattered about. Xiao Fei spun around in excitement. "There must be at least 1,000. Brother Hailang, I can sell them for 3 cents each." Realizing they had departed in haste without a net, Shun Hailang instructed Xiao Fei, "Gather them for now. I'll be right back." With a swift leap, he plunged into the sea and swam like a fish toward the distant fishing vessel, the Seagull. 20 minutes later, he returned, breathless, dragging a fishing net behind him, which contained several mesh bags. With tools in hand, they were ready to begin. Shun Hailang tossed the net onto the beach. Along scoured the rocky crevices of the island for East Star groupers, and through diligent effort, he managed to catch a few mouse groupers. Xiao Fei was in charge of collecting the bird eggs, although Shun Hailang eventually forbade him from continuing. "The bird eggs hold little value. Just gather a few for fun, as they are easily broken. Your task is to start a fire to roast the eggs." Meanwhile, Xiao Xie and Gongzi discovered clusters of oysters clinging to the rocks. Without shovels, they resorted to using stones to pry them free. Time swiftly approached noon, and the spoils of the 5 gathered into a small mountain. 2,000 bird eggs, over 100 oysters, 3 lively E-star groupers, and several rat groupers. Shun Hailang reclined on the beach, gazing up at the azure sky. Today's harvest was indeed commendable, likely fetching over 1,000 yuan. Yet his luck remained stagnant at a mere 310 points. The disparity between his bounty and expectations was disheartening. What had gone awry? Had he ventured to the wrong place? As he chewed on the roasted bird eggs that Xiao Fei had prepared, the once clear sky began to shift ominously. The howling sea wind swept in. Dark clouds loomed overhead, and the fire used to roast the bird eggs was extinguished by the sudden rain. Oh no! A long, bald head began to drip with water. This wretched weather could turn hostile in an instant. Shun Hailing sprang to his feet, squinting into the surroundings. This desolate island, devoid of vegetation save for a few rocky hills, offered little refuge. "Let us take shelter behind those stone hills," he said, wiping the rain from his face. The five crouched low, making their way through the torrential downpour, much like primitive humans in search of sanctuary. Xiao Fei, with his round figure trailing behind, resembled a weeble, while the slender Xiao Xie clung to his arm, the juxtaposition of their frames making their arduous progress even more challenging. An air of trepidation enveloped the brothers. "My goodness!" Xiao Fei quivered. "Will the boat be swept away? We might not make it back." Shun Hailing counted heads, ensuring all five were accounted for. He patted Xiao Fei's shoulder reassuringly. "Let us wait it out. The boat is anchored and 1T drift off." Shun Hailing grimly acknowledged that the cursed risk factor of 5 points had indeed come to fruition. Chapter 46. Cave Swallows. Shun Hailing observed the risk value within the transparent frame diminish from 5 to 4, which granted him a slight sense of relief. Xiao Fei retrieved a lighter from his pocket, repeatedly clicking it in an attempt to find some solace. He leaned his head into the crevice of the rocky mountain, as the flickering flame of the lighter illuminated the surroundings. "Brothers, is this a cave?" Following the light, Shun Hailing discovered a fissure between the stones and the ground, indeed wide enough to accommodate a person, leading into the depths of the cave. Taking refuge inside seemed appealing, yet the thought of encountering a sea snake was troubling. If a sea snake appeared, it would be a perilous encounter. A long stick was fetched by Along, who ignited it with the lighter to create a makeshift torch. "You all wait here. I shall scout the path," Along declared, his desire for sea snake evident as he licked his lips, eliciting disgust among the others. Before Shun Hailing could protest, Along bent down and slipped inside. Before long, a voice echoed from within the cave. "What on earth so many bird nests?" Jiangzi, with his square face, peered into the cave, asking Along, "Are there sea snakes?" Upon confirming the cave was safe, Shun Hailing took the lighter and followed suit. Indeed, as Along had stated, the cave was littered with bird nests. However, these nests clung to the uneven rock walls, remnants of feathers visible in the flickering firelight. Approaching the nests with the lighter, Shun Hailing felt a surge of excitement. "Light it up, brothers! Illuminate the cave." Several of them produced their lighters, while Xiao Fei gathered dried grass from the ground to ignite. In an instant, the narrow cave was bathed in a warm twilight hue. Curious, Xiao Fei reached out to touch the nearest nest, exclaiming, "Isn't it just a bird's nest? Why the excitement? We have plenty of these in the village." "Do not touch." Shun Hailing firmly grasped Xiao Fei's wrist. With utmost care, he used his nail to scrape off a small piece from the edge of the nest, rolling it in his palm. The texture was neither grass nor clay. Instead, it possessed a gelatinous elasticity, becoming sticky as he rubbed it. In that moment, Shun Hailing comprehended fully. His instincts had been correct, and his fortune was indeed fortuitous. The anomaly lay within the nests of this cave. "Bird's nest." Shun Hailing's voice dropped to a whisper. "This is the nest of cave swallows." Along's bald head practically radiated with astonishment. "Bird's nest? Aren't those found on the eaves of every household? My aunt has one under her eaves. She says it brings good fortune." Shun Hailing inhaled deeply, striving to calm his racing heart. "That is the common house swallow, constructed from mud and water from the riverbank." He pointed to the nests upon the rock face. "These are canary nests, built with saliva mixed with feathers. If they're not canaries, but blood swallows, these nests would be the finest in the market, the kind sold to foreigners." The group stood in stunned silence, exchanging glances illuminated by the firelight. Xiao Fei, in a fit of excitement, widened his eyes. "Does foreigners refer to people from abroad? So, how much are these nests actually worth? Even a few would surpass our total haul today." Shun Hailing swallowed hard, regaining his voice. "Brothers, it's time to get to work. This task requires us to harvest the nests in their entirety, right from the roots. Gongzi scratched his head in confusion. Why must they remain whole? Aren't we just going to eat them? Shun Hailing explained. Foreigners have a peculiar perspective. They believe that intact nests possess not only culinary value, but also collectible worth. Once damaged, their price diminishes by half. Observe how I extract them and learn from my method. Shun Hailing's meticulous demeanor prompted the other four to adopt a cautious approach. Shun Hailing pressed his right pinky against the base of the nest and flicked it, while his left hand supported the edge, wary of letting it fall. Like me, gently pry it with your pinky and finally give a flick. Outside the cave, a typhoon raged, bringing torrential rain, while inside, the five were drenched in sweat, their expressions tense as they delicately pried open the nests. Suddenly, Alung burst into laughter, eventually squatting on the ground, unable to articulate his amusement. Xiaofei, puzzled, inquired, "What's so funny?" Alung playfully struck himself to quell his laughter. Why do foreigners have such unique tastes? Do they really enjoy consuming bird saliva? Xiaofei, cradling a freshly harvested nest, paused momentarily before joining in the laughter, his hands trembling as he remarked, "Who cares? If they enjoy our swallow saliva, let them indulge." Shun Hailing, however, remained focused on meticulously separating each nest, calculating how much they could fetch in return. Observing the risk level in the transparent display drop to 3 points. He noted that each harvested nest deducted 3 points from their luck value, which was visibly favorable. While Shun Hailing continued to harvest the nests, he kept a vigilant eye on the risk index, which steadily decreased, now resting at 2 points. He exhaled in relief, confident that their venture was safe thanks to his enhanced abilities. As the brothers harvested the nests, Alung's imagination ran wild, pondering why foreigners were so fond of swallow saliva. Brother Hailang, why do they love eating it? I can't believe it could grant longevity. Why worry about their preferences? As long as it brings us profit, they're good foreigners, Gongzi replied innocently. Shun Hailing, having tasted bird's nest before, explained to his companions. It is said that bird's nest can enhance a woman's health and beauty, though I found it to be of little use. Outside, thunder rumbled ominously as lightning flashed across the sky, and the moderate rain intensified into a downpour. Meanwhile, the five inside the cave remained oblivious to the weather, their harvesting skills becoming increasingly adept. Armed with fire sticks, they scoured the rock walls for nests, deftly extracting one after another. Eventually, a small mountain of nests formed in the center of the cave. Shun Hailing glanced at his digital watch. They had been working for nearly 2 hours. On average, each person had harvested over 30 nests. Xiaofei and Alung, unwilling to relent, searched the walls with their fire sticks, anxious not to miss any. Brothers, while it's still raining outside, let us count how many we have, Xiaofei suggested, crouching down and swiftly tallying. In total, we have 152 intact nests, along with 11 that are slightly damaged. Xiao Xie, feeling fatigued, plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath. My fingers have developed calluses from all this work. He raised his hand, revealing a large area of redness. Uncertain of the tempestuous weather outside, Shun Hailing cautiously peered out of the cave, only to be met by a fierce gust that threw sand into his face, compelling him to retreat. It was now 4:30 p.m., brothers. It seems we may have to sleep here tonight. Hailing, a hint of fear in his voice, approached Xiaofei. What if this storm does not cease? How shall we return home? And what of the boat? It cannot possibly have been swept away, can it? Are we truly stranded? In truth, Shun Hailing harbored his own concerns about the boat being blown away, yet he refrained from voicing them for fear of inciting panic among his companions, especially in front of the timid Xiaofei. "Fear not, my brothers," he declared, intentionally raising his voice. "The sea is but 3 meters deep. Our anchor is secure and will not budge." With that, he playfully nudged Xiaofei's belly with his elbow. "Weather is capricious. Who can guarantee that a voyage will always be met with clear skies? Moreover, are we not sheltered within this cave? Should hunger strike, we shall feast on bird eggs. And when thirst arises, we can quench it with the water that trickles from the rocks. Even if we are confined here for 10 days, we shall not perish from starvation. As for my dear friends, the verification period for my writings is drawing to a close. I am diligently striving for improvement, and with your steadfast support, I shall continue to refine my craft and narrate tales. Chapter 47. The Return Journey After a Night Spent in the Cave. The words of Shun Hailang brought a modicum of comfort to the group, allowing them to relax a little. Once the rain subsides, it will only take us a few minutes to swim back with the birds' nests. If all else fails, we can always return a roast and enjoy some bird eggs. Along exclaimed, tearing a piece from a tattered nest and chewing it. He spat out a mouthful of feathers. Little Fei, how fortunate we are today. Without the storm, would we have found the nest at all? His comment elicited laughter from the others, and one could not deny that the bald-headed man had a knack for lightening the mood in critical moments. By the way, Brother Hailang, how much do you reckon this haul will fetch? Along inquired with a serious expression. Everyone present, including Little Fei, turned their eager gaze to Shun Hailang, clearly anticipating the outcome of their labor. After a moment of feigned contemplation, Shun Hailang replied, "For the fish and oysters, it should be over 2,000. With the birds' nests, perhaps around 10 to 20,000. 10 to 20,000? The four exclaimed in unison, their voices echoing through the cave. Little Xia, blushing slightly, shyly asked, "How much will we each get?" "Over 1,000, Shun Hailang stated, explaining that Little Fei had already calculated their 10% commission. Little Xia's excitement was palpable as he gasped. "My mother earns just 1,000 a year, coming from a single-parent household, with his father incarcerated and raised by his mother." Little Xia was already envisioning purchasing a washing machine for her. Meanwhile, Gongzi mentioned wanting to save for a motorcycle, specifically a happiness brand. Shun Hailang turned his gaze to the silent Along. "Along, what do you plan to do with your share?" Along's face flushed with embarrassment. "I want to pay off my debts, to repay those restaurant owners I dined and dashed on." "Hey," Shun Hailang applauded. "You truly are starting anew with a sense of purpose." He settled himself at the cave's entrance. "Let us all rest for a bit. We rose early and faced a typhoon this morning. I'll keep watch and wake you when the rain stops." Exhausted from a day of swimming, prying oysters, and harvesting nests, the four found dry spots to lie down, propping their arms under their heads to doze off. Little Fei had barely settled in when he began to snore, a remarkable feat in the realms of sleep and sustenance. Shun Hailang, weary from sitting, lay down at the cave's entrance, enduring the long hours until 10:30 p.m., a time he and T stayed awake until in quite some time. Eventually, he succumbed to fatigue and closed his eyes, awoken by an irritating tickle in his nose, akin to feathers invading his nostrils. He wrinkled his nose and sneezed twice in quick succession, abruptly sitting up and rubbing his nostrils. Upon opening his eyes, he found the oppressive clouds had dissipated, revealing a brilliant sunshine. Squinting, he noticed an audacious little fly perched on his hand. He swatted it away and turned to see the four companions sprawled about the cave, Along using a nest as a pillow. Little Fei curled into a ball, while the other two snored, entwined in each other's embrace. Glancing at his digital watch, he noted that it was already 7:20 a.m. He inhaled the fresh air outside. Time to rise. A long stretch brought Aaron to his feet, while Little Fei clutched his head, shaking it in bewilderment. Shun Hailang looked at the group with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. "We've slept for over 10 hours. It's already the next day. Let us pack up and head home." The four of them, still groggy, yawned and stretched languidly. Xiao Xie peered out of the cave entrance, asking, "Has the typhoon passed?" Shun Hailang unfurled the fishing net, cautiously beginning to pack the bird's nest. "It should have, but who knows if the typhoon might strike back." He replied, "We need to evacuate quickly and return to the boat." The five began to swiftly gather their belongings, with three of them holding the fishing net outside the cave, while the remaining two acted like a conveyor belt, transferring the bird's nest out. After enduring the tempestuous night, they returned to the coastal island. Passing the fish pit they had dug the previous day, Little Fei gleefully pointed, "Look, those grouper are still there. The largest of them." An East Star grouper was known for its temperament and seemed to converse with Shun Hailang, demanding a quick end to its confinement. Aaron seized the splashing East Star grouper, exclaiming, "You may be the most temperamental, but you're also the most valuable." The group turned their gaze towards the seagull, which remained anchored despite the storm. Shun Hailang exhaled with relief. Fortunately, their greatest fears had not materialized, where they would have truly needed a rescue team. After a moment of contemplation, he clapped his hands. Aaron, you and the others will accompany me to deliver the bird's nest. Xiao Xia, with your average swimming skills, stay here on this nameless island to watch over the fish and shrimp. Under Shun Hailing's guidance, the designated individuals quickly formed a human transport team, with Shun Hailang and Aaron each grasping a corner of the load. The rear was entrusted to the duo of Frog and Dog Paddle. The four of them hoisted the bird's nest overhead, wading through the water towards the distant seagull. As the water reached their chests, little Fei felt a surge of anxiety, for he was only adept at frog swimming and not at treading water. Brother Hai, I think I stepped on some seaweed. He stammered. Don't panic. If it gets too difficult, just lower one hand and continue with your frog stroke. Aaron reassured him while glancing back at Gongzi and Lil Fei, his gaze ultimately landing on the bird's nest in the fishing net. Hey, don't we look like Neza-S shrimp and crab soldiers carrying a dragon chair? More like you. Are you a shrimp or a turtle? Little Fei lamented. I'm about to collapse from holding this up with one hand, and I have no energy to joke around. As they continued to approach the seagull, Aaron tossed the fishing net to Shun Hailang. Shun Hailang spread his arms wide, his feet constantly paddling in the water. Aaron, hurry up. I can't hold this position for more than 2 minutes, he said, exhaustion etched across his face. Without hesitation, Aaron swiftly climbed the dangling rope net. The four of them finally reached the boat, panting heavily. Little Fei dragged himself into the cabin, immediately searching for the leftover pork buns and oil sticks to devour. Aaron and Gongzi joined in, exclaiming, delicious. It was only then that Aaron remembered that Xiao Xia was still on the island. Brother Hai, we are one person short. How could I have forgotten him? Xiao Fei, you and Gang Zi stay here to tend to the oysters. I will return with Aaron to bring Xiao Xia back. On the second trip to Shun Hailang, Aaron returned to the island and, without hesitation, placed several fish and oysters together into the sea. The three of them formed a triangular formation, floating on the surface of the water, creating a spectacular ripple effect. As the hemp rope was thrown onto the deck, Gang Zi and Xiao Fei, one stout and the other robust, flushed with effort, strained to pull up 300 pounds of oysters. The fish in the net, including the ratfish and the eastern star snapper, flailed about incessantly. At the Yanzi port market, the Seagull vessel, after a chaotic operation by Shun Hailang, roared back to life, ready for a day and night of rest. The market remained bustling, with traders undeterred by the approaching typhoon, choosing instead to conduct business as usual. Amidst the crowd, two elderly gentlemen wandered aimlessly like headless flies. They were Shun Tianyang and Shun Dejun. This morning, at 4 o'clock, Dejun, unable to sleep, had come to Shun Tianyang's doorstep in a state of agitation. Uncle Dejun was the type of person whose worry was etched on his face at the slightest trouble, while Shun Tianyang's temperament was the complete opposite. Although he too was concerned for his son, he would not voice it. The two had already meandered through the morning market countless times, even visiting the latrine twice. Tianyang, should we report this to the police? Uncle Dejun asked, rubbing his hands together anxiously, inherently predisposed to worry. Shun Tianyang remained silent, merely pulling out a cigarette box and casting his gaze toward the distant Old Xiao's fishing tackle shop. Let us go and inquire with Old Xiao, he suggested. Chapter 48. A scene of filial piety after the typhoon. Old Xiao was crouched beside the water tank, diligently cleaning the residue within. Upon noticing the approach of two individuals, he lifted his eyelids. Shun Tianyang produced a large piece of wood from the front door and handed it to Old Xiao. Did my son, Shun Hailang, come by yesterday? Who is Shun Hailang? Old Xiao feigned ignorance. He's your daughter's classmate, accompanied by a chubby boy and 3 ruffians, Shun Tianyang clarified. Old Xiao accepted the wood and nodded. Ah, so was them. They rented a large boat from the pork shop yesterday and set out to sea. Xiao Fei had inherited Uncle Dajuan's demeanor entirely. At this moment, Shun Dajuan's eyes were bulging wide with disbelief. The two children rented a boat on a day like yesterday? What nonsense! Dajuan, calm down. Shun Tianyang kicked Shun Dajuan lightly. It was just a 10-meter boat. My son is clever enough to find a place to shelter from the rain. He turned his gaze toward Old Xiao, taking a puff from a cigarette. Old Xiao, your little Shui is already 21, isn't she? Still unmarried? Is she truly waiting until 30 to tie the knot? Ba ba ba. Old Xiao interrupted, breaking the cigarette in half. Isn't your son Shun Hailang also 21 and still single? What is the matter? Are you here to argue? Shun Tianyong, unfazed, pulled out a match and lit old Xiao's cigarette once more. I merely inquired about your opinion of my Hailang. Without waiting for a response, he continued to extol his own son. He is grounded, capable of making money. And in terms of looks, you see, which of the Shun family isn't a handsome lad who thrives on their appearance? Stop right there. Old Xiao exhaled a puff of smoke. Do you even possess a house? Don't expect to marry my daughter with your dilapidated two-tiled roof. My little Shui is the belle of Yinzi Port. Matchmakers have practically worn down my doorstep. Suddenly, Shun Tianyong chuckled, flicking away a half-burned ash. Old Xiao, I must say, your information network is lacking. You must have heard that our homestead is under construction, right? It spans 600 square meters. Shun Tianyong paused for 2 seconds, locking eyes with old Xiao. Our Hailang intends to build a 3-story villa, complete with a garden and courtyard. Nothing less will suffice. Old Xiao stared unwaveringly at Shun Tianyong. As for matters of our children, you shall handle it. Having completed his display, Shun Tianyong turned away, humming a tune. Dajuan, let us be on our way. Shun Dajuan hurriedly caught up with Shun Tianyong, nearly on the verge of tears. Tianyong, you still have the mind to propose to Hailang? The child has been missing for a day and a night. Shun Tianyong observed the worried expression on Shun Dajuan's face. What use is urgency? Look, the sun is shining. We shall wait at the dock. The 2 old men were now seated at the dock, watching the bustling fishermen at the harbor. In the southeastern distance, a vague, dark shape approached the dock. Shun Tianyong and Shun Dajuan fixated intently on the moving silhouette on the water, their hearts secretly hoping it was their son returning. Is it them? Uncle Dajuan muttered, having lost count of how many times he had voiced his hopes. Shun Tianyong did not respond but squinted, focusing on the distant figure. Gradually, the dark shape revealed a blue and white hull, with a stout figure standing at the bow. Who else could this chubby fellow be, if not Xiao Fei? Heaven be praised. At this moment, Shun Dajuan's face was awash with tears, and the next second, he was using Shun Tianyong's sleeve to wipe his nose. Shun Tianyong disdainfully withdrew his sleeve, and a smile appeared on both their faces. However, before the smiles could linger for more than a fleeting moment, their expressions stiffened at the sight of the chubby boy, bare-armed and clad only in oversized shorts, frantically waving his hands. This little rascal. Shun Hailang quickly instructed Along to pull Xiao Fei back. How embarrassing. Those at the dock, unaware of the circumstances, might think we are left with nothing but our shorts. Xiao Fei pouted in explanation. I was just too excited to see my dad. Goodness. Why didn't you take off your shorts and wave at the dock as well? Fortunately for Shun Hailang, luck was on his side this time. Whether it was due to improved skills or mere chance, he successfully maneuvered the bow of the boat into the docking area. The ensuing touching scene prompted passing fishermen to exclaim at the rare display of father-son affection. Xiao Fei was the first to leap from the bow, sprinting toward Shun Dajuan, who opened his arms wide to embrace his chubby son. The 2 wept profusely, tears and snot smearing their faces. The fisherman passing by remarked, "Oh, look at what we have here. A touching display of paternal love. This pair of chubby father and son are indeed genuine souls. Little Chub, good boy." Shun Tianyong stood to the side, his mouth twitching as he observed Shun Hailang ambling over. The anger that had been simmering within him for an entire night was on the verge of eruption. Sensing the tension, Shun Hailang spoke first. Dad, please don't be angry. I was wrong. Those 3 words deflated the ire that was meant to be directed at him. All the unspoken grievances transformed into a single remark. You are such a worry. Next, Dajuan and Shun Tianyong scrutinized Along continuously. The intensity of their gaze made Along feel quite uneasy, and he contemplated fleeing. Shun Hailang understood his father's temperament, always finding fault with one thing or another. Dad, what are you staring at? Just because someone has a shaved head doesn't mean they're a villain. It signifies enlightenment, a form of inspiration. Noticing Along's discomfort, he felt a twinge of sympathy and tossed him the motorcycle key. Along, take Gongzi and Xiao Xie to old Xiao's place. You know what to do. Bring people to pick up the goods. Along and his companions seized the key and dashed toward the plastic sheet, pulling it back to reveal a vibrant red Happiness 300. As the engine roared to life, the three of them sped away on the motorcycle. Xiao Fei wiped away his tears, unable to conceal his excitement. Dad, Uncle Tianyang, we've hit the jackpot. This time we truly have. Dajuan, still immersed in the emotional reunion, wiped his nose. What do you mean hit the jackpot? We've struck gold. Xiao Fei turned to Shun Hailang. Brother Hailang, you should explain. Shun Hailang rubbed his nose and winked at the elder gentleman. We've probably earned around 20,000 yuan from this trip. Huh? How much? Dajuan pushed his chubby son away in disbelief. Shun Tanyang stood dumbfounded, only snapping back to reality when the cigarette but burned his finger, exclaiming, "Give us the details." Two elderly gentlemen pondered whether a vessel of such diminutive size could indeed accommodate 20,000 units of cargo. Go ahead and boast, young man. Observing the expressions of Shun Hailang and Xiao Fei, who appeared unpretentious, Dajuan raised an eyebrow. Is it true? Shun Hailang and Xiao Fei merely regarded the two old men with smug satisfaction. The elderly gentlemen were now genuinely unsettled. Not saying a word. We shall board the ship ourselves. Do you expect us to venture out to sea in search of gold? Shun Hailang interjected, halting the two old men. Combined. You both are over a century old, yet you exhibit an eagerness surpassing that of the youth. Just wait for Uncle Chiao to arrive so we can inspect the goods together. The throttle of the motorcycle was twisted to its limit by Along, as a sense of helplessness, born from disdain, welled up within him. In the rearview mirror, Along could see Gongzi and Xiao Xie equally silent, their spirits weighed down. After a prolonged silence, Along broke the quiet, his voice hoarse. Do you think people like us can truly return to being good? Others would never believe it, would they? The two in the back remained silent, yet Along could sense their labored breaths, a tangible heaviness in the air. The way Uncle looks at us is akin to spotting a filthy rat. Along began to mock himself, likening his existence to that of a wretched rodent in the sewers. After a moment of silence, Gongzi spoke. Along, it's no wonder they view me in such a manner. I have personally worn handcuffs 3 times. My reputation is already tarnished. Xiao Xie clenched his teeth, his gaze retreating rapidly as he observed the street. I still yearn to be a good person. Following Brother Hailang has illuminated a path of hope for me. I am reluctant to return to my former life of petty thievery. I wish to transform my days for the better. Chapter 49. The Nest Needs Appraisal. Wishing every reader good health during the holiday. The trio, affected by Shun Tianyang's piercing gaze, arrived at Old Xiao's acquisition station on their motorcycle. Along hesitated before dismounting, patting his brothers on the shoulders. You two wait here. I shall speak with Uncle Xiao. Old Xiao, possessing keen hearing, detected the sound of the motorcycle's brakes and knew that anyone arriving on such a vehicle must be Shun Hailang. Without turning, he called out, "You've got quite the luck, young man, to have weathered storms at sea for a day and night and still return." Along, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched the back of his head. "Hello, Uncle Xiao. It's me. Along. Brother Hailang asked you to take some people to the east dock for the delivery." Old Xiao looked up as Along's voice grew softer. Noticing the redness around Along's eyes, he understood all too well. The lad must have encountered the sharp tongue of Shun Tianyang, and with Shun Hailang and the chubby boy not returning home all night, the frustration had surely been vented on him. "Ah, Along has come," Old Xiao said, rising to grab the calculator and ledger from the table. He approached Along and suddenly placed his rough hand on his shoulder. "Young man, you have endured storms and witnessed rainbows. If you wish for others to see your sincere repentance, it requires time." Old Xiao's words sent a tremor through Along, who abruptly lifted his head. As long as he conducted himself properly, Old Xiao's calloused hand, resting on his shoulder, touched his heart. Others could see it, and he could feel it too. Old Xiao's words were like a key unlocking Along's heart. Unconsciously, Along straightened his back and bowed deeply to Old Xiao with genuine sincerity. "Uncle Xiao, we have approximately 500 pounds of oysters, along with some scattered E-star groupers and mouse groupers and the bird's nest. Brother Hailing mentioned that the blood swallow's saliva is quite rare. The blood swallow's nest. This time, It was old Xiao who was taken aback, his fingers that had previously rested on Along's heart beginning to tremble. "How many nests did you collect in total?" Along replied, "Uncle Xiao, we gathered 163 in total." Old Xiao's fingers trembled in panic as he picked up the landline and dialed. "Achong, come to the east dock. A tractor will suffice. Hurry up." On the other end, Achong's voice responded, "All right, old Xiao, I'm on my way. Gotta go." After hanging up, old Xiao pushed Along outside, bustling about as he grabbed the calculator and ledger from the table. "Along, help me pull down the roll-up door." Old Xiao then beckoned to the two wayward youths standing at the entrance. "Get out of the car. Youngsters, I'm too old for that motorcycle." "I'll take it." He then pointed to a Phoenix brand bicycle lying against the wall. "You youngsters ride this. It was left by Shun Hailang after he broke it, and I fixed it." Along rode the motorcycle with old Xiao, while the two behind them pedaled the bicycle with a sound of exertion. With a heart unburdened, Aaron wore a benevolent expression as he proactively honked the horn, even though they were still several hundred meters from the harbor. Inspired by old Joe's wisdom, he had shed his insecurities and learned to face every situation with composure. In the distance, Uncle Dajuan was toying with an oyster of astonishing dimensions, 20 centimeters in length and 10 centimeters in width, truly a king among oysters. He declared that upon encountering this magnificent specimen, he intended to take it home to bolster his vigor. As old Joe signaled for Aaron to halt, a goat leapt from the back seat. At over 50, he hardly resembled a frail elder. The goat dashed towards the seagull's cabin, while old Joe turned his head and extended an aged hand, exclaiming, "Young man, I wish to see the birds' nests." At the seaside, approaching 11 o'clock, the sun shone brightly, and despite his age, old Joe exhibited remarkable agility as he jogged. Shun Hailang opened the fishing net containing the birds' nests, revealing a meticulously arranged collection of 163 nests, expertly displayed by the young man. Old Joe, smacking his lips, stood beside the nests, his face alight with exaggerated delight. He picked up one nest, first inhaling its scent, then gathering the scattered feathers. Upon confirming it was undoubtedly a cave-dwelling swallow's nest, his tone transformed, filled with excitement. "This is indeed a cave swallow." Shun Hailang and his companions, upon hearing old Joe's affirmation, were filled with joy and enthusiasm. With a beaming smile, Shun Hailang took the nest from old Joe's hand and handed it to Xiao Fei. "Uncle Joe, look, this kid has brought you wealth once more. You set the price, and I shall negotiate." Old Joe closed his eyes, a gesture he had adopted after numerous collaborations with Shun Hailang. The young man had learned that when old Joe was estimating prices, he would invariably shut his eyes. "I'll give you $2 per pound for the oysters, 20 for the East Star grouper, and 16 for the mouse grouper. Can you accept that?" Shun Hailang waved his hand nonchalantly. "That is fine, but what about the nests?" Old Joe shook his head. "These nests are of excellent quality, but we need to have someone verify whether they are cave swallows or blood swallows. Let us settle the seafood first and have Achiong deliver it to the city." "Agreed. We shall proceed as you suggest, Uncle Joe. Let Brother Chong weigh it." At old Joe's nod, Aaron called to his companion, "Mao, we can begin now." Mao, with great strength, diligently pried open the oysters, pouring them into a large iron bucket, which he then rolled onto the scale. Achiong displayed the grand scale to the onlookers. The oysters weigh a total of 427 pounds. Old Joe was equally busy, his calculator clicking away. $854 for the oysters noted. He continued. "Now for the East Star grouper, 9 pounds and 2 ounces, which totals $184. The mouse grouper is slightly under at 13 pounds, which amounts to $208. Additional loose goods will be calculated at $2 per pound, totaling $74. In total, that's $1,321. Let me round it up for you, making it $1,330. He patted his chest, saying, "Old Joe will not take advantage of you young folks." Aaron and his companions were utterly astonished. In the past, under the cover of darkness and slippery roads, they would toil all night at the state-run machinery factory, stealing scrap metal, earning only $20 or $30, all while risking capture and a beating. Zhangzi gazed at Xiao Xie, questioning whether conducting business could be this effortless. Xiao Xie shook his head, admitting his uncertainty. Yet the sensation was undeniably exhilarating. Xiaofei's eyes darted around as he entered the cabin, emerging with a whole basket of bird eggs cradled in his arms. Upon their return, he counted them meticulously, presenting the bounty. "Uncle Xiao, these are authentic wild bird eggs. Are they worth anything?" Uncle Xiao took one egg, holding it up to the sun's rays, revealing it to be an egret's egg. "I shall not accept these eggs. Take them home and share among yourselves," he said, a hint of irritation in his tone. "In the future, do not take all the bird eggs. This behavior disrupts the ecological balance." Shun Hailing nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the wisdom in Uncle Xiao's words, as certain bird species had indeed become rare, teetering on the brink of extinction in the 20th century. "Uncle Xiao, we understand. This is a one-time collection of bird eggs." Satisfied with Shun Hailing's response, Uncle Xiao nodded and retrieved a magnifying glass from his pocket, scrutinizing the bird's nest closely. He pinched a small piece, no larger than a fingernail, and tasted it. "Let's load this bird's nest onto the vehicle. I'll have Aqiang assist in delivering it to the collection station." At that moment, Uncle Dajuan interjected, grasping Uncle Xiao's arm. "Hey, Uncle Xiao, is this bird's nest toxic or something? Why wait until we reach the collection station to discuss it? They are merely birds' nests. Just make an offer, and we can head home to prepare dinner for our sons." Chapter 50. Discovering that the elder brother was bullied by the village chief, Xiaofei cooperated seamlessly with his father, extending his hands to lean against Uncle Dajuan. He grasped Dajuan's arm and shook it, saying, "Dad, I haven't eaten all day." Old Xiao glanced at Shun Hailang and his son, observing their lack of response. Were they expecting him to appraise the situation? He retrieved his calculator once more, saying, "Dajuan, do you even understand? Can you distinguish between cave swallow and blood swallow? The price disparity is twofold. How am I supposed to quote a price? You're just babbling without any knowledge." Seeing this, Shun Hailang stepped forward to separate the two, first offering a smile to old Xiao. He then turned to Dajuan and winked. "Uncle Dajuan, you may not be aware that blood swallow is formed when minerals permeate cave swallow. Its nutritional value far surpasses that of house swallow. One can sell for 70, while the other can fetch 150. Dajuan widened his eyes and promptly closed his mouth, emitting a sound akin to a mosquito. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Old Xiao, fuming, continued pressing buttons on the calculator. 70 multiplied by 163 equals 11, 410. "Dajuan, you mentioned I should charge according to the price of swallow nests. Now that I have collected it all, I owe you my gratitude, old Xiao." Dajuan immediately lost his composure, his serious demeanor transforming into a jovial smile. "Hey, old Xiao, are you really going to nitpick with your younger brother? After all, you are the elder. Let us not harbor ill feelings. Let us prosper together." Old Xiao retorted, "Bah, I certainly do not have a brother like you who drives one to despair. Hailang, have Aqiang haul the swallow nest back with the tractor. Does that sound agreeable?" Shun Hailang nodded. "Sure, Uncle Xiao. I don't have a place to shelter them from the elements. Your shop is quite suitable. Once I return them to the village, I'll come to the collection station to find you." He extended 2 fingers to mark Shun Tianyong and the others. "Along, you 3 follow the tractor. Go lend a hand at Uncle Xiao's shop. You'll be responsible for transporting the swallow nests." The 3 brothers of Along were not foolish. They understood the reason their elder brother had sent them. Even if Shun Hailang hadn't called for them, given Gongzi's nature, he would have volunteered anyway. Amidst the rumbling of the tractor, the old Phoenix brand bicycle was hoisted onto the vehicle by several hands as they set off towards the market. After old Xiao and Along departed, Shun Hailang took out his keys and ignited the motorcycle. Throughout the journey, his expression grew increasingly somber, a fact not lost on Shun Tianyong. The motorcycle was crowded with 4 individuals, and Uncle Dajuan, seated at the rear, braced himself with his hands, fearing he might be thrown off. Shun Tianyong discreetly glanced into the rearview mirror, catching sight of his son's serious countenance. He initiated the conversation. "Error, what troubles you?" Not receiving a response from his son, Shun Tianyong realized he had once again upset him. With a sigh, Shun Hailang shifted the motorcycle back to second gear and posed a question to the little one beside him. "Xiaofei, what do you think of Along and their work?" Though Xiaofei usually bore a cheerful smile, he dared not act recklessly in front of his elders, aware that a single misstep could lead to a reprimanding. Once, Aaron and his companions were rather unremarkable. However, under the meticulous guidance of Brother Hai, they have now become diligent and earnest. As Xiao Fei spoke, he simultaneously observed the expressions of the two elder Dangs through the rearview mirror. Shun Tianyang exhaled through his nostrils, his gaze fixed on the little flowers and grasses by the roadside, choosing to remain silent. We can no longer regard others with such disdain. Shun Hailang tactfully shifted the topic. In the absence of outsiders, he finally voiced his dissatisfaction. If he were to speak on behalf of Aaron at the dock, his father would likely turn away in anger on the spot. He began to change the subject. Father, regarding our house construction, has elder brother gone to borrow the tractor from the village chief? Shun Tianyang replied, your elder brother is lying at home. Suddenly, Shun Hailang slammed the brakes, prompting Uncle Dajuan in the back seat to leap from the vehicle. He began to speak on behalf of Shun Hailang. Hailang, your elder brother has not been idle. He went to the village chief yesterday to borrow the tractor. However, there were some complications that I hadn't had the chance to discuss with you. With a calm expression, Shun Hailang inquired of Uncle Dajuan. And then, did the village chief refuse to lend it? He was well aware of his father's temperament, authoritative at home, yet submissive outside. However, this time he was mistaken. His father had gone armed with a pitchfork to confront the village chief on behalf of his son. Uncle Dajuan, please continue. Hailang would never betray you. Given the bond between our families, what does that outsider village chief amount to? Uncle Dajuan suddenly became agitated. That scoundrel Zhu Dalan insists that it is the village's collective property and cannot be used privately. Did he not use the village tractor when he built his little house last year? Dajuan's words became increasingly fervent, spitting as he spoke. Shun Hailang's brow furrowed. It was alarming that Uncle Dajuan, usually a peacemaker, would speak so harshly about the village chief. Surely, his elder brother had not been bullied? Uncle Dajuan, tell me, has my brother been harmed? Uncle Dajuan glanced at Shun Tianyang, noting his lack of response, and decided to summarize the events of that morning. Xiao Fei also jumped off the motorcycle, his rear end numb, bouncing in place. What nonsense! An outsider like that Zhu Dalan thinks he can act like a king in Shunhai Bay just because he has become the village chief. Who is Shun Hailang? The village bears the Shun name. How could he tolerate this? He would not shy away from confronting matters face to face. Get in the car. Shun Hailang revved the engine with a roar. Where to? Finally, Shun Tianyang spoke up. Hailang, we cannot provoke Zhu Dalan. Shun Hailang's tone remained calm, as if discussing an unrelated matter. Where else could we go? I am taking you to that worthless village chief's house. I, Shun Hailang, shall see where that outsider finds the audacity to bully my family. All right. Truly my brave nephew. I admire your spirit. Uncle Dajuan exclaimed, playfully pinching Xiao Fei's beer belly. Xiao Fei cried out in pain. If you must pinch someone, go pinch Zhu Daling. The location of Zhu Daling's homestead was exquisite, with a river in front and fertile land behind. His two-story house stood alone in Shunhai Bay Village. At that moment, he was basking in the fleeting sunlight, reclining in a wicker chair, squinting his eyes and swaying gently. Beside him, his wife, Shun Mailing, cradled their granddaughter, who had just celebrated her first month. The family appeared to be enveloped in a blissful harmony. Daling, why didn't you go to the brigade today? Aren't you concerned about what others might say or report? What business does the brigade have? I'm merely taking advantage of the sunshine to enjoy a moment of warmth. Just make sure you tend to the granddaughter. Why should women concern themselves with so many matters? With that, Zhu Daling continued to sway in his chair, reveling in his contentment. At that moment, the distinctive sound of a motorcycle engine resonated from outside their home. Chapter 51. The King of Oysters unleashes his power. Zhu Dalan, reclining in his wicker chair, suddenly jolted awake. Ah, it seems someone is coming to deliver gifts again. This village chief truly lives a charmed life. Shun Mailing, cradling her granddaughter, murmured, I hope they are not here to solicit your assistance once more. Zhu Dalan replied, it's quite agreeable if they seek my help. Surely, they wouldn't come empty-handed. He patted his belly, asserting, at our doorstep, the sound of motorcycles heralds visitors. Anyone seeking my aid ought at least to bring 2 packs of cigarettes. He advised Shun Mailing, take the girl inside and do not come out. As the motorcycle came to a halt, for figures dismounted in an orderly fashion. This demeanor could hardly be mistaken for anything other than an impending raid on someone else's home. Shun Hailang surveyed the two-story building, knowing full well it belonged to Zhu Dalin. Uncle Dajuan was still clutching the oysters from the seagull, brandishing them as weapons, ready to storm the village chief's abode should the need arise. Shun Hailang lit a cigarette and patted Xiao Fei's arm, saying, "Build your courage. Go on. Kick the door." Xiao Fei nodded solemnly, reassured by Shun Hailang's presence. Uncle Dajuan handed his son the oysters, instructing, "Go, take the oysters and hit hard." The principal, Shun Tianyang, stood at the door, visibly distressed. He believed that it was better to avoid trouble than to invite it. The last incident involving a steel fork at the village chief's home left him trembling upon returning home. Xiao Fei turned to glance at the three men behind him, summoning his resolve. This was his first experience of kicking down someone else's door, and it was particularly daunting given that it belonged to the village chief. Reflecting on the humiliation inflicted upon Hai Minggu when he attempted to block him with a tractor, he steeled himself. What nonsense is this about inverted doors? Grumbling while brandishing the oysters, he stood before the crimson iron gate and lifted his leg to deliver a kick. With a resounding crash, a dent immediately appeared on the red iron door. Zhu Dalin stood frozen in his tracks. The door had not even opened yet, and already a shoe print was indented upon it. Bang, bang, bang. 3 more kicks followed, causing the rusted frame to tremble, leaving Zhu Dalin bewildered. Seeing the situation escalate, Shun Mailing hurriedly took her granddaughter inside. Meanwhile, Zhu Dalin felt his legs weaken as numerous adversarial images flooded his mind. Who had he wronged this time? Since assuming the role of village chief, he had certainly offended many locals in Shanghai Bay. He shouted through the iron door, Who is it?" A youthful voice responded from the other side. "It's me, your grandfather. Open the door." Zhu Dalin, cautiously peering through the gap, saw 4 figures blocking the entrance, the most conspicuous being the door kicker. A chubby boy was raising his leg, preparing to strike again. Zhu Dalin recognized this once timorous boy and felt his fear dissipate. "Do you seek death, little brat? Do you believe I won't make it impossible for your father to tread in this village again?" As Shun Hailang observed Zhu Dalin cowering behind the door, he glanced at the nearly collapsing iron gate. With a swift kick, the door fell, causing Zhu Dalin to scramble in panic. Shun Hailang stepped forward, closing the distance to Zhu Dalin, who was now beset by a sense of alarm. After all, the man before him stood tall at 6 feet, exuding vitality, while beside him was a chubby fellow clutching a 20-centimeter oyster. Zhu Dalin inquired, "Are you the assistant sent by Shun Haiming?" The man's appearance bore a resemblance to the one who had splashed him with hot water while borrowing a tractor the previous day. As the village head, Zhu Daling had encountered countless individuals. This man was clearly formidable, prompting him to shift his focus onto the chubby boy instead. "You little fatty, your father would bow and scrape before me. What do you think you are? Do you believe I can have the police lock you up today until you pay up?" Uncle Dajuan, witnessing his son being belittled, felt a surge of anger. He snatched the 20-centimeter oyster from the boy's hands and stood protectively behind his son, unleashing a torrent of curses. "You scoundrel Zhu Daling, I swear I will end you." Shun Hailang intervened, his height surpassing Zhu Daling by half a head. He stepped forward, closing the distance between them to mere inches, and looked down at the shorter man as if he were gazing upon a dead fish. "Shun Haiming is my elder brother, my blood relative. Did you cause him distress yesterday?" Zhu Daling chuckled, having inquired about Shun Haiming's situation the day before. If this young man was indeed his brother, he must be impoverished and therefore not worthy of fear. "What's wrong? Did your brother go home in tears and send you to reclaim his honor? I advise you against arrogance. I am the village head, representing the order of Shun Haiwan Village. You're just a beggar who has to borrow tractors." Uncle Dajuan, infuriated, approached with the oyster in hand. This time, Shun Hailang did not stop him. "Enough of your nonsense." He swung the oyster down upon Zhu Daling's pudgy head with a resounding thud, causing the latter to crouch on the ground, cradling his head. Uncle Dajuan pointed a finger at Zhu Daling, berating him, "You, an unwelcome guest, truly believe you are entitled to disregard your status? If it weren't for the former village head making you a son-in-law, you wouldn't even be able to afford a hot meal." Zhu Daling's cries mingled with Uncle Dajuan's insults, startling Zhu Feilong, who was on the second floor with his young wife. He opened the window, peering into his yard. "What ruckus is this early in the morning? Old man, don't you want a grandchild?" After cursing and seeing no response below, Zhu Feilong noticed the gate of his courtyard had collapsed, revealing 4 unwelcome guests bullying his father. Zhu Feilong, clad only in his undergarments, rushed down the stairs. Scanning his living room, a 2-meter-long carrying pole leaned against the wall, and his eyes lit up. That would do perfectly, grasping the pole as a makeshift weapon. He felt a thrill, having not encountered anyone fearless in quite some time. This time, he was determined to fight back. Shun Hailang seized the oyster from Uncle Dajuan, bracing himself for Zhu Feilong's impending attack. The pole struck the ground with a sharp crack, and Shun Hailang couldn't help but smile. He had not engaged in a physical confrontation with anyone for quite some time. It was inappropriate for him to strike those older than himself, but he could not be blamed for taking action against the foolish son who had presented himself. Shun Hailang stepped onto the carrying pole and subsequently struck the oyster against Zhu Feilong's forehead. Instantly, a large bump appeared on Zhu Feilong's forehead, and tears streamed down his face. He involuntarily crouched down, joining Zhu Daling in an embrace. Both father and son of the Zhu family were crouched on the ground, groaning in pain. In the main room, the piercing scream of Shun Mailing echoed as she and her daughter-in-law clung to one another in fear. To Shun Mailing, her husband usually spent his time dining and drinking with officials. How could it be that they had encountered a local bully today? The anguished cries of Zhu Daling and his son were certainly not lost on the neighboring villagers. Chapter 52. The villagers' candid nature. The villagers were quite perceptive, each with ears attuned to the slightest disturbance. At the moment Xiao Fei kicked the door, Zhu Daling's neighbor had been leaning against the wall, eavesdropping intently. It was only after the father and son of the Zhu family were subdued that he stealthily slipped out of his home, his first destination being the widow's house. News of the Zhu family's brutal beating by the Shun clan spread like wildfire, reaching each household in quick succession. Villager widow, He, and Zhang, let us go witness the spectacle. Zhu Fatty has been ambushed at his doorstep. Aunt Zhang, what's the matter? Who has made Zhu Daling wail in distress? The widow seized Wang Difu. It's Shun Tianyang's second son who is dealing with Zhu Daling right now. In less than the time it takes to smoke a cigarette, over 30 people had gathered before the Zhu family's door. Some wielded brooms, others mended fishing nets. All were merely putting on a show of passing by to observe the commotion. He deserves it. Last month, he acted as if I were demanding his life just to stamp a document. Spat Shun Urdu. Zhu Daling lay prostrate on the cement ground beneath Shun Hailang's foot. Darling, our village's roads are still made of dirt, yet your house boasts such an expanse of cement? Are we, the residents of Shunhai Bay, living in luxury? Listening to the murmurs around him, it was evident that the villagers harbored dissatisfaction towards this outsider assuming the role of village chief. Uncle Dajuan turned to face the villagers, gesturing with his hands. Dear folks, let us speak candidly today. This outsider cannot serve as our village chief. He does not bear the surname Shun, and his loyalties lie elsewhere. Our Shun offspring are growing up, needing homes and families, yet who knows if this outsider feels envious, even denying us the use of the communal tractor. Uncle Dajuan drew Shun Hailang into the crowd. Look here, who among the Shun lineage dares claim they are not descended from a common ancestor for over 3 generations? Young Hailang has reached the age of 22, yet resides in a dilapidated house with his brother. What do you say, fellow villagers? The crowd erupted in fervor in the 1980s. No villager could guarantee that their lineage extended beyond 3 generations without being family. Zhu Rou's father, He Shou, took a deep puff from his large pipe. I recall last month when our daughter returned home, wishing to use the tractor to carry some belongings. Yet this outsider refused. The next day, I saw him using the tractor to deliver seafood to his daughter-in-law's family. He pointed at Zhu Daling's daughter-in-law, who cowered behind the door. That little hussy. The Zhu family's daughter-in-law, caught in the crossfire, blushed and hurried upstairs. The crowd grew increasingly agitated, shouting, "Let him get lost. Out of Shunhai Bay. The village chief must be one of us, not an outsider." An adoring son-in-law at that. Amidst the cacophony of voices, Shun Mailing, clutching her granddaughter, trembled behind the door, sensing doom for her family. Her daughter-in-law slipped upstairs to retrieve the landline and dialed 3 digits. "Hello, is this the station? The village chief of Shunhai Bay has been assaulted. There's a riot." Shun Hailang felt a surge of elation. Indeed, how did I not think of having the Shun family lead as village chief? This will undoubtedly benefit the future of Yinzi Port. He withdrew a large front door from his pocket and proceeded to distribute cigarettes to the elders of the Shun family, nodding respectfully at the women. The elders praised him, exclaiming how fortunate it was to have one of their own. Shun Hailang raised his fist. "Uncles and aunts, shouldn't the tractors of Shunhai Bay be reserved for our own people?" "Yes," the villagers shouted in unison, affirming that the collective resources of the village should naturally benefit its own. Shun Hailang continued, "Now, when our daughters marry and our sons take brides, can we use the tractors?" The villagers responded eagerly, "Yes." He pressed on, "Then how is it that an outsider holds the position of village chief and oppresses us? Drive him out. Let him roll away from Shunhai Bay." Uncle Dajuan seized a moment. As long as Shunhai Bay retains its name, it should be led by those of the Shun lineage. He pointed out Shun Hailang, noting his status as a teacher from the county with broad knowledge. Soon, the sound of police sirens echoed from the village entrance, but the people of Shunhai Bay remained unafraid, merely parting to allow a passage. Who reported this? They scoffed, indirectly referencing Zhu's daughter-in-law. "Comrades, this is a family matter within our village." Zhu Dalian wept, perceiving the officers as his saviors. He pointed to the large bump on his head, unsure if it was from being struck or his own girth. "Team Li, I was attacked and nearly killed." The man known as Team Li, evidently familiar with Zhu Dalian, frowned as he surveyed the area. Shun Hailang and his group stood tall and unflinching. "Who struck you?" Team Li pulled out a notebook to take notes. "It was me." Shun Hailang indicated himself. "But there's a reason. Village Chief Zhu has been embezzling." Before he could finish, Team Li interrupted him. "Enough of the idle chatter. Answer my questions directly. Everyone else disperse." Shun Hailang sensed hostility. It was clear Zhu Dalian had connections with Team Li. He nodded to Uncle Dajuan, who understood immediately. Uncle Dajuan boldly pushed past Team Li. "Fellow villagers, let us reason this out. The police refused to let the victim speak. Is there any justice in that?" "Exactly." An elder, emboldened by age, raised his smoking pipe, scattering ash on it. "Team Li, are we not to be treated as humans? We are denied a voice, are we not?" The crowd grew agitated, encircling Team Li, some brandishing cleavers with menacing expressions. "Comrade, your knife is illegal." "Illegal? I am a butcher. Does my sharpening of knives concern you?" "Which law states that butchers cannot sharpen their knives?" "Explain that to me." Shun Jiqing brandished his cleaver towards Team Li, who stepped back, his eyelids twitching. What kind of village was this? Were the villagers all so unruly? At that moment, Uncle Dajuan played a pivotal role, as Team Li had not anticipated the villagers would be so formidable. Had he known the tenacity of the people of Shunhai Bay, he would have never dared to wade into such troubled waters. Captain Li has begun to harbor resentment towards the village chief, Zhu Dalian. Given the trivial nature of their acquaintance, this animosity seems utterly unwarranted. Caught in a predicament, he can only remove the instigator from the situation. Captain Li retrieves his notebook and approaches Uncle Dajuan. "What is your name? You are the one leading this disturbance. Are you aware that you are violating public order? This could result in imprisonment for 10 days or more. I advise you to reconsider and cease your antics. If you leave now, we can pretend this incident never occurred." Uncle Dajuan, baring his teeth at Captain Li, retorts, "What do you have in your hand? Are you taking notes?" Seizing the opportunity while Captain Li is momentarily taken aback, Uncle Dajuan snatches the notebook from him and swiftly tears it into 18 pieces. Captain Li is left utterly bewildered. This village is filled with lunatics, ruffians. Not a single sane person in sight. Chapter 53. Do you dare to challenge the village chief? Uncle Dajuan burst into laughter, exclaiming, "I have never received formal education. My son was the one who attended elementary school. Do you expect me to take notes? I cannot comprehend." The elders of the Shun family began to express their outrage. declaring that this so-called team leader Li was clearly biased towards Zhu Dalin, a case of officials protecting one another. What are we, the common folk, supposed to do? The elders of Shun Haiwan were incensed, brandishing farming tools as they surrounded a few individuals. One of team leader Li's subordinates shouted, "What do you intend to do? We are from a station. I advise you not to act impulsively, or you will bear the consequences." Shun Tianyang's blood began to boil. Having been bullied in the village for a lifetime, he had recently witnessed his eldest son humiliated by the village chief. And now his second son was also being targeted due to the chief's favoritism. He strode forward and swatted Li's hat off, delivering 3 resounding slaps across his face amidst Li's astonished expression. This is what you get for colluding and bullying honest folk. Shun Tianyang's slaps echoed loudly. You thought you could silence my son, did you? You enjoy stifling others' voices, don't you? Li was left dizzy and bewildered, astonished that an ordinary laborer had dared to strike him, an established team leader. Under mounting public pressure, Uncle Dajuan shifted his focus to the ironclad vehicle. Fellow villagers, our children are about to be taken by this metal monstrosity. Uncle Dajuan, renowned as the most eloquent man in Shun Haiwan, incited a frenzy among the crowd. Old Father Pu, father of the butcher, positioned himself beside the vehicle and began to push. Everyone lend a hand. Let us overturn this iron shell and prevent them from taking our young men. Cheers erupted from the women and elderly as they gathered to lend their strength. Within half a minute, the vehicle was toppled, leaving 3 bewildered figures blinking in astonishment. The encircled trio stood frozen, pitchforks and shovels aimed menacingly at them. Any misstep could result in a painful jab. Shun Tianyang, brimming with determination, seized team leader Li by the ear and dragged him before Zhu Dalin. Speak quickly. Are you two in cahoots? Just as Li attempted to explain, Shun Tianyang raised his hand, intimidating him into silence. You enjoy silencing others, don't you? Then I shall allow you no words. Answer simply with a yes or no. Zhu Dalin, having forgotten the sting of past injuries, chuckled at the sight of his acquaintance Li being manhandled. Their relationship was merely one of casual nods exchanged over a few shared meals, lacking any depth. Shun Tianyang delivered a stinging slap to Zhu Dalin. What are you laughing at? Did I grant you permission to laugh? Were you so amused when you bullied my son? Incensed, Zhu Dalin cursed at Shun Tianyang, his face flushed with embarrassment. This time, Shun Hailang's anger erupted. His grandmother had passed away over a decade ago, yet she was beloved in the village. Clenching his fists, Shun Hailang unleashed his full force upon Zhu Dalin's head, delivering a resounding blow that nearly sent him to the ground. The pain coursing through Zhu Dalin's skull brought him to his knees, tears streaming down his face. The villagers erupted into applause, exclaiming, "Well struck. This old pig dares to insult the late Granny Shun. She has been gone for many years. And I believe the village chief is simply a fool with a pig's brain." Captain Li, witnessing the scene, had a sudden epiphany. Having already been overwhelmed by the day's events at Shunhei Bay, he realized that nothing else mattered. Since this village did not adhere to the norms, he would employ a different tactic to extricate himself from the situation. He raised his hand in a gesture of surrender, then stood up and delivered a swift kick to Zhu Dalin's abdomen to prove his innocence. Villagers, I do not know this fool. Zhu Dalin, having been unjustly kicked, stood there in shock, muttering, "Captain Li, have you forgotten we had seafood together just last week?" Captain Li, infuriated, seized Zhu Dalin by the collar and hoisted him up, delivering 2 forceful punches to his belly while retreating and murmuring, "Are you foolish? Did you bring me here to clean up your monumental mess? Do not speak out of turn. Do not claim you know me." He struck Zhu Dalin with 2 more punches, and after finishing, he wiped his hands clean in disdain. Villagers, see, I truly do not know him. Captain Li's performance was superb, eliciting a fervent round of applause from the crowd. Excellent, this is our fine captain, ridding us of evil. Well done, it was high time to deal with this outsider. Let us jointly impeach Zhu Dalin. Captain Li, not lacking in wit, pointed at Zhu Dalin with a righteous expression. Village Chief Zhu, as the responsible party, I accept the community's proposal to take you back to town for questioning. If the villagers' claims are substantiated, your position as village chief may be untenable. While his words rang with authority, he shot a sly wink at Zhu Dalin. All of this was observed by Shun Hailang, who realized that while this man could deceive the village's elders, he could not fool him. The men, women, and children of the village gathered around the fallen vehicle, beginning to exert their strength to right it once more. Heave-ho, fellow villagers. Let's turn the cart back over. Captain Lee, seeing his objective achieved, theatrically raised his hand to express gratitude to the villagers. D and the people will forever remember your contributions. He then produced handcuffs from his pocket and snapped them onto Zhu Dalin's arms with a resounding click. Zhu Dalin, wide-eyed, gazed at his shackled hands, exclaiming, "Captain, this is a bit excessive. Spare me your words. Get in the car." Under Captain Lee's performance, Zhu Dalin was whisked away amidst a chorus of gasps. Zhu Dalin pressed his head against the car window, and, as the vehicle started moving, someone hurled a clod of mud. Captain Lee sensed impending trouble. "Xiao Zhang, what are you waiting for? Drive away quickly." The villagers joined in the uproar, some whistling while others clapped. "Goodbye, Fat Zhu, this is splendid news. Tianyang and Dajuan, you both excel at eliminating the three pests." As the excitement waned, the crowd gradually dispersed, returning home to prepare meals. Shun Hailang looked at Uncle Dajuan, contemplating the next step. It was time to elevate Uncle Dajuan's status. "Uncle Dajuan?" Shun Hailang embraced his shoulder warmly. "I believe in your abilities." "What? How can I possibly be capable?" Uncle Dajuan felt a bit bashful, mistakenly attributing the praise to his own efforts. "Of course, you are meant to be the village head." Shun Hailang retrieved over 1,000 yuan given to him by old Xiao today from his pocket and thrust the entire sum into Uncle Dajuan's hands. "Hailang, what are you doing? I cannot accept this money." "Oh, Uncle Dajuan, where are your thoughts wandering? Am I attempting to bribe you? This is for you to purchase soy sauce and deliver gifts to our fellow villagers in Shunhai Bay, home by home. Remember, fairness is paramount. Each household deserves equal consideration. When the election comes, everyone in the village will surely cast their vote for you." Uncle Dajuan felt the money in his hands, its warmth almost overwhelming. His eyes wide with disbelief. No, Hailang, listen to me. I can accept this money to help you buy the soy sauce, but I will not take on the role of village head." He lowered his head, a bit embarrassed, admitting, "I cannot even read a single character." "So what if you can't read? It's no matter at all. I say you can do it, and you can." Shun Hailang chuckled. "Who in the village doesn't know you are the foremost peacemaker? You're always the one to mediate in disputes. Besides, being a village head is merely about fostering neighborly relations. It's not like you're going to war. You just need to be able to boast, drink, and scold a bit. Aren't those your strengths?" Doesn't tea seem appropriate?" Uncle Dajuan glanced towards the solemn-faced Shun Tianyang. "Tianyang, will you take on the role of village head?" Chapter 54. The Alliance of Shunhai Bay Village. Shun Tianyang lit a cigarette, almost singeing his fingers as he heard the troops were willing to step aside. As the village chief, he swallowed hard. A man of integrity all his life, he was impoverished in Shunhai Bay Village. To claim he did not desire leadership would be disingenuous. Uncle Dajuan patted Shun Hailang on the back, saying, "Tianyang, Hailang has truly made a name for himself. If you assume the role of village chief, no one would dare to challenge you. Do you believe it?" Shun Hailang observed the two elder gentlemen jostling playfully and interjected, "Uncle Dajuan, stop deflecting. We ought to present gifts now. In due time, the village chief and the brigade secretary will be sorted out one by one, won't they? With both of you being village officials, it will be our two families who hold sway over Shunhai Bay Village." "Ah, yes, indeed. Hailang is quite astute," Uncle Dajuan remarked, as the tension in his heart eased. Hailang's proposal preserved the harmony between their families while fostering mutual benefit. If successful, wouldn't they become an unbeatable duo? Shun Tianyang and Uncle Dajuan clasped hands, their camaraderie deepening with a shared sense of late-blooming friendship. They began to envision a bright future together, leisurely sipping tea and perusing newspapers at the brigade office. Shun Hailang mounted his motorcycle, twisting the key to hear it roar to life. "Hailang, where are you off to?" "Of course, I'm heading to town to see old Xiao. The bird's nest is still there, worth 20,000. 20,000? Uncle Dajuan and Shun Tianyang snapped back to reality. With such wealth, they can not only build houses but also afford to marry. Shun Hailang chuckled. "Soon, We can even buy a grocery store in town, and our families can both govern and trade. Just imagine how splendid that would be. Little Fei climbed onto the motorcycle's rear seat, exclaiming, Highlang, I'm going with you. You're going nowhere. Go home and sleep. You've endured a day and night of the storm. Have you eaten well or rested properly? Stay home. Before anyone could interject, the motorcycle surged down the seaside path. At the Yinzi Port Market, outside the supply and marketing cooperative, Shun Hailang removed his helmet and whistled as he entered. His old classmate, Zheng Daya, was admiring herself in the mirror. Hearing the motorcycle's engine, she looked up, pondering who in Yinzi Port could afford such a vehicle. As Shun Hailang stepped into the cooperative, he stylishly tossed his hair. It's you, Shun Hailang. You bought a motorcycle? Zheng Daya's smile bloomed like a flower upon seeing him. Just out a few days ago. Daya, please fetch me 4 bottles of fine liquor. I need to give them as gifts. Zheng Daya hesitated, wishing to prolong his company. Why the need for more liquor? Is it for your father-in-law this time? Ignoring her, Shun Hailang walked towards the shelves, selecting 4 bottles of Erguo II. Zheng Daya schemed internally, realizing that he had once slipped away from her grasp. But now that he was back in Yinzi Port, she would not let him escape so easily. She stepped in front of him, deliberately brushing against him with her arm. Hailang, I've never been on a motorcycle. Will you take me for a ride? Next time, I shall share with others the essence of riding this motorcycle. Shun Hailang cast a sidelong glance at her and replied, Big girl, I'm busy. Oh, Shun Hailang, why so aloof? We are old classmates, after all. Back in school, we were too shy to speak up. You're unmarried, and I'm unmarried. Why don't we give it a try? Seeing that Shun Hailang was unmoved, Zheng Daya began to showcase her attributes. I have a generous backside, perfect for bearing sons. Shun Hailang initially pursed his lips, but burst out laughing at Zheng Daya's unexpected declaration. Big girl, you're quite mad. We are not destined to enjoy that. Let us settle the bill. Zheng Daya pouted and feigned grievance. Why do you act so serious? Don't think I'm unaware of you stealing glances at Xiaoxue throughout school. Shun Hailang's eyelids twitched. I was merely amused by her little braids. If they were amusing, why did you stare at Xiaoxue for 5 classes a day? If you found them amusing, why not look at my braids instead? Shun Hailang tossed 30 yuan on the table and turned to leave. No need to give me change. The surplus is for you to buy some sweets. Zheng Daya, refusing to relent, shouted, Hailang, won't you reconsider me? With his back to her, Shun Hailang shook his head. I'm a man you can never possess. Stop dreaming. In a fit of anger, Zheng Daya grabbed a handful of candy and hurled it at him, exclaiming, Bah, you don't fancy women with a robust frame? It serves you right to remain single. Without looking back, Shun Hailang mounted his red happiness 300 and roared away, leaving behind Zheng Daya's frantic cries. It seemed Shun Hailang was indeed intimidated by Zheng Daya. Her affection for him mirrored his own for Xiaoxue. After circling the Yinzi Port Market, Shun Hailang dismounted, carrying 4 bottles of Erguo II. He spotted Long and his companions assisting Old Xiao in moving goods just 10 meters from Old Xiao's fishing gear shop. He greeted them with a wave. Brothers, I've kept you waiting. It's Brother Hailang, exclaimed Gongzi, who was quick to rush over and take 2 bottles from him. Along chuckled, Brother Hailang, we 3 were idle anyway, so we decided to lend a hand to Uncle Xiao. Shun Hailang winked at Along. We shall enjoy those 2 bottles of liquor later. Along's eyes sparkled with excitement as he seized the Erguo II from Gongzi's hands. Good liquor. This is strong and fragrant. Xiao Xia, you needn't carry any more. Brother Hailang has arrived. Xiao Xia emerged from the fishing gear shop, his face still smeared with dust. Inside the purchasing station, Old Xiao, donning reading glasses, was examining his accounts. Upon seeing Shun Hailang, he nodded. Shun Hailang placed the 2 bottles on the table with a thud. Uncle Xiao, this liquor was just purchased from the supply and marketing cooperative. It's a token of respect for you. Old Xiao squinted at Shun Hailang, assessing him. Well, the sun must be rising in the west today. This is your first time bringing me a gift? I assenti it. Shun Hailang felt a touch of embarrassment and rubbed his hands together. Old Xiao uncorked the bottle, took a whiff, and chuckled. I've inquired about the swallow's nest matter for you. Shun Hailang grinned. Uncle Xiao, do we obtain cave nests or blood nests? Old Joe, this is indeed genuine blood swallow, and its quality is exceptional, suitable for packaging as a luxurious item to sell to foreigners. However, the Hong Kong merchant only offered 81 for it. After much negotiation, I managed to raise it to 90 each. Do you think his price is low? Shun Hailing pondered for a moment. Uncle Joe, I believe the price can be elevated further. After all, blood swallow is a rare find, and I cannot guarantee that next year, upon the return of the swallows, they will still choose to nest here, especially if they discover their home has been robbed. Perhaps this is the only nest I will ever catch, so I aim to set the price above 100. Old Joe burst into laughter. Look at you, clever boy. I appreciate that. It reminds me of my youthful spirit. Here's the deal. I will give you 3 days to prepare 2 business options on the other end of the line. If you cannot find a price higher than 90, then sell it to my contacts. Hailang, do you think this is acceptable? Shun Hailang shared the same sentiment, believing that it is wise to make multiple preparations to avoid a last-minute scramble. Certainly, Uncle Joe, you know that this journey at sea is not easy, braving the typhoons to earn money with the brothers. We think that if we sell each nest for an additional $10, that money would also be a good supplement for the brothers. Wouldn't you agree, Uncle Joe? Chapter 55. Aaron and his companions plot against Zhu Dalan. Aaron and his companions crouched at the entrance, listening intently. At this moment, their leader was genuinely considering their well-being. The depth of their gratitude was immeasurable. Old Xiao increasingly admired the young man before him. He possessed courage, a sense of responsibility, and thoughtfulness towards those around him. His daughter was indeed of an age where she should be settled, while his elder daughter had already borne 2 children by this age. Noticing that Shun Hailang was about to depart, old Xiao had a sudden inspiration. Hold on, Hailang. Xiao Xue will be heading to the big market at the end of the month. I will accept this wine for myself. But do make haste with the bird's nest matter. Upon hearing old Xiao's words, Shun Hailang felt a surge of joy. He enthusiastically grasped old Xiao's large hand, shaking it fervently. Thank you, Uncle Xiao. I will definitely attend the gathering. The trio at the entrance was taken aback. Aaron, my goodness. I've seen old Xiao's daughter. She is stunning. Gongzi remarked. Aaron, you're drooling. That's your sister-in-law. Watch out, or Hailing will slice you. Aaron retorted, come on. Just because she is beautiful doesn't mean I can't compliment her. Do you think everyone is as crass as Chao Amon? Shun Hailing playfully smacked both Aaron and Gongzi on their heads. Learn from Xiao Xia. When faced with gossip, one should remain tight-lipped. In high spirits, Shun Hailang led his companions outside. We spent a stormy night together. Today we must indulge in something delightful. Haven't my brothers starved? Let's head to Wang Lao Restaurant. At 3:10 p.m., Wang Lao Restaurant was still bustling, operating for 17 hours a day to maximize profits. This hardworking couple was truly a model of industriousness and prosperity. The 4 entered with bottles of liquor in hand, greeted by the familiar sight of a packed dining area. The proprietress, Mei, swiftly surveyed the room, grabbing a cloth to clear a table. Hey, you card players, move over. Don't obstruct my guests from dining. Mei shooed away a group of boisterous gamblers. Hailing S here. Quickly, take a seat. The table has just been cleared for you. Mei beamed upon seeing Shun Hailang, for he was a customer who never ran a tab, always ensuring a profit for her establishment. What shall we feast on today? The 4 settled at the table, and Shun Hailang looked up at Mei. Madam, my 3 brothers are famished, as you well know their appetites. Please prepare 3 bowls of rice for each, along with 3 large pig's trotters for their nourishment. You decide how much to serve. Aaron and his companions' eyes lit up at the mention of pig's trotters, eagerly requesting the largest and most tender ones. Mei grinned widely, jotting down the order with swift precision. The trotters must be large and delicious. I'll have Old Wang whip them up right away. With that, Mei sashayed to the kitchen. Old Wang, Hailang is here for a meal. Make sure to serve up the good stuff. From the kitchen, Old Wang's hearty voice responded, understood. 3 hefty and succulent trotters coming right up. After placing their order, the quartet settled in, and Aaron eagerly uncorked the liquor. As the wine was poured into the cup with a resounding clang, his Adam's apple bobbed in anticipation. Shun Hailing teased, Along, are you a heavy drinker? You pour wine as if it were water. With the mention of alcohol, Along's confidence surged. He straightened his posture and declared with conviction, Brother Hailang, I'm not exaggerating. I can easily down 2 gin of white liquor and still walk straight. Gongzi, standing nearby, supported a brother-long drinks without even turning red. He is the most formidable drinker I have ever known. Shun Hailing chuckled. Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's get started. Boss lady, bring us a crate of beer, chilled please. All right. Boss lady May swiftly lifted a crate of beer, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The four sat beneath the large ceiling fan, enjoying the breeze. Shun Hailang seized a bottle of Prince beer, using his teeth to pop off the cap. The coolness of the drink made him swallow involuntarily. Gulp, gulp, he downed nearly half the bottle in one go, instantly feeling at ease. Brothers, let's start with a beer to quench our thirst. Let's drink while it's still cool. After finishing a bottle, Boss Lady May served edamame and peanuts. Gongzi, peeling edamame, glanced at Shun Hailang. Brother Lang, why hasn't Xiao Fei come to join us? Gongzi's mention of Xiao Fei reminded Shun Hailang of the day's earlier events in the village. His jovial expression darkened. The three brothers, not oblivious, noticed the change in Hailang's demeanor. Brother Hailang, is something wrong? Did you have a disagreement with someone? Shun Hailang slammed his hand on the table, making it tremble. Damn it! While we were out at sea making money, our elder brother was bullied by outsiders in the village. What do you mean? Along's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother Lang's elder brother is our elder brother. Who dares to lay a hand on him? Gongzi, already flushed from the drink, grew even redder with anger. Perhaps emboldened by the alcohol, his fists made a cracking sound as they rubbed together. Who is this blind fool that dared to bully our brother? We must teach him a lesson. Xiao Xie joined in, banging on the table. Brother Lang, do tell us the whole story. We promise not to cause trouble, but we are not afraid of it either. Shun Hailang took a deep swig of beer, observing the impulsive trio. All right, let me share the full story with you. Our elder brother was working in the city, but unable to tolerate the humiliation, he returned to our hometown. Coincidentally, I needed to build a house, and my brother, a rebar worker, came to help in exchange for some living expenses. Yesterday, he went to the brigade to borrow a tractor for buying materials. The honest man couldn't borrow the tractor and was splashed in the face with hot water by Zhu Dalin. You see, my brother is a straightforward person, quite the silent type. Zhu Dalin? Along raised an eyebrow. Isn't he that pretentious fellow who is also a door-to-door worker? Exactly. He mocks our elder brother while being a door-to-door worker himself. The four grew increasingly agitated, their voices rising, causing the patrons at the neighboring tables, who were playing cards, to huddle together. They furtively watched the furious quartet, one fisherman murmuring, last time he came to the sea, he claimed he wanted to turn over a new leaf. And now he intends to confront someone? His companion gave his calf a playful kick, urging him to refrain from speaking carelessly. Unfortunately, it was too late. With his ears flushed and intoxicated by the drink, Gongzi blurted out, "What are you two whispering about?" The pair lowered their heads, chuckling awkwardly. "Nothing. You all carry on." Shun Hailing pulled Gongzi aside. "Don't get worked up. There's no need to intimidate." He picked up 2 bottles of chilled beer and approached the 2 men. "Fellow villagers, there's no need to worry. These beers are on the house. Enjoy them, and keep the chatter to a minimum." The large ceiling fan at Wang Laohu restaurant continued to spin, while the proprietress, Ame, began to serve the dishes. The first course was braised pig trotters with 4 tender, well-stewed trotters piled high on a platter, drizzled generously with soy sauce. "Braised pig trotters are here. Eat while it's hot," Ame said with a cheerful smile as she set down the tray. After a few days of bonding, Shun Hailing and his companions had grown quite familiar with one another, and they eagerly dug into the braised trotters. Wrapping the trotters in newspaper, they began to feast, exhaling contented sighs as they savored the delightful aroma. Each person had a trotter in hand, their faces glistening with grease as they devoured the succulent meat. The fisherman at the neighboring table, drawn in by the enticing scent, couldn't help but gulp in anticipation. Chapter 56. Will you become that local emperor? The proprietress, Ame, secretly admired the voracious appetites of the 4 men, yet she could not voice her thoughts aloud. Astute as she was, she simply lifted the large pot of rice with a wooden bucket and brought it to the table. With a smile, Ame said, "Please take your time eating. I shall prepare another pot of rice." Among the 4, Gongzi was the most ravenous, wielding a wooden spatula to shovel rice into his mouth, even soaking his rice in the pig trotter soup. They ate heartily, nodding in satisfaction as they savored their meal. After several rounds of rice, the men leaned back, satiated, with a few burps escaping. Along wiped the grease from his mouth and declared, "Wanggu, this matter cannot simply be brushed aside. The more I think about it, the angrier I become. If you don't allow me to vent this frustration, I cannot work with peace of mind." Zhu Daling must face retribution. Gongzi and Xiao Xia, their faces flushed and evidently tipsy, nodded in agreement. Along continued, "My brother's humiliation cannot be left unaddressed. Otherwise, in the future, others at Yinzi Port will bully us as if it were child's play." Shun Hailang gazed into his cup of liquor and said, "In any case, you three must refrain from taking action." Along, his eyes wide in disbelief, retorted, "Are we to swallow this insult?" "No, Hailangu Along cannot accept that." Shun Hailang shook his head and beckoned his three brothers with a gesture. They clinked their heads together with a resounding thud. "We must strive to be civilized individuals and refrain from violence." Along bumped his head against Shun Hailang's. "But how do we express our anger without resorting to blows?" In a low voice, Shun Hailang replied, "Such matters can indeed be resolved by hiring someone." The three looked puzzled. "Hire someone?" Shun Hailang explained. "You three can find some impoverished individuals who are quick on their feet and cautious in their work." After a brief discussion, Xiao Xia, usually quiet, burst into laughter and gave a thumbs up. "Brilliant, Hailangu, you are truly ingenious." Along joined in the laughter. "That sounds delightful. I will find the right person." The four reached a consensus, raising their cups in a toast, their laughter ringing with mischief. The fishermen at the neighboring table perked up their ears, thinking these fellows were surely up to no good. The meal lasted nearly 2 hours, and the four of them staggered out of the restaurant. As the afternoon sea breeze blew, Along patted his round belly and asked, "Hailangu, where shall we stay tonight? Your house is yet to be built." Shun Hailang patted his shoulder. "Would I let my brothers suffer? I'll take you to a hotel." He knew of a decent inn near the marketplace, close to the roadside. "Old man, give me a double room for a week," Shun Hailang instructed. He glanced at the price list on the wall. 15 a day, right? The old man, seeing the generous offer for a week, retrieved a key labeled 202 from behind him. "Second floor, left turn, second room." Once inside the room, Along looked at the 2 beds and flopped onto one. "I want my own bed. Xiao Xie and Gongzi, you two can share." Without hesitation, Shun Hailang closed the door and pushed the 2 beds together. "Isn't this better? Sharing a bed will strengthen our bond. One it?" After speaking, he pulled out a stack of money from his pocket and tossed 1,000 yuan onto the bed. "You all spend this first. We will send you the money for the trip once we sell the bird's nest." Along waved his hand like a fan, questioning Brother Hailang. "Why are you giving us so much? Take it and spend it. Don't you still owe money out there? Make sure to pay it back when you can." "I heard you still owe old Hu from the barber shop," Hailang replied, striking a blow to Along's morale. Indeed, he had been indulging in free meals everywhere. It was high time he repaid his debts. Hailang settled comfortably on the bed, saying, "Once the houses on the homestead are built, I'll arrange for you all to have a proper dormitory." "What I say dormitory?" Gongzi inquired curiously. Hailang was momentarily taken aback. How could he explain the concept of a dormitory from the 1920s? "It's a place where everyone works together. Besides food and drink, we provide a house to live in. Eventually, it will be built by the seaside for convenience when going out to earn money." Xiao Xia interjected, "The village chief won't let you build your house smoothly if there is conflict with your family." "Huh, as if he can dictate what I do." The position of village chief is destined to be held by the Shun family. When the time comes, we will build however we like, but we won't bully anyone. Everything will be done reasonably according to the rules. Along was shocked. "Brother Hailang, are you planning to become a local tyrant?" In the inn, Hailang lay back with his eyes closed, hand behind his head, sprawled out comfortably. Along, feeling anxious, pressed him, "Brother Hailang, you should speak up. Is your next step to become the village chief, the local tyrant? If you do, we'll be living large." Observing the expressions on Along and the others, Hailang couldn't help but chuckle. "Not to that extent. I certainly won't become a local tyrant. If I did, how could I take you all out to sea to make big money? I don't have the leisure to manage trivial matters." Gongzi sat beside Hailang and began to give him a massage, though his technique left much to be desired. "But Brother Hailang, why are you so determined to fight for the position of village chief?" Hailang opened his eyes to look at the three of them. Let me tell you, as long as the village chief is one of us, it will be much more convenient for us to conduct business in Yanzi port. For instance, applying for a homestead to build houses and conveniently issuing good citizen certificates for you, while also seeking some policy support from above. Isn't that like childish play? Gongzi, confused, asked Brother Hailang, understand about building houses and issuing good citizen certificates. But what is this policy support you speak of? Hailang Tukka, Listen Kulosi, Gangdi. Currently, our province has subsidies for going out to sea and for diesel. It's just that our village chief, Zhu Daling, wants to be a complacent village official and doesn't report it. Naturally, the higher authorities won't proactively provide support either. If the report is successful, the profits of the entire Yanzi port in the fishing industry will increase by at least 30%. The three of them gasped in astonishment. Wow, is it really that easy? This village chief Zhu Daling is truly not a good person. He must be ousted as soon as possible. Xiao Xie rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Brother Hailang, you truly possess remarkable foresight. Along took a seat to the right of Shun Hailang and remarked, sticking with Brother Hailang guarantees a bright future ahead. Shun Hailang chuckled heartily, saying, Along, I always knew you were a diligent student. Your words resonate perfectly with the political realm. Along extracted 100 yuan from the 1,000 yuan Shun Hailang had given him. Gang Zi, Xiao Xie, have you been drinking? If not, let us get the task done today. Gang Zi eagerly seized the money, thumping his chest in assurance. Brother Lang, you can rest easy. Tonight, I will find someone quick on their feet and sharp-witted, ensuring that Zhuda Lin's household is in chaos and unable to sleep. Xiao Xie, too, thumped his chest in affirmation. Within a week, we must have them moved out. Along nodded in satisfaction and then retrieved another 100 yuan, handing it to the two. On our way to handle this, let us also repay the barber the 2 yuan and 30 cents. Gang Zi, puzzled, replied Brother Long. The barber has probably forgotten about that 2 yuan and 30 cents. Why not keep it for a bottle of soda? Along kicked Gang Zi playfully from across Shun Hailang. What do you know? We are destined to rise with Lang in Yanzi port. Such trifling amounts should be repaid promptly, lest we provide others with fodder for gossip. Surely, none of you wish to be reminded of past misdeeds when we achieve greatness. Thanks to the readers for reaching this point, after selling the bird's nest, we embark on an epic battle for maritime resources. Chapter 57. Bribing the villagers, Shun Hailang patted Along on the back, exclaiming, Along, you truly have the potential. Your awareness is quite commendable. Gongzi, do you understand? Along scratched his head, his cheeks flushing. Although I haven't had the chance to experience the finer things in life lately, I've certainly witnessed the hustle. Gongzi and Xiao Xie accepted the 200 yuan Along handed them, leaving the small inn in high spirits. A nightmarish ordeal for the Zhu family was about to commence. Once the two departed, a tranquil silence enveloped the inn. Shun Hailang broke this stillness. Along, would you care to accompany me into the city for a stroll? Along paused. What purpose does that serve? Shun Hailang, seated cross-legged on the bed, replied, It is to seek a market for the birds' nests. You heard the price offered by old Xiao. Frankly, I find it unsatisfactory. I wish to venture into the city and try my luck. Along appeared somewhat hesitant. Aren't we bringing Xiao Fei along? Shun Hailang waved his hand dismissively. Let Xiao Fei rest at home for a few days. If we encounter robbers, I'd have to protect him, but you, Along, are different. Along found wisdom in Shun Hailang's words and instinctively remarked, Xiao Fei is rather timid. If we encountered nest thieves, he might not handle it well. Shun Hailang reassured Along. Thus, after much contemplation, I believe you are the most suitable choice. If we do face robbers, Along, you could swiftly escape with the nests. Energized by this notion, Along thumped his chest in assurance. Rest easy, Brother Lang. With me, Along, no feather from a nest shall be stolen. Shun Hailang slipped on his shoes. Very well, let us proceed. Inform the innkeeper downstairs. Ah, Brother Lang, are we departing right now? Along followed, closely behind. In Shun Haiwan village, in the courtyard of their home, Shun Haiming excitedly listened as his father recounted the events of the morning. Haiming, does your heart feel lighter now? I heard you were bullied by the village head, and Hailing was quite fierce in his response. With a foot on Zhu Dalin's large pig head, Hailang had knocked the son of Zhu Dalin, who came to the rescue, to the ground. Shun Haiming's eyes brimmed with tears, and he muttered repeatedly, "My younger brother may have a temper, but he truly is a good brother. I feel ashamed for the family." "Father, was Hailing hurt? Do you think that is possible?" "Your brother is with me," Shun Tianyang replied, pride swelling as he took a long draw from his cigarette. "Since the time of your great-grandfather, has our Shun family ever suffered in silence?" He gestured towards Shun Haiming, implying except for you. Uncle Dajuan and Aunt Li were busy nearby, perspiring profusely. "Tianyang, stop boasting with Haiming and get to work," Uncle Dajuan urged. In his moment of triumph, Shun Tianyang declared, "Dajuan, we must deliver 30 boxes of soy sauce and vinegar right away." Uncle Dajuan wiped the sweat from his brow now. "Isn't it a bit too brazen while it's still light out? Perhaps we should wait for nightfall?" Shun Tianyang retorted, "The more conspicuous, the better. What does it matter if Zhu Dalin finds out?" Taking advantage of Zhu Dalin being taken to the station, let us seize the opportunity to transform uncooked rice into a fully prepared meal. We shall temporarily occupy the position of village chief. Su Xinyan held a bag of sugar candies. "Child's father, has old Zhang's family in the east welcomed a new grandson? Then let us add another half a pound of sweets. The ones you have will suffice." Shun Tianyang, now acting like a commanding manager, issued orders with confidence. "Haiming, assist your mother by sorting the items, 1 bottle of soy sauce and 1 bottle of vinegar per household, and tie the strings in a more appealing manner." Aunt Li and Uncle Dajuan had already completed their tasks. Uncle Dajuan pushed a wooden cart adorned with vibrant red cloth fashioned into flowers, exuding festivity. "Brother Tianyang, how do you find our preparations? These grand red flowers are quite celebratory." Uncle Dajuan teased his wife, who was sweating profusely. "Those unaware might think we are preparing to renew our wedding vows under the tender embrace of twilight romance." "Pa, how indecent," Aunt Li retorted, placing her hands on her hips and twisting Uncle Dajuan's ear. "And you dare to speak. When we wed, I didn't even ride in a flower palanquin. I was brought home tied to a plow ox with a red flower borrowed from someone else's field." Aunt Li's words sent ripples of laughter through the yard, uniting the men, women, and children in mirth. The two families had distinct roles. Shun Tianyang and Su Xinyan were responsible for deliveries to the east side of the village, while Uncle Dajuan and Aunt Li focused on the affluent households in the west, including Uncle Shun Hailang's family. 2 flatbed carts creaked as they exited the courtyard. Aunt Li was a capable woman, and the gifts on the cart were wrapped in a dazzling array of colors, catching the eye. She began calling out even before reaching her doorstep, "My third aunt, hurry and open the door. I brought you some fresh soy sauce from the county." Women who were drying small fish immediately surrounded the flatbed cart. Widow Wang, who had previously assisted them, picked up a bottle of soy sauce and remarked, "Isn't this packaging rather extravagant?" "Indeed." Aunt Li linked her arm with Widow Wang's. "As long as my Dajuan becomes village chief, I will ensure we deliver gifts of this caliber to you twice a year during festivals." Widow Wang remained skeptical. "If you can truly deliver this soy sauce twice a year, I would endorse Dajuan's election." Noticing the disbelief among the women, Aunt Li quickly invoked Shun Hailang. "If you do not trust my words, can you doubt the integrity of Hailang for brother Tianyang's family?" As she glanced around to ensure no one was listening, she began to whisper to the women and children. In truth, the idea of gift-giving originated from Hailang, who had expressed that as long as the village chief bore the surname Shun, he would. The women and children began to gossip eagerly. "Don't leave us hanging. Hurry and tell us more. Hailang said he intends for us all to prosper together. That child has grand ambitions to establish a factory where all villagers under 60 can find work." Widow Wang and the others were astonished. "Are you saying Hailang wants us all to become factory workers?" Aunt Li ceased to elaborate, merely nodding in agreement. Leading the charge, Widow Wang quickly expressed her gratitude as she picked up the soy sauce and vinegar, even promising to consider matchmaking for any suitable unmarried daughters she might encounter in the future. The women and children eagerly accepted their gifts, with Aunt Li calling out in front while Uncle Dajuan pushed the car behind. The couple felt a profound sense of joy in their hearts. Meanwhile, A family of 3 in the West found themselves in a rather awkward situation. In the home of the old carpenter, Shun Tianlei was busy sawing wood. Tianyang, please stop. Even if you were to give me 10 bottles of soy sauce, I would still choose Zhu Dalin. Upon hearing this, Shun Tianyang grew anxious. Uncle Tianlei, we are all relatives. Why would you prefer an outsider over me? Am I not suitable to be the village head? Su Xinyan understood that her husband and eldest son were both taciturn and lacked eloquence, so she beckoned her eldest son, Hyaming, to bring the soy sauce inside. She herself took a handful of sugar candies and placed them on the workbench. In a gentle voice, she remarked, Uncle Tianlei, you see how challenging it is to have residential land approved in our village. Are you worried that Zhu Dalin will not grant you the land to build your house? You must consider that if constructing a house is so difficult, what if there are other matters to attend to in the future? Will Zhu Dalin not hinder the procedures for your family? If our Tianyang becomes the village head, all the carpentry work for building our second son's house will be entrusted to you. The old carpenter, Shun Tianlei, gazed at Su Xinyan for a moment before setting down his saw. Ah, Tianyang's wife speaks with wisdom, unlike Tianyang who charges headlong into matters. He then called out to his wife inside, Dear, come out and take the soy sauce, and while you're at it, bring a bowl of fresh shrimp paste for Tianyang's family to take home. Chapter 58. Selling goods and stealthy strikes. The gift-giving continued until dusk, and after delivering to the last household, the 2 families returned to the courtyard to gather. Observing the scattered seafood on the flatbed cart, which included clams, mantis shrimp, and large blue crabs, Shun Tianyang remarked, What we have given out are soy sauce and vinegar, while what we receive in return are these marine treasures. Su Xinyan, holding an enamel basin, began to sort through the items. Xiao Fei's mother, these clams are quite fresh. Take them back for Dajuan to enjoy. Only, resting on a flatbed cart, saw Su Xinyan busily at work again and felt reluctant to remain idle. Xinyan, we should save some for when the waves return. Save what? Shun Tianyang, overhearing the women's conversation from the main room, retrieved an old bottle of wine. Let us celebrate in advance today. These seafood are hardly rare. Can that boy, Hailang, lack for good food and drink at the town's restaurants? As the 2 families conversed, Xiao Fei entered the courtyard carrying a sea base, explaining that he borrowed the big boat from the pork family, who insisted on sending the fish back with him. Following closely behind was Shun Hyaming, who announced, I have 5 large prawns here. Old Zhang insisted I bring them back, or he wouldn't accept the soy sauce. They claimed it was all about reciprocity. Shun Tianyang and Uncle Dajuan exchanged amused glances. See, this is what we call the will of the people. He shouted towards Su Xinyan, who was stoking the fire in the kitchen. Tonight, we shall feast on whatever we have. Not a single gift from others shall be left behind. Meanwhile, at village chief Zhu Dalin's home, the bruised father and son were too enraged to eat dinner. Zhu Feilong had developed panda eyes from a punch delivered by Shun Hailang. Dad, have you heard? The Shun family is plotting against us. He exclaimed, I cannot swallow this humiliation. That scoundrel Hailang must be dealt with. Foolish son, be quiet. Zhu Dalin, equally bruised, scolded his son. All you do is indulge in feasting and gambling, failing to provide for the family. And you can't even stand up to a villager. How dare you bring this up? Zhu Maliang, concerned for her son, quickly intervened. Why are you shouting? What good does that do? Isn't our son the only one who has been beaten? Didn't you also get your face bruised by Hailang? It's just about giving gifts, isn't it? Winning people over is something anyone can do. We should also send gifts to those villagers. Zhu Dalin spat on the ground. Bah, who do you think I am? Would I stoop to curry favor with those country bumpkins? Zhu Dalin was displeased by his wife's words, feeling that his long-held dominance was being insulted. His eyes widened, his facial flesh quivering. As a village chief, he possessed his own strengths, notably the art of flattery. Let us go directly to the town chief. As long as we handle him well, those troublesome villagers' complaints will amount to nothing. The others in the room exchanged glances, and Zhu Maliang felt a pang in her heart regarding the expenses. Dalin, this will require quite a bit of money, won't it? The thought of their modest savings dwindling caused her anxiety to rise. Zhu Dalin stroked his chin, beginning to calculate. Ma Ling, you seem to be caught in a predicament, unwilling to sacrifice the child to ensnare the wolf. As long as you continue to curry favor with the mayor, can I not ascend any further? The village chief, the town mayor. Huh, Tomorrow, I shall venture to the county, and I will procure several fine bottles of liquor to discreetly tuck away some cash within. Ambitious Zhu Dalin never intended to remain a mere village chief. He perceived Shunhai Bay village merely as a stepping stone. A silent contest for the position of village chief concerning Shunhai Bay village unfolds. As the night deepens, the lights in Zhu Dalin's home finally extinguish. Beneath the towering white poplar, reaching 10 meters high, a shadow stealthily ascends like a feline. This individual has lingered nearby Zhu Dalin's residence for quite some time, ultimately fixing his gaze upon a nearby poplar tree, standing over 10 meters tall, with a slingshot and a pouch of soybeans strapped to his waist. This person is none other than the astute individual hired by Gongzi. In the rural areas of the 1980s, streetlights were non-existent. Thus, he relied on the moonlight to illuminate his actions. The shadow, armed with a slingshot, aimed at the second-floor window of Zhu Dalin's house. A sharp thud echoed as a soybean struck the glass. Zhu Feilong, still seething from a previous beating, was in a foul mood. His usual arrogance had been humbled by the villagers. What sound is that? Zhu Feilong pondered, hearing the thud emanating from his own window. The shadow, reloading the slingshot with another soybean, pulled the rubber band back and aimed once more. Another thud reverberated. Distraught, Zhu Feilong mused. Is it an insect? We haven't even turned on the lights. Peering out of the window, he surveyed the surroundings. The sea breeze, cool under the moonlight, offered a refreshing respite. Where could the insects be? Could it be that bats have emerged with the arrival of summer? A minute later, the window was shut, but the shadow unleashed another soybean. What on earth is going on today? Zhu Feilong flung open the window and began to curse vehemently. The first floor was occupied by village chief Zhu Dalin and his wife, along with their granddaughter, and Zhu Feilong's loud outburst startled the sleeping child into tears. Zhu Dalin, grumbling, turned on the lights, clad in his shorts, and stormed into the courtyard to confront the second floor with his own tirade. Why are you making such a racket in the dead of night? If you won't sleep, your mother and I still need our rest. I truly wonder what purpose you serve beyond continuing the family line. Zhu Feilong dared not voice his anger, for he was indeed a quintessential slacker living off his parents. Dad, someone is throwing stones at our window. It's keeping my wife and me awake. Upon hearing this, Zhu Dalin grabbed a flashlight and began to search the yard. The shadowy figure atop the 10-meter tree watched the father and son scouring for him, stifling a chuckle. He had long adapted to the darkness. Observing Zhu Dalin floundering about like a headless fly in the courtyard under the moonlight, Zhu Dalin began to feign authority, waving the flashlight around aimlessly, calling into the void. Who is there? The only response was the chirping of insects. The father and son searched for half an hour at the doorstep with their flashlights, ultimately returning inside empty-handed. Following this, there were attacks every 10 minutes. Whenever footsteps were heard at Zhu Dalin's house, the figure in the tree would cease all movement. This battle persisted until 3 in the morning. The Zhu family spent the night cursing the ill-fated wretch who had brought this mischief upon them. As the shadow on the tree departed, it did not forget to take one last shot before fleeing. For the ensuing week, every evening at dusk, the Zhu family experienced a relentless barrage of soybeans, the timing of which was unpredictable and elusive. In the end, Shun Hailang said to Along, "While the sun is still high, I find it quite unsettling to hold the bird's nest in my hands. Let us procure a sample from Old Xiao and swiftly conclude our business." With fervor, Shun Hailang and Along exited the modest inn. Passing by a general store, Shun Hailang purchased a military green shoulder bag for Along to carry. From a distance, they could already detect the briny scent of the sea, where Chong and his companions were busy scooping fish from the tank for loading. Among the samples of birds' nest, Shun Hailang selected the most exquisite one and placed it into the bag. "Uncle Xiao, please hold the client on your end for me. Along, and I shall venture into the city tonight in search of fortune. Upon my return, I shall bring you some delectable braised pig's head from the city." Old Xiao shouted from behind, "Make sure to bring back plenty of pig's head." The happy 300 motorcycles sped down the gravel road, leaving a trail of dust in its wake. Chapter 59. Seeking outlets in the county town on Binhai Avenue, Shun Hailing tightened his grip on the throttle, while Along clung tightly to his waist. In the exhilarating rush of life and death, Alung exclaimed. Langu, we've left the seagull far behind. Both Shunhaling and Alung, bold in spirit, were eager to soar amidst the thrill of speed. Langu, Alung shouted from the back seat. We're racing faster than the wind. This is exhilarating. Shunhaling did not dare to glance back, for at such high speeds, it was a risk he could not afford. The last time he had returned with Xiao Fei, who was timid, he had hesitated to accelerate too much, fearing to frighten him. Upon hearing Alung's enthusiasm, he felt invigorated. Alung, fear nothing. Langu, push it to the limit. With a smirk and sunglasses perched upon his nose, Shunhaling replied, All right, you've got guts. Just don't wet your pants. The motorcycle roared down the road, propelled by the youthful fervor of its riders, swiftly approaching the entrance of the county town. Glancing at the digital clock, Shunhaling recalled that their previous journey with Xiao Fei had taken over 2 hours. This time, with Alung, they had made the trip in just over an hour. However, as they approached the county town, 2 helmeted traffic police officers were stationed at a checkpoint. Shunhaling abruptly slammed the brakes, leaving 2 tire marks on the pavement. A sense of dread washed over him. He feared they were checking for driver's licenses. At that moment, he possessed none. It struck him as odd that, even before the 1990s, traffic police were already inspecting vehicles entering the town. Alung's forehead collided with Shunhaling's back. Langu, why did you suddenly stop? What are those 2 officers doing up ahead? Alung became anxious at the sight of police insignia. Langu, do you have a driver's license? Shunhaling scoffed. What a joke. Who in this era has the time to bother with that? Peering ahead, they confirmed Shunhaling's suspicions. The officers were indeed checking vehicles. A hapless tractor had been stripped of its keys and parked by the roadside, while an older officer lounged in the shade, enjoying a watermelon. Alung sensed trouble. Langu, we can't go into the city today. Let's turn back. Seeing the officers had noticed their unusual behavior and were directing their attention toward them, Shunhaling urged, hold on tight. Alung, we're going through. Taking a deep breath, he twisted the throttle. The motorcycle roared to life, starting in first gear with a series of clunk sounds as he shifted rapidly up to 5th. Stop! The motorcycle ahead, halt! The young officer shouted, trying to intimidate the pair. Observing the youth's reckless dash, the older officer hurled a watermelon rind at them, but it missed its mark entirely. You little devils, stop! The shout echoed in the wind. Alung, clinging to Shunhaling, glanced back to see the young officer mounting a bicycle in pursuit. The motorcycle zigzagged through the streets, and Shunhaling, displaying exceptional riding skills, evaded the encroaching officers. The young policeman pedaled furiously, attempting to catch up. Alung burst into laughter. He's chasing us on a bike. Those wheels won't catch up to our motorcycle speed. The white helmets. The younger generation today truly values money over life. Let me document the moment with a Red Happiness 300. Shunhaling glanced at the rearview mirror after evading the traffic police, and indeed, the pursuers had vanished. The thrill of breaking through the checkpoint felt akin to robbing a bank, prompting hearty laughter from the duo. The motorcycle smoothly entered the city, heading straight for Lu Jimin's affordable seafood restaurant. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Shunhaling switched off the engine, and Alung quickly dismounted. Both of them had been seated for so long that their thighs had grown numb, and they began to rub their legs. At the counter, Lu Jimin was busy with his calculator, pleased with the day's business. If only the younger brothers from Yinzi Port would deliver some rare goods, it would be even better. As if summoned, Lu Jimin looked toward the door and broke into a grin upon seeing Shunhaling. Isn't this my dear Hailang? A rare visitor, do come in. This was the first time Lu Jimin laid eyes on the bald Along. And who might this brother be? Along promptly stepped forward, extending his hand. Hello, Brother Lu, my name is Long Yu, but you can call me Along. Lu Jimin nodded, acknowledging Along. It is a pleasure to meet such a polite young man. Just don't adopt Shunhailang's ways of dealing with people, all right? The 3 burst into laughter, and Along nudged Shunhailang, urging him not to be formal. Let us sit down and chat. They entered a private room, where Lu Jimin retrieved 3 bottles of soda from the fridge and placed them on the table to quench their thirst. He nonchalantly tossed a pack of cigarettes onto the round table and asked straightforwardly, Hailang, you wouldn't come here without a purpose, would you? Surely, you have a profitable venture in mind? Shunhailang did not beat around the bush, flashing a grin. You understand me well, Brother Lu. I indeed have a matter that requires your assistance. Lu Jimin's expression turned serious. Hailang, our relationship is solid, so feel free to speak, if it's within my capability. Shun Hailang shot a knowing glance at Along. Along, why not present what we have for Brother Lu to see? Immediately, Along opened his messenger bag and carefully retrieved a package box. Lu Jimin's heart raced at the sight. It was undoubtedly something valuable. Along handed the box to Lu Jimin, raising his eyebrows as if to suggest he should take a look inside. Lu Jimin gingerly opened the box, revealing a complete piece of yellow-brown bird's nest. He held it to his nose, inhaling the scent. Where did you procure this bird's nest? It's a fine item. My brother. Where did it come from? Shun Hailang smiled and nodded. It was identified by old Xiao's contacts. This is certainly a blood nest. It is among the most nutritious items currently on the market. Women who consume it will have glowing complexions. Even at 50, they can still bear a healthy child. Lu Jimin examined the nest, savoring the moment. This is indeed a remarkable item, but I fear there may not be anyone locally who can afford it. My brother, I must confess, I am not well versed in this matter. I initially thought of helping you sell it. Shun Hailang inquired, Brother Lu, is there truly no market for it? After pondering for a moment, Lu Jimin suggested, how about this? I would want you to leave empty-handed. Let me introduce you to a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. You can discuss pricing with the hospital director yourself. Shun Hailang's eyes sparkled with excitement. A traditional Chinese medicine hospital? How delightful. My brother Lu truly has connections. Turning to him in times of need is undoubtedly the right choice. Lu Jiming, flattered by Shun Hailang's praise, felt a surge of happiness. Your affairs are indeed my own. A long-haired companion, Along, seized the moment to give a thumbs up. My brother Lu is genuinely loyal. I hold him in high regard. Lu Jiming cast an admiring glance at Along. You, bald-headed one, possess a way with words that surpasses even the plump fellow. Indeed, Hailang's companions are promising young men. As for Along, who had visited the family restaurant for the first time, Lu Jiming was more than generous. Furthermore, he held a genuine fondness for Shun Hailang, who had traveled a considerable distance on his motorcycle to reach the establishment. Seeking him out in times of trouble signifies a deep respect and a recognition of their friendship. Chapter 60. County Hospital. Lu Jiming glanced at his watch. Oh dear, it's just past 6. You two brothers should stay here for dinner tonight. Don't leave. Shun Hailang rose, and along with him, Along also stood. Lu Gu, you are a businessman, and the restaurant has its affairs. I will take Along to find a hotel to stay. We'll come to see you tomorrow. Hailang, isn't it rather disrespectful to speak like that to your elder brother? Lu Jiming said with a hint of irritation. Seeing this, Shun Hailang quickly urged Along to sit back down. All right, we'll heed Lu Ji's arrangement. Along and I will enjoy a sumptuous seafood feast courtesy of Lu Gu. Lu Jiming's expression softened, and he chuckled. You two sit tight. I'll make a call to the traditional Chinese medicine hospital to check if Director Wang is still at the office. The call connected. Hello, is this Director Wang? It's me, Xiao Lu. Director Wang responded. Ah, it's Xiao Lu from the affordable seafood restaurant? What fresh seafood do you have today? No, Director Wang. Listen to me. Today I have 2 friends visiting, and they've brought along some bird's nest. We would like to invite you for dinner. Would that be convenient? Director Wang replied. Haha, your timing is impeccable, Xiao Lu. If you had called just 1 minute later, I would have been packing up to leave. All right, I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Lu Jiming clapped his hands. Mission accomplished. He hurried to the kitchen. Old Joe, Director Wang is coming for dinner tonight. Prepare whatever he likes. Oh, and make sure to stew the soft-shelled turtle from the tank. It's his favorite. Along sat bored at the round table, fiddling with a pair of chopsticks. Shun Hailang gave Lu Jiming a thumbs up. Lu Gu, you're really going all out. This brotherly bond is truly cherished. After a moment of thought, Lu Jiming advised the two, when he arrives, address him as Director Wang. He is quite sensitive about his image. Don't call him Director. If he enjoys himself tonight, he'll take all your bird's nest home tomorrow. Along then left the private room, determined to handle matters beautifully since he had taken charge. Shun Hailang leaned in close to Along, raising his eyebrows. See, this is the way of the world. Along, you must learn this. It's immensely beneficial for your future development. Be a bit clever, Sit at the door and offer him some tissues or something. I'll sit beside him and keep him company with drinks. Along S mind raced, attempting to absorb Shun Hailang's words. At the entrance of the restaurant, Lu Jiming awaited eagerly, scanning the distance as a bicycle leisurely approached. He waved from afar. "Hey, Director Wang is here." The private room door swung open. Lu Jiming followed a slender middle-aged man. The man, clad in a Zhongshan suit and sporting white tape glasses, had a bicycle keychain clipped to his belt. Shun Hailang abruptly pulled Along up from his seat, casting an inquiring glance at Lu Jiming. Lu Jiming, understanding, raised his voice and extended his hand in introduction to Wang Fashu. "This is Director Wang, the head of our county's largest traditional Chinese medicine hospital." Then, he gestured towards Shun Hailang. "Director Wang, this is Shun Hailang, the talented young man I mentioned to you. The young bald man beside him is his brother, Long Yu." Lu Jiming had mastered the intricacies of officialdom since the 1980s. Who is Shun Hailang? Surely, he is well aware of the intentions and desires of those in power. He swiftly approached Wang Fashu, extending his hands with warmth to grasp Wang's. "Director Wang, I have long admired your esteemed reputation. It is an honor to meet you," he said. Wang Fashu, with an impressive demeanor, could easily be mistaken for someone older than us younger fellows. He gently shook Wang's wrist. A sense of unease washed over Wang. The way this young man spoke was reminiscent of seasoned officials. He could not believe that this youthful figure was merely an ordinary boy. "Ah, Comrade Shun, I hear you have brought something valuable with you? Let us sit down and discuss it," Wang said. Lu Jiming pulled out a chair. "Director Wang, please take your seat. Let us dine and converse." The first dish brought by the kitchen was chilled jellyfish, served on a beautifully adorned tray, emitting a mist. It was no wonder that the restaurant was profitable. Even a simple cold dish costing just a few coins was presented with such elegance. Along gazed at the revolving table, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He had never encountered such cuisine before. Lu Jiming entered the private room holding 2 bottles of Maotai liquor. Shun Hailang deftly took the bottles, declaring, "This first glass is for you, Director Wang. I read in the newspaper that our county's traditional Chinese medicine hospital has cured hundreds of cases of chronic leg pain in a year. This is all thanks to your capable leadership." Wang Fashu, unflustered, replied, "Oh, it's merely the compassionate heart of a healer." Shun Hailang exchanged knowing glances with Long, the implication unmistakable. Long abruptly stood, mimicking Shun Hailang's gesture of shaking hands. He chose to present cigarettes with both hands, akin to an ancient envoy submitting a surrender document. Long shook his head. "I've quit smoking. You young ones may indulge." Long believed that having initiated this encounter, he could not return empty-handed. He took Wang Fashu's porcelain cup, poured hot water into it, swirled it around, and then disposed of it in the trash. He poured Wang a glass of Maotai instead. Long's audacious maneuver finally elicited a smile from the old fox. Wang Fashu mused, "This younger brother is quite intriguing. He possesses talent." Now, with the liquor poured and the dishes served, Lu Jiming respectfully offered Wang Fashu the head of a turtle. Wang Fashu picked up a piece, savoring its taste. Observing this, Shun Hailang lifted his glass, eager to engage in toasts, for otherwise the guests might abstain. "Ah, sit down, Shun." Wang Fashu, still chewing the turtle, raised his glass. "Director Wang, as an elder, this first cup must be offered by the younger generation while standing." Shun Hailang downed his drink, producing a satisfied sound as he regarded Wang Fashu. Only then did Wang begin to take notice of this young man, whose presence felt remarkably distinct, appearing to be merely in his 20s. After all, what banquet had he not attended or seen? Initially, he intended to merely go through the motions of having a meal. However, the demeanor of his counterpart compelled him to adopt a serious attitude. "Xiao Shun, please take a seat. Given your age, you may address me as Uncle Wang. I have heard from Jiming that you have birds' nests for sale." Shun waved his hand towards Along, signaling him to present the item. Along carefully opened the gift box, his cautious demeanor eliciting gentle laughter from the 3 present. "Director Wang, behold, this is authentic cave bird's nest." Wang Fashu meticulously examined the bird's nest within the box, pinching it gently between his fingers, noting that it remained intact. He scrutinized it closely, remarking, The quality is exceptionally good, surpassing even the stock of the county hospital." At that moment, Wang Fashu, seasoned and discerning, continued to inspect the bird's nest under the illumination. Ultimately, he lost his appetite for the meal, opting instead to lay his chopsticks across the rim of his bowl. Chapter 61. Wang Xiaoli's home. The actions of Wang Fa took Shun Hailang and the others by surprise. No one could fathom why this old fox, who was enjoying his meal, suddenly set down his bowl and chopsticks. Lu Jiming was momentarily stunned by this gesture and inquired, "Director Wang, is the food not to your liking? Should we ask old Zhou to prepare something else?" Wang Fashu repeatedly waved his hand, his gaze fixed on the bird's nest before him. "No, the taste of the dishes is delightful. It is simply that I lack the appetite. With such exquisite goods, I cannot relish this meal without first clarifying the price. Xiao Shun, how many of these birds' nests do you possess?" Shun Hailang's lips curled into a smile as he glanced at the excited Along. A twinkle of amusement danced in his eyes. He knew this was a profitable venture. "Director Wang, I have 163 of such exquisite specimens. 11 of them have minor damage, but I assure you, it does not affect their quality." Wang Fashu, observing the gift box before him, could hardly contain his excitement. "What price do you have in mind, Xiao Shun?" Shun Hailang picked up a lighter, igniting a cigarette as he took a draw. "Well, there are port merchants offering 90 each. However, I refrain from purchasing as I find it exceedingly unwise. My psychological price is at least above 100. 90? Wing fachakud eartidi. Contemporary merchants are indeed cunning," he remarked, shaking his head. "Xiao Shun, are you aware of the current purchasing price at the county hospital?" Along, tense, swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. Shun Hailang shook his head. Wang Fashu gestured with his fingers, making a series of rapid calculations before finally striking the table. "The purchasing price is 120. Huh? Along gasped, dropping his chopsticks with a clatter. Lu Jiming also inhaled sharply. Shun Hailang was perplexed by the implications of the old man's words. "What price does Director Wang propose in the end?" Wang Fashu glanced at the three young men at the table, initially extending his index finger, then pausing, eventually including his ring finger in the gesture. "If you can guarantee that the remaining birds' nests are of the same quality, then that is the price." Along was genuinely astonished, veins bulging on his forehead. "Brother Lang, is that 130 or 150? Director Wang is offering 150 each." Shun Hailing calmly responded to Along, simultaneously seeking confirmation of Wang Fa's intentions. The atmosphere in the private room seemed to crystallize as no one dared to speak. Noticing the silence, Wang Fashu smiled slightly. "The 11 damaged ones will also be purchased at this price. I can report them as damaged during transport." Without hesitation, Shun Hailang poured himself a glass of Mao Tai, filling it to the brim with a flourish. "We shall proceed with the prices set by Director Wang. Let us toast." With business concluded, the remainder of the meal was filled with laughter and merriment. The four men's glasses clinked repeatedly, and before long, 2 bottles of Mao Tai were nearly emptied. Wang Fashu gradually relaxed, boasting that in the future, should anyone encounter difficulties in the county, they could seek his assistance, promising to help the young ones with any matters. Eventually, as Wang Fashu grew intoxicated, Shun Hailang offered, "Director Wang, I have a motorcycle. Allow me to take you home." "Director Wang, please take a seat and hold on tight. Do not fall." Along, you ride on Director Wang's bicycle, following closely behind. The two bid farewell to Lu Jiming, with Along, the bald man, pedaling the bicycle behind the motorcycle. Shun Hailang remarked to him, "This is just the exercise you need to sober up." On the motorcycle, Wang Fashu was indeed drunk, singing folk tunes in a tipsy state. To the left, now to the right, with his eyes closed, Wang Fashu clumsily directed the way, and eventually, the trio arrived near his home. There, amidst the red-topped dormitory buildings, he exclaimed, "Look, that's my house on the 3rd floor. Little Shun, let me tell you I have a wonderful wife and daughter." The motorcycle screeched to a halt beneath the hospital dormitory. Before Wang Fashu could ascend the stairs, a voice emerged from the window above. "Wang Fashu, have you drunk again?" A middle-aged woman leaned out, wielding a spatula. As a seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, you should know better than to neglect your health. Drink, and you'll drink yourself to death." Shun Hailang and Along dared not linger, staying would surely invite scorn. He beckoned Along to park the bicycle, and Along hopped onto the motorcycle. The two brothers rode away from Wang Fashu's residence, their demeanor rather sheepish. At that moment, Wang Fashu, with a briefcase in hand, walked as if he were dancing, the gift box containing birds' nest delicacies firmly in his grasp. He staggered down the stairs, and, as the unit door swung open, he preemptively tossed the gift box at his wife before she could scold him. "Dear, I had a little too much to drink today. I met a rather interesting young man." Just then, a graceful young lady with a ponytail opened the bedroom door. "Dad, you're drunk again. Didn't you say you dislike modern young people?" "Shun, what was his name again? I seem to have forgotten." Wang Fashu's words were slurred, his breath heavy with the scent of alcohol. The aroma of the medicinal turtle soup mixed with the alcohol compelled the mother and daughter to cover their noses. In any case, he is a lad from Swallowport, tall and handsome, rather impressive. The girl seemed to recall a certain man, her eyes widening in realization. Is his name Shun Hailang? Wang Fashu's home featured white walls, a fabric sofa, and a black and white television set gracing the living room, conditions that would be deemed quite satisfactory for a family during the 1980s. Leaning against the sofa, Wang Fashu had already succumbed to slumber, snoring softly. "Dad, you need to clarify quickly. Is that person named Shun Hailang?" Wang Xiaoli frantically shook her father's arm. With her ponytail swaying, the spirited girl bore a striking resemblance to her mother. Wang Fashu, already feeling nauseous, was further unsettled by his daughter's vigorous shaking, causing turmoil in his stomach. "Oh dear, my little firecracker, please stop shaking your father." His face turned pale as he clamped his hands over his mouth. Visibly distressed, Lu Ping emerged from the kitchen, carrying a cup of sobering tea, and upon witnessing her husband's state, she tapped the porcelain cup, producing a ping-pong sound. "You deserve this. At your age, competing and drinking with youngsters is folly." Lu Ping had overheard her daughter's comments from the kitchen and turned to scrutinize her daughter with suspicion. "Xiaoli, didn't you say you weren't fond of men?" Mother introduced the son of the director of the Grain Bureau to come and visit, yet she hadn't even stepped a foot outside. Wang Xiaoli released her grip on her father's arm and plopped down onto the sofa. "Mother, you simply do not understand. The last person you brought home was as flimsy as a chopstick. One push, and he would topple over. That's Shun Hailang. Now he is a true man. I must tell you, if I miss this opportunity, there may not be another." "Wait a moment." Lu Ping, listening to her daughter, widened her eyes and pointed her spoon at her. "Who gave you the right to make such lifelong commitments? Do you even know that young man?" Wang Fashu, seeing the impending argument between his wife and daughter, seized the opportunity to make an exit. However, as he lifted his leg, his wife Lu Ping swiftly grabbed his ear. "Drink your tea." Wang Fashu felt a sense of happiness. His career was flourishing, and his home was often filled with the lively antics of his two beloved ladies. The only aspect that left him dissatisfied was his daughter's marital status. She was already 23 this year. At that moment, even though he held the position of deputy director at the county hospital, he could only sit quietly on the sofa, keeping his mouth shut in the presence of his wife and daughter. Chapter 62. The specialty of Shanghai Bay Village. Wang Xiaoli perched herself on the sofa, her eyes shimmering with admiration. "Mother, do you recall the young man from Yinzi Port I mentioned the other day? He is the one who single-handedly subdued 3 individuals in a car and persuaded them to mend their ways." Lu Ping, stirring her soup, lightly struck Wang Fashu's arm. "Who was attempting to escape? Is he the young man you initiated a relationship with?" She scrutinized her husband. "Stop burping. Your breath reeks of alcohol. Is that lad a petty traitor?" At that moment, Wang Fashu resembled a compliant child, contemplating Lu Ping's inquiry. "I'm not entirely aware of what that young man does, but he certainly exudes a sense of decisiveness. I would not believe he has not navigated the bureaucratic waters for at least a decade." Lu Ping, observing her husband's ignorance, promptly twisted Wang Fashu's ear. "So, you mean you don't even know what he does? Yet you still went drinking with him? Ouch, that hurts. Please let go, dear. My ear is going to split." Wang Xiaoli, fearing her mother's disapproval, sprang from the sofa. With hands firmly placed on her hips, she declared to her parents, "I don't care. I want to date Shun Hailang. Your approval is irrelevant." Wang Fashu and Lu Ping fell into silence. Lu Ping, asserting her authority, slammed the spoon onto the coffee table. "Dear daughter, Are you in a romantic haze? How can one have a good life with a petty traitor? Quickly, tell me how much that traitor sells birds' nests for. Can he really sell one for 2 pieces? Wang Fashu hesitated for a moment, but was met with a swift slap from Lu Ping. Speak up. I'll tell you, just don't hit me. A bird's nest costs 150 yuan. Only 150 yuan for a single bird's nest, and he expects to be my son-in-law? Lu Ping's words trailed off. Wait. How much? Is it 150 yuan each or 150 yuan in total? Wang Fashu, somewhat irritated, clarified, it's 150 each. Lu Ping's eyes darted about, and she eventually employed her fingers to emphasize her point. As Wang Fashu began to sober up, he earnestly addressed his daughter, Xiaoli. That young man may appear clever, but he does not seem to possess a legitimate occupation. Dad! Wang Xiaoli, incensed by her father's disapproval, stamped her foot in frustration. Lu Ping nudged her husband aside and settled next to her daughter, squinting her eyes. Old Wang, you just praised this clever young man. If he were to join our family, wouldn't Xiaoli be able to remain with us indefinitely? We could have her bear 2 children, one with the surname Shun and the other Wang, ensuring the Wang lineage continues. A son-in-law living with us? Wang Fashu and Wang Xiaoli exclaimed in unison. Lu Ping's mind raced with possibilities. What? Is our family lacking? We have a 3-bedroom apartment. Your father is a deputy dean, and I work in the education bureau. The prospect of welcoming a son-in-law into our home fills me with joy. If that lad is truly as exceptional as you both claim, perhaps he could work for your father, or I could devise a way to transfer him to the education bureau. At this moment, Wang Xiaoli felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Her cheeks flushed as she protested, Mom, why are you including me in this scheme? Wang Fashu suddenly snapped back to reality, recalling the discussions at the dinner table. With a firm thump of his thigh, he declared, Listen to me, both of you. During their dinner conversation, they had mentioned that Shun Hailang was running for village chief, having previously been a physical education teacher. Lu Ping's eyes sparkled with excitement. Huh, how splendid. A teacher stepping into the role of a village official? This makes it all the easier for us to orchestrate things behind the scenes, paving the way for him to become a director or something similar. At this moment, Lu Ping was already envisioning herself cradling a grandson at a work gathering. Wang Xiaoli, blushing profusely, exclaimed, Enough. If I were to date Shun Hailang, it wouldn't be for you to seek a son-in-law. Wang Fashu could no longer contain himself, covering his mouth as he dashed to the restroom with a loud splash. Lu Ping began to clear the table, stating, I think we should deliberate on this matter further. I need to see what this young man's appearance and character are like. And daughter, is he really that handsome? Wang Xiaoli hugged her knees, her face reddening to the roots of her hair. Well, I think he is quite handsome. Meanwhile, at a small inn in the county, Shun Hailang stood before a display of various marinated delicacies, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. The authentic flavors of 1980s marinated dishes, devoid of modern gimmicks, beckoned him. Boss, I'll take 5 pounds of pig's head meat. After settling into the inn, Shun Hailang suddenly sneezed. Along remarked, Brother Lang, you wouldn't be catching a cold from the wind, would you? He observed that Shun Hailang's physique hardly suggested someone susceptible to illness. As night turned to dawn, the eastern sky began to lighten. Shun Hailang rode his motorcycle along the provincial road, with the bald companion behind him, exhaling clouds of breath. Brother Lang, we've risen early. Those traffic police are still snug in their beds. Shun Hailang replied, It's best to breathe in this fresh morning air. The scent in the inn was rather unpleasant. If we get stopped by the police, our motorcycle will surely be impounded. He glanced at the transparent display before him, noting his luck value at 71 and risk value at 1. Not bad. Even the smallest gains are worthwhile. With a bit of diligence, I can earn a good sum today. As the morning fog by the seaside gradually lifted with a rising temperature, the two had returned to the territory of Swallow Port. Uncle Zhou, who sold breakfast, had already set up a large pot, kneading dough into circles and tossing them into the hot oil to fry. Shun Hailang parked his motorcycle in front of Uncle Zhou's stall, balancing on one foot as he flashed a bright smile. Good morning, Uncle Zhou. Please prepare 4 servings of breakfast for us, whatever you have on hand. Holding a fried dough stick, Uncle Zhou greeted him with a grin. Hailang, you seem to be doing well. That motorcycle looks splendid. Shun Hailang patted Along's thigh. Along, You go ahead and find a seat. I'll go fetch Gongzi and Xiaoxia. After years of conducting business, Uncle Zhou encountered a side of Along that resembled that of a well-behaved child for the first time. He recalled the days when Along had audaciously consumed a free breakfast of fried dough sticks at his table. Now, as Along patiently waited, Uncle Zhou decided to reward him with a freshly fried, crispy dough stick, acknowledging his efforts to reform. Once Shun Hailang had set Along down, he meandered through the bustling market, which was already lively despite it being just past 5 o'clock. The fishmongers were diligently organizing their seafood, and the morning warmth by the seaside had left a veil of condensation on the glass doors of the hotel as Shun Hailang pushed his way inside. Approaching room 202, he was greeted by the unmistakable scent of alcohol wafting through the air. It seemed these two young men had certainly indulged themselves the previous night. Standing outside the door, Shun Hailang was met with the sound of snoring emanating from within, and he found himself amused by their rhythmic slumber. The contrasting pitches of their snores led him to twist the doorknob, only to discover that it was surprisingly unlocked. As he entered, he found beer bottles scattered haphazardly across the floor, with Gongzi and Xiaoxia sprawled together in a disheveled heap. Shun Hailang clinked 2 beer bottles together, producing a resounding clang. Time to rise and shine. The sun is on your backs. A groggy Gongzi rubbed his temples in protest. Ugh, my head hurts. Who is talking? Upon realizing it was Shun Hailang, he jolted awake, exclaiming, Brother Lang, you're back. In response, Shun Hailang pretended to toss a beer bottle his way, prompting Gongzi to leap to his feet in alarm. Chapter 63. A perfect day for setting sail. Brother Lang, where's Along? Why hasn't he come over yet? Gongzi pulled on his shorts. Along is already waiting for us at Old Joe's breakfast stall. Shun Hailang arranged the beer bottles. You two drank quite a bit last night. I could smell it from the stairway. Xiaoxia also dressed up. Brother Lang, are we going out to earn some money today? Shun Hailang lit a cigarette with a large front door lighter. Of course, we can't just sit idle. Today, we won't venture far. We'll just meander around the nearby waters. However, I have good news to share. The bird's nest has been sold. Really, Brother Lang? Gongzi and Xiaoxia became noticeably excited upon hearing that the bird's nest had found a buyer. How much was it sold for? Was it that port merchant again? Is it enough to buy a boat? The questions from the two came in rapid succession. Shun Hailang exhaled a puff of smoke, a smile gracing his lips. Why the rush? Let's have breakfast first, and I'll tell you all about it. He stood up and walked toward the door, with the other two eagerly following behind. 2 minutes later, the four sat at the plastic table outside Old Joe's breakfast stall. Shun Hailang blew the skin off his soy milk and gestured toward Along. Go on, tell us how much the bird's nest sold for. The mirth in Along's eyes was unmistakable. Next, he began to boast about last night's dinner. Last night, Brother Lang's friend, Brother Liu, treated us to soft-shell turtle soup, and we drank Maodai. Even the head of the county hospital joined us for the meal. Along's booming voice attracted Old Joe's attention, who couldn't help but lean in to hear how much these youngsters had earned. Gongzi, impatient, urged Along. Just tell us how much it sold for. Stop making us drool with those dinner stories. Along held up 5 fingers. $50? That's too little, right? Xiaoxia's eyes reflected disappointment. Along nearly spat out his drink. If I say you're foolish, you truly are. That port merchant bought it for 90. So, it's definitely 150 each. The plastic stall fell silent, the only sound coming from the sizzling oil in the fryer. Gongzi's face widened in astonishment, and Xiaoxia's mouth dropped open enough to fit 2 eggs. 150? Amid their chatter, Shun Hailang had already finished his breakfast. Yes, 150 each. Even the damaged ones were bought at that price. Xiaoxia grabbed Gongzi's arm, frantically shaking him. Quick, tell me this isn't a dream. Gongzi winced in pain. I assure you, this isn't a dream. Just stop grabbing me. Brother Lang, how much can we split? Gongzi, being direct, did not hold back. Shun Hailang traced calculations on the table with his fingers. What I promise you remains unchanged. For 90 each, you'll receive a 10% share, and for 150 each, it's still a 10% share. Shun Hailang burst into laughter. That's 15 each, and there are 163 in total. You do the math. Old Joe gave Shun Hailang a thumbs up and nodded. Hailang, you are the best. Uncle Joe, birds' nests aren't something one can find every day. We were just lucky to procure a nest. Shun Hailang allowed the three to eat first, pulling out 100 yuan from his pocket and tossing it onto the table in front of Uncle Zhou. What does this mean, Hailang? Uncle Zhou was puzzled by the gesture. To be honest, Uncle Zhou, our village, Shunhai Bay, will soon hold a re-election for the village head position. I would like you to remind our regular customers to vote for Uncle Dajuan. Uncle Zhou was even more confused. Why don't you support your father, Shun Tianyang? Shun Hailang chuckled. Just help me out, Uncle Zhou. My father isn't suited for the position. I'll find a way for him to do something else instead. Uncle Zhou accepted the 100 yuan. All right, I know who dislikes Zhu Daling. I'll talk to them about voting for Shun Dajuan. Thank you, Uncle Zhou. After we finish eating, I'll take them to earn some money. You keep busy. The three of them were enjoying their soy milk and fried dough sticks. When Shun Hailang saw that it was almost time, brothers, let us go. 4 of us can squeeze onto the motorcycle. We'll stop by Old Xiao's place to buy some things before we leave. Shun Hailang supported the motorcycle with his foot as the 3 climbed on one by one. The combined weight made it a challenge for him to hold steady. Along noticed his discomfort. Hailang, once the money from the bird's nest arrives, let us get a 4-wheel tractor, shall we? Yes, Along. That's an excellent suggestion. A tractor can carry both people and goods. I fully support it. Xiaoxia had an innate fascination with vehicles, whether bicycles, motorcycles, or tractors. Let me drive the tractor when we get it. I'll be your dedicated driver. By 6:20, the coastal mist had dissipated, ushering in a warm climate for the next 10 hours. Old Xiao, at the purchasing station, was dressed in water pants and busy with fish, paying no attention to the sound of the motorcycle. Hey, Uncle Xiao, why don't you greet me? Old Xiao snorted in response. Holding back a smile, Shun Hailang reached beneath the motorcycle handle and produced a bulging plastic bag. He tossed a 5-kilogram pig's head onto the large scale. Old Xiao's face lit up with a broad smile as he beheld the pig's head. Kid, I thought you were joking. You really brought me a pig's head? This is a whole week's worth of food. Shun Hailang replied. I know you love pig's head, and since I don't often go to the city, I brought you some extra to enjoy slowly. Old Xiao opened the bag, revealing the aromatic, expertly marinated pig's head with tender meat and a side of spicy seasoning. Well, I must say, you've got a bit of conscience. It's worth all the trouble I've gone through for you. By the way, has the bird's nest sold? Shun Hailang glanced around to ensure no outsiders were present before revealing the truth. Thanks to some connections, they accepted the price I proposed. He gestured with one hand to indicate 150. Clang! The net in Old Xiao's hand fell to the ground. 105 or 150? With a triumphant demeanor, Aaron interjected. Uncle Xiao, it's priced at 150 each. The crucial point is that they even accept damaged items at full price. Shun Hailang silenced Aaron with a gesture. Uncle Xiao, just keep this matter to yourself. The fewer people who know about lucrative ventures, the better. He gazed at the azure sky adorned with fluffy white clouds, relishing the splendid weather, perfect for a sea outing. Could you assist me in contacting Zheng Chaofu's family for a small boat? I intend to take Aaron and the others for a leisurely excursion in the shallows. Uncle Xiao, still entranced by the figure of 150, nodded absent-mindedly. Zheng Chaofu's boat is still available. Since you've collaborated before, you may fetch the keys from his home. Gongzi and Xiaoxia inquired, Brother Lang. Weren't you going to purchase some supplies? What do you need? Shun Hailang did not provide Uncle Xiao with any money. He merely mentioned selecting 2 2-meter-long trawls and perhaps catching a few pounds of small fish and shrimp for bait. Also, Uncle Xiao, do you not have cigarettes for sale? Bring along 2 packs of Dakiamin as a token of goodwill for Zheng Chaofu. Chapter 64. The weather was splendid, prompting everyone to venture out to sea. The motorcycle could only accommodate 4 individuals, leaving the fishing gear behind. Ultimately, they decided to have Gongzi secure the fishing equipment onto an old, dilapidated bicycle, allowing him to set off ahead with the supplies. At that moment, Zheng Chaofu was at home, sunning his fishing nets and humming a tune, when Shun Hailang arrived at his doorstep. He honked the motorcycle horn, drawing Zheng Chaofu's attention. As the door swung open, Zheng exclaimed, it's Hailang. Are you here to borrow Uncle Zheng's boat today? Shun Hailang accepted the 2 packs of cigarettes offered by Long, who tossed them into the air, creating graceful arcs. Zheng replied, Today, I intend to take your boat for a spin in the shallow waters, and I brought my brothers along. If we catch anything, the first fish will be yours. Zheng Chaofu accepted the cigarettes and added, "You're quite the connoisseur. You've made enough to ride a motorcycle now?" Could Shun Hailang reveal the truth? "Oh, Uncle Zheng, you jest. I could never afford a motorcycle. This was a family effort. Anyone who sets sail knows that everything at sea relies on fortune. Today, let us not speak of misfortune, shall we?" Along in Shaoxia, seated behind on the motorcycle, struggled to contain their laughter, thinking Hailang's acting skills would be wasted if he didn't pursue a career in performance. Even Zheng Chaofu, though not a fool, understood that Shun Hailang was merely being modest and refrained from probing further into his financial success. Hailang, making money at sea requires 3 parts diligence and 7 parts luck. In truth, I lack the fortune to profit. Otherwise, I wouldn't be renting out my own boat. Shun Hailang cheerfully produced a lighter to ignite Zheng's cigarette. "Uncle Zheng, just wait at home for some grouper. I'll bring you back a splendid one for braising." "All right, I'll await your prized grouper. Here, take the key. You know our boat flies a red flag at the stern." He tossed a set of keys over. After bidding farewell to Zheng Chaofu, the motorcycle sped toward the dock, with the sea breeze ruffling along bald head. Unable to resist, Xiaoxia reached out to pat Along's shiny head, teasing, "Brother Long, I reckon the motorcycle mirror shines less than your head." Along swatted Xiaoxia's hand away, retorting, "Mind your business. This is the wisdom of Lu Jishan. Hailang, aren't we taking Xiao Fei out to sea today?" Shun Hailang, feeling his luck was just above 70, decided it best to let Xiao Fei rest at home. "When we sell the bird's nest, we can share more of the earnings with him," as he's footing the bill himself. Today, he'll stay home to recuperate. Meanwhile, Gongzi had already arrived at the east dock. Out of boredom, he squatted on the ground, playing with the tiny crabs in the bait. Spotting Shun Hailang's motorcycle approaching, he sprang up to wave, only to step into a puddle, splattering mud all over his legs. "What bad luck. I wonder if this counts as an auspicious start?" He spat, "Nonsense. Along told me this is called rainwater prosperity. Do you understand, Gongzi?" Shun Hailang parked the motorcycle in a shaded area and secured the bicycle alongside it with 3 locks for added security. Today, perhaps due to the pleasant weather or the seaside crowd's entrepreneurial spirit, fewer than 5 diesel boats remained docked. Among them was the rusty little vessel owned by Zheng Chaofu, its red flag fluttering in the breeze. As Gongzi gazed at the decrepit boat, he couldn't help but smirk. "Lo Ye, are you certain this isn't a relic from World War II? I feel like this ship is older than my great-grandfather." "Gongzi, you fail to grasp the essence." Shun Hailang replied, "Despite its age, this boat has proven to be quite lucky. My first fishing trip with Xiao Fei was aboard this very vessel, where we caught a magnificent bluefin tuna weighing 3680. The 4 of them boarded the modest red flag fishing boat, and Shun Hailang kicked the iron ring at the stern. Goodness, we can't even set up the trawl net. This boat has indeed seen better days. Brothers, let us just tie everything down." Along, cigarette in mouth and trawl net in hand, suggested, "Lao Gu, should we wrap it with duct tape for extra security?" Gongzi, following Shun Hailang's instructions, promptly checked the diesel in the cabin, chuckling at Along's comment. "Do you think duct tape is a miracle solution? Sure, it can hold 10 or 20 pounds. But if we catch a few hundred pounds of fish, can we really rely on it?" There was still over half a barrel of diesel left, sufficient for 5 hours of use, though it was uncertain if it had been diluted with water. Shun Hailang informed Gongzi, "You'll know if it's watered down as soon as we start. If the stern emits a putrid sound, that's the telltale sign." Their laughter echoed as they spent a few days learning the profound essence of Chinese characters under Shun Hailang's guidance. With practiced ease, Shun Hailang retrieved 4 foul-smelling life jackets, the odor nearly inducing nausea. Yet, for the sake of safety, he donned one. "Brothers, put on your life jackets. We're heading out to sea." Xiaoxia, somewhat fastidious, picked up a jacket that appeared relatively clean and protested. "Lao Gu, must I wear this? It reeks of sweat and fish." "No way, you have to wear it. When have we ever had a year without someone drowning at Swallowport? I certainly don't wish for any of us to become part of that grim tally." Once everyone had donned their life jackets, Shun Hailang started the diesel boat. True to form, the vessel coughed and jolted, causing the 4 on board to sway. A startled Gongzi exclaimed, "What the hell? Did I just land on the deck? Can this boat even manage to go out to sea?" Along and Xiao Xie steadied themselves and began organizing the trawl net. Whenever Shun Hailang mentioned bluefin tuna, he would extol the virtues of this little ship. He navigated the boat with nonchalance, glancing at the fuel gauge. "There's enough fuel. We should be fine for 4 to 5 hours. With everything in order." The red flag departed from the eastport, sailing towards the open sea. Gongzi, with keen eyes, pointed towards the horizon. "Brothers, look at that boat. Isn't it the seagull we borrowed from Zhu Ro last time?" Indeed, in the distance, a medium-sized diesel vessel was engaged in trawling, navigating back and forth in these waters, with shimmering silvery catches in its nets. Clearly, the owner of the Zhu Ro Pu family S-boat was enjoying a stroke of good fortune today. Shun Hailang shook his head, admonishing, "Do not envy others. Such envy is futile. With the fine weather and gentle breeze today, any diligent fisherman would be eager to venture out in pursuit of profit." Under Shun Hailang's guidance, the small boat set sail towards the western sea region, the engine's sound fluctuating between loud and soft. After half an hour of navigating in the aging and dilapidated vessel, Hongqi, the trawl revealed little more than a few strands of kelp and some seaweed. Yet there were indeed some small crabs within, energetically waving their pincers. "Brother Lang, can we not venture a bit further? This area has been thoroughly depleted," Along implored anxiously, yearning for a profitable catch rather than returning empty-handed. The shallow waters seemed to have been entirely stripped of fish fry. Chapter 65. Where the seagulls go, we shall follow. Shun Hailang shook his head and said, "Along. Are you not concerned that with this small boat from the old Zheng family, we might stray too far and find ourselves unable to return? Let's exercise some patience. Fishing is a matter of fate." With keen eyes, Gongzi stood on the deck, gazing into the distance. He spotted a flock of seagulls flapping their wings above the surface of the sea. "Look, seagulls. I remember reading in a textbook that where there are seagulls, there are no fish." The seagulls emitted joyful cries, and upon hearing their calls, Shun Hailang promptly adjusted the boat's helm. Under his guidance, the small vessel began to navigate the waves, heading towards the congregation of seagulls. The recent typhoon had passed, and with such splendid weather, "I firmly believe we shall reap a bountiful harvest today," thought Xiao Xie, brimming with optimism for the future. Shun Hailang nodded in agreement. "That's the spirit. It's essential for the youth to maintain a positive outlook on life." "Xiao Xie, are you not feeling seasick this time?" Xiao Xie paused, momentarily taken aback. "Indeed, I hadn't realized that I was no longer seasick until you mentioned it." A smile crept upon his face. After all, the sensation of seasickness is hardly pleasant. Shun Hailang called out loudly, "Brothers, the opportunity to catch fish has arrived. Let's embark on our quest for fish." The young men understood that on a day like this, there was money to be made at sea, and the seasoned fishermen, with their wealth of experience, would certainly not let this opportunity slip away. From afar, fishing boats approached from all directions, heading towards the sound of the seagulls. "Are you afraid of competing with others for fish, brothers?" The three bald-headed youths on the deck replied in unison, "Not at all. Fish equates to money. We would even leap into the water to seize the fish." "Good. Keep your eyes wide open. We must snatch the fish before others do." Shun Hailang focused his attention on steering the small boat. "Gongzi, you take the left. Along, you take the right. Xiao Xie, crouch at the bow and keep an eye on the fish, but don't obstruct my view while steering. If we collide with another vessel, our little boat will suffer the consequences." The three men, upon hearing Shun Hailang's instructions, hurried off with remarkable speed. Gongzi, however, nearly slipped into the sea due to his haste. Along swiftly pulled him back. "Can you not be more stable? You act as if you've lost your senses." "I was just worried about the fish fleeing," Gongzi replied, understanding Along's good intentions and choosing not to take offense. With their roles defined, the trio diligently scanned the sea for any signs of fish. The seagulls circled above the right side of the Hongqi boat, occasionally dipping down to the water surface. Along, gripping the right railing, exclaimed, "Hey, there's movement. Brother Lang, there's movement. 10 o'clock, turn." The other two turned in unison towards the 10 o'clock direction. And indeed, the sea shimmered with glimmers of light. Schools of silver fish, roughly the size of a thumb, leapt joyfully from the water. What a large one! Xiao Xie clapped sarcastically. Along, are you truly serious? You're calling for Brother Lang to turn for such small fry. Upon hearing this, Shun Hailang burst into laughter from the helm. You three, focus. Let us avoid any antics. Searching for schools of fish is not merely about locating small fry. It requires observing where the seagulls congregate and noting the size and shape of the ripples on the water surface. Shun Hailang jested with the trio, suggesting they learn from the seagulls, who have depended on fishing for generations. With keen eyes, Gongzi pointed towards the distant boat of the pork family, observing that they had begun to haul in their nets. Look at that net. It's so heavy they can hardly lift it. They must have caught some big fish. Perhaps this haul is worth hundreds, he exclaimed. Witnessing the success of others made Gongzi feel a pang of envy. Their small fishing boat was no match for the larger vessels. I'm starting to have my doubts about this boat, he lamented. Along, realizing that inaction would only allow others to reap the rewards, decided they could not afford to sit idly by. He suddenly removed his life jacket, grasped the fishing net with one hand, and mimicked Shun Hailang's technique from earlier. He squatted and, in one fluid motion, cast the net into the water. Though not flawless, the net did land. As he tugged at it, he sent some weight and abruptly pulled it up. 3 silvery flashes appeared before the group. Is that ribbon fish? Wow, Along, your luck is remarkable, exclaimed Xiao Xie, his eyes wide with surprise. Shun Hailang, hearing the commotion on the deck, leaned over to take a look. Along, you did it. You caught 3 ribbon fish on your first cast. Keep it going. For the next half hour, the deck became a stage for a variety of improvised casting techniques. Gongzi's first attempt yielded no fish or shrimp. Instead, the net tangled around Along's head. Xiao Xie chuckled as he took the net, spinning in place, nearly toppling overboard. Clearly, the art of casting nets was best left to Shun Hailang and Along. After the ruckus, the surface of the sea shimmered silver once more, but Along remained silent, fearing ridicule for his eyesight. Hearing splashing sounds, Gongzi approached the side of the boat and called out, Wow, Along, are your eyes not working? Look at those silver edges jumping in the water. You can't see the dozens of silver ribbon fish swimming in formation? Confident in his net casting skills, Along boldly proclaimed he should be given another chance to see if he could catch a whole school in one throw. Gongzi and Xiao Xie gave him a thumbs up, declaring, If you can net a whole school, you'll be the man. Along directed Shun, Steer hard to the left. Watch me demonstrate my prowess. Under Shun Hailang's guidance, the small boat pursued the school of ribbon fish, but every time they drew near, the fish shifted direction en masse. Xiao Xie, frustrated, exclaimed, These ribbon fish are clever, playing a game of tag with us. While Along diligently cast his net, Gongzi, not to be outdone, picked up another net and began spinning in place, mimicking Along's earlier moves as he flung the net. The two worked in tandem, casting nets left and right, and Gongzi grew increasingly invigorated. Hey, these little ribbon fish think they can outsmart Gongzi? Shun, turn left. Watch me catch them all. The small boat, under Shun Hailang's deft maneuvering, emitted a rhythmic sputtering sound, accompanied by clouds of black smoke. As they approached within 3 meters of the school of ribbon fish, the waves ceased to propel their small vessel forward. Along and Gang Z entered a state of focused anticipation, their bodies synchronously spinning in place as they cast their nets into the vast ocean. Their efforts were not in vain. Along, with a triumphant shout, announced that he had indeed caught something. I've got it. Help me pull it in. It's quite heavy, probably dozens of pounds. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xie quickly rushed to Along's side, and together they hoisted the net aboard their craft. As they beheld the wriggling ribbon fish within the net, Along beamed with delight, confidently proclaiming his knowledge of their market value. At the market, they sell for 3 yuan per pound. We could fetch a couple of 100 yuan. His spirits soared, buoyed by the thrill of the sea and the prospect of profit. In contrast, Gang Z, frustrated, gathered his net, which contained only a meager collection of scattered seaweed and kelp. Chapter 66. Shun Hailang takes action at that moment. A black-painted fishing boat passed by, manned by several fishermen led by the old man Zhang. He shouted at the top of his lungs, Young lads, this sea has been thoroughly scoured by us countless times. You and T catch a thing here. It's time to move on. However, with your rickety little boat, even if there were fish, you wouldn't T be able to catch them. Furious, Along lifted a large ribbon fish and exclaimed, "Old man, open your eyes and see. This is what you call no fish. Fish don't like you, so you won't catch any." Shun Hailang's voice resonated from the cabin. "Along, what are you doing? Ignore them and let them leave quickly. We still have to continue fishing." Shun Hailang's disdain for Old Zhang heightened to a level of sheer aversion. Seeing that the boat was piloted by Shun Hailang, Old Zhang ceased his harassment and directed his vessel towards the northeast. Gungzi felt a sense of injustice. He and Along were notorious rascals from Swallow Harbor, and now they were being bullied by fishermen after turning over a new leaf. Frustrated, Gungzi turned to Shun Hailang and declared, "Brother Lang, let us follow them and seize their hard-earned catch. If they are unjust, we shall be unyielding." That old man's words infuriated me. Shun Hailang shouted, "Do you think our red flag is as sluggish as that seagull boat from the pork family? If we could catch up, I would gladly pursue him." Xiao Xie urged them to quiet down, pointing toward the horizon. "Look out at sea. Those large boats are chasing after a school of fish, and they're heading our way." Indeed, waves rhythmically surged towards the red flag, driven by the fleeing school of fish. In the distance, the large vessels were encircling the fish, and the shimmering scales of the fish could be faintly seen. From the cabin, Shun Hailang observed the scene unfolding ahead and couldn't help but exclaim, "Behold, the time for the clam and the snipe to contend has arrived." The three men outside grabbed their nets and began to whirl in excitement. "Doesn't that mean we will reap the benefits?" Shun Hailang shouted from the cabin. "What are we waiting for? Quickly lower the nets." Before Along could react, Gungzi completed a spin, and the large boats surged forward, causing the red flag to sway violently. In his moment of preparation, Along was nearly swept overboard by the crashing waves. In shock, Along cursed the large boats for their lack of consideration and humanity. Just when a school of fish had finally appeared, these fast vessels had disrupted everything. The fishermen aboard the large ships, witnessing Along and his companions floundering, laughed heartily in delight. "Young lads, come back with a proper boat next time to fish." Before Along and the others could retaliate with words, the pursued school of fish swam once more towards the red flag. What was happening? Why were these fish seemingly targeting their flimsy little boat? If this continued, no one would catch anything. These fish had traversed the waters countless times, giving the impression they were intentionally heading for the red flag. Gungzi, infuriated, kicked the side of the boat, causing rust to rain down. "Damn it! How are they back again?" In the distance, flocks of seagulls commenced their dive-bombing attacks around the vessel, the red flag, akin to a squadron of bombers. The shallow waters were vibrant with activity every day of the year, 365 days without exception. Even the large ships that had ventured into the deep sea began to return to the shallow waters. Surrounding them were 7 or 8 fishing boats, all neatly following the seagulls. Wherever the seagulls went, they pursued. The sound of engines reverberated across the horizon. Shun Hailang, the captain, felt a pang of frustration as his own red flag emitted thick black smoke, watching helplessly as the larger vessels darted back and forth across the surface of the sea. A long sigh escaped Along as he leaned over the railing, craning his neck. "Our speed is utterly inadequate. Even the droppings of the seagulls can't reach our boat." Xiao Xie, seated at the bow, observed the other ships weaving through the waves. "I understand now. Theirs are luxury cars, while we are mere tractors." "Tractors, you say?" "I say we're more like bicycles," Guozi chimed in, joining the chorus of complaints. Witnessing his companion's discontent, Shun Hailang was reluctant to return empty-handed. At that moment, the engine fell silent, and he stepped onto the deck. "Which one of you brothers can take the helm for a while? I need a break." His request rendered the trio momentarily speechless. Along, stroking his bald head, expressed his confusion regarding the buttons. Guozi, a burly man, was only capable of physical labor. Even if he were to steer, Shun Hailang wouldn't trust him with that responsibility. Thus, they were left with the shy Xiao Xie as the only viable option. "Xiao Xie, you'll take over the red flag for a bit." Xiao Xie trembled in fear. "What? I can't even ride a motorcycle. How can you expect me to operate this ancient relic?" "I dare not." Shun Hailang firmly grasped Xiao Xia's shoulder and guided him towards the cabin. There's no choice. It's you. Come in, and I will teach you. It's quite simple. Just 4 directions: forward, backward, left, and right. The control stick moves back and forth, much like driving a tractor. Alung, still on the deck, was bewildered, whispering to Guazi, "Is Brother Lang so flustered by those large ships that he wants to take the reins himself?" Inside the cockpit, Xiao Xia, under Shun Hailang's tutelage, gripped the helm with his left hand while pushing the control stick with his right. "Brother Lang, what does this button do?" Pressing it 1T cause an explosion. "Will it?" "That's the horn," Shun Hailang replied, glancing at the button, its icon worn beyond recognition. "Oh, that is not your fault. It's just too old. There should have been a horn illustration." Shun Hailang encouraged Xiao Xia to press it for a trial, and a long honk resonated across the sea, startling a flock of seagulls. "See, it works. Just focus on learning and steering properly." Seeing the wonder on Xiao Xia's face, Shun Hailang smiled, relieved to have successfully engaged him. Meanwhile, the two on the deck covered their ears in agony. "Our ears are ringing." Xiao Xia must have inadvertently pressed some button. Shun Hailang relinquished the helm to Xiao Xia and returned to the deck, stifling a yawn. In his heart, he silently pleaded, "System brother, are you there? Grant me some motivation today. I do not wish to lead my brothers into the skies empty-handed." The transparent dialogue box vanished after conveying its message, leaving Shun Hailang with a face full of delight. Ahem, so that is how it is. He had always felt that the seagulls were circling around the red flag ship today, and those schools of fish seemed to be swimming back and forth as well. It turns out he possessed an innate charm. Shun Hailang chuckled, prompting a look of confusion from Gongzi. "Brother Lang, what are you laughing at?" Shun Hailang did not respond to Gongzi, but instead walked to the bow of the ship, the spot where Xiao Xia often lingered. Sitting at the ship's front, he gazed at the surface of the sea, suddenly experiencing a profound sense of intuition. He could perceive the marine creatures moving beneath the waves. Just before him, the water began to bubble with a glug-glug sound. Gongzi widened his eyes in surprise. "Brother Lang, is something happening ahead?" The corners of Shun Hailang's mouth curled into a smile. "What are we waiting for then?" "Along, Gongzi, let us drop the dragnet." Chapter 67, Dive Bomber, Seagull Edition. Xiao Xia, firmly grasping the control stick, continued to propel forward. On the left side, Along, oblivious to the peculiarities of the sea surface, shouted to Shun Hailang, "Shall we lower the dragnet now? There is no activity on my end." Suddenly, the water began to bubble ominously. "What on earth is happening?" Along exclaimed, taken aback. Before their eyes, the sea to the right of the boat erupted into a frenzy, with countless silver fish fins breaking the surface. Not merely a scattering of small fish and shrimp, but a dense swarm of fish, enough to make one's scalp tingle with apprehension. The rough-and-tumble Gongzi was so startled that his jaw nearly dropped to the deck. What kind of fish is this? Are they suicidal, or just waking up from hibernation for a spring outing? Upon hearing the various shouts from outside, Xiao Xia felt a surge of urgency, ultimately unable to contain himself. He hastily ran to the deck to witness the spectacle. Goodness gracious! Are these fish-seeking mates, or have they simply returned home after a long absence? Seeing Xiao Xia, Shun Hailang urged him to return to the helm. "Get back to steering the boat. A seasoned driver never leaves the wheel unattended, you know?" As he gazed towards the distant seagull, akin to a fighter jet, he initiated a new dive towards the red flag vessel. Unable to restrain himself, he exclaimed, "Goodness, Along, Gongzi, what are you waiting for? Can't you see the seagull is coming back?" Shun Hailang was the first to rush to the stern to deploy the dragnet, prepared to capture the swarm of fish in one fell swoop. Along and Gongzi, now reacting amidst their astonishment, realized that damned seagull is charging back. Its arrival signifies that the old fishermen are about to reach the battlefield. Along began assisting in lowering the net, while Gongzi, summoning all his strength, frantically cranked the winch. Along's hands trembled. He felt somewhat drained while casting the net. As the fishing net touched the water, it did not disappoint the trio. Silver flashes erupted, crackling like firecrackers. "Xiao Xia, did you hear that?" Shun Hailang called out. "Turn the boat in a circle so that our dragnet can capture any fish that slip through." Inside the cabin, Xiao Xie began to perform exceptionally, intently focusing on the direction of the sea as he steered. Suddenly, the red flag vessel halted, emitting a low, rumbling sound. Along and the others, inexperienced, were frightened. "Oh no, is the engine about to explode?" Shen Hailang kicked him. "I understand this feeling. The fish in the dragnet are too heavy, straining the engine. This means we've caught hundreds, if not thousands, of fish." Upon hearing this, Along exuberantly leaped onto the deck, performing a jubilant disco dance. The bald-headed Along danced with flamboyance. Half a minute later, those high-end red flag cars on the horizon, modern Ferraris, Mercedes, and BMWs, returned defeated, charging towards the shallow waters where Shen Hailang was. They were determined to exact some form of retribution on the small boat. As the luxury fishing vessels approached, the three on the deck exchanged knowing glances, celebrating their victorious battle. Among them, if Shen Hailang was the strongest in combat, Gongzi was undoubtedly the one with the greatest physical strength. At this moment, Gongzi was twisting the fishing net with one hand while singing whimsically. "Other people's fishing boats are empty, but our little boat is brimming." Even before all the nets were fully aboard, a few fish eagerly leapt onto the deck, splashing and flapping about. Concerned that the fish might jump back into the sea, Along swiftly grabbed a large bucket to collect the catch, struggling to hold the largest fish with both hands. He lifted the big fish high, deliberately showcasing it to the seasoned fishermen, reveling in their shared triumph. The boats of Zhu Rou and Zhang Laobua came to a halt, their engines silenced. The two families, barefoot and standing on the elevated deck, watched as Shen Hailang and his companions diligently pulled in the fishing nets. The Zhu family was unperturbed, as Shen Hailang's influence had recently surpassed that of the village chief, with rumors swirling that the next chief might very well be from his family. "How long? You truly have a knack for this. This net is worth 700 or 800 yuan. Zhu Rou praised Shen Hailang enthusiastically. Shen Hailang flashed a bright smile. "Luck is merely luck. You all should get to work as well, for today as fair weather is an opportunity for everyone to earn more." However, Zhang Laobua, aboard the black boat, felt a twinge of envy as he watched Shen Hailang prosper. "Last time that little chubby one tricked me into coming out, and I caught nothing. Today, how long? You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Do tell Uncle Zhang where I might find a fish today." Shen Hailang found the old man's antics exasperating but maintained his composure. "Uncle Zhang, you have fished your entire life. Your experience far surpasses mine. I would be grateful for your guidance when I have a chance." Zhang Laobua huffed. "Humph, you young ones are so insincere. How is it that all of you are the same?" In annoyance, he steered his black boat away from the area. The seagull boat from the Zhu family called out, "Good luck," before departing as well. Once these bothersome figures were gone, the three on the deck began to sort their catch. "How long? All these fish look alike. Are they valuable?" Shen Hailang examined the beige fish adorned with a red stripe, weighing one in his hand thoughtfully. "Not bad. This is a golden line fish, quite common. I'm not sure about the price per pound, but based on market rates, it should be at least 3 to 4 yuan. Alung, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "We've struck gold. There must be around 400 pounds here. That's over 1,000 yuan in earnings." Gongzi treated the golden line fish with the tenderness one would reserve for a beloved, gently placing each one into the large bucket. This display of affection from Gongzi elicited hearty laughter from Shen Hailang, with Alung remarking on Gongzi's peculiar ways. Despite his boisterous demeanor, he became meticulous whenever money was involved. Among those aboard the red flag, only Shen Hailang understood that these golden line fish were merely the beginning of a bountiful haul yet to come. Glancing at the transparent dialogue box, he noted, luck remaining, 41 points. With a smile, he informed his busy companions, "Brothers, when luck comes, it cannot be thwarted." The distant seagulls circled around us, swooping down with fervor. Let us exert ourselves. The more arduous our efforts today, the more reward we shall reap. Why do we venture out to sea? For wealth, to secure a bride. Along and Gang Zi grasped the golden thread fish, their spirits soaring with determination. Before they could finish their conversation, the sunlight above them was once again obscured. Hundreds of seagulls plunged down towards the surface of the sea. The closest seagull brushed its wings against Shen Hailang's hair, startling the trio into crouching down and covering their heads, fearful of the seagull's sharp talons. "Oh dear, that frightened me," exclaimed Along, squatting on the deck and gazing at the ominous sky. "Brother Lang, are there still schools of fish?" Shun Hailang squinted at the seagulls 100 meters away. Chapter 68. The cur-dog of Swallow Harbor seagulls incessantly plunged into the sea near the large vessel of the pork piao family, each dive yielding a bounty of fish upon their claws. Young Xie, aboard the cabin, spotted the distant seagull ship and was seized by fear, exclaiming, "Lang Ge, stop the boat. The large ship ahead is blocking our way." The Hongqi vessel, helmed by Shun Hailing, was perilously close to colliding with the pork piao's seagull ship, merely 3 meters apart. He hastened to the control room and forcefully removed the key, causing the engine of the Hongqi to sputter and die, ceasing its plume of black smoke. Along and Gongzi rushed into the cabin in unison, querying, "Why has the engine stalled? Surely our little boat isn't giving up?" Shun Hailing reassured them, No. If we don't stop now, we will crash into the seagull ship." Along, with a spark of ingenuity, posed a question. "Why can others seize our fish? Why can't we turn the tables and take theirs?" He pointed at the pork piao's large boat, which was currently engaged in netting fish. Shun Hailing, observing the trio's enthusiastic expressions, proposed, "Brothers, shall we go over and take our share?" They nodded vigorously in agreement. "All right then, Xiao Xie, switch places with me. Allow me to steer the boat closer, and once we are near, unleash your talents." The seas held no claims of priority. Whoever caught the fish claimed them as their own. "Ah, Gongzi, I thrive on thrilling tasks. Lang Ge, please start the engine." Shun Hailing took the helm, and with a turn of the key, the Hongqi emitted a mournful roar once more. The trio, brimming with excitement, abandoned any need for commands, bouncing about with their large nets poised for action, while Xiao Xie ready to scoop net for swift action. The Port Piao family would not dare provoke Shun Hailing. Yet the petty-minded Elder Zhang would not hold back. "You rusted piece of junk ahead. If you know what's good for you, scram," blared the loudspeaker of Elder Zhang's black vessel. Shun Hailing chuckled. "Oh, Elder Bai, do you truly believe my repeated civility is a sign of respect for age and youth?" He too seized the loudspeaker to retaliate. "Hey, Zhang Elder Bai, the sea belongs to all. The Port Piao family has yet to utter a word. So why do you make such a fuss? Furthermore, how many times have you two families disrupted my fishing? Have I ever complained?" With that, Shun Hailing ended the loudspeaker exchange and concentrated on steering the boat closer to the fish. The three vessels were now merely 10 meters apart when an inexplicable phenomenon unfolded. Enormous schools of fish suddenly surged towards Shun Hailing's small boat. The Port Piao family and Elder Zhang wasted no time, steering their large vessel towards the fray. Shun Hailing took the offensive, raising the loudspeaker once more. "Zhang Elder Bai, could you kindly keep your distance? Wasn't it you who claimed we had crossed boundaries? So why are you encroaching upon my waters?" Elder Zhang, for his black vessel, retaliated through the loudspeaker. "What a disgrace. I once thought a talented individual arose from the Tianyang family. Yet instead of teaching, he returns to the countryside to vie for scraps with others. The treasures of the sea are universally acknowledged as belonging to all. You, young man, would do well to speak less. Otherwise I, Old Zhang, may take offense, and a single boat could easily overturn a small, fragile vessel." The schools of fish approached within 3 meters of the red flag vessel and hesitated to swim further. The fish seemed to possess their own agency, sensing that even if they escaped the grasp of the waves today, they would inevitably fall prey to those old-timers. Thus, they resigned themselves to the whims of the ocean's children. Along had already begun to spin in place, followed closely by Gangzi. The two simultaneously cast their nets, which unfurled into a perfect arc, precisely aimed at the gathering fish. The onlookers watched in eager anticipation, hoping the fish would swim into the net. At that moment, a sudden crack pierced the air as Old Zhang fired his spear gun, striking a Long's net with a sharp thud. The net remained intact. Yet dozens of fish were pierced through by the spear gun, their blood staining the net as they struggled helplessly. Along's fury ignited, his eyes turned crimson, and veins bulged on his forehead. Gangzi and Xiao Xie exchanged glances, silently acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Along's wrath was beyond their control. "Damn it, I'll confront them." Gang Zi declared, hastily shedding his trousers. Xiaoxia looked on in horror. What are you doing? I'm going to fight them. This group of old-timers is too much. With that, he plunged into the sea, sending a spray of water soaring 2 meters high. Gang Zi swam toward the fish, which swirled around him, darting in and out of his reach. Come on, if you have the guts, aim that spear gun at me. Or better yet, catch me in your net, he shouted defiantly. Hell, you can't intimidate me. On the Pork Poo family's vessel, chaos erupted, while old Zhang, with his spear gun raised, seethed with anger. You little rascal, hurry up and get out of here, or you'll scare the fish away. Yet, some fish had already dispersed, causing panic among the crew. Gang Zi's reckless actions could lead to disaster. Shun Hai laying in the cabin picked up the loudspeaker. Gang Zi, you fool. Get back on the boat. But Gang Zi, filled with determination, paid no heed to anyone's warnings. Today, he was resolved to confront the adversaries. From the depths of the black pitch vessel emerged a burly man with a fierce countenance and a beard like steel needles, clearly someone not to be trifled with. This man was a formidable figure, diving into the sea without a moment's hesitation, heading straight for Gang Zi. Discussions erupted among the crew of the Pork Poo vessel. Damn. It's Zhang's second son. He has fought sharks barehanded and lived to tell the tale. I know this man. He is a legend from Swallow Harbor. Gang Zi, with a shameless smirk, eyed Zhang up and down, taunting. What is the matter? Do you want to have a go with your grandpa, gang? Zhang was not one for many words. He preferred action over idle chatter. Without warning, he delivered a powerful kick to Gang Zi, the water absorbing much of its force. Despite this, Zhang's strength was formidable, and the strike landed squarely on Gang Zi's chest, leaving him breathless. Gasping for air, he choked on seawater, coughing violently. Clearly, he had suffered a significant setback in the first round of this encounter. So, you dare to kick your grandpa, gang? Gang Zi roared in frustration, and in a moment of desperation, he plunged into the depths of the sea. With both hands tightly grasping the thigh of the second son of the Zhang family, he desperately pulled downwards, determined to drag him into a shared demise. The second son felt a surge of exasperation as he struggled wildly in the water. Ultimately, realizing that this self-proclaimed elder brother gang with a square face was inextricably clinging to him, he resorted to using his elbows to repeatedly jab at Gang Zi's back. You foolish creature, let go of me. Are you risking your life over a few worthless fish? Gang Zi winced in pain from the repeated blows to his back, gritting his teeth yet refusing to release his grip, laughing heartily at the second son of the Zhang family. Heh, you've met your match today. Do you even know who I am? I am the elder brother gang that the scoundrels of Yinzi Port speak of. Chapter 69, Dumplings in the Sea. Entangled just as the tumultuous events unfolded, Zhang Zi opened his mouth wide, gasping for air, before slipping behind Zhang's second son and wrapping his arms around him. In the next moment, he relinquished his struggle, dragging Zhang's second son down into the depths of the ocean. Having frolicked in the waters for over a decade, Zhang's second son was indeed an adept swimmer. However, even the most skilled among us can find themselves daunted by a relentless adversary like Zhang Zi, who seemed utterly indifferent to the perils at hand. Amidst the struggle, Zhang's second son began to choke, tears and mucus staining his weathered face. His visage flushed crimson as he attempted to break free from Zhang Zi's grasp, straining with all his might. In his desperate thrashing, he could even hear the sound of Zhang Zi sputtering, indicating that his opponent was equally distressed. Damn it, you're formidable. I can see, let go of me. At that moment, panic seized Zhang's second son, for in his 40 years of life, he had never encountered such a formidable foe. On board the Red Flag, Along witnessed his brother's plight. Having shared countless experiences with Zhang Zi over the past year, their bond was undeniable. With fervor, Along tore off his shirt, revealing a dragon-whiskered carp tattoo on his back, and leapt into the water with a splash. Zhang Zi, hold on tight. Brother Long is coming. With the agility of a turtle, Along propelled himself through the water with remarkable speed. Let's not forget, there was still little Xie among their trio. Damn it. United we stand strong. While my swimming skills may not match yours, I am more than willing to battle relentlessly for my brothers. Along glanced back at little Xie, casting him a knowing smile. Good brother, you're truly commendable. Upon seeing the bald-headed Long from the rickety little boat, Zhang's second son felt a surge of dread. He realized he had acted too recklessly. What manner of ruffians were these? Surely the one shouting obscenities from a boat was no ordinary person. As Zhang's second son was lost in thought, Long had already circled behind him, raising his fist without a moment's hesitation and delivering a resounding blow to his head. The impact echoed, leaving Zhang's second son momentarily dazed, his mind a blank slate. Seeing Long come to his aid, Zhang Zi laughed heartily. Ha! Let us finish this scoundrel together. One held on to Zhang's second son, while the other unleashed a flurry of kicks. In an instant, Zhang's second son found himself utterly overwhelmed. You two have no sense of honor. Zhang's second son, refused to yield. Let us settle this one-on-one. His frustration boiled over. But the reality was that four hands could easily overpower two, especially in the depths of the ocean. Long, still unsatisfied from the brawl, saw Zhang's second son rendered incapable of resistance. As Zhang Zi released his grip, Zhang's second son drifted aimlessly in the water, devoid of strength. Meanwhile, little Xia on the boat applauded. Long, you're incredible. On the black pitch vessel, old Zhang, seeing his most favored son defeated, felt a sting of embarrassment. Typically, he strode confidently through Swallow Harbor, buoyed by the fierce reputation of his second son. Grasping a loudspeaker, he amplified his voice to the maximum. You little rascals. Ganging up on a few, huh? Zhang family's children, come down here. As the orders from Elder Zhang echoed, two middle-aged men leapt into the water with a splash. One of them, with shoulders as robust as a woman's thigh and a belly protruding like a black bear, plunged in first. The young men, Gongzi and Ulong, displayed remarkable audacity. Rather than retreating, they burst into hearty laughter at the sight of their impending opponents. Gongzi, Ulong exclaimed, you had your fun earlier. Now, let me have a go at them. Wiping the seawater from his face, Ulong proposed a challenge. Let us see who can knock down the most burly fellows. The loser buys drinks tonight. With renewed fervor, the two young men charged forward as if invigorated by an unseen force. The Zhang family members exchanged knowing glances. Indeed, today's youth fearlessly confront challenges, and it was time for the brothers to teach them a lesson. The scene erupted into chaos as fists, thighs, and arms flailed amidst splashes of water, punctuated by shouts of playful banter. Why are you kicking me there? Nonsense. I clearly aimed for your thigh. Watch my pants. Although the atmosphere was frenzied, experience prevailed. The two youngsters were no match for their middle-aged counterparts. Despite their youth, Gongzi and Ulong found themselves outmatched by the seasoned strength of the Zhang family men, who remained relatively unperturbed. Breathless and panting, the two young men struggled, while their opponents merely exhibited slight breathlessness, radiating confidence. Noticing his friends were outmatched, Xiao Xie brandished a steel fork from the boat, its metallic gleam catching the sunlight. Aware of the reckless nature of the young man, the burly opponents ceased their assault. Little rascal, what do you think you're doing? I advise you to drop that fork. If you stab someone, you might find yourself behind bars for the rest of your life. Xiao Xie chuckled, lifting the fork in a javelin-like stance. Just watch me. If either of you moves, I will jab the one who stirs. The second son of the Zhang family, having regained his composure, was about to retort when he spotted the gleaming fork aimed at him. Calm down, young man, that fork can hurt quite a bit. Hurt? You'll learn what pain is. Now you're calling me young man? Just a moment ago, you were quite bold in the water. Seizing the opportunity, Gongzi and Ulong broke free from the grasp of the middle-aged man. Xiao Xie kicked a rope on the boat's deck, bent down to retrieve it, and tossed it to Ulong. With a mischievous grin, Ulong caught the rope, playfully toying with it while casting a teasing glance at the stout middle-aged man. Just a minute prior, he had endured 2 punches from this very brute, and the memory still stung. Hey there, I'm coming for you. Best not move. The older man, now slightly unnerved, warned, don't get too cocky, kid. Don't think a mere fork can make Zhang San yield. Ulong gestured to Xiao Xie. Sensing that Zhang San was not as compliant as he appeared, he aimed the fork at him. You insolent brat. Zhang San reluctantly extended his hands, allowing Ulong to bind him while his feet continued to paddle in the water. It was evident that a man accustomed to the sea would possess decent swimming skills. Along first secured Zhang San, then pulled a rope taut, glancing at the second son of the Zhang family. What do you have to say? Second son of the Zhang family? Zhang's second son, utterly exhausted from the turmoil, extended his hands in resignation, allowing Along to bind him. As for the last remaining member of the Zhang family, his choice was equally absurd. He opted to surrender willingly. "Do not lay a hand on me. I shall do it myself," he proclaimed, securing a tight knot around himself with the rope. Thus, Along and Gongzi ascended the small vessel named the Red Flag. While the others were bound like slaves, their hands restrained. Together, they dragged the three heroes of the Zhang family aboard the Red Flag. The most unfortunate among them was Zhang's second son, who, bruised and beaten, resembled a drenched dog as he crouched on the deck, flanked by his equally disheveled companions. Meanwhile, Old Man Zhang, commanding the black-hulled boat, was infuriated. His own Zhang family heroes had been captured, leaving him, a mere solitary commander, powerless. He steered the black vessel towards them, causing Shunhai to feel a surge of alarm. Surely, Old Bai Wunti contemplate a mutual destruction? Yet, upon reflection, he deemed it unlikely. For Old Man Zhang still had three sons aboard the Red Flag. He wagered that Old Man Zhang would not dare to ram the ship. Chapter 70. To redeem your sons. Bring fish. Shun Hailang was indeed correct in his gamble. The black ship halted merely 3 meters away. Old Zhang clutched the megaphone tightly. "What on earth do you intend to do, Shun family brat? I have aged, traversed Yinzi port for decades. And now you expect me to kneel and plead for my son's release?" Emerging from the cabin with the megaphone in hand, Shun Hailang gazed at the imposing vessel. "Ah, Old Zhang, how foolish your words are. When you were capable of overpowering me, you call me a little brat, but now that you've lost, you resort to moral coercion. Let's not forget that it was you who struck our fishing nets with a harpoon, was it not? You even berated us as worthless scrap, attempting to capsize our boat, correct? Now that the tables have turned, you realize the fervor of youth can be quite overwhelming. How does it feel to hit a wall today?" Old Zhang, infuriated, clutched his chest and gasped, "You will be the death of me. Release my sons at once, and we shall consider the matter resolved." Shun Hailang waved dismissively at Old Zhang through the megaphone. "Do you think I would simply let them go at your behest? Not a chance, I assure you." He relished the prospect of causing this old man some distress, while simultaneously sending a clear message to the seafarers of Yinzi port. It would be unwise to provoke Shun Hailang. "Gongzi, bind the Zhang brothers securely and toss them into the sea to serve as bait." Gongzi, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together. It had been a long time since he had indulged in mischief, and he had never bound anyone before. "Understood, Brother Lang. I guarantee they will be tied up with only their heads above water." The Zhang brothers nearly sobbed, calling out to their father. "Father, think of a way to save us. I do not wish to be used as bait. The Zhu family ship is right beside us, watching. We will have no face left in Yinzi port after this." Gongzi reveled in the thought of throwing them overboard as bait, finding it more exhilarating than sipping ice-cold beer on a sweltering summer day. He watched the Zhang brothers on the deck, and before Shun Hailang could utter a word, he lifted his foot and kicked Zhang air fiercely. Splash, splash, splash. With 3 dull thuds, the Zhang brothers were sent plummeting into the sea like dumplings in a boiling water. Gongzi leaned over the railing, laughing heartily. In the water, the Zhang brothers thrashed wildly, with Zhang air desperately calling for help. "Father, save me. These people are lunatics." Old Zhang, who had previously appeared as unshakable as an old dog, now found himself in a state of disarray. His hand trembled as he held the megaphone. The earlier bravado had dissipated with the binding of his 3 sons, and his voice lacked its former vigor. "Hailang, it is all my fault, please. Allow them to be lifted back aboard, and we can discuss matters amicably. Is that agreeable?" Shun Hailang remained silent, gazing at the water, though his mind was occupied with Gongzi's recklessness. This young man was heavy-handed and thoughtless. If left unchecked, he would inevitably cause a significant calamity. Stealing a glance at Gongzi, he observed the boy reveling in the chaos, scoffing at the 3 men flailing in the water. As Shun Hailang contemplated in his heart, the 1980s lacked electroencephalograms. Had they existed, he would have insisted on taking Gongzi to observe one, curious about the incessant thoughts occupying his mind. However, he refrained from voicing this desire, for he had yet to decipher Gongzi's temperament and background. Instead, he resolved to seek an opportunity to inquire further from Along. Gongzi, bring him up. Gongzi, initially enjoying himself, became disgruntled at the command. Huh, Brother Lang, they weren't exactly polite with us earlier. Let them serve as bait for a while. Shun Hailing fell silent, his expression devoid of emotion as he fixed his gaze upon Gongzi. Observing the tense atmosphere, Along swiftly delivered a kick to Gongzi's rear. What are you dawdling for? Did you not hear Brother Lang? Or is your hearing impaired? Reluctantly, Gongzi uttered an "oh" and followed Along, tugging at the rope. The Zhang brothers momentarily breathed a sigh of relief at not having to serve as bait. As Gongzi pulled, he muttered, "Damn it, what did you all eat to be so heavy?" Along's expression darkened. "Gongzi, be mindful. Don't cause trouble for Brother Lang." The Zhang brothers were dragged onto the deck, lying motionless on the ground. Under Gongzi's scrutinizing gaze, the second Zhang brother felt a chill run down his spine. It was evident to all that Gongzi was not quite right. Shun Hailing seized a loudspeaker and called out to the black ship, "Old Zhang, your son has been brought aboard. Shall we discuss compensation?" Old Zhang, standing on the opposite vessel, felt a pang of anxiety and heartache, realizing that with his son in another's grasp, even he, the fishing tycoon, could only grit his teeth and accept his fate. "That sea wave, I can offer 200 pounds of fish as compensation. How does that sound? We'll consider this matter settled, and no one is to speak of it again." Shun Hailing found Old Zhang's terms unsatisfactory and exchanged a knowing glance with Along. Understanding immediately, Along nodded and lifted his foot, delivering a light kick to the second Zhang brother's rear. "Ah, you little rascal kicked me?" The second Zhang brother's face flushed with indignation. In truth, the kick was not severe. It was merely embarrassing for someone of his age to be playfully kicked by a young one. The last time he had experienced such treatment was 3 decades ago. Old Zhang watched in agony from the black ship, for his second son was his favorite. "Sea Wave, tell your companion to cease his roughhousing. I'll give you 250 pounds. Will that suffice?" Unfazed, Shun Hailing shook his head, remaining silent. Old Zhang could not bear to linger any longer. While the Port family sat nearby, munching on sunflower seeds, observing the commotion. Should this news return to the village, the reputation of his family as fishing tycoons would become a laughingstock. "How much do you truly want? You cannot expect me to compensate you with a vessel that has fed 3 generations." Seeing that negotiations were nearing conclusion, Shun Hailing finally raised the loudspeaker again. "Old Zhang, let us settle it this way. Your 3 precious sons must surely be worth more than 250 pounds. If we were to share that number among 3 sons, it would be utterly foolish to let it spread." Shun Hailing inquired of Xiao Xie, "My dear Xiao Xie, if one were to exchange a bride price for fish, what should the amount be?" Xiao Xie, poised with a steel fork aimed at the Zhang brothers, instantly became intrigued by Shun Hailing's question. "Brother Lang, I recall that last month the daughter of Old Ju from the village commanded a price of 1,000 jin of large yellow croakers. The irony is, Old Ju's daughter is far from charming." Upon hearing Xiao Xie's words, Old Zhang's face turned the color of a liver. Fully aware that he was about to incur significant expenses today, "Hailing, you're pushing me towards a rebellion. Old man Zhang, youngsters ought to comprehend the importance of moderation in all matters." Shun Hailing snorted disdainfully. "Is there truly a sense of moderation? Do you not remember how you bullied Xiao Fei on the tidal flats? And during my fish-selling venture, you had no noble intentions to disrupt, did you? Today, you have already seized our shoals of fish several times. Do I need to elaborate further?" Chapter 71. Which is more important, a son or fish? Shun Hailing, brandishing a loudspeaker, glared angrily at Old Zhang. "If it weren't for you stabbing our golden thread fish with your spear, would your son have been driven to leap into the sea?" He continued, "At your age, shouldn't you comprehend the concept of moderation?" Old Zhang's eldest son, aware of their wrongdoing, felt the weight of Shun Hailing's demands, which were exorbitant. He craned his neck towards the black-hulled vessel and shouted, "Father, don't give him a single pound of fish. This fellow is asking for too much. Besides, we live in a society governed by law. I truly doubt he can do anything to me." Crash! A swift punch from Along landed squarely on the eldest son of the Zhang family, leaving him dazed and seeing stars. Along shook his arm and remarked, "You speak too much, my friend. It's time for you to be quiet for a while." Shun Hailang surveyed the three Zhang brothers standing on the deck, raising the loudspeaker once more. "Old Zhang, I noticed you've been running back and forth with the seagulls today. You must have had quite a haul. How about this? I'm not greedy." He extended 3 fingers. "One sun for 200 pounds of fish. First the fish, then the sun. What do you say? Don't go overboard." Old Zhang exclaimed, clutching his chest, nearly fainting. "So my sons and I would toil for nothing today? Old Bai, are you still thinking about making a profit?" Gongzi bellowed. "Which is more important, your son or the fish? Do you believe I won't toss all 3 of your sons into the sea to swim?" Old Zhang was disinterested in responding to Gongzi's provocations, having witnessed the reckless scene unfold earlier. These young men, with their square faces, seemed utterly irrational. 150 pounds each. 200 pounds, not an ounce less. Shun Hailang immediately countered. 180. 250. Along began to raise the stakes, only to be silenced by a glare from Shun Hailang. "Oh, I misspoke. It's still 200. The negotiation devolved into a marketplace bargaining session, with every time Old Zhang attempted to lower the price, Along would inadvertently step on the toes of the Zhang brothers. The brothers on deck were in agony until Old Zhang's second son shouted, "Fine, 200 it is. We catch fish every day. Today we shall treat this as work for these young men." Seeing his second son take a stand, Old Zhang collapsed onto the deck. 200 it is. This truly is a calamity. Shun Hailang chuckled. "Old Zhang, if you had foreseen this day, you wouldn't have agreed so easily. Your 3 sons Wu and Ti have been stepped on so much." He patted Gongzi and Xiao Xie meaningfully on the back. "Gongzi, Xiao Xie, go help Old Zhang with the cargo. Make sure you bring back at least 600 pounds. The expressions exchanged between Gongzi, Xiao Xie, and Along were filled with mischief and laughter. Old Zhang lowered the deck, allowing the black-hulled vessel and the red flag vessel to dock. Gongzi was the first to leap onto the deck, and soon chaos ensued on Old Zhang's boat. Gongzi rummaged through the valuable seafood aboard the black-hulled vessel. "Ah, this bucket of ribbon fish is even larger than ours," Xiao Xie exclaimed as he prepared to haul it down. "Ah, from where did the old man procure ice cubes and large shrimp?" "Old man, I have commandeered your fishing net. Do you have any objections?" Uncle Zhang sat on a stool, adopting an attitude of indifference to the outside world, allowing Gongzi to mutter to himself without acknowledging him. Besides Uncle Zhang, there was another apprentice crew member on the boat, possibly a distant relative of the Zhang family. The young man attempted to intervene, but Gongzi shot him a glare, ready to shed his trousers. "Your elder remains silent, and you, a mere child, wish to obstruct me? Do you believe I won't leave a mark on your vessel?" Uncle Zhang beckoned to the young man. "Shunzi, come here and make him move." Shun Hailang observed the antics of Xiao Xie and Gongzi aboard their vessel, resembling a pair of brigands, both feeling a sense of embarrassment, until Xiao Xie moved a case of Erguo II, declaring it their compensation for emotional distress. As they finished moving most of the items, Gongzi was sure to take more than he left. Shun Hailang nudged the Zhang brothers. "Brother Zhang, I shan't waste words. You may return home. If you're dissatisfied, we can settle this at sea next time. And let me remind you, do not harbor thoughts of revenge, or I shall ensure you are permanently driven from Swallow Harbor." Elder Zhang remained silent, leading his 2 younger brothers across the gangplank, closely followed by the watchful Xiao Xie, brandishing a steel fork. Once the Zhang brothers returned to their larger boat, they launched a verbal assault against Shun Hailang. "You wait, lad from Shun Hailang Bay. The Zhang family will not rest until we settle this." "Leave." Shun Hailang found himself inexplicably irked by their threats and kicked the gangplank into the sea. His action effectively thwarted the Zhang family's immediate desire for revenge. The 4-on-4 confrontation transformed into a standoff across the water, with Zhang's second son, known for his fiery temper, standing on the deck of the black vessel, pointing at Shun Hailang. "You little brat, just wait. I will end you one day." On the red flag, there was no chance for Shun Hailang to speak first, as Along and his companions drowned out the Zhang family with their verbal barrage. In terms of physical confrontation, the Zhang family may not be their match, but in the realm of verbal sparring, The youth could hardly lose to the elder. Shun Hailang seized the loudspeaker, shouting, "Should you wish for revenge, you're always welcome, but prepare your fish in advance." Along, with a mischievous grin, snatched the loudspeaker. "Brother Lang, why must we prepare fish? Are we to continue capturing people and ransom them back with fish?" Uncle Zhang was furiously aggrieved. Today he had lost both his wife and soldiers, incurring a significant loss. He made his way to the helm, starting the black vessel and departing from the shallow waters. The fishing fleet present was not limited to the Shun and Zhang families. The seagull from the Pork Piao family also lay anchored nearby, observing the commotion. The Pork Piao family were indeed astute individuals. One does not thrive in business in the town without wit. Standing at the bow, Pork Piao, with a smile, waved at Shun Hailang. "Ah, Hailang, you truly are a force to be reckoned with. Tianyang is fortunate to have you as a son." Shun Hailang chuckled as he looked at Pork Uncle, saying, "Uncle Pooh, are you jesting with me? We were just bullied by old Zhang to the point of humiliation." "Modesty. You are far too modest," Pork Uncle replied, rubbing his hands together, his eyes narrowing with mirth. Once the ominous black vehicle had driven away, he exclaimed loudly, "That old rascal Zhang Jifa truly deserves it." The fishermen of Yinzi Port have all, to some extent, borne the brunt of the Zhang family's tyranny. He then muttered, "That old fox, when we were oppressed, he failed to show his true colors. Yet now that we have emerged victorious, he is quick to change his tune." Pork Uncle had also heard his father speak of Zhu Daling. Initially, he was indifferent to who became the village chief. But now that both the Zhang family and Zhu Daling were facing setbacks at the hands of Shun Hailang, Pork Uncle promptly resolved to support the Shun family. "Let me tell you, this time the village is re-electing the chief, and my father is celebrating his birthday. Not to mention, the dozens of living members in our family tree will undoubtedly cast their votes in favor of your family." Chapter 72. A full-hold Shun Hailang greeted Pork Park with enthusiasm. "I must thank Uncle Park. Should our family become the village chief, we shall exclusively purchase pork from your family throughout the year." Upon hearing this, Pork Park beamed, his smile stretching from ear to ear. "Very well, it is settled then. Whenever your family comes to sell meat, I assure you the finest cuts of pork will be reserved for you." After exchanging pleasantries, Pork Park discreetly glanced toward the sea. "You carry on, Hailang. I shall take a look elsewhere." With that, the seagull swiftly departed from the shallow waters. Long and his companions were somewhat oblivious to the nuances of social interactions. "Brother Lang, why is it that this pork vendor seems to wear a different expression upon seeing you? It's as if he performed a magic trick." Meanwhile, aboard the Black Paint, the father and sons of the Zhang family were embroiled in frustration. The second son, known for his fiery temper, could hardly contain himself. "Father, shall we let this go? I cannot swallow this insult. That scoundrel has trampled all over our family's dignity." Old man Zhang's countenance darkened as he continuously puffed on his pipe. "Recognizing humiliation is commendable, but we, the fishing lords, shall not allow our status to be usurped. You three strong men cannot even best a handful of brash youngsters, and yet you dare to lose your temper?" Old man Zhang pointedly chastised each of his sons. "Eldest, you are nothing but a wild boar, driven solely by impulse. Second, did you not boast that a single punch could fell a cow? Why did you not eliminate that lunatic today?" Referring to Lu Jinggang. "And you third, I am ashamed to speak of you, hiding behind your two brothers like a coward. Where's the Zhang family's spirit?" The youngest son felt a deep sense of injustice. "Father, isn't this a bit unfair? Everyone claims I am a frail scholar. With my elder brothers bested, I had no choice but to seek peace." Silence. Old man Zhang's beard quivered with rage, his mouth opening and closing in agitation. "Today, I shall impart another lesson to you, my sons. A gentleman's revenge is not bound by time. Let them bask in their triumph for a few more days. As long as we live, opportunities will arise." A sinister glint flickered in old man Zhang's eyes as he gazed at the red flag's decrepit vessel in the shallow waters, contemplating a plan to have Shun Hailang meet his demise under the cover of darkness. The Zhang brothers recognized that look in their father's eye. They knew he was eager for revenge. Those who make their living at sea cannot always evade misfortune, old man Zhang mused, coming to a decision. Let us return home for a couple of days to regroup. Meanwhile, the four aboard the Red Flag stood by the cargo hold, marveling at the 1,000 pounds of fish, including 50 pounds of ribbon fish and over 400 pounds of golden-threaded fish, along with the spoils of over 600 pounds taken from the Zhang family. Gongzi grabbed a bottle of Erguo from the spoils and took a hearty swig. Delicious and potent. This voyage has proven profitable, and we've even had a chance to confront our foes. Ha ha! Perhaps this was the most significant haul the Red Flag had seen in recent years. As Shun Hailang felt the vessel sink under the weight, he suspected that with an additional 200 pounds, the ship might very well splinter apart. Cautious as ever, Xiao Xia noticed water seeping in at the waterline. He expressed his concerns, saying, "Brothers, let us cease our laughter. The boat can barely hold on." Shun Hailang instructed the three to empty the water from the bucket. At that moment, regardless of whether the fish would perish from thirst, the lives of the four were paramount. The Red Flag vessel, emitting a plume of black smoke, began its return journey. Observing that they still possessed 41 points of luck, Shun Hailang did not feel regretful. After all, luck would not dissipate, and the priority was to return to the docks swiftly to sell their haul for money. This nearly disintegrating little boat now resembled a turtle gliding across the ocean's surface, its hull deeply submerged, while the propeller at the stern churned the water. Standing at the bow with hands on his hips, Gongzi exclaimed, "Along! We shall return richer this time." Along, still pouring out water, lowered his voice. "Gongzi, what was going on with you earlier? Has your mind been damaged? When Langu told you to stop, why did you not listen?" "I felt as if you were intent on killing him." Lost in thought, Gongzi replied, "I'm not quite sure what I was thinking then. That brute kicked me in the water, and I thought I would confront him. However, I couldn't overpower him, and in a moment of heated impulse, I considered dragging him underwater to drown him." Xiao Xia, listening anxiously to their conversation, cautioned, "Gongzi, you must remain calm. If this continues, Lang Ge will eventually refuse to take you to sea. Carrying a life on your conscience, you might end up facing dire consequences yourself." In the cabin, Shun Hailang felt his heart finally ease once the Red Flag reached the shore. As the boat docked, a group of elderly men waving palm leaf fans approached, eager to join in the excitement. These elderly gentlemen resembled the grandmas of the 20th century who adored dancing in public squares. Leading them was Grandpa Zhao, now over 70 years old, who stood up to peer at the Red Flag. "Ah, Hailang, the weather is splendid today. How did you return the blink of an eye?" Shun Hailang jumped off the boat and took the scoop from the bucket to wash off the fish scales from his body. "It's Grandpa Zhao. The cargo hold is full. If we catch any more, we'll sink along with the boat." The old men exchanged glances, their faces reflecting disbelief at his boastfulness. Grandpa Wang smacked his lips, saying, "Hailang, do you truly believe Zhao Grandpa has lived for 70 years in vain? He has never seen anyone fill a boat's hold in just 3 hours. Even if it's a little boat, it's impossible to catch 1,000 pounds of fish in that time unless the goddess Mazu herself blessed you." The elderly gentlemen, leaning on their canes, insisted on boarding the vessel to see for themselves. Concerned for their safety, Shun Hailang called out, "Elders, please do not wander about. Wait here while I fetch something." He quickly ran to the ship's hold and retrieved 3 golden thread fish, each weighing around 2 pounds, their scales shimmering in the sunlight. "Today has been fortuitous, esteemed elders. We encountered a school of fish. Do not disdain these 3 golden thread fish. Take them home for your children to make a soup for lunch." The old men rejoiced, their hearts elated at such good fortune. After all, they spent their days idly at the dock, merely hoping to boast and perhaps bring home some seafood for a meal. Old Zhao dropped his banana fan onto the ground, trembling as he extended his hands to receive the golden-threaded fish from Shun Hailang. He muttered, "This is the golden-threaded fish, a rare find indeed," fetching several dollars per pound in the market. Old Li was even more animated, his legs still agile. He kicked aside a small stool. Cradling the fish as one would a beloved grandchild, the wrinkles on his face deepened into a joyful smile. "Ah, Hailang, you've done well, showing your thoughtfulness and respect for the elders." The 3 old men hurriedly clutched the golden-threaded fish and dashed home, chuckling, "Let us hurry before lunch. We'll have the old lady braise the fish." In the blink of an eye, the trio was racing with the fish, each one faster than the last, leaving only a few wooden stools and the banana fan behind at the dock. Chapter 73. Wang Xiaoli arrives. The dock was strewn with benches and fans, creating a chaotic scene. Shun Hailing called out to the elderly figures retreating into the distance. "Old gentlemen, don't you want the benches anymore?" A voice echoed back, "No, leave them there. Whoever wishes to sit may do so." On the boat, Gongzi began to grumble. "Shun, why are you giving fish to those old men? Look at them. They run faster than I do. We might as well sell the fish for some cash." Shun Hailing patted his arm reassuringly. "They are old. It's only natural for them to crave a good meal. Let us not dwell on trivial matters. You three rest on the boat and enjoy the sea breeze. I will head to the market and bring back old Xiao." Xiao Xian nodded in agreement. "Go ahead, Shun." With the three of us guarding the fish, not even a cat could sneak in. Gongzi, brandishing a stick, added, "If a cat tries to eat the fish, I'll treat it to a couple of whacks." Meanwhile, Along reclined at the bow of the boat, legs crossed, singing the most popular song of the time. "Today, we common folk are truly, truly happy." Shun Hailing began unlocking his motorcycle. The first was a chain lock, as the saying goes, to guard against the gentleman, not the rogue. The second was a U-lock secured to the front wheel, preventing anyone from pushing it away. The third was a wire lock, which would take hours to cut through. After successfully unlocking all three, Shun Hailing kicked the starter lever and, with a couple of attempts, the engine roared to life. His beloved 250 cubic centimeters motorcycle emitted a cacophony of sound, spewing black smoke as it sped toward Old Xiao's collection station at the market. Before he reached the entrance, he heard a lively female voice complaining. "Where has Shun Hailing run off to? I'm about to faint from the heat standing here." Shun Hailing was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself, "Why is it always me?" Observing her figure, he noted she did not resemble Zhang Daya. Was there really such a spirited woman in Yanzigang besides Zhang Daya? The motorcycle screeched to a halt at the collection station, and Shun Hailing steadied himself with one foot on the ground, turning to assess the fiery lady before him. With her twisted braids, almond-shaped eyes, and round face adorned in a floral dress, she certainly did not appear to be from Yanzigang. Their eyes met, one expressing surprise and the other delight. "Wang Xiaoli?" "Shun Hailing." They both exclaimed nearly simultaneously. Wang Xiaoli felt a spark of recognition and, like a cat spotting a fish, dashed towards Shun Hailing, grasping his hand and shaking it energetically. "Oh my, it's really you. My father mentioned you, and you were the first person I thought of. It seems I've come to the right place." She continued to shake Shun Hailing's hand enthusiastically. Shun Hailing was taken aback by her boldness. "Hey, Wang Xiaoli, let go. If someone sees us, they might misunderstand. This was only our second meeting, after all." However, it was too late. Inside the collection station, Old Xiao slammed his notebook on the counter with a resounding thud. Standing behind the counter, his face was as dark as Zhang Fei's, and his nostrils flared like a bull that had lost its calf. "Q Xiao, uncle." Shun Hailing felt a chill run through him. Disregarding the cold sweat forming on his forehead, he gently tapped Wang Xiaoli's hand, urging her to release her grip, but the fiery girl clung on tightly, leaving Shun Hailing unable to extricate himself. Reluctant to resort to force, he could only helplessly glance at Uncle Xiao. "Uncle Xiao, do you believe me? I hardly know Wang Xiaoli." Old Xiao, visibly irked, retorted without turning around. "Hardly know? Do you think I will believe that? You handsome lad, making money, buying cars. And even the city girls are throwing themselves at you, are they? If you're hardly acquainted, why are you still holding hands?" "No, Uncle Xiao, let me explain." "Not listening. Get lost. I don't want to see you again." Old Xiao picked up a broom from the corner and began to shoo him away. Shun Hailing, sweating nervously, dodged while trying to pull Huang Xiaoli along. "Uncle Xiao, it's not what you think. This girl is quite a handful." Before Shun Hailing could finish, Huang Xiaoli released her grip. She quickly stepped in front of Shun Hailing, her almond-shaped eyes glaring at Old Xiao. "Hey, old chap, what's the matter with you? Your temper is a bit too fiery, don't you think? Shun Hailing and I are friends. What is wrong with a handshake? Is it bothering you?" Old Xiao raised the broom threateningly, his beard trembling in his ire. "Friends? Friends can stick together like that. Young lady, aren't you concerned about tarnishing your reputation?" Shun Hailing felt a wave of despair. Wang Xiaoli had no idea of the history between him and old Xiao. The old man had gone through considerable trouble to endorse him for a connection with Xiao Xiaoxue. Unbeknownst to Wang Xiaoli, she was only adding fuel to the fire as she wrapped her arm around Shun Hailang's. Look at this old man. Is this how he conducts business? Let South find another place to sell fish. We want TB coming back here. Shun Hailang could feel old Xiao's glare could slice him in two. He hastily pulled his arm away from Wang Xiaoli's grasp. Let go. That's my future father-in-law. Don't muddle my marriage prospects. I'm telling you, we hardly know each other. Oh, so he's just your future father-in-law. Wang Xiaoli paused at Shun Hailang's words. She released her grip, but her mouth moved faster than her mind. A future father-in-law isn't the same as a current one. Shun Hailang, nearly jumping in frustration, exclaimed Wang Xiaoli. If you keep this up, I'll just eat the bird's nest myself. Just then, a window above opened, and Xiao Xiaoxue, enjoying an ice pop, peered down at the scene below. With her ponytail swaying, her white shirt was visible. Dad, put down the broom. Why are you trying to hit Shun Hailang? The air thickened, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Shun Hailang felt goosebumps rise all over him, and to make matters worse, the girl he fancied was watching him with her innocent eyes, savoring her treat. He felt a chill run down his neck and instinctively looked up, where Xiao Xiaoxue was leaning over the window, smiling at him. This was a disaster. Shun Hailang's heart raced as he felt akin to a wayward lover caught red-handed by his legitimate partner, even though he had no romantic ties with Xiao Xiaoxue. Ahem, Xiaoli. That's enough. A faint cough echoed through the air, prompting Shun Hailang to turn his gaze towards the source of the sound. There stood a man clad in a white lab coat, donning gold-rimmed glasses. In his early 30s, his hair was slicked back with an unnerving shine, and his eyes bore a distinctly unkind expression. It was then that Shun Hailang recalled Wang Xiaoli. We have only met once. What brings you to my Uncle Xiao? Wang Xiaoli blinked her large eyes at Shun Hailang and tossed her pigtails lightly. What do you think? I came to collect Bird's nest. Was it not you who instructed the hospital to have old Xiao from the acquisition station procure the goods? Shun Hailang suddenly understood. So you're a doctor at the county hospital? Not quite. Wang Xiaoli tilted her head. My father is. Realization dawned upon Shun Hailang. Your surname is Wang. And Director Wang's surname is also Wang. Wang Fashu is your father? Yes. Wang Xiaoli nodded vigorously. Wang Fashu is indeed my father. Chapter 74. This woman is truly fortunate, for her husband Shun Hailang let out a dry laugh. When he lifted his gaze to the second floor again, he discovered that Xiao Xiaoxue had already vanished. Wang Xiaoli, let us proceed with the handover as per the protocol. I shall fetch the bird's nest for you immediately. I have pressing matters to attend to, so let us be swift, he declared. Wang Xiaoli thought it opportune to complete the handover before visiting Shun Hailang's residence, intending to apprehend the king by first targeting Shun Hailang's family. Very well, lead the way, Shun Hailang. She then turned to the bespectacled man and shouted, Lan Hongkai, why are you dawdling? Who is in charge of logistics here? You or I? Lan Hongkai, a bespectacled man with a sullen expression, was the head of the logistics department at the county hospital, wielding considerable influence. He was often pursued by numerous young nurses, yet he lacked the courage to act on his desires. Aspiring to become the son-in-law of Wang Fashu, he believed he must maintain an untarnished reputation. He glanced enviously at Shun Hailang's motorcycle, reflecting that the nutritional supplements he had gifted to Wang Fashu's family could have purchased a motorcycle. It infuriated him that a mere impoverished youth from the fishing village had captured Wang Xiaoli's attention, to the point where he felt he might grind his back teeth to dust. Upon hearing Wang Xiaoli's introduction, Shun Hailang remained unfazed by the animosity directed at him by Lan Hongkai. Instead, he stepped forward, offering a cigarette. Hello, Director Lan. Would you care for smoke? Lan Hongkai huffed through his nostrils, glaring at Shun Hailang without uttering a word or accepting the proffered cigarette. Shun Hailang was not offended. He flicked open his lighter with a snap and lit his own cigarette, savoring a deep inhale. If you don't want one, that's fine. You save 2 dimes. Old Xiao chuckled darkly. Some people, while feasting at the table, still gaze longingly at the pot. Shun Hailang frowned. Uncle Xiao, if you continue speaking like that, I shall take offense. I am merely selling birds' nests. Wang Xiaoli once more linked her arm with Shun Hailang's. Brother Hailang, I Haven T visited the seaside often. Your home is by the sea, is it not? Take me for a stroll along the shore. Xiaoli. Lan Hongkai could no longer contain himself. The director instructed that this batch of birds' nests be returned directly. He wants me to ensure your safety on the way back. Wang Xiaoli shot Lan Hongkai a glare. What business is it of yours? My father said you are to follow my instructions. In old Xiao's storage room, a tungsten filament bulb cast a dim, yellow glow. Over 20 plastic baskets were neatly arranged on the floor, each lined with soft cloth. Shun Hailang approached old Xiao. Uncle Xiao, you truly are meticulous. Even the lock on this storage room cannot be easily broken. Old Xiao snorted, holding a distinctively vintage key. This batch of birds' nests is worth as much as a month's fishing. How could I not safeguard it for you? Uncle Xiao, you are so kind to me. Shun Hailang replied. Old Xiao responded. As long as you understand, just refrain from actions that would bring shame. The two spoke candidly. Entirely unconcerned with Wang Xiaoli and Lan Hongkai. Lan Hongkai adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, squinting as he crouched beside the plastic baskets to inspect the birds' nests. This lighting is poor. I cannot see clearly with my nearsightedness. He prepared to challenge Shun Hailang. Hey, move the birds' nests outside. I need to inspect the goods. Wang Xiaoli rolled her eyes dramatically and said, Director Lan, did you purchase those gold-rimmed glasses merely for show? I can tell that the bird's nest looks identical without even looking closely. If your eyesight is truly that poor, I can refer you to an ophthalmologist. Shun Hailang, uninterested in engaging with the bespectacled man, had yet to direct his thoughts towards Wang Xiaoli. After all, it was improbable for a man to have a romantic interest in a girl a decade his junior, especially during the 1980s. Without further ado, Shun Hailang rolled up his sleeves and began to transport the birds' nests. Although the plastic container appeared sizable, it was surprisingly lightweight. The birds' nests, weighing less than 3 pounds, were trivial for a young man like him, merely requiring a few extra trips. Hearing the clattering sounds from downstairs, Xiao Xiaoxue descended in her white shirt and floral long skirt. Upon seeing Shun Hailang sweating profusely while maneuvering the plastic shell, she approached and gently nudged her father. Old Xiao, Dad, why not assist Shun Hailang with the lifting? Old Xiao, irritated, retorted, Get back to work. Is this how you show support? Xiao Xiaoxue smiled softly, clutching her small cloth bag as she headed outside. As she passed by Shun Hailang, their eyes met briefly, causing his hands to tremble. The birds' nests nearly slipped from his grasp. Xiao Xiaoxue quickly steadied them, and as their fingers brushed, he felt an electric jolt coursing through him. Shun Hailang stood there quaking, convinced that this sensation was indeed a fluttering of the heart. Xiao Xiaoxue smiled and advised, Be careful not to drop this precious cargo. Her slight concern made the fearless Shun Hailang's ears flush with warmth. Ah, yes, right? And you be cautious on your way to work as well. Outside, the sun blazed mercilessly. It was already past 11, and the coastal fog began to evaporate in the heat. The temperature was rising steadily. At the county hospital, Lan Hongkai stood under the sun with a magnifying glass, scrutinizing the birds' nests. Beads of sweat soaked his shiny back, transforming his slick-back hair into a side-swept fringe. As for the birds' nests, well, Lan Hongkai feigned a frown and shook his head. Wang Xiaoli, overhearing, inquired, What is wrong with the birds' nests? You ought to provide a reasonable explanation, or I shall report you. Lan Hongkai adjusted his glasses and replied, Miss Wang, as the logistics director, I must be accountable for my work, my responsibilities, and my salary. I must conduct a thorough inspection. Must? Thorough? Nonsense. Wang Xiaoli retorted vehemently. It seems you are deliberately making things difficult for this young man. She picked up a bird's nest, examining it under the sun. What's the issue here? The color is appealing, and the overall structure is intact. It appears to me that you are merely nitpicking for no reason. Shun Hailang, sheltered under the eaves of old Xiao's collection station, chuckled at the sight of Wang Xiaoli reprimanding Lan Hongkai. Old Xiao emerged from inside, handing Shun Hailang a bottle of orange soda. Kid, that girl isn't too bad. Oh, Uncle Xiao, what are you saying? Shun Hailang nearly choked after gulping down the soda. She is a bit fiery, yet brings fortune to her partner. Have you considered pursuing a relationship with her? Let me tell you, this girl fiercely protects her man. She is undoubtedly a boon to any husband. Shun Hailing scoffed, suspecting that if he were to utter a single compliment about Wang Xiaoli, old Xiao would promptly retaliate with the soda bottle. Thus, he opted for silence, sipping his soda. Eventually, Lan Hong could no longer withstand the relentless sun and Wang Xiaoli's reproaches. He retrieved a blank sheet of paper and a pen from his briefcase and turned to Shun Hailing. Someone needs to sign this. Before Shun Hailing could take the paper and pen, Lan Hong had already signed it himself and then sought refuge in the shade. Chapter 75. A rush to the Donggang Wharf. The calligraphy of Shun Hailing, penned with fervor, left all present in awe. Lan Hongkai gazed at the name on the paper, pondering how this rustic lad could possess such exquisite penmanship. Huang Xiaoli, on the other hand, looked at Shun Hailing with delight. Her gamble had paid off. He was indeed a cultured and capable man. As for old Xiao, he mused to himself that if his daughter were to end up with Shun Hailing, it would not be a bad match, considering he was an educated individual. Once the signatures were affixed, Lan Hongkai retrieved a calculator, tapping away with fervor. The total amounted to 24,300 yuan. Is there a problem with this rural fellow? Old Xiao wondered aloud, questioning his own hearing as he took the empty bottle Shun Hailing had just finished. Shun Hailing felt his heart racing, instinctively clenching his fingers. It was well known that an ordinary worker in those times would toil throughout the year, barely earning 2,000 yuan. Noticing that no one was responding to him, old Xiao ventured to the procurement station's counter, pulling out a calculator to tally the figures. Wait, wasn't it 163 units? At a unit price of 150, shouldn't that total 24,450 yuan? He exclaimed. Are you, the logistics director, blatantly skimming off the top? Lan Hongkai adjusted his glasses. What nonsense are you spouting, old man? Shun Hailing seized old Xiao's arm. Uncle Xiao, it's indeed 24,300 yuan. You miscalculated. Old Xiao opened his mouth to protest, but the look in Shun Hailing's eyes silenced him. I have no objections, Director Lan. What about the remaining balance? He began. Do you think our county hospital would covet your meager sum? Lan Hongkai's lips twitched as he produced a bulging envelope of cash from his briefcase. He had been prepared for this moment. Take this and count it. Shun Hailing accepted the envelope, weighing it in his hands before tearing open the seal to take a quick glance inside. It was unlikely that they would brazenly shortchange him. All is well, Director Lan, he said with a smile. Now, please retrieve the receipt, and we shall finalize the transaction. Lan Hongkai tore off 2 printed receipts, handing the green one over to Shun Hailing. Suddenly, Huang Xiaoli tugged at Shun Hailing's arm. Brother Hailing, take me to your home, will you? I have yet to see the sea. Huh? Shun Hailing withdrew his hand. What is there to see in the countryside? Just insects and snakes. Old Xiao glared at Shun Hailing, ready to unleash his wrath with the soda bottle in hand. In a moment of quick thinking, Shun Hailing pulled out 300 yuan in change. Here, Xiaoli, consider this a token of appreciation for your hard work. You should return with Director Lan. Who needs your money? Huang Xiaoli pushed his hand away. Save it for when you marry. Lan Hongkai, feeling an urgent restlessness akin to a swarm of ants in his chest, seized the cash from Shun Hailing's grasp. I'll take the money for Xiaoli. Don't you remember? The director insisted that they must return to the county hospital before 4 o'clock. Lan Hongkai seized Wang Xiaoli's arm, preventing her from approaching Shun Hailing. Wang Xiaoli persistently kicked Lan Hongkai's thigh, exclaiming, "Let go of me. We are not familiar." Meanwhile, Shun Hailing, seizing the opportunity during their struggle, swiftly mounted his cherished 300 cubic centimeters motorcycle. With a twist of the key, the exhaust emitted a resounding pop as he called out, Director Lan, Wang Xiaoli, farewell. Please extend my regards to Dean Wang. When I next visit the city, I shall treat him to a meal. The motorcycle zipped away, and in the circular rearview mirror, he caught a glimpse of Huang Xiaoli fiercely stomping on Lan Hongkai's polished leather shoes. Lan Hongkai, cradling his shining shoes, hopped around in pain. Shun Hailing felt that his romantic fortune was exceptionally vibrant, first with Zheng Daya and now with the fiery Wang Xiaoli. After traveling 10 meters from Lao Qiao's house, he turned back, balancing on one foot, and shouted to Lao Qiao, Uncle Qiao, today, on old Zheng's boat, I caught over 1,000 pounds of ribbon fish and golden thread fish with Along and the others. Please arrange for Chong and the others to come to Donggang Dock for the pickup. Loud Xiao responded promptly, I know. I know your little tricks won't go to waste. He waved at Shun Hailang, adding, you're a decent lad, not a rogue. After receiving confirmation, Shun Hailang sped away from the marketplace on his motorcycle. Watching his departing figure, Lao Xiao murmured, this boy is quite good, but his romantic luck is rather excessive. Zheng Daya from the supply and marketing cooperative was asking about him just the other day. Romantic fortune is also a malady. I must devise a way to remedy it. Huang Xiaoli's beloved had slipped away, and she laid the blame squarely on Lan Hongkai. It's all your fault, she shouted, picking up a stone, ready to hurl it at him. Shun Hailang has escaped. Lan Hongkai, grinning and holding his briefcase as a shield, replied, Xiaoli, we secured the bird's nest. Let us return to the county. I'm not going. You can take the bird's nest back by yourself. Wang Xiaoli had clearly heard Shun Hailang mention Donggang Dock before he left. Her large eyes sparkled with a sudden idea. With her skirt lifted, Wang Xiaoli began to jog toward the red tricycle. Driver to Donggang Dock. The tricycle driver, noticing her urgency, remarked, little girl, do you have something pressing to attend to? Yes. Just hurry. I'll give you an extra yuan. The driver, enticed by the promise, wasted no time. All right then, hold on tight. The tricycle sputtered and billowed smoke as it bumped along, racing towards Donggang Dock. Meanwhile, Lan Hongkai, anxious and stamping his feet, turned to the cargo driver at the hospital and ordered, wait here for us. I'll go retrieve Xiaoli. Like a monkey, he darted through the marketplace with his briefcase. But alas, he was left with only a tricycle carrying pigs. Pinching his nose, he inquired of the pig car driver, how much to Donggang Dock? The pig truck driver, with a distinct accent, remarked, young man, this is a truck for transporting pig fodder. Are you certain you wish to ride? Lan Hong inhaled deeply, the pungent odor of pigs nearly inducing nausea. I want to go. The elderly driver chuckled. You look like a city dweller. Since you've chosen to ride, let me offer you a whiff of the pig's scent. At Donggang Wharf, the red flag vessel waved gently on the surface of the sea. Along lay sprawled at the bow of the boat, indulging in a much-needed nap. Gongzi, in a fit of boredom, swung a fishing rod back and forth. The sound of a motorcycle approached, prompting the trio to stand up in unison. The Shanghai was swiftly nearing the dock at a speed of 70 kilometers h, its exhaust belching thick black smoke. Along sprang to his feet, spotting the paper envelope in Shun Hailang's hand. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Lang, could that bag contain nothing but money? You guessed correctly, Shun Hailang replied, placing the bulging envelope on the deck. As he opened the envelope, 24 neatly bundled 100 yuan notes were revealed within. Chapter 76. A Chong considers changing jobs. Along and his companions had never encountered such a vast sum of money. Goodness! The fishing rod in Gang Zi's hand fell to the ground. If this were converted to Erguo 2, he would never finish it in a lifetime. Xiao Xie had already begun calculating whether he could purchase a washing machine and a black-and-white television for his mother. Shun Hailang declared, after deducting the 1,000 yuan given to Along, each of you will receive 400 yuan. Amidst the cheers, the sound of an engine echoed once more at the dock entrance. A figure adorned in a vibrant floral dress leapt down from a red three-wheeler. Hailang go. Huang Xiaoli waved cheerfully at him. Shun Hailang frowned, two dark lines forming on his forehead. The allure of his grand unity was diminished. Why was this girl pursuing him again? Along and his companions assessed the beautiful young lady, then glanced at their leader. It was unclear who initiated the drawn-out, "Oh," followed by a chorus of exclamations. Even more astonishing was the arrival of Lan Hongcai's three-wheeled cart, laden with pig fodder at the dock. Lan Hongcai's complexion paled as he jumped from the cart and began to vomit. "Xiaoli, wait for me." Gangzi nudged Shun Hailang with his elbow, teasing, "Bro, you have quite the charm, don't you?" Before Shun Hailang could respond, Wang Xiaoli had approached them. With her goat horn braids, yellow floral dress, and little leather shoes, she was undeniably a charming young lady. "Hello, sister-in-law." Gang Zi's booming voice startled the seagulls resting on the deck into flight. He grinned broadly, revealing his prominent front teeth as he assessed Wang Xiaoli, exclaiming how fortunate their brother was. Wang Xiaoli replied with a soft, acknowledging Gang Zi's words, but soon felt a tinge of embarrassment, her face flushing a deep red. Shun Hailang raised his hand and playfully flicked the back of Gang Zi's head. Stop that nonsense. This is the daughter of Director Wang from the county hospital, not a sister-in-law. Along pulled Xiao Xie aside as they continued to observe Wang, Xiaoli. The light in the girl's eyes was unmistakable. She was clearly smitten with her brother. Xiao Xie whispered, "Our brother knows the daughter of such a wealthy family?" Shun Hailang sighed, pondering that life does not offer many what-ifs. He would never entertain the idea of marrying two wives. Ignoring the others, he turned and entered the cabin, rummaging through a bamboo basket. He retrieved 3 urea bags, each containing 5 large crabs, 2 grouper fish, and 3 plump golden thread fish. Xiaoli. Shun Hailang tossed the urea bags onto the ground as the sea breeze tousled his hair. "I can't let you come here for nothing. Since you're here, take these back and enjoy a taste. Don't be shy. They're fresh and not worth much, so eat freely." Just as Wang Xiaoli reached for the urea bags, Lan Hongkai, still reeking of pig odor, rushed over to ingratiate himself. "Let me help, Xiaoli. Don't let the crabs pinch your hands." As a result, Wang Xiaoli covered her nose in disgust. In front of the two, Shun Hailang began to lay everything bare. From the depths of his gaze, there was no trace of hesitation. "In truth, the girl at the acquisition station today is the woman I have irrevocably chosen for this lifetime. Xiaoli, you are a wonderful girl. With your qualities, you could easily find a man far superior to me." Shun Hailang. "Do you understand what I mean?" Wang Xiaoli turned her head away, trying to stave off the tears threatening to spill. "It is evident that upon seeing that girl, you became utterly unhinged." She picked up the bag of urea, preventing Lan Hongkai from touching it, for it was a gift from Shun Hailang meant for her. "I am merely here by the seaside to clear my mind and make new friends. I hardly care about you." The others present maintained a respectful silence, as the sea breeze caressed the faces of the youth. Lan Hongkai, this older man, was not lacking in experience. He recognized that Shun Hailang had laid his feelings bare. With a cheerful demeanor, he extended his hand to Shun Hailang. "Hey, brother, you truly are a man, loving but one in a lifetime. I admire you." This time, Shun Hailang did not reciprocate the handshake, yet Lan Hongkai felt no embarrassment. He took the remaining bag of urea and added, "In the future, if you need sea cucumbers or abalones, feel free to come to the Chinese medicine hospital and seek me out." Shun Hailang had no desire to engage with Lan Hongkai's words. While they were not exactly rivals, Lan Hongkai's small-mindedness rendered him unworthy of Shun Hailang's friendship. Turning his back to Wang Xiaoli, the sea breeze enveloped both of them. He could hear Wang Xiaoli's footsteps growing louder behind him, accompanied by Lan Hongkai's unwelcome words of consolation. It was not until the sound of the red, 3-wheeled vehicle echoed that Shun Hailang finally exhaled in relief. He felt he had the potential to hurt a young girl, but could only regard Wang Xiaoli as a good friend. "Brother Lang, do you truly not like that girl?" A long hand rested on Shun Hailang's shoulder. A long-winded Along, who lacked the gift of consolation, remarked, "I think that girl is quite charming. She has a great figure, is beautiful, and come from a wealthy family. If you marry her, your later years will be free of worries." Shun Hailang opened his arms and shot him a sidelong glance without uttering a word, merely lighting a cigarette. He then tossed one to Along. "Not interested," he stated succinctly, flicking his lighter with a decisive click. Along accepted the cigarette, but hesitated to light it, feeling particularly talkative today. "Brother Lang, your heart is truly made of iron. The girl has even pursued you to the dock, yet you refuse her a single chance." Shun Hailang took a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke. "Along, you do not comprehend. Offering her hope will only lead to greater disappointment. Thus, I choose to sever this matter completely." Along scratched his head, not fully grasping the situation. "But Brother Lang, your words hold much truth. If it weren't for being in the same school as you, I would suspect you've had 10 or 8 girlfriends in a dance hall." Shun Hailang laughed and chided Along. "Silence for a minute, or I shall withhold your wages today." Along barely opened his mouth before being silenced by the others, yet could not contain himself for long. "What about Xiao Xiaoxue? Is she to be my future sister-in-law?" Shun Hailang chose to ignore Along and made his way to the dock. Along and his companions burst into laughter, for it was the first time they had witnessed Shun Hailang humbled. As they chuckled, the distant sound of a tractor's engine echoed through the air. There stood old Xiao in the tractor's trailer, gripping the railing, while the driver was none other than their old acquaintance, a Chong, who had brought along 2 tractors. The second tractor was driven by a Mao, with Lao San, a Dong, standing in the trailer, waving at them from afar. Shun Hailang, we meet again. A Chong maneuvered the tractor into the dock, facilitating a seamless loading process without the need to turn around. I hear you've caught over 1,000 pounds of seafood. Your fortune truly reflects that you are a child favored by Mazu. Shun Hailang smiled and shook a Chong's hand, then produced a whole box of cigarettes, tossing it to a Chong. Going out to sea is all about luck. Perhaps it's my respect for Mazu that brings me such fortune. A Chong accepted the box, shielding the flame from the sea breeze to light a cigarette. Taking a deep drag, he exhaled contentedly. Your good fortune has certainly made the brothers envious. After all, a Mao, a Dong, and I have toiled for a month just to earn a few $100. How about this? I could bring the brothers to work for you instead? Chapter 77. After dividing the money, each has a plan. Shun Hailang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just before setting sail, Xiao Xia had mentioned buying a tractor for the brothers to operate themselves. A Chong, an experienced hand, possessed steady skills and was a reliable companion. If he truly wished to switch jobs, recruiting him wouldn't be out of the question. Is what Brother Chong said sincere? I was indeed planning to acquire a tractor. As a Chong was about to respond, old Xiao approached with a small bag in hand. Quickly weigh the catch. Let us finish up and head into the city while it's still midday. If we delay, the fish market will close. A Chong extinguished his cigarette and called to a Mao and a Dong to prepare for work. With a smile, Shun Hailang patted a Chong on the shoulder, saying, Brother Chong, I've noted your words. Should you decide to change jobs, come find me. The dock soon buzzed with activity as Along, Gongzi, and Xiao Xia hopped aboard the Hongqi vessel to lead the way and assist. With their combined efforts, they swiftly transported basket after basket of golden thread fish. A Chong couldn't help but exclaim, these fish are truly magnificent. They shimmer like gold under the sunlight. The ribbon fish were neatly stacked in another bamboo basket. But unfortunately, once removed from the sea for less than 10 minutes, they would perish, necessitating freezing. Passing fishermen and merchants gathered to witness the spectacle. The old fisherman looked on with envy. Shun Hailang truly managed his affairs well, never returning empty-handed from the sea. It's curious, isn't it? Last time, using the Piao family's boat, we also brought back over 1,000 pounds of seafood, remember? It must be due to their offerings to Mazu during the festive seasons. Oh, how I wish I had such fortune. I envy him greatly. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Shun Hailang merely chuckled. Old Xiao, standing with his hands behind his back, observed the young men tirelessly transporting the fish, a smile gracing his face. Hailang, this catch is quite impressive, he remarked, patting the large scale on the tractor. A Dong swiftly climbed onto the tractor, while Along diligently passed basket after basket of fish into the truck bed. Old Xiao's fingers danced over the calculator with precision, resetting it for the next phase, the pricing discussion. He quoted a price of 5 yuan per pound for the golden thread fish, and for the ribbon fish, he suggested 3 yuan each. With the weather warming, the blue crabs had lost their previous value. They wouldn't sell for 20 yuan, so he estimated 13 yuan each, without distinguishing between males and females. As Along, Gongzi, and Xiao Xia continued to move the fish, they paused to eavesdrop on the negotiations, their spirits lifted by old Xiao's pricing. Their movements became as fluid as a well-oiled assembly line. They wished for extra hands to expedite the process and complete the task swiftly. Once all the fish had been weighed, old Xiao cleared his throat and began to announce the prices. Ribbon fish, 57 pounds at 3 yuan per pound, totaling 171 yuan. Golden thread fish, 370 pounds at 5 yuan per pound, totaling 665 yuan. Blue crabs, 21 at 13 yuan each, totaling 252 yuan. There were also these sea wolf fish and bass, totaling 650 pounds, calculated at $3 per pound, amounting to a total of $960. Ultimately, the calculator displayed an unexpected sum of $4,038. Old Joe, in disbelief, tossed the calculator to Shun Hailang. Hailang, do check if this figure is accurate. Without much calculation, Shun Hailang expressed his satisfaction with the price. No problem. Let us finalize the deal at this price. After settling the price, Old Joe took out his small leather wallet to count the money. However, after rummaging through it, his face flushed with embarrassment. I haven't brought enough cash. He turned the wallet inside out and eventually managed to gather $3,000. Holding the $3,000, Old Joe looked at Shun Hailang. Hailang, shall we settle the account later, or do you prefer a partial payment now? Seeing that Old Joe had already handed over the $3,000, Shun Hailang felt there was no reason to let the fortune slip away. He nudged Old Joe with his elbow, saying, Uncle Joe, do you think I would let you cheat me? We're practically family now. Who knows? I might be the one supporting you in your old age. He accepted the $3,000, adding, as for the remaining balance, keep it safe for me. I'll ask for it when I need it. I plan to return home today. It's been several days since I last visited, and I'm quite curious about how things are in the village. Old Joe was pleased with Shun Hailang's demeanor. Hailang, I saw your brother Haiming this morning driving a tractor to buy rebar at the hardware market. Is your house already under construction? I also heard that you have some issues with Zhu Dalin. Nothing serious, I hope? Shun Hailang chuckled. Uncle Joe, rest assured, even if Zhu Dalin is a dragon, he will still be under my control. Shun Haichuan must remain under the ownership of the Shun family. After concluding the transaction, Old Joe rode back to town on a tractor driven by the Aqiang brothers. With their departure, only Shun Hailang and his 3 companions remained at the dock. The 4 gathered around, with stacks of thick cash placed in the center. Along, Gongzi and Xiao Xie fixed their gaze upon the money, their eyes wide with anticipation. They were so engrossed that none of them spoke, the only sounds being the wind and the sea. Observing their ravenous expressions, Shun Hailang could not help but break the silence. Why the silence? Gongzi, aren't you usually the most talkative? Since no one else was speaking, he declared, then I shall begin distributing the money. The 3 instantly perked up like chicks pecking a grain, their eyes glued to the cash. Without delay, Shun Hailang retrieved a bundle of money prepared by the county hospital, distributing 2 stacks to each person. He then placed 60 $10 bills atop each stack. As for the bird's nest from the island, this time, Xiao Fei does not get a share of the golden thread fish. Each of you will receive 2 $600. I have already deducted the $1,000 borrowed from the hotel. Does this distribution meet with your approval? After speaking, Shun Hailang scrutinized the 3, searching their faces for any sign of discontent. The expressions on the faces of the 3 individuals were solely marked by an extraordinary excitement, devoid of any other emotions. We have no objections, they asserted in quick succession. As the wages were distributed, Along eagerly anticipated his share of the collective bounty. Shun Hailang extended his hand, declaring, "Here, take it. Spend it as you wish. The money that has been divided belongs to you." Along grasped his portion and promptly wrapped the 700 yuan in old newspapers. "Thank you, Lange. I will head to the town shortly to deposit this money." Xiao Xie, cradling the cash, felt tears welling in his eyes. "Lange, may I return home tomorrow? I wish to purchase a washing machine and a black and white television for my mother. She spends every night shelling corn, often until late into the night." Xiao Xie, work diligently. Your efforts will determine whether your mother can enjoy a better life. And you, Gangzi, what do you plan to do with your money? After a moment of contemplation, Gangzi passionately kissed his share of the bounty and declared his intention to save it from marrying a wife, ensuring that the lineage of the Liu family would not end with him. The other three present burst into laughter upon hearing Gangzi's response. Early this morning, the internet went down. I urged repair thrice, and I am currently typing in an internet CAF. Chapter 78. The two who occupied the headquarters, Shun Hailang smiled as he observed the three individuals before him. Indeed, a true man aspires to the four corners of the world. As long as one refrains from gambling, debauchery, and drug use, one may spend freely. He reminded them, "There are still 4 days left at the hotel. Do not forget to check in. We are all young and vigorous, yet we must also appreciate the value of rest. When work calls, I shall come to the hotel to find you." Along patted his chest confidently, saying, "Brother Lang, I will be waiting for you. I along am at your service at any time." Xiao Xie and Gongzi nodded in agreement, clearly seeing a promising future in following Shun Hailing. Just before leaving, Gongzi, somewhat distracted, could no longer suppress his curiosity. "Brother Lang, you want to just abandon us, will you?" Shun Hailang waved his hand dismissively at the retreating figures of the three. "Quickly, take your money and enjoy yourselves. We shall meet again in 3 days." Along raised an eyebrow at Gongzi and Xiao Xie, responding with pride, "Very well. It's settled then. We are eagerly awaiting Brother Lang to lead us to great fortune." The trio left the dock, laughing and joking, with only Shun Hailang remaining. He felt the weight of the money in his bag. Having been away from home for several days, it was time to return. He mounted his Happiness 300 motorcycle and waited until Along and the others had completely vanished from sight before he turned the key and started the engine, which purred to life. On his journey home, Shun Hailang spared no moment of delay, twisting the throttle to its maximum. The speedometer fluctuated between 70 and 80 kilometers per hour. Villagers along the roadside, adorned with straw hats, glanced his way, with some calling out his name. "Is that Shun Hailang? It seems he has struck it rich again." Shun Hailang did not bother to acknowledge them. He simply nodded while maintaining his speed. After all, in these times, a mere 100 yuan could incite violent conflict, as exemplified by the rivalry between his father and uncle. Not to mention, there were about 100 people at the dock who had witnessed the money in his bag, with 19,800 yuan remaining. It was enough motive for someone to take drastic measures to rob him. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the entrance of Shun Haiwan village was at its most tranquil. The usual gathering of villagers seeking shade under the large tree had yet to emerge, and the elderly were nestled at home for their afternoon slumber. With a creak, the motorcycle came to a halt at his doorstep. Shun Hailang furrowed his brow, surprised that no one had come out to greet him despite the loud noise of his motorcycle. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, he removed his helmet and called out, "Mother, are you home?" The wooden door of the living room creaked open, revealing his mother, Su Xinyan, rubbing her eyes as she stood at the threshold, evidently just awakened from her nap. Upon seeing her second son, her heart swelled with joy. "It's Hailang. Where have you been these past few days? You haven't returned home, and I've been so worried about you." Shun Hailang sighed in relief as he parked his motorcycle at the door, a net bag containing 2 golden-lined fish hanging from the handlebars. He handed the net bag to his mother. "I went to the city to sell bird's nest, and I brought you some fish. We shall have them braised for dinner tonight." Su Xinyan accepted the bag, squinting her eyes to examine her son. "Have you lost weight in the past couple of days? My dear child, you have worked hard. I shall prepare a bowl of seafood noodles for you and boil 2 eggs." Shun Hailang entered the main room, first searching for his elder brother, but finding him absent. He then proceeded to his mother's quarters, only to discover that his father was also not at home. How peculiar. Where could these two have gone in the middle of the day? "Mother, where are father and elder brother?" Su Xinyan blushed slightly. "Your father and Dajuan have been restless these past few days. They insisted on going to the village committee's headquarters to experience life, claiming they needed to learn in advance to facilitate the transition when they take office." Shun Hailang fanned himself with a banana leaf fan, nearly dropping it in astonishment at his mother's words. "What? Zhu Dalin hasn't been removed yet, and they have already gone to stake their claim?" It seemed evident that the two had long coveted the position of village chief, and such preemptive maneuvers could only be orchestrated by his father. Dajuan, being a sensible man, should not have followed his father into such folly. If the higher-ups caught wind of this, neither of them would have a chance at even being village officials. Su Xinyan felt a sudden shock. Is what the second brother said true? Shouldn't you ride over to the headquarters on that old bicycle and bring him back? You have no idea what your father is up to. He rises with the dawn and promptly heads to the headquarters. By nightfall, he is still at it, reciting the articles of villagers' self-governance by the light of an oil lamp. As Shun Hailang sipped the water his mother had brought, he choked, spluttering and hastily putting down the porcelain bowl. Wiping his mouth, he inquired, "Then where has my elder brother gone? He doesn't intend to become a village official as well, does he?" Speaking of his elder brother, Su Xinyan's face lit up with pride and gratification. "Last time, your elder brother couldn't borrow the tractor, right? Ever since your father and Dajuan took over the headquarters, The use of a tractor has been assigned to your elder brother. He has not brought shame to the Shun family. He has even foregone his afternoon nap to help you build your house, determined to lay a solid foundation before the rainy season. Su Xinyan pointed to the calendar on the wall. Hailang, take a look for yourself. Following her gaze, Shun Hailang stood up. Noticing the calendar was filled with his brother's notes. Step 1. Borrow the tractor for rebar. Step 2. Purchase cement and sand. Impressive, Shun Hailang mused, admiring his elder brother's initiative. Mother, please do not fuss over me. I am not very hungry. Sit down and let us chat for a while. Has Zhu Dalin's family caused us any trouble? Su Xinyan found it quite strange. Ordinarily, the Zhu family, being the village bullies, only ever bullied others. How is it that they had been thoroughly beaten by his younger brother and had suddenly become docile? Not at all. The Zhu family has been remarkably quiet recently. Some say they may have moved away. At that moment, barking sounded from the doorway, and a hunting dog peeked its head curiously over the threshold, fixating its gaze on Shun Hailang. Upon noticing the dog, Shun Hailang crouched down to gently stroke its head. The sea dog has recognized its home, and upon seeing Shun Hailang return, it became overwhelmingly excited, wagging its tail fervently. It frolicked in circles around the yard before finally lying down, allowing Shun Hailang to stroke it. Good dog, I can see your joy. Shun Hailang gently pressed its head to keep it still. Please guard our home well and prevent any strangers from sneaking in. Do you understand? The sea dog responded with a single whiff. Su Xinyan sat on a stool, holding Shun Hailang's green cloth bag. Hailang, what on earth is in this bag? It feels so heavy. Shun Hailang chuckled. Mom, just open it and see for yourself. Su Xinyan, puzzled, unfastened the green cloth bag, and no matter how hard she tried to think, she could not fathom that it contained stacks of cash. The hand that had been securely holding the green cloth bag began to tremble. This. Hailang, quickly tell Mom, where did you get all this money? Chapter 79. The emaciated Xiao Fei Shun Hailang, before his mother, exhibited a remarkable lack of shame. With a chuckle, he recounted, remember that typhoon day when we pilfered the swallow's nest? Just the swallow's nest alone fetched us 24,000. Today, with the weather fair, he took along and the others out to sea once more, earning an additional 4,000. After deducting Along's wages and their share, a sum of 19,800 remained. He retrieved a bundle of cash from his bag, counting out 250 notes. This is Xiao Fei's share. Later, I shall visit Uncle Dejun to distribute the money and settle the matter of the swallow's nest. Su Xinyan stared wide-eyed, rendered speechless. Having endured a lifetime of hardship alongside Shun Tianyong, she never anticipated witnessing her family elevate their status in Shun Haiwan village during her twilight years. In her lifetime, she had never encountered such wealth. Previously, their household managed to save only a few hundred each year. Now, her youngest son casually produced tens of thousands. A stark contrast that left her in disbelief. The days of poverty were truly behind them. May Mazu bless us. In her excitement, Su Xinyan clasped her hands in prayer before the image of Mazu on the wall, whispering fervently. After a considerable time, she regained her composure, though her hands continued to tremble. The green cloth bag in her possession felt like a scalding hot potato. Holding it was as troubling as setting it down. So, where shall we conceal this money? She cautiously inquired, glancing towards her second son. Shun Hailang stood, gently patting his mother's shoulder and covering her hands. Mother, there's no need to be anxious. Just hide it where you usually do. He gestured to the beams of their home. If necessary, we can wait for elder brother to return. Isn't he a bricklayer? He could create a hidden compartment up there, as long as there are no traitors within our family. It shall remain undiscovered. Su Xinyan found this reasoning sound. She envisioned designing several secret compartments in their home, bolstered by the watchful presence of their sea dog, ensuring any intruder would find nothing to steal. But if your elder brother requires funds for building, how shall I provide it? Shun Hailang shook his head with closed eyes. Who is elder brother? He is family. With a sweeping gesture, he continued, keeping accounts only breeds resentment. Give him whatever he needs without hesitation. Internally, Su Xinyan favored her second son. He was capable, earning money, and possessing the potential to become the backbone of the Shun family. If she were the Empress Dowager, she would gladly strip Shun Haiyaming of his princely title bestowing it upon Shun Hailang. That won't do. Brothers must keep accounts clear. Whatever elder brother spends, I shall record. Very well, then, Shun Hailang conceded, observing his mother's fervent determination, fearing she had her own plans. Just keep a rough estimate. Do not calculate too meticulously, or it may seem estranged. Su Xingyin craved this assurance from her second son, and, clutching the green cloth bag, retreated into the house. Shun Hailang, both amused and exasperated, decided to let her have her way. He gathered the 2,500 yuan from the table, rolled it up, and tucked it into his pants pocket. Mother, I shall visit Uncle Dejun and settle Xiao Fei's wages. As Su Xingyin was still organizing the money, she promptly responded to her son's words. The waves. Are you not going to have something at home before you leave? No, I'm pressed for time. Shun Hailang waved his hand to his mother. I still have matters to attend to today. First, I need to deliver money to Uncle Dajun for Xiao Fei. I'll also take the opportunity to inquire with Aunt Li about what my father and Uncle Dajun are up to. Without waiting for his mother to lecture him, Shun Hailang hopped onto his motorcycle, twisting the key, and the bike roared to life. Don't wait for me for dinner tonight. Just serve some delicious food and drinks for my elder brother. Upon seeing Shun Hailang preparing to leave, the dog, Haiguzi, began to nuzzle his feet. Shun Hailang had no choice but to bend down and pat the dog's round head. Keep an eye on the house for me. Once my big house is completed, I'll take you over to help watch it. With that, the motorcycle sputtered off towards the west end of the village, while Su Xingyin stood at the dilapidated gate. Watching Shun Hailang, he suddenly felt that this impoverished life was truly coming to an end. Before Shun Hailang could turn onto the dirt path leading to Xiao Fei's home, the sound of the motorcycle startled Xiao Fei, who was a few dozen meters away. Xiao Fei had been crouched in his yard, tending to his fishing nets, when suddenly his ears perked up. In a flash, he stood up, dropping the fishing net to the ground. Brother Lang, my brother Lang. Although Xiao Fei was round and plump, he was surprisingly quick on his feet. In just a few moments, he reached the entrance, sporting a watermelon-shaped head and a sea-sole shirt, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Shun Hailang braked abruptly, supporting himself with one foot on the ground, while wiping the sweat from his forehead. The beach at 3 o'clock in the afternoon was the hottest time of the day. Even the sea breeze felt warm. After securing the motorcycle, without waiting for Xiao Fei to greet him, Shun Hailang dashed swiftly into the cool shade of the yard, as if he were at home. He noticed a few colorful crabs in a plastic bucket, bubbling away and attempting to escape using their crab ladder tactics. Xiao Fei told you to rest at home, but you haven't been idle either. Shun Hailang pointed at the bucket. The chubby boy shyly lowered his head, saying, I was bored at home. I plan to go to the rock piles to mess around when the tide comes in this evening. Upon seeing the beads of sweat on Shun Hailang's cheeks, he realized and pushed open the door to the main room. Brother Lang, come in and sit. It's sweltering out here. Don't stand outside. As the curtain to the main room was lifted, Shun Hailang plopped down onto a wooden stool, and Xiao Fei handed him a porcelain bowl. Shun Hailang gulped down more than half the bowl in one go. Where's Aunt Li? Isn't she home? Aunt Li had awakened when Shun Hailang stopped the motorcycle and heard him asking about her. The curtain to the inner room was drawn back, and Aunt Li stepped out. It's been quite a while since you visited. You must have been busy these days, right? When Shun Hailang heard Aunt Li's question, he wondered if she was upset with him for not taking Xiao Fei out to earn money. Aunt Li, let me be honest with you. A few days ago when we went out to sea, I noticed that Xiao Fei was too tired, so I specifically let him rest at home for a few days. Aunt Li felt reassured upon hearing Shun Hailang's explanation. It turned out he hadn't taken her son out to earn money out of concern for him. She placed several pieces of rock candy on the table for Shun Hailang to let dissolve in his mouth. Hailang, I must tell you, ever since Xiao Fei left, he has been utterly despondent. These past few days, Aunt Li has noticed that he barely enjoys his meals as he usually does. Normally, he would devour 3 bowls of rice, but yesterday he only managed one, which deeply concerned Aunt Li. Xiao Fei, feeling embarrassed, retorted, Mom, what are you talking about? It's just that it's hot, and I have no appetite. Shun Hailang, observing Xiao Fei's adorable demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. Aunt Li, I won't say much more. To help Xiao Fei regain his appetite, I shall take him to the market for dinner tonight. He will eat his fill, won't he? As he spoke, Shun Hailang rose from his seat and retrieved the large bundle of cash he had previously rolled up from his pocket. He placed the stack on the table. The sight of such a substantial sum made Aunt Lee crunch her rock candy in surprise. Chapter 80. The people by the sea in summer. Aunt Lee gazed in astonishment at the money cast aside by Shun Hailang amidst the waves. What is the meaning of this, Hailang? Are you planning to part ways? Shun Hailang pushed the money toward Aunt Lee, saying, "What are you thinking, Aunt? I want to abandon the venture until Xiao Fei has prospered. This is the money from selling the bird's nest a few days ago. To be frank, I've been in the county seeking buyers for it." According to the customary division, each person would receive 2,400 yuan. He extracted 10 bills of large denomination and handed them to her. "This 100 is a special supplement for Xiao Fei. 2,400 sounds unappealing, so I'll give him 2,500. Aunt Lee was momentarily speechless at Hailang's words. As a woman of modest education, her experiences had been confined to the intrigues of village life, and she had never contemplated the bonds of brotherhood between men. No, this is too much. We agreed that Xiao Fei would accompany you to learn skill. You need only give him a token sum." Shun Hailang replied, "Aunt Lee, do you wish to make me go back on my word? It is not easy for Xiao Fei to venture out to sea with me during stormy weather. This money is rightfully his. If you continue to refuse, I may very well cease taking him out to earn money." Xiao Fei, feeling anxious, interjected, "Brother Lang, please don't stop taking me out. But this amount is truly excessive. Hey, do you wish to savor braised pork? If so, accept the money." Aunt Lee's fingers trembled as they reached for the bills on the table. I will save this for Xiao Fei for when he gets married." It was only after Aunt Lee had secured the funds in a cabinet in the back room that she, still uneasy, locked it with a stone lock, the sound echoing in the silence. With barriers removed, Aunt Lee transformed back into her sharp-tongued self. "Hailang, do you have any idea what transpired in the village while you were away?" Shun Hailang finished the last of the cool water in his porcelain cup. "What is it, Aunt? If you're being so mysterious, it must be something significant." Aunt Lee leaned closer, her eyes glinting with intrigue. "The Zhu family has moved away." Shun Hailang, already aware, did not even raise an eyebrow at her revelation. "Oh, where have they gone?" Seeing his lack of surprise, Aunt Lee grew agitated. "How can you not be astonished? Don't you have any curiosity? Just the night before last, Zhu Daling, his wife, son, and daughter-in-law fled the village with their granddaughter. They left in the dead of night, using a tractor, no less. The villagers are saying that Zhu Daling committed a crime and was taken away by the authorities." At Aunt Lee's reminder, Shun Hailang recollected that prior to selling the bird's nest, Along had hired someone to harass Zhu Daling's family, resulting in their hasty departure. The agreement was for 200 yuan a week to drive someone insane, yet the hired hand had accomplished the task in just 3 days. Remarkable. Shun Hailang resolved to keep Along's actions a closely guarded secret. He leisurely poured himself another glass of cool water, muttering, "Let them move if they wish." Such individuals have long been a disgrace to the village. In truth, Shun Hailang was uncertain of the torment that the Zhu family had endured in recent days. He mused that it was likely just a matter of someone throwing stones to make the family aware that they were being targeted by villagers. As for Gongzi, the person Xiaoxia had hired managed to turn a mere 200 yuan into an effect worth 2,000 yuan. This individual had even managed to keep the Zhu family awake at night to the point of mental exhaustion. Truly a remarkable talent. Aunt Lee, an astute elder, noticed Hailang's expression and surmised the situation. "Hailang, did you arrange for the Zhu family to be driven away?" Shun Hailang, seriously waving his hand, denied the accusation. "Aunt Lee, how could you suspect me? Do I seem like that kind of person? I am but a humble teacher." Aunt Lee clearly did not believe his words. Both of them understood the unspoken truth, yet neither pressed the matter further. Meanwhile, Xiao Fei, observing his mother and Shun Hailang in their covert conversation, felt bewildered. "Brother Lang, does this mean we shall no longer have to endure the Zhu family's faces in our Shunheiwen village?" Hailang smiled and replied, "It seems that from now on, Uncle Dajuan shall hold sway over our village." Aunt Lee caught the hint. "Hailang, isn't your father Tianyang meant to be the village chief? Xiao Fei's father would be content to serve as the village secretary." "Ha, Aunt Lee, you needn't worry about this matter. I shall speak to my father and arrange the voting numbers to recommend Uncle Dajuan for the position of village chief. Xiao Fei was flushed with excitement, while Aunt Li trembled with anticipation. The mother and son duo envisioned a future where the village chief's wife will be surrounded by adoring women, while the chubby son fantasized about the chief's son marrying a beautiful bride. Shun Hailang patted the daydreaming Xiao Fei. Come now, let us find the plastic bucket and shovels. I'll take you to the seaside to dig for treasures, and then we'll head to town. Xiao Fei snapped out of his reverie. Are you really taking me to town for a feast tonight? Am I capable of deceiving you? Just look at how thin you become, Shun Hailang teased, pinching Xiao Fei's belly. Upon hearing about the food, Xiao Fei was instantly invigorated, howling like a wolf as he rushed to the back room. After a flurry of rummaging, he emerged within 2 minutes, brandishing a large white plastic bucket and 2 shovels. Brother Lang, everything is ready. Let us hurry and set off. Shun Hailang examined the shovels and winked at Xiao Fei. No matter what we dig up today, it must be offered to old Xiao. Xiao Fei paused, then recalled certain ambiguous matters, letting out an "oh" in realization. So, we're not just digging to sell. It's to impress your future father-in-law, isn't it? Shun Hailang chuckled and tossed the shovel into the bucket. Just say yes or no. If not, I'll take along with me. All right, I shall heed your words, my brother, Xiao Fei proclaimed as he settled onto the rear seat of the motorcycle. A mere 10 minutes later, they were cruising along the coastal avenue of Yinzi Port, the Happiness 300 motorcycle roaring toward the shore. Xiao Fei, seated behind, found it difficult to keep his eyes open against the gusts of sea wind, with the sun positioned at approximately 3 o'clock in the sky. Where shall we dig today, my brother? He inquired. Shun Hailang, keenly observing the seaside conditions, maneuvered the motorcycle onto the embankment. As they gazed along the beach, they were taken aback. Their usual haunt was teeming with people. A dense throng of men, women, and children were bent over, laboriously digging in the sand. The rakes and shovels glinted under the sun, and from a distance, the crowd resembled dumplings boiling in hot water. Occasionally, cheers erupted from the crowd as someone unearthed a treasure. Xiao Fei, weary, found it difficult to lift the plastic bucket he held. With a hint of disappointment, he remarked, "This is unfortunate. Our favorite spot must have been stripped bare." However, Shun Hailang chuckled and tightened the throttle, redirecting the motorcycle. "Then let us seek another location. We need not compete with them. But where else can we go?" Xiao Fei asked. "To Pigeon Island, of course. It is less crowded there." Chapter 81. Even Dove Island is not tranquil. Xiao Fei reminisced about a previous occasion when the two of them had caught a considerable number of grouper fish on Dove Island. Ah, indeed, Dove Island is sparsely populated. However, that place is still a desolate land. Shun Hailang responded, "Precisely because it is a barren place, it yields treasures. Otherwise, how could we have caught 11 grouper fish?" Xiao Fei ceased to dwell on the matter. "Then let us venture to Dove Island and try our luck. Acquiring some grouper fish would be delightful." As a motorcycle surged through the wind, the unique sea breeze of Dove Island brought a refreshing chill, causing their body temperatures to drop by 2 degrees. The silhouette of Dove Island emerged in the distance. The wind rustled their clothes, and Xiao Fei embraced Shun Hailang from the back seat. "Brother Lang, what do you think became of old Zhang in the end?" Shun Hailang slowed down the motorcycle slightly, allowing Xiao Fei to hear him clearly. "Along and the others are rather reckless. You should have seen Zhang's second son. Wasn't he boasting about being able to kill a pig with a single punch and take on sharks without getting bitten? In the end, he was dragged into the water by Gang Z and nearly drowned. Ultimately, Along beat him up and tied him to the deck of the red flag boat." Xiao Fei grew increasingly alarmed. "Is that true? Surely, he wasn't just bragging? What would I gain from deceiving you?" Shun Hailang scoffed. "While Along and his crew may not be formidable on land, they become fearless in the water." Xiao Fei, feeling somewhat frightened, replied, "I'm glad I didn't go. I dread fighting with others." Shun Hailang glanced at Xiao Fei in the rearview mirror and noticed his trepidation. "Xiao Fei, let me be honest with you. In the future, when we venture out to sea, confrontations are inevitable. After all, the fish we catch translate to money. If you fear such disputes, I could open a fishing tackle shop for you in town, allowing you to live a more leisurely life." Everything Shun Hailang said was for Xiao Fei's benefit, and Xiao Fei understood this. He curled his lip. No, I want to accompany Brother Lang to see and earn money. However, old Zhang has always been a tyrant in the village. This is a fitting downfall for him. He deserves it. Shunhai Lang shook his head, emphasizing that in this era, everything requires competition and seizing opportunities. It is a golden age where bravery, wisdom, and a touch of luck can forge heroes. The motorcycle jolted over a stone, reaching a speed of 70 km/h, nearly throwing them off. Xiao Fei was quite frightened, and even Shunhai Lang, nearly drifting in his slumber under the sun, was startled back to reality. If we were to fall, it would be disastrous. Indeed, one must not be distracted while driving. Xiao Fei, whose courage was admittedly lacking, exclaimed that his heart was racing too fast. After a moment of panic, Xiao Fei asked, "Brother Lang, what shall we dig up tonight to offer to old Xiao?" Shunhai Lang, uncertain of what marine goods they might procure, replied, "We shall offer whatever we manage to dig up. It all depends on old Xiao's fortune." Seeing Xiao Fei's bewildered expression, he divulged further, "Old Xiao has agreed to let me court his daughter, but whether it will succeed remains to be seen. This trip shall serve as a gesture of sincerity. Some matters must be initiated by oneself." Upon hearing this, Xiao Fei nodded repeatedly, saying, "Rest assured, Lang Gu, Xiao Xiaoxiu is of the same age as you and is single. You two are truly a match made in heaven. I, Xiao Fei, guarantee that your marriage will surely come to fruition." Seeing Xiao Fei so confidently making promises, Shun Hailing couldn't help but chuckle. "Is this truly your heartfelt opinion, or have you learned the art of flattery from someone else?" "My father," Xiao Fei replied. "Last time he was drunk, he shared with me the techniques of flattery. It must be natural, sincere, and make the listener feel utterly comfortable. If you can achieve that, then the art of flattery will reach its pinnacle." Shun Hailang was taken aback by Xiao Fei's profound insights. "Wow, I was wondering how my uncle Dajuan managed to be such an excellent mediator in Shun Haiwan village. It turns out there are indeed methods behind it." The two of them laughed heartily as they rode their motorcycle to the edge of Pigeon Island. Shun Hailing abruptly braked, exclaiming, "We've arrived, but this place seems rather chaotic." Xiao Fei dismounted and, upon surveying the scene, was left dumbfounded. The Pigeon Island he had envisioned was a desolate area where not even a bird would dare to land. Yet now, the beach was bustling with groups of 3 to 5 individuals, wielding shovels and rakes as they bent down to search for marine treasures. Wasn't this supposed to be a barren land? Xiao Fei nearly cried out in despair. Why are there so many people? Shun Hailang was equally perplexed. He had ridden for half an hour on his motorcycle. This presented quite a dilemma. If he were to unleash his oceanic abilities, he might risk having his finds snatched away by others. They don't even have bicycles and are walking for over an hour in this sweltering heat just to gather seafood. As they stood in a daze, a woman under a straw hat waved to them from a distance. "Is that Xiao Fei? Over here. Is that you, Aunt San?" Xiao Fei called as he pulled Shun Hailang over. "What brings you to this desolate place?" Aunt San removed her straw hat and displayed a plastic bucket to the two. "It's too hot at home. I couldn't stand it, so I came to the coast for a bit of coolness and to try my luck." The two peered into the bucket, which contained only 2 shriveled crabs and a few tiny clams. Aunt San advised them, "Seeing you two come with such enthusiasm, don't hold too high of expectations. Just treat it as a fun outing." Exchanging glances, Shun Hailang said to Xiao Fei, "Since we're already here, let us dig for fun." With Pigeon Island so crowded, changing locations would likely yield the same result. The two began to search separately, but Xiao Fei, who had a noticeable odor, possibly due to his heft, quickly found himself besieged by mosquitoes in the shallow waters. He swatted at his arms and thighs, exclaiming, "Ugh, these pesky mosquitoes are drawn to my flesh." Hearing Xiao Fei's outbursts, Shun Hailing shouted back, "That merely indicates your manly scent is too strong. You should hurry back and have Antley find you a wife to tone it down." The surrounding women erupted in laughter. Xiao Fei, blushing, grabbed his shovel and declared, "I'll just dig somewhere else." As the climate revives, the greenery on Pigeon Island flourishes, and a refreshing sea breeze sweeps through, bringing comfort to those foraging along the shore. Shunhai slips off his shoes and steps barefoot into the shallow waters, while others continue to dig in the sand. Yet none have ventured into the sea to catch fish. The sensation of fine sand filtering through his toes is immensely pleasurable. Unable to resist, Shunhai playfully digs his toes into the soft grains. After toiling for over half an hour, their bucket contains only a handful of tiny clams and a few translucent shrimp. Brother Lang, shouldn't we just head home for a nap? Xiao Fei begins to grumble. Shunhai, perched on a rock, gazes toward the distant deeper waters. Sensing the impending tide, the water ebbs and flows, revealing new patches of reef. This is the moment he has been waiting for. Xiao Fei, let us commence our endeavor. Chapter 82. Let Xiao Fei chase Zhengdaya. The two brothers traversed the depths of the water, where the sands shifted rhythmically with the tide, bringing forth a bounty of fish and shrimp. Shun Hailang crouched on the sandy shore, armed with a fork, beginning to dig. He sensed fortune in his endeavors, for the texture beneath his touch was particularly yielding. Undoubtedly, something was writhing beneath the sand, certainly not a snow frog. What could it be? He excavated deeper, plunging the fork 2 more times until he reached a depth of 10 centimeters. Then, casting aside the fork, he began to sift through the sand with his hands. Xiao Fei, bring over the plastic bucket, Shun Hailang whispered, his voice barely above a murmur, wary of attracting attention. Xiao Fei, who was chasing a scuttling crab, immediately sprinted over, clutching the plastic bucket tightly. What is up, Lango? Have you found something from the sea? Shun Hailang placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence while cautiously probing the sand. His fingers deftly captured a long, pink, writhing creature. This small being glistened under the sun, adorned with droplets of water, its transparency captivating. Sandworm? Xiao Fei exclaimed in delight. These are perfect for stewing with tofu or making savory porridge. The flavor is exquisite. Shun Hailang tossed the sandworm into the bucket, chuckling, well, this was purely serendipitous. Old Xiao is of an age where sandworms are a great tonic. Come on, let us dig quickly before anyone notices. The two men, with diligence, bent over and continued to excavate. Within 10 minutes, they had thoroughly unearthed the sandworm nest. A few beachcombers, noticing their industriousness, approached to inspect the plastic bucket. Lucky lad, how about giving me a couple of sandworms for dinner? I'll trade you some crabs. Xiao Fei dismissed the beachgoers. Don't even think about my sandworms. No trades. They're for Lang Gu's father-in-law. Having filled nearly half the bucket with sandworms, weighing an estimated 20 pounds, they calculated it could fetch a handsome sum in town. Just as Shun Hailang was about to wipe the sweat from his brow, a familiar sound reached his ears. Pat, pat. The sound of splashing water was unmistakably not that of crashing waves. Shun Hailang's ears perked up as he recognized it. The sound of a grouper thrashing against the rocks. He stealthily maneuvered toward the source, crouching low to peer into the crevice of the rocks. Indeed, a plump grouper lay concealed within, its gill flaps rhythmically expanding as it gasped for air, its small, dark eyes darting about with caution. Shun Hailang felt a surge of elation upon spotting the fish. Licking his cracked lips. Hey there, little one, what are you staring at? Waiting for me to feed you? He quietly retreated, reaching into the bucket to grab a handful of sandworms, then fashioned a makeshift hook from a metal strip. Xiao Fei watched in astonishment at Shun Hailang's actions. Langu, what are you planning to fish for? Keep it down. Don't let those beachcombers hear us, Shun Hailang hissed, signaling for silence as he stealthily returned to the rocky side with the sandworms in hand. The sandworm was deftly hooked onto the fishing line, and, subsequently, it was silently placed before the grouper. With a gentle shake of his fingers, the bait, still vibrant and alive, writhed on the hook, its skin punctured. The grouper's whiskers trembled slightly, and its pair of obsidian eyes surveyed the surroundings, revealing a cautious, clever, and cunning fish. Ultimately, the grouper succumbed to the allure of the sandworm, slowly emerging, its head surfacing while its tail began to slap the water surface. 20 centimeters, 10 centimeters. At the moment the grouper opened its mouth wide, Shun Hailang deftly discarded the hook. He swiftly grasped the body of the grouper. In its panic, the fish began to thrash, attempting to escape with its slippery skin. Yet Shun Hailang would not let the prize slip away. His fingers tightened around the fish's gills, ensuring that no amount of wriggling would grant it freedom. Seeing this, Xiao Fei handed over a plastic bucket, and Shun Hailang casually tossed the grouper into it. The sound of the fish splashing echoed within the bucket. Xiao Fei, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Incredible! Brother Lang, your fishing skills are worthy of a circus performance." Shun Hailang shook the seawater from his hands, grinning. "This grouper is even larger than the ones I've caught before. What shall we eat tonight? I'll take you for a barbecue. You'll have your eyes opened." "Barbecue?" Xiao Fei blinked. "I've never had barbecue before, but I've heard from Along and the others that it tastes exceptionally good. We won't settle for someone else's barbecue. Brother Lang will personally grill meat and fish for you tonight. Just imagine the charcoal fire and the spices." As Shun Hailang spoke, he found himself salivating. "I guarantee it will be so delicious that you'll devour 2 pounds of pork skewers." Listening to Shun Hailang's vivid description, Xiao Fei felt his mouth water in anticipation. "So what are we waiting for? Let's hurry to the barbecue. Should we invite Along and the others to join?" "They've returned to their hometown," Shun Hailang replied, stretching and relieving his fatigue. "We'll visit them in a couple of days." "Hey, Xiao Fei, look over there. There's a swimming crab. Don't let it escape. Grab it." Xiao Fei dropped the plastic bucket and looked, spotting a white-bellied swimming crab scuttling sideways. With a deft maneuver, he lunged forward, expertly blocking the crab's path. Indeed, Xiao Fei was quite skilled at catching crabs. In no time, he flipped the crab onto its back, securing it in the plastic bucket. The two of them busied themselves near Pigeon Island for over an hour, with the sun once again dipping low in the sky. The bucket was now filled with an assortment of seafood, a half-full collection of grouper, swimming crabs, sandworms, clams. At least 30 pounds of bounty had been amassed. Their efforts had not been in vain. "Let us go. First, we need to stop by the supply and marketing cooperative." Shun Hailang lifted the plastic bucket, gauging its weight. As they rode their motorcycle into the marketplace, the sign of the cooperative was illuminated in vivid red by the setting sun. Shun Hailang switched off the engine about 30 meters from the cooperative, his eyes frequently darting toward the counter, uncertain whether his old classmate, Zheng Dia, was inside. To avoid any potential disputes, caution seemed prudent. Xiao Fei, perceptive as ever, sensed that Shun Hailang was apprehensive about encountering Zheng Dia. "Brother Lang, why are you standing outside? Let's go in and shop." Shun Hailang felt a bit awkward. "Isn't it just Zheng Dia?" Xiao Fei raised an eyebrow. "Is our brother Lang afraid of a girl?" "Who is afraid? I am merely trying to avoid unnecessary trouble," Shun Hailang thought quickly. He fished out 2 of the largest hairy crabs from the bucket and handed them to Xiao Fei. "Will you deliver these to Zheng Dia?" "Me?" Xiao Fei pointed to his own nose, somewhat bewildered. "Aren't you always praising Zheng Dia's straightforward nature to me? I think you two are quite compatible. A match made in heaven." Shun Hailang became increasingly animated as he spoke. "Let me tell you, if you bring Zheng Dia home, her chatter will have your mother and Uncle Dajuan seated together for an entire game of mahjong." Chapter 83, Preparing to Act. Bribing old Joe reflecting on the scene involving Zheng Dia at Xiao Fei's residence. Shun Hailang earnestly addressed Xiao Fei, asserting that Zheng Dia was the perfect match for him. Indeed, in his quest to resolve Zheng Dia's harassment, while simultaneously addressing Xiao Fei's single status, he had set his sights on Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei, recognizing the validity of this notion, acknowledged their differing tastes. He preferred women with a more robust physique, high cheekbones, and an extroverted demeanor. Taking a crab in hand, Xiao Fei asked, "Lang, do you really think Zheng Dia could be interested in me?" Shun Hailang, with a serious expression, patted Xiao Fei's chest and replied, "Xiao Fei, why are you lacking in confidence? Aside from myself, you are the second most handsome man in Shun Haiwan village. You must have faith in yourself. A man may be poor or timid, but he should never concede defeat without even trying. Believe in yourself. You can do it." Flattered by Shun Hailang's words, Xiao Fei felt a surge of confidence. After all, he was the second most handsome man in Shun Haiwan village. How could he know for certain that Zheng Dia would not be interested unless he tried? With determination, he grasped the 2 large crabs and prepared to head to the supply and marketing cooperative to present them to Zheng Dia. Shun Hailang called out to him, "Wait a moment." Xiao Fei turned around, asking what now. Without hesitation, Shun Hailang rubbed his hands together and styled Xiao Fei's hair into a slick-back look. making him appear considerably more mature. All right, that's better. Go on. Remember, you are the second most handsome man. Taking 3 deep breaths to muster his courage, Xiao Fei strode confidently into the cooperative, crabs in hand. Shun Hailang stealthily followed, positioning himself near the window to observe the interaction between the two. Inside the cooperative, Zheng Daya was a diligent worker, swiftly organizing the shelves while jotting down today's expenses in her notebook. Xiao Fei stood before her, puffing out his chest and clearing his throat with a cough. Without looking up, Zheng Daya replied, "I'm busy. If you need something, help yourself and come to the register when you're done. The prices are all labeled." Xiao Fei coughed again, standing still. Zheng Daya raised an eyebrow, thinking him peculiar. As she finally glanced up, she was surprised to find Xiao Fei before her, holding 2 crabs. "Oh, it's you, little chubby. What brings you here alone?" she queried, her eyes darting around in search of someone else. Where was that arrogant Shun Hailang? Xiao Fei's face flushed crimson. He knew full well who Zheng Daya was looking for. Everyone in Shun Haiwan village was aware of her feelings for Shun Hailang. Yet, Shun Hailang did not return her affections, but Xiao Fei did. Lang gu he, Xiao Fei stammered, then stepped forward and placed the 2 crabs on the counter, declaring, "These are for you, freshly caught." The 2 crabs, displaying their claws, were now on the counter. Zheng Daya stared at the crabs for a moment, crossing her arms and fixing her gaze on Xiao Fei. What does this mean? Approaching Xiao Fei once more, she inquired, "Is it that insufferable Shun Hailang who asked you to bring me this?" The fragrance of the shampoo in Zheng Daya's hair wafted toward Xiao Fei, leaving him somewhat dazed. Summoning his courage, he boldly inhaled and declared, "No, this is something I caught for you myself." Zheng Daya lowered her arms, scrutinizing Xiao Fei intently. The large ceiling fan in the cooperative creaked, stirring her locks. "Little chubby, you seem a bit off today." Despite Xiao Fei's usual thick skin, he felt his palms sweat and his face flush with embarrassment. "I'm perfectly fine, quite healthy. In fact," Zheng Daya chuckled at his flustered demeanor, playfully twirling a strand of her braid. "You wouldn't be. Don't tell me you've developed a crush on me?" Zheng Daya, being a straightforward woman, said whatever came to her mind without a second thought. "Yes, I like you. I want to date you." His proclamation rendered the cooperative silent. Xiao Fei felt his ears ringing. The only sounds he could perceive were the creaking of the fan, the scuttling of crabs, and the frantic beating of his heart. Zheng Daya's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at him. She took a few steps back, while Xiao Fei's face reddened to the point of nearly bleeding. After expressing his feelings, he wished to vanish from the cooperative immediately. "Take your crabs and go. Don't disrupt my work." Zheng Daya finally regained her composure, shoving the crabs back toward Xiao Fei. "Oh my God, this chubby little guy actually likes me." It was the first time someone had openly confessed to her, and she was uncertain of what liking someone truly meant. Xiao Fei felt rejected, his face falling. Annoyed, he stubbornly retorted, "Once given away, I want tea, take it back. If you want to eat it, eat it. If not, toss it to the dogs." He left 10 yuan on the counter, grabbing 2 bottles of liquor from the shelf before turning to leave. Outside the window, Shun Hailang observed Xiao Fei's performance from start to finish. To his surprise, he witnessed quite a spectacle. This little rascal's confession resembled a quarrel. As Xiao Fei stepped out of the cooperative, he spotted Shun Hailang eavesdropping. Feeling somewhat awkward, Shun Hailang asked, "So how was it? What is it like to flirt with a girl for the first time?" With reddened eyes, Xiao Fei replied, "It didn't tea work. Zheng Daya doesn't tea like me." Rather than mock him, Shun Hailang opted to drape an arm around his shoulder. "Is this how you pursue a girl? You just flung crabs onto her work counter and declared your feelings. Anyone would think you were there to return them." Feeling a bit wronged, Xiao Fei replied, "What should I do? This is my first time chasing a girl. Here is the plan. Tonight, I'll set an example for you," Shun Hailang said, winking at Xiao Fei. "Watch me pursue Xiao Xue at the salt factory tonight." Xiao Fei looked at him incredulously. "Brother Lang, are you serious about what you said earlier?" Shun Hailang tossed the motorcycle key into the air and caught it with a flourish. Pursuing a maiden requires a swift, precise, and resolute approach. When there is mutual affection, it resembles the art of catching grouper fish. As the motorcycle sped away, Zheng Daya from the cooperative felt a flush of embarrassment. Gazing at the two crabs sprawled across the table, she momentarily succumbed to a state of bewilderment. Xiao Fei, perched on the motorcycle's rear seat, grasped a bucket with one hand while cradling two bottles of potent liquor in the other. "Bro, is this alcohol for us to enjoy tonight?" he inquired. "No, this is intended for old Xiao to savor this evening. Since we are pursuing the young lady, the first step is to ensure we appease her father," came the reply. Xiao Fei, only partially grasping the situation, pondered whether he should begin to ingratiate himself with Zheng Dai's family, much like Shun Hailang, who brings gifts of food and drink. Chapter 84. The Wang Lahu restaurant borrows a stove. As the motorcycle turned into the entrance of the collection station, old Xiao was reclining in his chair, dozing off at 4 p.m. Only when he heard the engine's roar did he squint his eyes to take a glance. "Ah." Old Xiao straightened his back and jested. "Has Boss Shun brought the little chubby one to sell goods again today?" Shun Hailang secured the motorcycle and handed over the plastic bucket to Xiao Fei, placing it at old Xiao's feet. The grouper inside the bucket thrashed about, proudly displaying its form to old Xiao. "Uncle Xiao, what do you think?" "This grouper weighs at least 3 or 4 pounds, Shun Hailang remarked, nudging Xiao Fei and exchanging knowing glances. Xiao Fei promptly handed over 2 bottles of strong liquor. Old Xiao examined the labels on the bottles. Did the supply and marketing cooperative just acquire these? Shun Hailang, adopting a demeanor reminiscent of a dutiful son, deeply bowed to old Xiao. "Uncle Xiao, this liquor is a tribute to you, and the contents of the bucket are not for sale. The grouper, sandworms, clams, and hairtail crabs are all for your evening's delicacies." Old Xiao's eyes scanned the strong liquor in the plastic bucket, and with a hint of caution, he turned to Shun Hailang. "Wait a moment, you're not like the weasel wishing the chicken a happy new year, are you? What do you mean by bringing me liquor and side dishes for tonight? What are you scheming?" Shun Hailang calmly took a small stool and sat down nearby, pulling out a Qianmen cigarette to light for old Xiao. "Uncle Xiao, I've decided to take your daughter, Xiao Xue, for a ride tonight. I brought the liquor and side dishes, so do you agree?" Old Xiao took a puff of smoke and was nearly choked by Shun Hailang's words. "Cough, cough. You rascal, taking my daughter out for a ride at night?" He dropped the cigarette, but, pointing at Shun Hailang, "I only agreed to let you interact a bit. Whether it works out depends on you two. I certainly did not consent to you two dating right now." Shun Hailang took a puff of smoke and chuckled. "Uncle Xiao, I've delivered the message, and the liquor and dishes are here. As for pursuing your daughter, let us start from today. You don't have a son, so just wait for me to support you in your old age." The air in front of the collection station gradually settled into silence. Xiao Fei gazed in awe at his brother Hailang, whose bold actions were truly impressive. His own modest achievements at the supply and marketing cooperative paled in comparison to his brother's prowess. Old Xiao fell silent, contemplating the large grouper in the plastic bucket. His eldest daughter already had 2 children, and his youngest would turn 22 in 2 months. Old Xiao began to mutter to himself. He could discern some of his daughter's feelings. Every time Shun Hailang came to sell goods, she would appear. A father's pretense was sufficient. Shun Hailang's lips curled into a smile as he listened to old Xiao's musings. 22 is just right, the same age as me." Old Xiao shot him a glare, but chose to remain silent, his aged hands continuously rummaging through the seafood in the bucket. The grouper can be braised, the sandworms stir-fried with chives, and the clams can be steamed. Old Xiao tacitly approved. Shun Hailang beckoned to the astonished Xiao Fei, urging him to join in the purchase of the evening's ingredients. Xiao Fei, still in disbelief, regarded Shun Hailang's recent feats as nothing short of miraculous. Over the past few days, he had witnessed Shun Hailang's transformation, from being scolded by old Xiao while wielding a broom to boldly taking his daughter out for an outing. What a remarkable journey it had been. "Brother Lang, you truly deserve the title of the most handsome in Shunhai Bay Village," Xiao Fei declared, his eyes gleaming with admiration as he trailed behind Shun Hailang. Mounting his motorcycle with a sense of pride, Shun Hailang imparted wisdom to Xiao Fei. "You must learn from this. Pursuing a girl requires perseverance and patience, as long as you remain steadfast." Yet deep down, Shun Hailang felt a twinge of insecurity. He could only say that Xiaoxue harbored some affection for him, but love was still a distant notion. Xiao Fei, empty-handed, tugged at Shun Hailang's clothing, questioning, "Do you think I can win over Zheng Dia?" "That depends on your own abilities," Shun Hailang replied, twisting the throttle. "Tonight, watch how I pursue Xiao Xiaoxua. If you learn well, you'll surely succeed. If all else fails, you could ask Antly to find a matchmaker." Frequently visiting Zheng Dia's home to persuade her parents. As the motorcycle faded into the distance, old Xiao, sitting in front of his purchasing station, rose and squatted before a plastic barrel. His earlier worries had vanished, replaced by a smile. Shun Hailang was an earnest lad, and he knew his daughter had always been quite clever. He felt no concern that Shun Hailang would take advantage of Xiao Xiaoxua. She understood her own heart well. Grasping a grouper, old Xiao admired it, noting its substantial weight of over 3 pounds. Indeed, a sign of sincerity. Noticing old Xiao's beaming expression, the proprietor of a neighboring purchasing station, old Jean, teased him. "Why are you so cheerful today? Have you found a son-in-law?" Old Xiao chuckled, glancing at old Jean. "Do I need a son-in-law? Someone is eager to provide for my old age." As Shun Hailang rode his motorcycle, he thought of the barbecue plan for the evening, which necessitated a visit to Wang Laohu's restaurant. The Wang family was astute, operating a restaurant by day and offering seafood barbecue by night, complete with all the required utensils. Shun Hailang playfully pinched Xiao Fei's beer belly. "Do you have any cigarettes left?" "Oh, I have 2 packs of Dacumen. Saving them for tonight," Xiao Fei replied, patting his pocket. Shun Hailang, still teasing Xiao Fei's belly, gestured for him to hand them over. "Give them to me." "What are you doing, Brother Hailang? We should each have a pack. How can a grown man be so stingy? On the day I get married, if you want 10 packs, I'll prepare 100 for you." Hearing the mention of 100 cigarettes, Xiao Fei immediately grinned and presented 2 packs of Dacumen to Shun Hailang. Arriving at the entrance of Wang Laohu's restaurant, they found the proprietress, a Zhen, idly skewering pork kebabs. Upon seeing Shun Hailang, she promptly came out to greet them. "Ah, Hailang, have you brought Xiao Fei here for a meal?" Shun Hailang, with legs crossed, handed the 2 packs of cigarettes to a Zhen. "Aunt, could you lend me a hand?" The proprietress, a Zhen, pinched the cigarette box, confirming it was brand new and unopened. She smiled at Shun Hailang, her eyes narrowed in amusement. "Whatever it is, Aunt must comply. What do you need me to do?" Shun Hailang pointed towards the freezer in the shop. "Well, I was hoping to borrow your barbecue grill for the evening. Also, I would like to get some seafood and meat skewers." The proprietress, a Zhen, could no longer muster a smile. Her hands fidgeted nervously. A troubled expression crossed her face. "If I lend you the grill, we won't be able to prepare seafood barbecue for our own dinner." Shun Hailang, grinning widely, produced 200 yuan he had prepared earlier. "Just for one day, I promise to return on time. Does 200 suffice?" Xiao Fei eagerly chimed in. "Aunt, Brother Lang isn't planning to grill just for himself. He wants to impress a young lady." It was then that Asian understood, and her expression transformed. She chuckled heartily and generously pushed away Shun Hailang's money. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Aunt must support you in your quest to win a wife." Shun Hailang pointed towards the kitchen. "What about Uncle Wang over there?" "You needn't worry about that." Asian ushered the 2 brothers into the restaurant. Chapter 85. The salt factory. As the refrigerator swung open, a chill swept through, causing both men to shiver slightly. The proprietress, Ajun, gestured grandly towards the array of ingredients within. "Choose freely, my brothers. The pork skewers were threaded just today, and the squid is fresh from the catch." Shun Hailang instructed Xiao Fei to take notes, emphasizing the importance of fair dealings. "We must ensure the proprietress does not bear any losses." He reached into the refrigerator, while Xiao Fei dutifully recorded their selections. 200 pork skewers, 10 squids, and 20 yellow croakers. Xiao Fei muttered, "Can a girl really eat so much? It's quite a burden." Without turning back, Shun Hailang replied, "If she can't finish, surely you will help her. You'll take care of any leftovers." Xiao Fei's mouth watered at the thought. He had been longing for this barbecue for years. Proprietress Ajun, holding a plastic bag, began to gossip eagerly. "Which lucky girl is it, I wonder? Let me think of the prettiest girls in our town. Could it be the lovely daughter of old Xiao? It seems only she is suited for Hailang." In response to her probing, Shun Hailang merely smiled, continuing to sift through the offerings. "When the time comes, I'll send candies to my aunt as a celebration. For now, it's a secret. Ajun then produced half a box of charcoal. This charcoal is made from lychee wood, which imparts a delightful aroma when grilled. Shun Hailing chuckled. No wonder your business thrives. You use only the finest ingredients, from the meat to the charcoal. Who wouldn't enjoy a bit of flattery? Ajun beamed with delight at the compliment. In the kitchen, within the realm of Wang Laohu, Ajun managed her own affairs outside. As the motorcycle roared back to life, the barbecue grill clanked noisily against the back seat, and they set off towards the Yinzi Port Salt Factory. The salt factory at Yinzi Port is situated near the northeastern corner. The motorcycle jostled them about as they traversed the salt flats, the bumps proving quite uncomfortable, especially with the dust swirling around. No one wishes to linger behind other vehicles. Fall behind, and you'll eat dust. Upon reaching the salt factory's entrance, Shun Hailang selected a shaded spot, balancing the motorcycle on one foot as he parked it. The brothers dismounted and guzzled from their water bottles. Xiao Fei remarked, "What a bumpy ride. My backside feels like it's been split in three." Dust covered his shorts as he lamented. "For the sake of accompanying you to woo a girl, I feel like half of my spirit has scattered." Shun Hailang could only encourage him with a glance. All for the sake of learning how to charm a girl. Once you master it, you'll win over the girl from Zheng University. As he unlatched the scorching barbecue rack from the back, Xiao Fei yelped, "Ouch. Why is this thing so hot?" Shun Hailang, gripping Xiao Fei's burned hand, replied, "It has been baking under the sun for hours. You could fry an egg on it. Why would you touch it?" He poured water over Xiao Fei's hand, then splashed some on the grill. Steam rose from the metal. Armed with Xiao Fei's experience of burning himself, the brothers turned their attention to the leaves overhead. Shun Hailang, being tall and agile, quickly plucked a generous handful of leaves from the tree. Two individuals wrapped their hands in leaves to shield themselves from burns, lifting the barbecue grill and positioning it beneath the shade of a tree at the factory entrance. Shun Hailang was busy setting up the legs of the grill, while Xiao Fei, unable to assist, curiously inquired, "Brother Lang, will the food cooked on this thing actually be done? If it's undercooked, we might give someone a stomachache." Shun Hailang replied, "You just don't understand. Cooking meat over charcoal requires this kind of iron rack. The metal conducts heat uniformly, imparting a slight rust flavor to the grilled meat. However, it also depends on who is doing the grilling. In all likelihood, your cooking would lead to a stomach upset." Once the rack was secured, he retrieved a banana fan, charcoal, and a packet of seasonings, finally unveiling a dripping bag of thawed pork skewers. Observing the dripping plastic, Xiao Fei expressed his skepticism. "This meat isn't from a dead pig, is it? It looks a bit off." "Don't be ridiculous," Shun Hailang reassured him. "The Wang Laohu restaurant has been operating for nearly 20 years. They wouldn't use subpar ingredients. See the marbling in this pork? It's perfect for grilling. There are only about 10 kilograms of this marbled pork on a single pig." Xiao Fei nodded in agreement, pondering, so Wang Laohu's heart is still in the right place. As the brothers chatted, the factory's intercom crackled to life, announcing, "Attention, the final batch of sea salt processing in the packaging workshop." Shun Hailang glanced at the electronic display. It was almost 5:20. "Xiao Fei, let us get to work," he said, rubbing his hands together. It had been a long time since he last grilled, and he wondered if his skills were still intact. He crumpled a sheet of newspaper and stuffed it beneath the grill to ignite the lychee wood. "Put some effort into it. Wave the fan like you're assisting the Taishang Lao Jun in alchemy," he instructed. Xiao Fei squatted beside him, wielding the banana fan and following orders, creating a flurry that sent ash swirling into the air. Seeing Xiao Fei's antics stirred Shun Hailang's memories. Back in the 20th century, he had ventured south, naively fearless, nearly starving before he found his first fortune by grilling on the roadside. He chuckled, telling Xiao Fei, "My grilling skills are undoubtedly the finest in Yinzi Port." Xiao Fei was unconvinced. "Brother Lang, you're boasting. I trust your fishing skills, but I've never seen you grill. You're definitely exaggerating." "Well, just wait and see. Try not to drool," Shun Hailang retorted. He understood that frozen meat should not be completely thawed, as doing so would spoil it. Focusing on the icy shards on the skewers, he placed a handful on the grill. With the fan in hand, he deftly adjusted the position of the skewers. As the ice melted and the skewers began to drip, he swiftly grabbed a brush to oil the meat. This seamless operation displayed the finesse of a seasoned chef. Xiao Fei watched in awe. Brother Lang, how can you grill it before it's fully thawed? Shun Hai Lang chuckled. Frozen meat retains its juices. This way, it won't end up tough or dry, and it will taste tender. As the oil brushed onto the pork dripped onto the charcoal, it sizzled audibly. A minute later, the tantalizing aroma of grilled pork skewers began to waft through the air, and Xiao Fei stared longingly at the skewers, swallowing his saliva. The fragrance was simply irresistible. Let me sample one to see if it's cooked, he declared, his eagerness palpable. If I get an upset stomach, that S on me. Before he could finish his sentence, his hand reached out toward the skewers. Suddenly, a fan struck the back of Xiao Fei's hand. What's the rush? Eating it now would just taste like raw oil, Shun Hailang admonished, holding a bottle of Wang Laohu's seasoning, which contained cumin powder, salt, and chili flakes. Wait until I sprinkle the seasoning before you indulge. At the entrance of the salt factory, 2 guards, an elder and a youth, were on duty, their noses twitching as they sniffed the air. Old Zhu's nose resembled that of a dog, constantly quivering. He turned to the younger guard, Xiao Wu. Can you smell it? What a delightful aroma. Xiao Wu looked at Old Zhu with delight. Has your rhinitis improved? Can you actually smell it? Old Zhu beamed. It was a rare occasion for him to catch a whiff, as his rhinitis had been quite severe. He smacked his lips and said, Xiao Wu, keep an eye on the gate while I go investigate who is setting up a stall at the factory entrance. Chapter 86. The fracas old security guard Zhu squinted at the tree by the factory gate, which was emitting smoke. I'll go see who's igniting a fire at the entrance. If I catch them, they'll be in for a severe punishment. By the grill, Shun Hailang had already grilled 100 skewers of pork to a half-cooked state, setting them aside. He intended to heat the remaining ones before serving, sprinkling them with cumin to complete the dish. Xiao Fei, drawn in by the enticing aroma, could hardly contain himself, his mouth watering in anticipation. Brother Lang, surely I can have a taste now? Just one skewer, please? Seeing Xiao Fei's eager expression, Shun Hailang couldn't bear to refuse and retrieved a skewer of pork, beginning to season it. As Xiao Fei sniffed the fragrant air, his eyes widened at the sight of the yellow powder and tiny granules. This is cumin. Without it, barbecue lacks half its flavor. Shun Hailang handed him a skewer, saying, give it a try and let me know your thoughts. Gazing at the golden brown pork skewer in his hand, Xiao Fei took a bite, the bamboo stick snapping under his teeth. Words failed him. It was beyond delicious, and he even savored the residual grease on the skewer. Noticing Xiao Fei drooling, Shun Hailang teased, tasty, isn't it? How about another skewer? Just as they were enjoying their banter, an elderly man in a military coat approached them, scrutinizing the two. Finally, he spoke up. Hey, which young fellows are you? Are you family members of the factory employees? Who allowed you to set up a stall here? As he spoke, he swallowed, and Shun Hailang observed every detail. Shun Hailang offered the old man a cooked pork skewer. The old man twitched his nose. Are you trying to bribe me, young man? I've been in the security department for 20 years. I won't be swayed by your little delicacies. Though he said this, his hands were quick to accept the skewer. Shun Hailang smiled warmly. Hello, Uncle Zhu. We're not setting up a stall. We're just grilling for fun. The aroma brought us together. Why not try a taste? Old Zhu licked his lips, glancing around to ensure no one was watching. He took a bite of the pork skewer, his eyes widening in delight, and soon devoured the remainder. Young man, I'm not being difficult. It's just that. Before he could finish, Shun Hailang presented him with a chicken wing. The skin was perfectly crisp, and Xiao Fei eyed it with envy. Uncle Zhu, you must still be hungry. Give this chicken wing a try. Old Zhu's hands were quicker than his words, grabbing the chicken wing before he could articulate his thoughts. The greedy old man, realizing he was caught in the act, was swayed by the barbecue-s allure. Well, look who's here. Another young guard, Xiao Wu, strolled over. He playfully teased. I wondered where you disappeared to. Turns out you were sneaking a bite. In a moment of quick thinking, Old Zhu pulled Xiao Wu over. Just in time, come. Let us savor the young brother's culinary skills together. As one individual savored 2 skewers of pork, he expressed a desire to continue indulging, but Shun Hailang intervened, declaring that the elder could eat no more, as he hoped to use this barbecue to win a bride. Old Zhu produced 2 coins and insisted, young man, I have money. Please sell me a few more skewers. The elder was nearly ready to take matters into his own hands. Old Zhu, attempting to forge a connection, inquired, "Where are you from, young man? You don't seem like a professional vendor." Shun Hailing gently pushed old Zhu's hand aside and chuckled, "Grandpa Zhu, we genuinely cannot accept your money. I am here to find a girlfriend who is reporting at the salt factory." Left with no recourse, Shun Hailing handed out some Qianmen cigarettes to the two who were playfully resisting. Upon receiving the cigarettes, Grandpa Zhu slapped his thigh in realization. "Had I known earlier, I would have thought you were just a street vendor." As they chatted, the salt factory's closing announcement suddenly rang out. Both old Zhu and Xiao Wu were so engrossed in their conversation that they forgot about their duties. "Oh no, we only have 10 minutes until the end of our shift." The two hurried back, fearing the factory manager would catch them slacking off, which would jeopardize their attendance bonus. As they ran, Xiao Wu exclaimed, "I'll come find you after work. Save some for me if you can't finish." Old Zhu ran a few steps before turning back to Shun Hailing, asserting that he was from the security department, and if anyone caused trouble, they should contact him there. After they departed, a disgruntled Xiao Fei lamented, "Brother Lang, I hardly got to eat any of the pork skewers before those two from security devoured them all." With a loud clang, the factory's heavy iron gate swung open. Workers began to ride bicycles home, while others opted to walk. Shun Hailing anxiously scanned the entrance, searching for Xiaoshui's figure. "Xiao Fei, your eyesight is the best. Keep an eye on the gate. If Xiaoshui escapes, you won't get any of this pork." Xiao Fei accepted the skewers from Shun Hailing, munching while he watched. "Brother Lang, there are just too many people." He observed the throngs at the gate, his eyes fixed intently on the entrance. A fragrant breeze wafted by as two young ladies in work attire approached the barbecue stand. One girl, with a ponytail, sniffed the air, exclaiming, "Oh my, is this the smell of barbecued meat? How much do you charge for these skewers?" "We're not selling." Shun Hailing, preoccupied with the crowd, had little patience for their inquiries. The ponytailed girl paused, while her round-faced companion chuckled. "Cousin, just take whatever you want." She then pointed out, "Look closely, it's Shun Hailing from Shunheiwen Village selling barbecue." She handed a skewer to the ponytailed girl, adding, "Has Shun Hailing really quit teaching to sell grilled meat?" Only then did Shun Hailing turn around, his expression turning to shock. "Cousin, Shun Fuyao?" He was genuinely unaware that his cousin was also an employee at the salt factory. Noticing Shun Hailing's darkened expression, Shun Fuyao elongated her tone. "Oh dear, are you really upset over me eating 2 skewers? Cousin, you wouldn't actually be selling barbecue, would you? Fuyao, if you have nothing else to do, quickly finish your meal and return home," Shun Hailing said, handing 2 skewers of meat to Shun Fuyao. Noticing her disdainful gaze, he offered her another 2. As the scent of barbecued meat wafted through the air, workers finishing their shifts were lured to the scene. Soon, a crowd of 7 or 8 had gathered, among them a bespectacled young man who swallowed hard as he pushed his bicycle forward. "Master, how much for the pork belly?" he inquired. "We're not selling. We're grilling this for ourselves," Shun Hailing patiently explained. "That's absurd. With hundreds of people at the factory gate, if each person eats half a skewer, it'll all be gone, and then Xiaoshui will end up with nothing," Shun Fuyao teased, brandishing her skewer and calling out. "This young master has a limit of 2 skewers per person. If you wish to partake, please line up at the back." Shun Hailing was aware that his cousin had a reputation for her mischievousness since childhood, yet he never anticipated she would be this audacious. "Fuyao, you're going to be the death of me," he exclaimed, as a commotion erupted in the crowd. A plump woman pushed through, brandishing a 10 yuan note. "Young man, give me 2 yuan's worth of skewers. I'll take them home for my daughter." Ultimately, the older women began to take matters into their own hands. "Oh, young man, you can't just relax. We'll help ourselves," Shun Hailing despaired, watching as the fruits of his and Xiao Fei's labor in the sweltering 40-degree heat were being snatched away. Chapter 87. Factory Flower Xiaoshui Shun Hailing, in a state of exasperation, set aside 20 skewers of meat, offering the remaining barbecue free of charge. Each person was entitled to 2 skewers, and once the distribution concluded, Shun Hailing called out to the departing workers. Eventually, only 20 skewers of pork remained, and the crowd began to disperse, satisfied. Some even suggested that he should arrive earlier the following day to bring more pork. Latecomers who heard about the free barbecue rushed over as well. Young master, are you truly not giving away those remaining skewers? One persistent individual asked, eyeing the leftover meat. Shun Fuyo, the mischievous cousin, interjected on behalf of Shun Hailang. I'm afraid not. Those are reserved for personal consumption. A young man in work attire, who had not yet had a taste, began to heckle. Saving them for a romantic interest, are we? The youth today certainly have their ways of courting. Laughter rippled through the crowd as old Zhu from the security department sauntered over. Young man, you're quite the charmer. Setting up a barbecue stand to woo the girls from our factory. It's far more romantic than the ration tickets of my youth. Xiao Fei, with a furrowed brow, remained silent, crouching on the ground with bamboo skewers in hand. Shun Fuyo kicked him playfully. You're being too stingy. Come on, tell me which girl in our factory has caught my cousin's eye. Perhaps I'm acquainted with her. Xiao Fei ignored her, lamenting the skewer he had almost claimed. Now devoured by someone else, his heart aching. As the crowd began to thin, a girl with a ponytail, calling for her cousin, asked Shun Fuyo, are you leaving or not? Shun Fuyo, with a glimmer of mischief, replied, is your cousin not out yet at this hour? Surely, you're not interested in someone from the office? Shun Hailang was too preoccupied with watching the entrance to address his playful cousin. Suddenly, a figure reached out toward the skewers on the grill. Slap! Xiao Fei swiftly struck that hand away, gripping the wrist of the intruder. What do you think you're doing? Didn't you hear that they're all gone? Despite his usual timidity, Xiao Fei had gained confidence from spending time with Shun Hailang and Along, no longer the timid boy he once was. The crowd fell silent, leaving only 6 people, including old Zhu from the security department. The intruder was a young man of slightly over 1.7 meters, with a dark complexion, dressed in factory work attire. He sheepishly withdrew his hand, which had been struck by Xiao Fei. I'm not here for a free meal. I'm willing to pay for them, he insisted. Shun Hailang regarded the impolite young man with a frown. No amount of money will persuade me to sell. My barbecue is not for sale. The dark-faced man offered a cigarette, saying, to be honest, I intend to buy it for someone special. Shun Fuyo recognized the man and scoffed, don't be delusional. Even if you offered a golden hairpin, she wouldn't be interested. At a loss for words, Shun Hailang finally handed a skewer to the man. In light of your pursuit of love, I'll give you one. The dark-faced man's face lit up with joy as he accepted the skewer, exclaiming, thank you. He turned and dashed back towards the factory, elated, leaping as he went. A dark-faced man sprinted several hundred meters, arriving breathless at the door of the finance office. He first adjusted his clothing and then exhaled into his palm to check for bad breath before he began to knock. Knock, knock. Come in, came a somewhat cold voice from within. Xiao Shue, her high ponytail swaying as she bent over to calculate the day's transactions for the salt factory, was busy preparing the daily report. In this era, everything was meticulously recorded by hand. Xiao Shue, take a look at this, the dark-faced man Lu Jia said as he pushed aside the chair opposite her with his foot, the screeching noise causing Xiao Shue to frown. I brought you some skewers. I stood in line for half an hour to get them. This barbecue is delicious. The owner wouldn't sell, but I had to plead with him to get these. Lu Jia boasted, showcasing his efforts. Grease from the skewers dripped onto the report, creating unsightly stains. Xiao Shue's eyes widened with anger as she glanced at the greasy pork skewers, then at the grimy fingers holding them. She was nearly ready to explode. Lu Jia, this is the finance office, not the cafeteria, she exclaimed, her voice laced with emotion. Moreover, I don't like barbecue. Please take it back. Lu Jia, agitated, pushed the skewers forward again with his grimy hand. Just smell it. It's so fragrant. The guy really knows how to grill as he spoke. Lu Jia moved to present the skewers closer to Xiao Shue. I am preparing today as summary. Xiao Shue snapped, slamming her pen down on the table. Seeing that she was genuinely upset, Lu Jia ceased his insistence. He took a bite of the skewer, savoring it. If you want to eat it, I will. I can't let it go to waste. Grease dribbled down the corner of Lu Jia's mouth, and instinctively, he wiped it away with his hand, ultimately smearing it on his work pants. I'll bring you some rice cakes tomorrow morning, he said, chewing on the skewer as he walked toward the door. Xiao Shue stared at the oil stains on her report and sighed softly. With a resigned breath, she tore the entire report off and tossed it into the trash bin. At the factory entrance, Shun Hailang was becoming impatient. Others had finished work long ago, and he wondered why the person he was waiting for hadn't emerged yet. Seeing his cousin preparing to head home, he grabbed her arm. "Xiaoxue, are you off work?" Shun Fuyao chimed in, jumping to the side. "My new work uniform. You smell like barbecue," she exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. "So, you've caught the attention of our factory belle? You've really done it now." The dark-faced Lu Jia, who asked you for those pork skewers, has been pursuing Xiaoxue for over half a year. He has been bringing her breakfast and buying her soda. And here you are, delivering barbecue to him like a blessing. Shun Hailang, irked, snapped a bamboo skewer in half and raised his hand to thump his cousin lightly on the head. "Little girl, why didn't you tell me sooner? Your cousin spoils you with good food and drinks, and you're playing the role of a wise strategist after the fact?" Alas, Shun Fuyao playfully patted her forehead as she leapt about, exclaiming, "Cousin, you didn't even ask me." With a cheerful laugh, she evaded Shun Hailang's attempts to engage her. Xiaoxue found that dark-faced fellow particularly irritating. She had never once touched the breakfast soda he had sent her. Meanwhile, the jovial Grandpa Zhu from the security department erupted into hearty laughter. After listening for a while, he realized the young man was pursuing the factory's belle. Grandpa Zhu squinted as he scrutinized Shun Hailang closely. Upon learning that the dark-faced Lu Jia had been delivering food and drink to Xiaoxue, Shun Hailang was consumed by frustration. Nonetheless, he clutched his skewered meat, hoping to win over the object of his affections. He retrieved an unopened pack of Qianmin cigarettes from his pocket and tossed it to Grandpa Zhu. "Grandpa Zhu, could you do me a favor? I wish to enter your premises for a moment." "No, absolutely not." Grandpa Zhu shook his head vehemently, refusing Shun Hailang's offering. The factory had its own regulations, and outsiders were not permitted within. Should anything go awry, the old man could not bear the responsibility. Chapter 88. The encounter. Shun Fuyao's eyes twinkled as she reached out to take the cigarette, placing it in Grandpa Zhu's hand. "Grandpa Zhu, people are alive while rules are rigid. This is my cousin who has come to visit me. You can simply register him as visiting his cousin, can't you?" Old Zhu pretended to cough, glancing at the